Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for more. Chapter 78. The next day. When Luo Ze got up, Raihe beside him had already left. I got out of bed and dressed myself, walked to the window, opened the curtains, and let the bright sunlight shine in. Duck duck, there was a knock on the door. Your Majesty. It was the maid's voice. Come in. Luo Ze opened the mouth without looking back, and the maid pushed the door open, holding a phone bug in her hand. Marine Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel Liaison. Hearing this, Luo Ze raised his eyebrows, and couldn't help but feel the gangster in his heart. In the past, it was Admiral Aokiji who contacted him, and later Marshal Sengoku, and now he was suddenly downgraded to Vice Admiral? Here, go and change the sheets. Yes. The maid went to the window, handed the phone bug to Luo Ze, and then walked towards the slightly messy bed. Luo Ze picked up the receiver. It's me. Luo Ze, I am Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel. From the mouth of the phone worm came an angry voice. Speak straight. The Flying Squirrel is used to the Shishibuokai's attitude, and he said in a deep voice, the three emperors Kaido attacked Marie Joyce. Are you going to crusade against Kaido? Are you going to summon Shishibuokai? Luo Ze wasn't interested at all. No time. No. Wait a minute. The Flying Squirrel hurriedly said, we hope you can go to Wano Kuni to investigate. You have the ability to fly, this matter is not difficult for you. Flying Squirrel was not surprised that Luo Ze guessed that their marine was going to attack Kaido. These days, Marine has been quietly dispatching elites to prepare for the subsequent crusade. The operation itself is classified, but an operation of this scale cannot be completely kept secret. Shishibuokai has its own intelligence channels, so it is not surprising to know this. What's there to investigate? Although Wano Kuni is a closed country, you don't know nothing about that country. About this point. 257 The Flying Squirrel pondered for a moment, and seemed to be considering whether to say it, but finally mentioned a sentence. For some reason, our contact with Wano Kuni was cut off, 2 or 3 months ago. 2 or 3 months ago. Luo Ze thought to himself, that was the time when he went to Wano Kuni and brought Hikari Hiri and Yamato back. Also, it's time for him to kill the Kurozumi Orokai. Kurozumi Orokai has been doing business with the world government for a long time, opening all the weapons factories in Wano Kuni, and some of the arms and weapons it manufactures are sold to the world government. Of course, weapons are nothing, the world government has no shortage of weapons, and the real deal is the Sea Stone. The nemesis of this ability person only exists in the Wano Kuni Sea area, and it belongs to a unique business. Now that Kurozumi Orokai is dead, this deal is naturally broken. Thinking of this, Luo Ze's heart moved slightly. Perhaps, the crusade by the world government is also a strategy of killing two birds with one stone. On the one hand, it wiped out the beast's pirates, and on the other hand, it also targeted Wano Kuni, the country where the sea stone was produced. Sea stone doesn't matter, but Wano Kuni can't let the world government be defeated. Pluton, one of the 3 ancient weapons, is sleeping in that country. Speaking of which, after the death of Kurozumi Orokai, who is Wano Kuni's general now? While thinking, Luo Ze immediately nodded and said, investigation, yes, give me money. Flying Squirrel. The familiar formula is still so real and unpretentious. 500 million Baileys, we need to know detailed information. The specific situation of Wano Kuni, Kaido's current whereabouts, and the total strength of the beast's pirates. The more detailed the better. You don't even know where Kaido is, and you still want to attack him. Luo Ze mocked, I think you should go to sleep, you don't even have basic information, don't send him to death. The Flying Squirrel looked ugly. This is too right, just too right, so it hits the soul directly. Of course Marine didn't want to do this, at least he didn't want to act in such a hasty manner, but he couldn't resist the orders from above. You don't have to worry about it, I'll give you a week. Flying Squirrel said unhappily. Get your money ready. Luo Ze casually said something perfunctory, then hung up the phone. As for her scouting. Just kidding, he just wants to cheat some money from the world government. The world government supports a large number of scientists, and these scientists can cheat funding, so Shichibukai can't earn some information fees? A monk can touch it, but he can't? As for the specific information, just ask Kaido directly, and just add oil and vinegar to fool around when the time comes. Marine's contact did not disturb Luo Ze's life rhythm. Go out to practice in the morning, exercise your body, and teach Brooks swordsmanship by the way. As the ability user of the fruit of the underworld, the resurrection person, Brooks' fruit development, it can be said that there is no such thing at all. Luo Ze, who is familiar with the plot, pointed out the direction for Brook. This is a fruit that can master soul-related abilities. When it is developed to a certain extent, it carries the cold air from the underworld when it attacks, and can cause frostbite to the enemy. As for Peggy Wan, Luo Ze did not favor one over the other, and patiently taught the other side the two-color haki. Afternoon. Although he completed his adult transformation last night, Kojiki Hiri participated in dance lessons as usual. This girl's physique is very good, at least she can't see any abnormality on the outside, even because she has been moisturized, she looks more radiant than before. In contrast, Nami and Nyokijo were in pain in the soft class. In the evening, Luo Ze asked Bonnie to change Yuta's age again, and continued to practice singing, even the live broadcast was temporarily suspended. In this way, for 3 days in a row, the first full score song is finally achieved. Just surprisingly, that song wasn't the original target Pokémon Master, but Hokage's theme song Blue Bird. Song, Blue Bird. Singer, Yuta. Singing score, 100. When the perfect song was completed for the first time, everyone gave Yuta a warm applause. It's great. It's at a different level from what I sang before. As a teacher, I can't find any faults. Gordon said with relief. The sound of nature. The voice of an angel. As a musician, Brooke is also very excited, the singing voice can directly hit the soul. Even if there is a concert now, many people will come here to admire it. Sitting in the auditorium in the music room, all the girls also praised her. It's rare that this group of women didn't run to play mahjong, but came to listen to music. On the stage, Yuta stood in front of the microphone, felt the emotions of the crowd, and smiled happily like a flower. But with so many compliments, I didn't hear the person I wanted to hear the most. He looked expectantly at Luo Ze. Luo Ze is looking at the system. Mission completed. Congratulations on getting the reward, the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan has been upgraded to Rinnegan. The first of the 3 pupil techniques in Hokage is the ultimate pupil technique known as the eye that controls life and death. The moment Yuta finished singing, Luo Ze evolved these eyes. A lot of information about Rinnegan's ability flooded into his mind, making him lose his mind for a while. Z's. Yuta was stunned for a moment, a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. It's okay. Luo Ze rubbed his eyes. I was almost moved to tears by the singing. You are great, Yuta. Your persistence for a long time is not in vain. Although it was an on-the-spot reaction, it was also true. Yuta, who was praised, jumped off the stage and walked with a jump. She happily hugged Luo Ze in her arms, and said emotionally, Ze. Thank you. Yo ho 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 ho. Brooke couldn't help laughing. There was a faint smile on the corner of Gordon's mouth, and he was recalling the night of Allegia's destruction in his heart. If there was no Luo Ze, what would happen to Yuta? Would he still be as happy as he is now? Allegia would have the present. Is it lively? The expressions of the girls in the audience are also different. Kojiki Hiri smiled enviously, and Scarlet, as a mother, smiled like an ant. Robin held her chin with one hand, her eyes were a little dazed. She seemed to have never experienced such a warm scene. When she was very young, her mother abandoned her. Life and death parting. Nami, Nyokijao, Runty, and Bonnie covered their eyes one after another, and then opened their fingers, making a shy gesture that they couldn't bear to look directly at. Bold, Yuta is so bold. Stop hugging, it's too tight. Are you going to suffocate me? Luo Ze spoke with difficulty. Because he was sitting, Yuta was standing, and he was still in the form of an adult, causing him to be completely buried in the two headlights, and it was a little difficult to breathe. Hey hey! Yuta snickered and let go of his embrace. The next moment, he let out an ah and his body shrank rapidly. It's time again, Yuta sighed, rolled his eyes, and said happily to Nami and the others, let's go, today's song practice time is over, let's go to Mahjong. As he spoke, he dragged Nami and the others, and ran out excitedly. Compared with practicing songs, I am completely obsessed with Mahjong recently. Gordon recovered from his memory and said, Mr. Luo Ze, Yuta is ready to hold a concert now. When shall we arrange it? Wait a little longer, you need a higher reputation. Luo Ze thought for a while, and said, compared to Allegia, maybe you can go to some big countries, but now it's just a song that has reached at this level, it takes more practice. The Blue Bird series of tasks have been completely completed, but there are still a few songs that fail to meet the standards. Thinking of this, he got up and said, let's stop here for today. Yamato, you come with me. With that said, he left the castle with Yamato and headed for the forest. The forest at night looks a bit gloomy. Luo Ze, what's the matter with bringing me here? Yamato was not afraid at all, he was curiously around. The fruit Yuta eats is called the song fruit, which is a very powerful devil fruit. Yuta can bring others into the spiritual world through singing. To be honest, if she wants to destroy the world, she can really do it. Luo Ze turned around, his eyes had turned into eternal Manjiki Sharingan. I already knew that. Yamato nodded. In the future, as Yuta's singing level is getting higher and higher, sooner or later there will be hundreds of millions of fans, and the world government will also realize her existence. Sometimes I need you to protect her when I am not around her. Of course I will, Yuta is my good friend. Yamato made a strong gesture to himself, and smiled, so you brought me here, just to say that. Seriously, I have to go back to play Mahjong. Luo Ze. I know playing Mahjong, everyone is very addicted. Eyes narrowed, the ripples of time and space were born. A mace was thrown out from the Kamui space. My weapon. Yamato picked up the mace in surprise, so it's with you, did you get it when you took me out of Oni Island? Luo Ze nodded, and then, the eternal Manjiki Sharingan turned into circles of purple Rinnegan. Yamato noticed this immediately, opened his eyes wide and said, your eyes have changed. Attack me. A question mark popped up in Yamato's head. Try a little you now. Strength. Luo Ze chuckled and stretched out his hand, universal pull. Boom. In an instant, Yamato's expression changed, and a strong suction enveloped her body, her feet were off the ground, and her body flew towards the opponent uncontrollably. What ability is this? Yamato's eyes flashed, and he also showed a little fighting spirit. I can come. Holding the mace in both hands, he didn't resist the suction, but took the initiative to meet it. Thunder 8 trigrams. Knowing that Luo Ze is very powerful, she chose to attack with all her strength. Armament haki overflowed from her hand, quickly wrapped around the weapon, and after approaching Luo Ze, he shot out. With a boom, this blow was blocked by Luo Ze's hand. The shock wave caused the ground to collapse, and the surrounding trees seemed to be swept by a hurricane, bowing towards the outside world. For the few trees that were closer, their roots tore the ground, and were blown away by the roots in a blink of an eye. Use conquerors. Luo Ze reminded, his eyes fixed, Shen Luo Tianzheng. In an instant, a huge repulsive force was born. Yamato's expression froze for a moment, and then, his whole body seemed to be hit by an invisible wall. Why did your ability change? Isn't it distorting space? Being bounced for nearly 100 meters, Yamato stepped on the trunk of a big tree with his bare feet, and then suddenly exerted force. His whole body was like a cannonball, and shot towards Luo Ze. With the dancing mace, strands of black lightning appeared. Shenzhou White Snake District. Attacks are faster and more powerful than the previous Thunder 8 trigrams. However, this blow hit Luo Ze's wound. The blow in the air, the wind pressure it caused, destroyed a fan-shaped area in an instant. The earth was shaken, and all the trees and vegetation on it disappeared in a single swing. Yamato froze for a moment, observation haki immediately unfolded, and then raised his head suddenly. Luo Ze stood in the sky out of thin air. You can still fly. Yamato said dumbfounded, this is too shameless. The power is not bad, but the intention of the attack is too obvious. 1.6 As long as you master the color of knowledge and can perceive Yamato's breath, your own speed is not too slow, and it is easy to dodge. Luo Ze now has 50% of Roger's sword skills, not just sword skills, including combat experience. Since you came here, have you never practiced seriously? Hearing this, Yamato blushed. She lived happily every day. Who wants to practice? She has practiced enough in Oni Island. I won't just throw in the towel. Unconvinced, she used the fruit ability. Zoan Dog Fruit Phantom Beast Oka True God Form. Humanoid. The devil's horns that originally grew on both sides of the top of the head shifted towards the forehead, a pair of ears became longer, like elves, and sharp teeth grew out of the mouth. Washi Binja. Yamato opened his mouth and exhaled a stream of cold air from his mouth, in the form of a light beam, towards Luo Ze in midair. Aren't you awake yet? Luo Ze observed the opponent's human and animal form, and stretched out a hand in a normal way. Boom! Washi Binja was blocked by a palm, and the coldness contained in it was quickly absorbed. Seeing this scene, Yamato was completely stunned. Being dodged or blocked, she can accept it. After all, Luo Ze is very strong, she knew it from the very beginning. But what is absorbed? Staring dumbfounded at Luo Ze under the night, Yamato was stunned and speechless for a while. The hand that blocked the cold air was overflowing with strands of cold air. Luo Ze sensed Rinnegan's ability and chuckled lightly. I'll give it back to you. Washi Binja. As soon as the voice fell, the other hand patted Yamato. Endless cold air was born in the palm of the hand, almost exactly the same attack, heading towards Yamato in the form of a ray. With a bang, within 100 meters, it turned into a forest of ice. Chapter 79. Ice Forest. Under the moonlight, the place where Luo Ze and Yamato fought turned into a world of ice. Yamato, who was hit directly, was already an ice sculpture, holding the mace tightly in both hands, looking up at the sky. Luo Ze floated in the air, 30 meters above the ground. What does it mean to be frozen by your own abilities? Click! Suddenly, a crack appeared on the surface of the ice sculpture, and then it shattered with a bang, and Yamato's angry voice sounded, who will be frozen by his own ability, but he didn't react for a while. She shook her head to disperse the ice shards on her body. Luo Ze lowered his figure slowly, and landed lightly in front of Yamato. I have a general understanding of your strength, and I will spend a few days less playing mahjong in the future, and spend some time practicing. Yamato released his human beast form and muttered, foul. Who has so many abilities like you? By the way, what the hell are your eyes? Looking carefully at Luo Ze's eyes, the circles of purple lines give people a strange sense of oppression. You know Yin, right? A masked man from the Lunaria race. Yamato clapped his hands together, expressing his witty surprise. So that's it, that fellow Yin can use a kind of flame. Luo Ze, you are also a special race? Are your eyes? It's called Rinnegan. Go back, and don't forget what I said. Got it, I will start practicing tomorrow. Yamato carried a mace, stepped on bare feet, and ran away. It seems that he is in a hurry to play mahjong. Luo Ze stood alone in place, thinking secretly. He has many Rinnegan abilities, and the ones he tried just now are just basic abilities. As in the case of Sharingan, it is his stamina that is used to activate abilities. There are no special side effects, but if I insist on side effects, probably it is impossible to use Sharingan and Rinnegan at the same time. No, it's not completely impossible to use both at the same time. At least in the state of Rinnegan, Susanoo and Izuna can still be used, but Kamui can't. Or, one eye is Manjiki and one eye is Rinnegan, so maybe Kamui can be used at the same time. As for the several abilities previously used, Universal Pull, Shen Luo Tianzheng, Volley Flight, Absorption, and Release of Wuxi Bing Fang, are all basic abilities that can be comprehended at the moment of obtaining Rinnegan. In addition, there are two other moves that are too destructive and will destroy Allegia if you are not careful, so they are not used. They are, Planetary Devastation, Tenge Shinsei. The power boost from a pair of Rinnegans is huge. Luo Ze touched the corners of his eyes, thinking to himself, there are more abilities, I have to study them carefully, and it will take a little time to fully master these eyes. For several days, Luo Ze struggled to get used to the new Wunang brought by Rinnegan. These days, the progress is also very fast. Target Pokémon Master, the highest score has reached 99 points, just short of the last point. Rolling Dot Star, the theme song of Shinigami, I haven't practiced much yet. I haven't even scored 80 points, and it's still hovering around 75 points. What made Luo Ze most happy was another song Backlight, a rock song sung by angry voices. Yuta practiced crazily in the past few days, broke through 90 points in one breath, and successfully helped Luo Ze open a Ren Luo Diva training task. Diva Yuta sang Backlight and scored 80 points in singing, rewarding the manager with a random Zoan Devil Fruit, Phantom Beast. Mission completed. Congratulations on getting rewards Zoan Human Fruit Phantom Beast NICA form. When Luo Ze got this fruit, he was in a bad mood. The Phantom Beast fruit is rumored to be rarer than Logia, and the Nika fruit is also a Phantom Beast among the Phantom Beasts, possessing the name of God. In the original book, it is the fruit eaten by the Straw Hat Luffy, and its other name is Paramecia rubber fruit. Once this fruit is awakened, there is no doubt that it is ridiculously strong. Qinglong Kaido will be treated as a skipping rope when facing the awakened Luffy. The question is, what is the use of this Phantom Beast? Luo Ze looked helpless. This reward, if it is not good, it is definitely not, the Nika fruit is a god-level fruit. But if it is useful, it is useless to Luo Xi anyway. The only person who can cultivate this fruit until it is awakened is someone with the personality of Straw Hat Luffy, right? If it is not awakened, it is just an ordinary rubber fruit. Luo Ze doesn't think he can cultivate rubber fruit to awaken and become Nika fruit, unless the system helps. It is precisely because of this that he has never had the slightest interest in the Nika fruit that the red hair snatched away. This can be regarded as the second Nika fruit in this world. Forget it, let's put it first. Throwing this Phantom Beast into the Kamui space, Luo Ze didn't think about how to deal with it. Eat it yourself, don't want to eat it for now. He turned on the system and looked at the task. There are currently 5 more. The first one, Pokémon Master 100 points, a random Pokémon, can be repeated many times to complete. The second one, Rolling Dot Star 80 points, a random high-level kid. The third one is Backlight with 100 points and a random Paramecia Devil Fruit. The fourth, Guns Roses, the band's performance reached 100 points, and a bottle of wine of immortality. Fifth, Fan Mission, 1 million fans, 10% of Roger's swordsmanship. Looking at the third task, Luo Ze secretly cursed in his heart. Random Paramecia, don't. Another rubber fruit at that time. That's really wholesale. Just thinking about it, the phone bug rang. Luo Ze got up and walked to the desk, picked up the receiver. Which one? It's me, Flying Squirrel. Why is it you again? Luo Ze suddenly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten something. The Flying Squirrel said in a deep voice, about the intelligence, what have you gained? Luo Ze. It happened, but he completely forgot about it, mainly due to a lot of things recently, getting to know Rin Egan during the day, and having to go to the dance studio to supervise in time, and having to practice songs with Yuta at night, and even sleeping with Kojiki Hiri. Not empty at all. None of the 5 elders was as busy as him. Noticing his silence, imitating the phone bug of a flying squirrel, frowning, you don't know. I'm in the enemy's base camp right now. You called me and almost exposed me. Luo Ze said calmly. I'm very sorry. The flying squirrel could only apologize. It's okay, pay attention next time. Luo Ze generously forgave him and asked, are you ready for the money? You tell us the information first, and of course you won't be short of money. Don't we, Marine, even have this credit with you? Blood is a little angry. Luo Ze was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Get the money ready, and I will tell you the information later. After speaking, he hung up the phone directly. He turned around and dialed Kaido's contact number. After a while, Kaido's voice sounded. Who? It's me. The other side was silent for a long time, and Tuan finally said, it's you again. Kaido didn't want to hear from this man at all, if he could. Marine is gathering troops to attack you. Where have you been hiding? Oh giggling, you Shishibukai tipping me off. Kaido's sneer came. Are you out of your mind? You killed 5 elders. As long as your mind is in good shape, you should know what will happen next. Luo Ze curled his lips, do you still need to tip off? Don't say it like you didn't order it. Kaido had blue veins on his forehead, but he couldn't beat him, so he endured it. Your phone bug isn't tapped. Luo Ze said in surprise, you can still realize the problem of wiretapping? Great, Kaido. Don't worry, it's an anti-tapping phone bug. Why should I tell you? Kaido said disdainfully, I've moved Onijima away. Do you think you can still threaten me? Brat. Hearing this, Luo Ze immediately laughed. After a few days of not calling, Kaido thinks he can do it again? If you don't beat him up, this guy will forget his last name, right? I appreciate your attitude. Luo Ze hung up the phone directly, called Kui Long immediately, and took the dragon away. Kaido's territory is very large, Wano Kuni is only his base camp, and there are many islands under his control. But Luo Ze felt that this guy would definitely not take the ghost island to hide on one of his own sites. As long as Kaido is not a fool, he should understand. Marine will definitely attack him, no matter what the cost. The beast's pirates have no chance against naval headquarters. Based on this premise, what Kaido will do is actually easy to guess. There is a high probability that I will find a helper, my alliance. Who is the object of the alliance? You can guess with your feet. It was just a flight to the left and right, and Luo Ze went straight to Big Mom's 10,000 Kingdoms. IWC, Cake Island. Forest of Temptation outside the castle. With a bang, Kaido crushed the phone bug receiver in his hand. Damn brat, it really lingers. He cursed angrily, but felt a little uneasy in his heart. That stinky brat can't really find him, can he? His actions are very covert. Half a month ago, after joining forces with Charlotte Linlin, he immediately moved Ghost Island away. With his ability to create flame clouds, relocating a small island is not difficult at all. The only thing to pay attention to is that it cannot cause too much movement and be noticed by others. Therefore, he chose to do it late at night. It took a week before and after, before finally getting Onijima to the waters of Tato land. At this time, his base camp was near Cake Island, surrounded by a huge piece of candy. Mama mama! Suddenly, Charlotte Linlin's voice sounded behind her. Kaido looked back and frowned. Linlin. You look bad, Kaido. Charlotte Linlin grinned and said, the phone call just now seemed to scare you out of your wits. Who can scare Kaido? Humph, don't be kidding. You're just a brat. Kaido snorted coldly. How's the preparation going? What are you afraid of? The two of us join forces, so don't worry even if Marine Admiral is here. Charlotte Linlin narrowed her eyes. She was familiar. Afraid of what? Of course Kaido is not afraid of Luo Ze, he is just displeased with the world government, and 5 elders can't wait to kill him. Recalling the white light that night, Kaido knew very well that it was the power to erasure the Valley of Gods. Picking up the mace beside him, Kaido took a sip of his drink and immediately killed Charlotte Linlin. Since you're so free, accompany me through 2 tricks. Seeing this, Charlotte Linlin greeted her with a punch. Both used Conqueror's winding. Haki collided fiercely, tearing the sky apart in an instant. Boom! The clouds above thousands of meters seemed to be split open by a knife, and the clouds in the lower layer were split open. Scroll up through the gap. This scene can be seen in a radius of hundreds of miles. Whether it's the Beast's pirates on Ghost Island, or the members of the Charlotte family on the various islands of the world. One by one, they looked up at the torn sky, their faces becoming serious. It's Kaido and Mommy. It's Kaido-sama and Big Mom. Fighting. Countless people rushed towards the place of battle. But no one dared to get too close. The fight between the 2 pirate emperors, just the spillover aftermath, persuaded others to leave. Just the sweep of Conqueror's haki, most people can't even do it. People who are overwhelmed will only faint 1,000 meters away from the 2 of them. In this fight, from afternoon to dusk, a corner of Cake Island was destroyed, and the Temptation Forest was plowed into flat ground. Charlotte Linlin and Kaido became more and more energetic, like tireless monsters. When the last ray of sunlight disappears at the sea level, Charlotte Linlin finally stopped. Holding a big knife, she looked at Kaido with one hand on her hip. I haven't seen you for so many years, you haven't grown much, Kaido. You are the one who has become weaker, Linlin. Kaido grinned, have you become weak after giving birth? At this time, Charlotte Linlin had just given birth to a child, and she didn't look obese many years later. On the contrary, her figure was still slender. Suddenly, a voice sounded from above their heads. Is this the helper you're looking for? Kaido and Charlotte Linlin both changed expression and looked up suddenly. The sun was setting, and the moon showed a faint figure. The person who spoke seemed to be on the moon, standing there in the air. Luo Ze. Kaido's expression turned ugly, but he was found. No, compare to this. Just now, he was only focused on fighting with Charlotte Linlin, and he didn't even notice that the other party was so close to this distance. 7 warlords of the sea. Charlotte Linlin showed a look of interest. I see, you were the phone bug just now, didn't you scare Kaido? I scared him. Luo Ze slowly floated down, don't be kidding, this guy is very arrogant. As he spoke, he had stepped on the ground. What are you doing here? Kaido said in a deep voice. The sky is fine, the rain has stopped, and you think you can do it again? I still appreciate your previous attitude, you can recover. Smelly brat. Kaido was instantly irritated and jumped up, waving the mace in his hand like a wind, Zhang Sanchi Yin Naraku. While swiping down the blow that wrapped around the conquerors, it suddenly exploded like a black thunderbolt. Seeing this, Luo Ze stretched out his hand towards the opponent from the air, turned his palm into a claw, and grasped it in the air. In an instant, it seemed as if the whole Cake Island was shaking, the ground was torn apart by an inexplicable force, pieces of huge rubble broke free from the gravity, and moved toward Kaido's continuous gathering. Go! Planetary Devastation. Chapter 80. Planetary devastation. The earth shook, and countless rubble gathered towards Kaido. The largest piece, more than 500 meters long, defied gravity and headed towards Kaido. Bang bang bang! The continuous bombardment stopped Kaido's posture from falling from the sky. He had to change his target, and smashed the stones coming towards him with a club. However, driven by an inexplicable force, the ground that was crushed by him swarmed towards him again. At this moment, Kaido seemed to be a magnet, attracting countless clods of gravel and soil and bombarding him. Gathering more and more, soon wrapped him up. Kaido, who resisted, swung his mace frantically, and punched through the blockade with his fist. But the struggle seemed pointless. Damn! Kaido was submerged in endless landforms and sealed into a ball with a diameter of more than a kilometer. The huge sphere is suspended in mid-air out of thin air, like an artificial moon. Be it the Beast's pirates or the Big Mom pirates, many Cotter-level powerhouses were stunned and shocked. Master Kaido. That person is Luo Ze. Charlotte Linlin's complexion changed slightly, and she was also extremely shocked by the scene in front of her. The huge sphere suspended in mid-air suddenly began to shrink after completing the blockade. From a kilometer in diameter, it was compressed to 900 meters in an instant, then 800 meters, 700 meters. Luo Ze stretched out his right hand through the air, and continued to tighten his 5 fingers. And with his movements, the power of the planetary devastation is constantly increasing, and the density of its sphere is getting higher and higher. The pressure inside the sphere, like a torrent of gravity, locked Kaido tightly. Suddenly, a dragon chant sounded, and a crack appeared in the extremely dense artificial moon. Boom! A scorching red light appeared on the surface of the sphere at the bottom, and then a beam of heat penetrated out. Immediately afterwards, Kaido turned into a green dragon, and a huge dragon head rushed out of the sphere. You want to seal me to this extent? The dragon's eyes were full of anger. As expected of the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air, one hand can't hold you down. Luo Ze opened his mouth lightly, and let go of his clenched right hand. The next moment, the artificial moon began to crumble, and Kaido escaped. However, before Kaido was happy, Luo Ze clapped his hands together and clasped his fingers together. Planetary devastation. Boom boom boom. The shattered moon experienced a huge earthquake again, and the countless broken stones after it cracked seemed to have the ability to track 5. Posted Kaido again. Qin Glong's head was hit hard, as if there were active artificial moon fragments, wriggling and crawling all over his body. At the same time, the land of the Temptation Forest was torn apart again. The sand, gravel, and soil, which was 5 times more mass than before, kept floating up and heading towards the blue dragon Kaido. How is it possible? Kaido struggled to twist the dragon's body, but his body became heavier and heavier. The power is several times stronger than before, damn stinky brat. The huge dragon eyes stared at Luo Ze below. But as the rubble piled up, it eventually overwhelmed Kaido. The huge green dragon looks like a squashed loach, and a bigger artificial moon appears above the cake island. Its diameter is larger than before, exceeding 1500 meters. Everyone was shocked. Luo Ze's eyes flashed, and Rinnegan's power continued to be exported. Circles of purple eyes exude faint fluorescence. Inside the artificial moon, the torrent of gravity even distorts space. Its diameter grew from 1500 meters, rapidly compressed, multiplied and multiplied to strengthen the blocking power, and finally turned into a pitch-black sphere. Until this moment, planetary devastation really showed its due posture. Master Kaido. In the distance, the pupils of Yin, one of the 3 disasters, shrank, and Kaido, known as the strongest creature, was sealed into a ball. Luo Ze let go of his clenched hands, and the fluorescence emitted by Rinnegan was also rapidly extinguished. Looking at the artificial moon in the sky, he couldn't help recalling the previous fights. For the first time, Kaido chased him in Kuai-Long like an idiot, and was destroyed by Kuai-Long, almost blinding one eye. The second time, on the top of the skeleton castle on Onijima, Kaido had a leg broken by his Kamui. The third time, when the red hair pirates were intercepted, Kaido suddenly ran out to make trouble, and he summoned Karakura to beat him up. As for the time with Marie Joyce, it wasn't considered a fight, it was just that Luo Ze was making trouble unilaterally, trying to smash the Holy Land and force him out. It can be said that in the past 3 times, Luo Ze did not really use his own strength to defeat Kaido. This time is different. Rinnegan's increased combat power allows him to defeat a pirate emperor head-on. Compared to Nine Tails, Kaido, you are a pet-level toy. Luo Ze mocked the sky. Toys? Nine Tails? Phantom Beast Nine Tails Fox? On the side, Charlotte Linlin was extremely shocked, and looked at Luo Ze with a look of surprise. It's just like the former Captain Rocks, so powerful that he can easily suppress the Emperor's combat power. Suddenly, her eyes passed Luo Ze and looked further away. A pitch-black figure, with wings wrapped in flames and holding a giant katana, flew towards him rapidly. Luo Ze! Let Kaido-sama out! Yin's voice was cold, and after flying close to Luo Ze, the samurai sword in his hand slashed at the opponent's neck. However, after the blade approached Luo Ze 50 centimeters, it seemed to be embedded in the quagmire. Suddenly, the power of the slash was rapidly weakened. 45 centimeters, 40 centimeters. After trying his best to break through 10 centimeters, Yin's blade suddenly stopped, and it was difficult to get any closer. Moreover, this invisible resistance, the closer to the opponent, the better the craftsman's calendar. Luo Ze glanced at the other party from the corner of his eye. The Lunaria tribe. Boom! At the same time as the voice fell, the terrifying repulsive force suddenly spread outward in the form of shock waves. Imber's expression under the pitch-black mask suddenly changed. What is this power? With a pop, blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth and seeped out of the mask. Immediately, the whole person flew upside down and kept flipping on the ground. Just then, the ground shook. A huge mammoth rushed towards Luo Ze and launched a surprise attack from behind Luo Ze. It suddenly jumped up its forelegs and stepped down heavily. Just its own weight is enough to break through steel. Susanoo! Luo Ze's sense of knowledge sensed the sneak attack, and a phantom of a half-length warrior immediately appeared around him. With a bang, the mammoth stepped on the warrior's body, but it was difficult to shake it. What? The mammoth stared angrily. Jack the Drow, one of the 3 disasters, Luo Ze praised softly, you have such power at the age of 16, no wonder Kaido promoted you to be a big Kanban. Of course there is no comparison with him, but it is definitely much better than the 16-year-old Straw Hat Luffy. Zoan elephant fruit ancient species mammoth form. While speaking, Susanoo shook his arm violently. Snapped. A reflexive slap slapped the mammoth on the face, sending it flying off the ground. That huge figure fell heavily tens of meters away, vomiting blood from the palm on the back of his hand. Luo Ze turned his gaze to Qin, who was coming from the other side. The plague among the 3 plagues, Zoan dragon fruit ancient species Brachiosaurus form. At this time, it turned into a huge and fat Brachiosaurus with a cigar in its mouth. The moment Luo Ze cast his eyes, Brachiosaurus Qin immediately scratched his head, showing a sneer, oh! I didn't intend to sneak attack you. Cold sweat dripped on his forehead. This is an even more monster existence than Kaido, with amazing abilities emerging one after another, he fights with his head. It's just that both Yin and Jack made their moves. As one of the 3 big signs, he doesn't change his figure, and seems to be out of tune with everyone. Aren't you mads each? Luo Ze was about to ask a question about the scientific organization MADS, when suddenly, the knowledgeable person sensed a powerful aura. Interesting abilities. Shishibukai all look like you, monsters. Charlotte Linlin held a large sword in both hands, and swung forward suddenly. Al Buff's spear Waiguo. The terrifying giant sword Qi was released in the form of a shock wave. It has an extremely wide range and is extremely fast. Wherever it passed, the ground was torn apart, spreading for a distance of nearly 100 meters, and suddenly swallowed Luo Ze. This blow on Susanoo's body only caused the half-length warrior phantom to shake slightly, and the armor on the surface was shattered, revealing the inner skeleton. Immediately afterwards, with a bang, the sword energy dissipated invisible. Charlotte Linlin was full of surprise. So hard stuff. Recovered. The broken armor was repaired in a blink of an eye. Luo Ze ignored the scientist Qin for the time being, and turned to look at another 3 emperors. I'm just here to beat Kaido up and make him understand the importance of attitude. Why are you attacking me? Big Mom. Mama. Broke into my territory, and still ask this kind of question. Charlotte Linlin laughed twice, and then her eyes froze. The ability you used just now is not the power of devil fruit. Zeus. Yes, Mom. A thundercloud floated from the sky, with an anthropomorphic face and expression. Charlotte Linlin jumped up and grabbed the thunder cloud with her left hand. In an instant, the thunder light flourished. Thunder. A bunch of purple thunderbolts, radiant as far as the eye can see, fell from there. Luo Ze raised his head slightly, and the Susanoo around him dissipated immediately, and stretched out a hand to meet the thunder. Boom! The purple thunder and lightning are extremely manic, like countless swimming snakes, wandering in the air and overflowing. A beam of lightning at its core, when it touched Luo Ze's palm, was swallowed up like a dragon absorbing water in a blink of an eye. In mid-air, Charlotte Linlin was stunned for a moment. Luo Ze didn't give her a chance to react, his knees were slightly bent, and he shot up like lightning. Getting close to Big Mom's body, a palm was printed on the opponent's abdomen. Meow ting! Boom! Zi Lei exploded. Luo Ze seemed to be the king of thunder and lightning, and gave Charlotte Linlin a radiotherapy. Mom! Thundercloud Zeus exclaimed. Charlotte Linlin was knocked down with a palm, and her hair stood on end from the electric shock. She landed steadily, and there was an electric snake swimming on the surface of her body, but she didn't suffer any damage at all from the outside. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Luo Ze in mid-air, his eyes burst out with strong colors. Interesting. Really interesting. Can you absorb other people's abilities? You are not a pure human, are you? Nor is it a devil fruit ability. What kind of mysterious race? Luo Ze stood in the air, sizing up the opponent. Charlotte Linlin is known as Steel Balloon, which is born with strength. 5 years old, she slapped. Can break a few ribs of the titans. Ordinary attacks would not leave even a trace of scratches on her skin. From Luo Ze's point of view, Kaido's defensive power is not as good as this woman's. Kaido is a phantom beast, which brings him a strong physique, but Charlotte Linlin is Paramecia soul fruit, her defense is completely natural. What race? I don't believe you are a pure human. Charlotte Linlin's interest greatly increased. In my world, there are 4 races that haven't yet, the Titan race, the small human race, and the Lunaria race. Ghost race, you should be the 5th unknown race. Note. Hearing this, Luo Ze smiled slightly. It is normal for the other party to have such a judgment. After thinking for a while, he said, I am the Xia clan, a very ancient race. Xia clan? I haven't heard of it, there is a race that I don't know about. Charlotte Linlin's eyes lit up. Hey, Shishibukai boy, come to my side. You look. Come out stronger than that kid Kaido and marry my old lady. Luo Ze felt a chill. This stinky woman, if she was young, was considered a beauty, but now, she has dozens of husbands. Just thinking about that scene, Luo Ze's stomach already started to twitch. Immediately closing his eyes, he recalled the girls of Allegia in his mind. This suppressed the nausea in my heart. It's kind of disgusting. The corner of Charlotte Linlin's mouth rose. Really? Sorry, Prometheus. With a loud shout, a ray of flame flew over immediately. Mom! The flame was like a little sun, and Charlotte Linlin grabbed it with one hand. She has thunder in her left hand and flames in her right hand. He jumped up and punched Luo violently. Fire from heaven! The flames and haki were mixed together, and the power of one punch was enough to shatter the earth. Luo Ze greeted him with a palm, absorbing all the flames in an instant. Thunder! Charlotte Linlin seemed to have been prepared for a long time. When the flame disappeared, another fist wrapped in lightning struck Luo Ze's face. Really, the head turns so fast. Luo Ze thought to himself, his eyes fixed. God Luo Tianzheng! Boom! The repulsive force instantly bounced everything away, and Charlotte Linlin's lightning punch hit the shock wave of Shen Luo Tianzheng, causing a stalemate immediately. Endless purple lightning spread out in all directions, bombarding the ground indiscriminately. Within a radius of several kilometers, they are all within Zifu's bombing range. Members of the Charlotte family who gathered nearby scattered to hide. Qin's huge body couldn't avoid it, and was hit by a burst of lightning, and his body was pulled out a few times. Hey! Watch out, allies! Big Mom, he yelled. Next moment. Boom! Charlotte Linlin was bounced and smashed heavily to the ground far away. Mom! Flaming mouth spat out. Charlotte Linlin frowned, didn't absorb the second ability, and at the same time absorb one. Maybe. Luo Ze stared slightly, and Redhead shimmered again. Tenge Shinsai. Celebrate! Suddenly, the whistling meteor broke through the clouds in the sky and descended on the sky above Cake Island. Charlotte Linlin's pupils constrict. You kid, want to sink my old lady's Cake Island? She was just testing the limit of this kid's ability, and she didn't have any murderous intentions, so she was worth fighting her desperately. That huge meteorite, with a diameter of more than a kilometer, fell at a high speed, rubbing against the atmosphere and creating a scorching flame. Like a bolide from the sky. Chapter 81. How destructive is a meteorite? Meteorites with a diameter of 10 centimeters descend from outer space, and when they penetrate the atmosphere, they will leave a dazzling fireball trail in the sky. 1 meter in diameter, it will disintegrate before it hits the ground, producing about 10 tons of TNT explosion energy. 10 meters in diameter, it will also disintegrate, but some fragments may fall on the surface, and the energy intensity is about 20,000 tons of TNT, which is equivalent to the Hiroshima atomic bomb. With a diameter of 100 meters, it is almost equivalent to a nuclear bomb with a yield of 10 million tons, and it is raised to the ground within 100 kilometers of the falling area. A kilometer in diameter equals about 1,000 tsar bombs. If it hits the red line will be broken down to create a huge and terrifying gap. If it falls into the sea, it will trigger the eruption of submarine volcanoes, and the tsunami that is set off is enough to destroy half of the world, and the death toll is hundreds of millions. But all of this is based on the outer space landing. The Tenge Shinsai launched by Redhead is to summon a huge meteorite at high altitude, and it does not have the astonishing speed of tens of kilometers per second like the extraterrestrial visitor. Speed is power. However, even so, Charlotte Linlin is also very convinced that if this huge meteorite with a diameter of more than 1 meter falls, her Cake Island will be razed to the ground. Are you crazy? She looked at Luo Ze in midair in disbelief. Luo Ze felt a little tired. His Tenge Shinsai is much bigger than what Uchiha Madara created. The first one summoned by Uchiha Madara was only more than 250 meters in diameter, and the second one was larger, only more than 500 meters in diameter. But men always like big ones, and Luo Ze is no exception. This was the first time he used this move, so he shot with all his strength, without restraint at all. The kilometer-long meteorite broke through the clouds and smashed into Babing Island with a roar. The huge figure covered the sky and the sun, and the shadows covered the earth. The residents of all countries on the island were terrified, screaming and fleeing in all directions, but they didn't know where to flee. Block it. Absolutely don't let it hit the ground, or the island will be over. In the distance, Charlotte Katakuri shouted loudly. As the second son of the Charlotte family and the head of the Desert Four Generals, he was the first to stop it. I saw him squatting halfway, his hands slapping the ground violently. Glutinous rice, the hand that lifts the sky. Amidst the loud shouts, centering on the place where he was, the ground quickly turned into glutinous rice, and within an area with a radius of 100 meters, the ground turned into white rice cakes. Two huge palms protruded from the mochi-like surface, heading straight for Tenge Shinsei. Boom! The two white rice cake hands seemed to be holding up the pillars of the meteorite, trying to prevent it from falling 347 times. However, it didn't even stagnate for a moment, it was like a fly shaking a tree. Armed color hardening. Katakuri's complexion changed drastically, and he released all his haki in one go. In an instant, the giant white rice cake palm turned into pitch black. Boom boom boom. The speed of the falling meteorite was slowed down a little. Seeing this scene, the shocked members of the Charlotte family reacted one by one. There is a chance. Sparrow, the eldest man, licked his long tongue and flicked the candy palm in his hand. Katakuri, let me help you strengthen it. The candy wall. The dark red candy shot out like a liquid, sticking to the hands of the rice cake, and a layer of hardened candy was reinforced on its surface. After that, it was also Weapons color pot gas. Sparrow released his limit and shouted, "Everyone come to help." At the same time as the voice fell, there was a crackling sound, and cracks appeared on the surface of the candy wall. "I'm here to help. Hold on to me." Another person yelled, and immediately afterward, all the family members who could help, shot one by one after the election. The third man, Charlotte Defu, a person with the ability of transpiration fruit, rubbed his belt with his hands, summoned a demon, and the demon quickly flew towards the meteorite. The fourth male, Charlotte Owen, who has the ability of hot fruit, heated himself to tens of thousands of degrees Celsius, completely turned into a red-hot little fireman, and jumped towards the meteorite. Cream Monster. The fifth man, Charlotte Opera, a cream fruit-capable user, shouted loudly, created a huge cream monster, and rushed towards the falling point of the meteorite. 10 men, Charlotte Cracker, one of the 4 stars of desserts, a biscuit fruit-capable person, he clapped his hands and created countless huge biscuits out of thin air. The biscuits turned into powder and aggregated, and finally gave birth to a person over 50 meters tall cake in Titan. Family members join in one after another, countless people work together, and various fruit abilities are brilliant, and everyone is showing their own haki to the limit. Not only men, but even some female members joined the confrontation one after another. However, even so, gathering the strength of so many people, the 1,000-meter meteorite is still slowly falling. It's amazing that so many people have come together. Luo Ze stood in the air, seeing this scene, he had to praise this group of people. Suddenly, Yin turned into a pteranodon, with wings wrapped around the unique flame of the Lunalia tribe, and flew towards the meteorite at high speed. Boom! With a loud noise, his sharp pierced into the meteorite, and the huge impact force made the meteorite slow down again. Damn! What kind of monster is this? Yin cursed secretly, pulled his mouth out, and shouted to the beast's pirates in the distance, "Come and help! Do you want to be buried with me?" The members of the beast's pirates came back to life, and he quickly moved into action. At this time, the 1,000-meter meteorite was less than 80 meters above the ground, and the falling speed was reduced to 10 meters per second. That means, only 8 seconds left. Boom! 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 The mammoth Jack rushed to him, jumped up, and the sun hit the meteorite. The obese Brachiosaurus Qin also had to make a move. Despite his huge body, his movements were very sensitive. Also striding forward to attack, turning his head into a spear, and suddenly bombarding the meteorite above. There was another roar, and the speed of the meteorite was reduced again. Dozens of extraordinary experts worked together, and cracks appeared at the bottom of the meteorite. Ah 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 ah! Everyone's angry shouts seemed to condense into one stream. Mama mama! Charlotte Linlin couldn't help laughing, looked at Luo Ze who was watching the show, and said, "Your moves have failed." "It seems so, it's amazing." Luo Ze nodded. The final blow. With a snort, Charlotte Linlin jumped up, conqueror's winding. A punch full of power, the fist failed to touch the bottom of the meteorite, but Haki has penetrated the meteorite. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the meteorite, which had lost 99% of its kinetic energy, was pierced by a blow, and the force penetrated the body of the kilometer, penetrating out from the top. Immediately afterwards, the fissures on the surface spread like a spider web, and finally exploded with a bang. Countless rubble rained down, as if the ground had been washed by missiles. The ground of half of the Cake Island was hit with potholes, and countless buildings collapsed. Amidst the smoke and dust, people from the two regiments shouted in unison. 1. Oh! What are meteorites? Stinky boy, what ABD? In an instant, dozens of pairs of eyes full of anger locked on Luo Ze in mid-air. He he he. Luo Ze couldn't help laughing, clapped his hands and said, "It's really unexpected to be blocked by you, how about another one?" As soon as the voice fell, boom! The second meteorite whistling over had already broken through the clouds. The shadow of terror enveloped the earth again. This scene immediately made everyone look dull and unable to breathe. Impossible! How is it possible? Can this kind of move be fired randomly? This guy is a complete monster. How could he have such terrifying abilities? The previous victory cheers seemed to be a kind of joke. Katakuri's shortness of breath and Haki's excessive consumption made it impossible for him to stop the second one. He just raised his head blankly, looking at the meteorite that was getting closer and closer. As if suddenly lost the ability to speak, no one can speak. UBD. Charlotte Linlin's face was ashen. What grudge does my mother have against you? This second meteorite is twice as small as before, and your strength is weakened. Even so, you still have to be here against us. I just saw you guys so excited, to wake you up a little bit. Luo Ze crossed his arms and said calmly, Angzan, it's not for you. Hearing, Kfag, these words, everyone suddenly discovered that the meteorite landed not on themselves or others. Kaido, who was sealed in the planetary devastation, the artificial moon suspended in midair has completely turned into a pitch-black sphere. The second meteorite hit the artificial moon with precision. Boom! The collision produces a high-temperature flame, and a huge hot zone is created at the contact point. The two spheres shattered at the same time, and then fell heavily on the ground next to the Forest of Temptation. Earthquakes, hurricanes, shock waves, many disasters swept through. Along with this tremor, Kaido's screams came out. Yin stared at the celestial man in a daze. Qinglong Kaido is like a loach that has lost his dream, his huge body fell to the ground, bloodline all over his body. With a huge dragon head, half of its face was dyed red. It seems that you are sober? Drink less alcohol and pay attention to your tone when you talk to people. Luo Ze floated in front of Kaido, and said softly, Of course, I still like your unruly look. 17. Among Kaido's dragon eyes, the anger was extremely strong. Luo Ze went on to say, Don't worry, I didn't kill you, Naval Headquarters wants to attack you, you wish for luck. What the hell are you doing here? Kaido's body shrunk quickly and turned back into a human form, panting heavily, staring at Luo Monster. What's the situation with Wano Kuni now? Luo Ze asked bluntly. Kurozumi Orakai was killed by you. Now there is no general there, I sent subordinates to manage it. Kaido replied in a deep voice. I see. No resistance. Resist. Kaido disdains, but feels that he is not qualified to show such an expression now that he is in such a miserable state, so he can only snort without answering. No answer is itself an answer. Luo Ze was very surprised. What are the retainers of the Kojiki family doing? The Kurozumi snakes are all dead, why don't they revolt? A bunch of mud that can't support the wall. Maybe you are still waiting for that prophecy, waiting for the day of the prophecy to come. Waiting for a foolish liberator to help them without thinking of anything in return? All this has nothing to do with Luo Ze, he is not interested in anything with Wano Kuni. You join forces with Big Mom to confront naval headquarters head-on, how many troops do you have? Luo Ze continued to ask. Are you here to investigate information? Charlotte Linlin said coldly, Kaido, how long are you going to lie down and join hands to solve him? Kaido looks heavy, Root. Ben ignored it. Others don't know, he still doesn't know? This kid still has 2 dragons. The beast's pirates have a total force of 12,000 troops and 40 warships. He simply informed the strength he mobilized. Luo Ze nodded, not as many as he imagined. 12 years later, the beast's pirates commanded more than 20,000 troops. This is not counting the forces scattered on other islands, but ghosts. Power of the island. If you don't say it, it's over. Luo Ze took out the elf ball and released the fast dragon. I have only one request for the war between you and naval headquarters. What? Charlotte Linlin's face is twitching, the BD is making demands, who is it? Decide the outcome at sea. After finishing speaking, Luo Ze rode a fast dragon and slowly disappeared into the sky under the watchful eyes of the 2 royal groups. Kaido, don't you explain. Charlotte Linlin narrowed her eyes, feeling that there was some secret she didn't know. Kaido was silent. Uranus's secret, unless it is Luo Ze himself, he doesn't want to cause trouble. That kid is completely crazy, just because his tone on the phone was a little bit aggressive, he came all the way to beat him up. I'm still too weak. Kaido's youthful desire for strength surged in his heart. At this time, a female member of the Charlotte family quickly ran over. Mom, it's bad. Sister Pudding and Sister Garrett have been arrested. Hearing this, Charlotte Linlin's expression changed slightly. Pudding was arrested? Who did it? Just, that she Shibukai just now. The little girl who answered her said frightenedly that she opened her mouth to remind her that there was also Sister Garrett, but the mother obviously cared more about Pudding. This younger sister who is only 4 years old is a 3-eyed family that my mother attaches great importance to. Although my mother is disgusting and disgusting. Kamui space. Luo Ze looked at the pair of sisters in front of him. Charlotte Garrett, 19 years old. Charlotte Pudding, 4 years old. The young Pudding, held in Garrett's arms, looked at Luo Ze with a terrified expression. Don't be so afraid, I won't eat you again. Luo Ze said softly. You? What are you trying to do by taking us away? Garrett's voice trembled. Thieves don't leave empty space. Bah, who is the thief? He has gone all over the place of Wangguo, and if he doesn't take the 2 little girls back, he always feels that his trip is in vain. This is the same as a fisherman never has an empty cart, he always has to catch something. He had been observing Charlotte Linlin's daughters before, and it seemed that Garrett was the prettiest woman, and she was brought back to be trained as a dancer. As for Pudding, this is a system task. Diva mission. The little girl of the mixed race 3-eyed race in front of me is very suitable to join the dance troupe, so let's find a way to capture her. Mission reward, listen to the voice of all things. The system is all down. How dare you use the word catch? A 4-year-old girl, about the same age as Rebecca. Beast. Uncle Rat, I have been corrupted by the system. Luo Ze is very decisive about this, grabbing one is catching, and catching two is also catching. Anyway, take it back and keep Rebecca company. Take you to Allegia. Luo Ze said with a smile, don't worry, nothing will happen to you, and you can meet a lot of friends. Many. After all, Uncle Shu, I am not a devil either. Chapter 82. Garrett and Pudding were brought back to Allegia. Compared to Garrett's restlessness, Pudding seemed less frightened. The little girl Pudding has a third closed eye on her forehead. When she was in Cake Island, she was a doormat and suffered from bullying. Compared to those villains who bully her, Luo Ze at least looks gentle. Taking the two girls into the castle, Luo told the maid who came. Tell Robin to meet me in the study. Yes, Your Majesty. After dismissing the maid, Luo Ze brought the two girls to the study. Sit down, don't be nervous. Garrett looked apprehensive, took Pudding's little hand, and sat in front of the sofa with a trace of fear. The ruthless person in front of him, just 2 or 3 hours ago, was still attracting meteors from Cake Island. If it wasn't for everyone's concerted efforts, Cake Island might be gone. Now even if he talks to her in such a gentle tone, Garrett can't relax at all. The body is as stiff as a machine. What are you going to do with us here? Luo Ze didn't speak, which made Garrett even more uneasy. Not long after, there was a knock on the door, and Robin walked in. Luo Ze, are you looking for me? Her name is Charlotte Garrett, the daughter of 3 emperors' big mom. This is Charlotte Pudding. Luo Ze introduced a sentence and ordered, in the future, you will take care of her and help her get used to life in the castle. It is said to be caring, but it actually means monitoring to some extent. Unlike other people, Garrett is more loyal to the Charlotte family, and Luo Ze can't be as reassuring to this woman as he was to other people when they first came. Charlotte. A look of surprise flashed across Robin's beautiful eyes. The daughter of the pirate emperor again? Of course, I was just a little bit surprised. After all, there is a lesson from Yamato. Clever, she understood what Luo Ze meant, and immediately smiled at the second daughter of Jia Fuet. I'm Robin, meeting for the first time. Please come with me, and I'll take you to familiarize yourself with the environment here. Garrett looked at Robin, then at Luo Ze, and in the end he could only hold Pudding and follow him out of the study. Anyway, I can't resist, at least be obedient. After the people left, Luo Ze picked up the phone bug and dialed the contact number of Naval Headquarters. At the same time, Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. It was 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening for Allegia, and the island was still in the evening. The second floor of the headquarters building, the Vice Admiral office. The Flying Squirrel is sorting out the information during this period. In order to crusade against Kaido, intelligence is of course the top priority. It is impossible to send a large army without investigating anything. In addition to entrusting Luo Ze to conduct aerial reconnaissance, Marine's own intelligence department is also working hard to collect all possible intelligence information. With a headache, the Flying Squirrel flipped through the information summary in his hand. At this time, a sailor came to the office and saluted through the door. Vice Admiral, the Flying Squirrel, communications from the New World. Come in. An ensign from the intelligence department opened the door and quickly reported, the surveillance ship responsible for monitoring the seas of all nations has received a piece of information. This afternoon, 4 emperors' big mom seemed to have a violent conflict with someone. At that time they saw images of the sky being torn apart. After speaking, hand out the photo. The picture was taken at a very long distance, the clouds in the sky were torn apart, and the cracks spread for at least 10 kilometers. Due to the limited equipment and the vastness of the oceans of all nations, this photo appears blurry. It's a collision between the conquerors. The Flying Squirrel's complexion changed slightly. Similar to this kind of photo, he has seen it several times. Similar photos were taken when the Whitebeard pirates and the Roger pirates clashed. This was even the case when Kaido's Beasts pirates attacked the Whitebeard pirates. It was a phenomenon in which the powerhouses of the Pirate Emperor level collided with each other using Conqueror's power, and Haki soared into the sky, tearing the clouds. Who has invaded Big Mom's territory and fought with her? The flying squirrel instantly thought of Kaido, but frowned again. Kaido is hiding, it's not Kaido, that's Whitebeard? No, Whitebeard is still in the depths of New World, and there is no information showing that there is any change in the Whitebeard pirate group. Who would that be? In the devilish waters of the New World, it's not uncommon to own conquerors. Flying squirrels are getting more and more headaches, what a troubled time. Suddenly, the phone bug rang. He immediately picked up the receiver. This is Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Flying Squirrel. It's me. Luo Ze. The Flying Squirrel was taken aback for a moment, and hurriedly said, how about the information? Kaido hid in Cake Island. He mobilized 20,000 troops and more than 60 warships, preparing to intercept and sink your large fleet at sea when you enter the Wano Kuni waters. Luo Ze added more details. Cake Island. The Flying Squirrel was stunned and then suddenly changed. You went to Cake Island. Are you the one who clashed with Bijim? The other side. Luo Ze raised his eyebrows unexpectedly, thought for a while and said, I was discovered during the investigation. I don't think 500 million is enough to pay for the information, I have to pay more. The Flying Squirrel looked serious, and suddenly realized something was wrong. This guy went to Cake Island to investigate, was found, and started a fight with Lot Linlin? What about Kaido? Surely Kaido will not stand idly by. Def. The Flying Squirrel gasped, and subconsciously said, is it because of my previous contact? Hey! Luo Ze was stunned for a moment, and immediately said, yes, it was because of your contact that I was exposed. I'm sorry. The Flying Squirrel was full of apology, are you okay? It doesn't matter if you have something to do, give me 1 billion. Luo Ze said loudly, the Kurozumi snake of Wano Kuni was killed by Kaido, and now Kaido's people are directly managing that country, so once you enter the Wano Kuni Sea area, Kaido will get the news as soon as possible. Kurozumi Hawkeye is dead? Flying Squirrel's heart sank, this information is very important, thank you very much, Luo Ze. Then, I heard a cough coming from the opposite side of the phone bug. Cough cough cough. Luo Ze seemed to hide this gaffe intentionally. The Flying Squirrel immediately understood that this guy was injured. If you think about it, it's a great thing to run to the base camp of the 3 emperors and face 2 pirate emperors at the same time. He secretly sighed in his heart, if only Shishibukai were like Luo Ze. It is the example of 7 warlords of the sea. When I heard that Kaido attacked the Holy Land, this kid went to support him without hesitation, joined forces with Kizaru Admiral, and suppressed Kaido in the air. Although this kid likes to ask for money, at least he has excellent working ability, bold and cautious, and extraordinary strength. The Flying Squirrel suddenly liked the kid a little bit. Immediately, he said in a more gentle tone, I can't decide on the double remuneration, but I will try my best to apply to my superiors. Waiting for your good news. Luo Ze nodded in satisfaction, and asked again, when will you do it? It's too late, Kaido may have run away again. He has now moved his base camp to the sea area of Wangguo, and it will take time to move again. You have a few days to wait. Good time. Dark rubbing archfire. The Flying Squirrel nodded and said, I understand, thank you for reminding me. Come on, you guys. 117. After speaking, Luo Ze hung up the communication. The Flying Squirrel got up immediately, went up to the 4th floor, and came to the marshal's office. What's wrong? Buddha Sengoku raised his head and said in a deep voice. Regarding Kaido's whereabouts, information from Shishibukai Luo Ze. The Flying Squirrel quickly reported to work. After listening, Sengoku's complexion looked a bit dignified. 2 pirate emperors, Teamed up. The other side. Luo Ze of Archfire Master calmly put down the receiver. Using the power of naval headquarters, to simultaneously attack the two royal regiments of the opponent, and it's still an expedition. Luo Ze briefly deduced the high-end combat power of both sides. The results are relatively predictable. Regardless of winning or losing, it is certain that both sides will suffer. As for Shishibukai is unreliable at all. The last time all the members were there, it was entirely because of the face of the first call. This time, if half of the people will go, the world government should be on fire. Of course, as a role model for Shishibukai, Luo Ze will definitely participate. Human beings, whether Huxia or foreign, or the other world, like to watch the excitement. He was really curious if I would use the national treasure again if the situation was deadlocked to the end. This time, he has to prepare in advance. As long as the opponent dares to use it, he can definitely find out before attacking. If possible, let Karakura directly smash that national treasure into pieces. You can't be cowardly, right? In the face of the double emperors, the world government won't back down, will it? Luo Ze couldn't help worrying that the two sides would not fight. Thinking to myself, how can I better fire, and cut another 5 elders? The next day, Luo Ze is walking in the forest outside the castle. Physical exercise can't stop. After owning Rin Egan, his current situation has become that kind of lack of mana archmage. Although the power of moves is strong, the battery life is insufficient. Although there was a lack of blue in the past, it was not so lacking, and now it is really lacking in blue. Ask for flowers. Suddenly, someone approached from behind, and deliberately lowered the sound of footsteps, but it couldn't be hidden from Luo Ze's knowledge. 2 hands covered his eyes from behind. Guess who I am? Camouflaged neutral voice. Yuta. Luo Ze didn't even need to guess, the 2 big headlights on the back told him who the owner was. He often went to the dance studio to supervise the dance practice of the girls, and he knew the figures of these girls like the back of his hand. Why guessed it all of a sudden? Yuta pursed her lips and said helplessly, I used a false voice on purpose. Luo Ze turned around and saw 18-year-old Inta. It's not time to practice singing, why do you deliberately become an adult? Hey! Brother Z's, I want to call you Sister Yuta. Big Yuta reaches out and touches Luo Ze's head, which is what Luo Ze often does to her, but as long as it gets bigger, she can touch him in reverse. Luo Ze said angrily, it seems that you are very free. If so, let's practice singing now. Aim for Pokémon Master and try to reach 100 points. Hey? It's still morning. Yuta looked at him with a pitiful look. The body is getting bigger, but the mental age will not be getting bigger, it is still 9 years old. When encountering something that I don't want to do, my first reaction is to act like a baby and pretend to be pitiful. A cappella. Luo Ze thought for a while, and gave her a handful of sweet dates. If you can reach 100 points today, I will take you to other countries to play after a while. Really? Z's. Ta's eyes lighted up, you can't lie. When did I lie to you? 0. Well, it seems that there is no such thing. Yuta tilted his head and thought for a while, then smiled, took a step back, coughed twice, then I'll start. The vocal cords are fully developed, and she has excellent talent. At the same time, she is also a person with the ability to sing and sing. Even if it is a cappella, it is still the sound of nature. Soon, cheerful singing resounded through the forest. Not far away, Peggy Wan and Brooke, who were practicing with each other, were attracted by the singing. Dreams will come true one day. Someone once sang like this. Like a flower bud will bloom. Dreams will come true. The 3 of them were all smiling when they heard Yuta sing, and the singing was so melodious that even the flowers and birds in the forest seemed to understand it, and chirped in chorus. Luo Ze glanced at Brooke, and the two quickly followed the rhythm and sang softly. In the early morning, Yuta was in surprisingly good condition. Seeing Luo Ze singing along, the smile in his eyes became brighter. Soon, it entered the final climax and turned into a three-person chorus. Ah, become the longing Pokémon star. This wish must come true. Ah, become the longing Pokémon star. This wish must be fulfilled. The singing sounds like a meandering brook, flowing through everyone's ears, accompanied by the chirping of insects and birds, presenting an incomparably harmonious picture in the forest in the early morning. How is it going? After singing the last beat, Yuta hurriedly asked. She had a hunch that this was the best time she sang. Full marks. Luo Ze glanced at the system's score, and praised in surprise but not so much. Amazing, Yuta. A cappella gets full marks. Great. Yuta raised his hands happily, finally full marks. Mission completed. Congratulations on getting a random Pokémon, Ibrahimovic. Luo Ze's eyes lit up, and he said immediately, a million times more. Brook laughed beside him and said, Yo ho 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 ho, you can never get tired of listening to it, as expected of Yuta-chan. Sister Yuta, you are amazing. Peggy Wan, who was still in the form of a Spinosaurus, stretched out two small paws and applauded. Humph, do you all want to hear it so much? Yuta said with a smug expression, then let's sing it again. Yuta, who was well dealt with, immediately started the second cappella. She thought this was the end, but unexpectedly, this was the beginning. Under Luo Ze's flattery, she sang the third time, the fourth time, the fifth time, a total of 10 times, and finally got rid of the entanglement when it was time for the music class in the morning. Congratulations on getting a random Pokémon, Carp King. Congratulations on getting a random Pokémon, Meow Frog Seed. There are a total of 11 a cappella, and only 3 of them really reached full marks. Yuta's state has ups and downs, and he still can't achieve the highest score every time. However, Luo Ze looked at the 3 extra Pokeballs in his hand, and was already very satisfied with it. EV, King Carp, Frog Seed. Leaving aside the Carp King, he still likes the other 2 Pokémon very much. Chapter 83. Click. 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 3 red lights flashed, and 3 Pokémon, Carp King, Ibrahimovic, and Meow Frog Seed, suddenly appeared in front of Luo Ze. What is this? Mr. Luo Ze. Brook noticed Luo Ze's movement, and his tone was startled, like a fast dragon, it came out of the ball. Pokémon. 11. Luo Ze squatted down and waved at the 3 new Pokémon. Ibrahimovic looks like a fox, with brown hair all over his body. He ran over with his short legs like a corgi, rubbed Luo Ze's hand affectionately, and called out Ibrahimovic like a spirited little girl. It's called Ibrahimovic. Luo Ze stroked Ibrahimovic's hair with a smile on his face, and then hugged him. It seems to be a female. This Eevee has a heart-shaped tail pattern, which is obviously a female Eevee. In males, the stripes are jagged. Ibrahimovic! Ibrahimovic screamed, struggling in his hands. Luo Ze had no choice but to put the shy little guy down. He has the ability to listen to the voice of all things, although he can't understand what Ibrahimovic is calling, but the general meaning can be understood. Translated into human words, it may be let go of me, a hooligan. Little Ibrahimovic hid far away. It's so cute, Mr. Luo Ze, can I touch it? Brook also imitated Luo Ze's appearance, knelt down, waved to Ibrahimovic, and said in a ghostly tone, Cute little Ibrahimovic, come here, come to me. Yee! Ibrahimovic turned his head and saw a skull face, his hair stood on end in fright, and he ran behind Luo Ze in a hurry. Peggy Wan on the side laughed and said, Mr. Brook, you look too scary. Ibrahimovic looked at Peggy Wan again, his clever little expression had turned into panic. Compared with the skull-exploding head, this Spinosaurus is more terrifying, and it can eat its sample with 3 zeros in one bite. Yee! It completely indented behind Luo Ze. Don't scare it. Luo Ze grabbed Ibrahimovic, patted his head and said, don't be afraid, they are all good people. Ibrahimovic pushed away Luo Ze's hand with his nose, then pressed his paw on the poke ball, and with a swish, it turned into a red light and hid in. The outside world is scary, but the safest place is inside the poke ball. Brook. Peggy Wan. Look at you scaring it. Luo Ze shook his head, and beckoned to Frog Seed again. Frog Seed, come here. Seed. Seed. Meow Wazi shook his head, even retreating. This little guy looks like a toad, with a green body, bright red eyes, and a magic seed on its back. This one is so cute. Brook had a feeling of being cute, and glanced at the last one. The Carp King was lying on the ground, jumping constantly. Master Luo Ze, is this golden fish edible? Peggy Wan returned to his human form, walked over and caught the Carp King. Cannot eat. Luo Ze choked speechlessly, you must not provoke it, this is the Carp King of different colors, if it evolves into a Gyarados, you will definitely not be able to defeat it. The Golden Carp King evolves into a red Tyrannosaurus, commonly known as the Great Cruelty. As for Peggy Wan's small arms and legs, he definitely can't beat him. Can you turn into a dragon? Peggy Wan was taken aback. Isn't there a pool at the main entrance of the castle? You can put it in the pool and raise it. Luo Ze ordered. Yes. Peggy Wan quickly ran away holding the Carp King. Brook is still saying hello to Bulbasaur, but when he takes a step closer, Bulasi takes a step back. In desperation, he had no choice but to turn around and say, Mr. Luo Ze, do I look so scary? I'm completely shocked. Seeds. Seeds. Meow Frog Seeds bypassed Brook with small steps, and finally came to Luo Ze's side. Luo Ze picked up the wonderful frog seed and said, it said, Ghost, let's run. Brook instantly petrified in place. Noon. Lounge. After finishing the morning class, Yuta ran in excitedly with Pudding and Rebecca as his two little followers. Z's, when are we going to play in another country? Okay. You won't forget, you just promised me in the morning. Yuta, who had recovered his 9-year-old form, pouted. I haven't forgotten, but we need to prepare. However, we don't just go to play, we also have to prepare for the concert. Luo Ze said with a smile, Yuta now has the ability to hold a concert, so this kind of thing should naturally be put on the agenda. But it's not appropriate to put it directly on Allegia. Now New World is in a mess, because Kaido killed the 5 elders. Affected by this, the number of pirates has surged, it is uncertain how many people will dare to come. If the fans are killed by pirates on the way, it will become a bad thing. Considering the safety of fans, it is more appropriate to hold concerts in other countries. Currently, Luo Ze has several options. Sabayati Archipelago, the people flow here is very wide, as long as a concert is held, it will definitely become a big news, and Yuta will be famous all over the world at once. The capital of 7 waters, Allegia does not have the ability to build ships at present, and the capital of 7 waters is a world-famous shipbuilding city. If it is held there, you can also buy some ships. If possible, it is best to bring some shipbuilders back to Allegia. Rebuilding Allegia requires a lot of ships. Alabasta, this desert country is also one of the goals. After all, it has a large population, and it may be possible to gain millions of fans overnight. Luo Ze briefly introduced the 3 places. After listening, Yuta's eyes sparkled, is it finally possible to hold a concert? Where do you want to go? Luo Ze is very democratic and did not decide for Yuta. All want to go. Yuta grabbed Luo Ze's hand and began to act coquettishly, let's all go, Z's, okay? We can have 3 concerts. I think it is fake that you have a concert, but it is true that you want to play around the world. Luo Ze slandered from the bottom of his heart, but still seriously considered the feasibility of this matter. Of course, holding a concert is not just a matter of just going there, you have to organize it, sell tickets to make money, promote it in advance, prepare the venue, and so on. Under various factors, a lot of manpower is needed behind the scenes. I see. Anyway, let's go to Sabayati Archipelago first. Luo Ze touched Yuda's head and said with a smile, if it goes well, you can go to the next place. Z's, you are awesome. Yuda kissed him happily. Hey, when are we going to leave? I have to do a little preparatory work, it will take at least half a month, or even a month. You don't have to worry, just practice singing during this time, and I will arrange it. Yeah. Come on, Z's. Satisfied, Yuda prepares to leave. Wait a minute. Luo Ze released Ibrahimovic, it's called Ibrahimovic, I'll give it to you, I've worked hard recently, this is a gift. Wow! So cute. Yuda really couldn't refuse the little Ibrahimovic, and immediately picked up the little guy. Ibrahimovic didn't struggle. Compared with the skeleton and the spiny back in the morning, Yuda is just as cute as an angel. What a cute little fox! Rebecca opened her eyes wide and wanted to reach out and touch her. There was also a look of longing in Pudding's eyes, but she didn't dare to do that at all when she just came here for a day, and continued to play the role of little transparent. Ibrahimovic. Ibrahimovic shook his head again and again. Ibrahimovic. Ibrahimovic. Luo Ze said, it says it's not a fox, Baraka, it's called Ibrahimovic, it's a Pokémon. I'm sorry, Ibrahimovic. Rebecca immediately apologized, and finally touched Ibrahimovic, showing a happy expression. Thank you, Z's. Yuda loved this gift very much, kissed Luo Ze on the face again, and then said to the two little followers, let's go eat, Ibrahimovic, what do you like to eat? The three little ones quickly left the lounge. After watching them leave, Luo Ze wiped the drool on his face and thought. Compared to Kuai Long and Kai Karakara, the current ones seem to be of lower level. Definitely not full class. In the morning, he tested the frog seed, he only knows some basic moves, it seems that he can't even use sunshine flame. Now, this wonderful frog seed is being raised on the island by him, and he doesn't know where he went to bask in the sun. However, it doesn't matter if the level is not high, it can be cultivated slowly. There are 3 more in one breath today, and there will be more in the future. Sooner or later, the entire Allegia will be full of Pokémon. His Majesty. Suddenly, the king's exclusive maid came in, it's Marine's contact. Thanks for your hard work. Luo Ze took the phone bug, picked up the receiver, and said, what can I do? Luo Ze. Opposite was Sengoku's voice, is the information you provided yesterday confirmed to be true? Believe it or not. Luo Ze rolled his eyes, you don't want to renege on your debt, do you? Sengoku was speechless for a while, is Marine's reputation so low? Where's the money? 1 billion Baileys, the higher UPS agree to pay you. Other than that. After a pause, Sengoku said calmly, the red and white ball in your hand is a technological product, right? Hearing this, Luo Ze raised his eyebrows and said, do you want to buy it? The Pokémon ball is a rare and common prop in the world of Pokémon. But the technology contained in it is not simple. Before he wanted to dig Qin, he also took a fancy to the other party's status as a scientist. Now that Marine mentions this, Luo Ze's first reaction is that Marine has also noticed this. 100 million Baileys each. Sengoku said in a deep voice, if you are willing to sell related technologies directly, the government is willing to bid 5 billion. 50/Z? Rao Luo Ze was not very short of money, so he couldn't help but be surprised. What is the concept of 5 billion? Doflamingo used tricks to seize the power of De Rice Rosa, and asked King Lika for 10 billion, but King Lika couldn't get it at all, so he had to borrow money from all the people. Last year, the world government sought OPOP fruit, and the asking price was 5 billion. Whitebeard, one of the current 3 emperors, is worth about 5 billion. In gold, it is worth several tons. Sorry, this is not for sale. Luo Ze refused. Although there is a lot of money, this cannot be sold. He does need money, and he doesn't mind swindling a little money from the world government. But the fundamental position must not be forgotten, and the actions of the enemy are unacceptable. There are a large group of scientists under the world government, as well as people with brain fruit abilities like Vegapunk. If some space technology is really developed, it will not be worth the loss. Sengoku on the opposite side was silent for a moment, as if expecting this answer. Instead of continuing to pester him, he said instead. The information fee of 1 billion Baileys, the government will let people from CP5 send it to you. Where do you need to send it? This is to find out where his base camp is? Luo Ze thought for a moment, then refused. I just want to go to Sabayati Archipelago, let them wait for me there. I will pick it up myself. No problem. Finally, I don't need to explain about the Kaido crusade. I hope you Shishibukai can gather at the G1 branch. The G1 branch, located in Hong Kong, New World, is mainly responsible for the security work of New World. It can be seen from the number that it was the first branch to be established. Marine has more than 100 and nearly 200 bases all over the world, and G1 is the most advanced of all branches. Time. The sooner the better. After a simple conversation, Luo Ze cut off the communication. Even after learning that the 2 emperors joined forces, naval headquarters still chose to attack. It seems that it is the pressure from the world government. If Sengoku himself had made the decision, he would never have taken such a risk. Does that mean 5 elders, or him? In the original book, in order to deal with the Whitebeard pirate group and its 43 pirate groups, Sengoku chose to use Ace as bait. Please enter the urn. Although the summit war was ugly, Admiral was playing water and Shishibukai was making trouble, but in the end Marine won. It can be seen from this that Marine is the strongest force in Grand Line. But no matter how strong it is, facing the double Emperor pirates at the same time, and it is still an expedition, the risks involved are not insignificant. What means? Shaking his head, Luo Ze got up and left. When he came outside the castle, he blew his whistle, summoned the fast dragon, and then left with the dragon. Putting aside the crusade in advance, the concert must be prepared first. New World, G1 branch. In the military port, more than 100 warships are docked here and there. Nearly a month has passed since Kaido attacked the Holy Land, and the elites dispatched by Marine from various branches are now gathering here one after another. Today, the number of elite sailors has exceeded 80,000. At this time, countless sailors were busy in the port, resting and reorganizing the major warships. Currently, the Supreme General sitting here is the Admiral of Headquarters Akainu. At this time, the huge meeting room. The 10 Vice Admirals from the headquarters, twice the number of people compiled by the 1.8 Demon Order, sat cross-legged with serious faces. In addition, there are also major branches Vice Admiral, Rear Admiral, with more than 50 members. As for the larger number of school-level officers, they are not eligible to participate in the meeting at all. What's the answer from those Shishibukai? Akainu said in a deep voice. The Ghost Spider, Vice Admiral, smoked a cigarette, and said calmly, there are only 2 people who have clearly promised to come. 2 people. Akainu's face was a little ugly, and he snorted coldly, continue to contact, whoever doesn't come, his name will be deprived afterwards. Pirates are pirates, completely unreliable. Deprivation of the name. Several vice admirals present at the headquarters secretly shook their heads. Marine is not qualified to deprive others of their titles, at most they can sue the world government. Akainu didn't talk nonsense, and went directly to the topic. Last night, a reconnaissance ship set off in the middle of the night and headed for the Sea of 10,000 Nations. If Kaido's hiding place is confirmed, no matter how many Shishibukai come, we will quickly launch the first wave of crusade. While Marine was mobilizing for the pre-war meeting. Heaven! A beautiful floating sky island. Inside the huge building, Golden Lion listened to the report of his subordinates. Admiral, we have sent airships to investigate many times, and we have confirmed that Marine has assembled a large number of troops in the G1 branch. The estimated number may even reach 100,000. Of course it is, of course. Even if it is for the face of the government, the 5 elders, no, the 4 old men have to make such a gesture. Golden Lion grinned, stood in front of the huge glass window, and raised his hands high. Little ones, get ready to act. Goal, impel down. Go meet our compatriots. Chapter 84. World Government, Marine, Shishibukai, Kaido and Big Mom's twin emperors, Golden Lion, one of the 3 legends. Around the upcoming Crusade War, the forces of all parties are undercurrents. Each has its own position and purpose, and the conflict has reached the point where it has to be launched. The foreseeable huge war, no one knows at what second it will suddenly break out. As the fuse of everything, Luo Ze, who can even be called the mastermind behind the scenes, is also ignorant. At this moment, he was riding a fast dragon, heading towards Sabayati archipelago without any haste. What's that? Suddenly, Luo Ze uttered a small sigh. Kuai Long climbed to the height, and after passing through a white cloud, an airship appeared in front of his vision. Unlike the airships with huge airbags on the earth, the airships in the distance are very delicate, and the airbags are about the same size as the hull. On the side of the airbag is the icon of the World Economic News Agency. News King Morgan's news agency headquarters. Luo Ze's eyes flashed, and he immediately ordered, "Quick dragon, catch up." At the same time, inside the airship, editorial office. 20 or 30 reporters and editors were lying weakly on their work benches. "I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten for 3 days. President Morgans, when are we jumping to? The food on the airship has been exhausted. If we don't find a place to land for supplies, everyone will starve to death." The feeble wailing sounded continuously. Click. The door to the president's office was opened, and Moore walked out with great strides. "Come on. Don't lose to your stomachs, idiots. Just hold on for another week, and we'll be able to move too." Suddenly, with a bang, the entire airship shook violently. A group of zombie-like reporters fell to the ground one after another, and everyone exclaimed. "What's wrong? Did you encounter strong air currents? Could it be that people from the government chased him to the sky? Hey, will the people in the power room know how to fly an airship?" At this time, a young man in a leather jacket rushed into the editorial office. "Lord Morgus, it's bad, there's a dragon outside." 13 What did you say? A dragon is stopping us. It's Shishibukai. Dragon Rider. Luo Ze. As soon as these words came out, many reporters turned pale and trembled in fear. "It's over, the people from the government are here to kill you. What are you panicking about?" Morgus reprimanded dissatisfiedly, "I'll go and meet this Shishibukai myself." With that said, he left the editorial department. Arriving at the hatch of the airship, after opening the front door, Morgans immediately saw Kuai Long and Luo Ze on Kuai Long's back. Since when did Shishibukai obey the government's orders? Morgus was stunned, it was really Shishibukai. "Hey!" Luo Ze looked at the other party. Morgus, one of the emperors of the Dark World, is known as the King of News and the president of the world's largest newspaper. Zoan bird fruit albatross form. Appearing in front of him at this moment is a human beast form, with a big beak, small eyes, white feathers all over, a big tail, wings-shaped hands, and a black top hat. What are you nervous about? Aren't you sent by the government to kill me? Morgans immediately responded. The Shichibukai in front of her was not hostile at all. Luo Ze raised his eyebrows. I just happened to meet, come over to say hello. Hearing this, Morgus relaxed his posture, adjusted the black top hat on his head, and pulled the bow on his chest. First meeting, Dragon Rider Luo Ze, I've always been curious about you, why don't you go on my airship and have a cup of tea? Luo Ze looked at the other party's thin face and dim feathers, and couldn't help being happy. You are so courageous, you dare to break out that kind of big news, and you have been hunted down by the government until now. The world needs the truth. Morgan said without any regrets, and was even very proud. Luo Ze admired this guy's courage, and he would call him the strongest in terms of killing. It just so happens that I have something to ask you. He smiled softly. I can keep you safe. You can do one thing for me. Can you protect me? Morgus narrowed her small eyes. What kind of confidence can make you say such a thing? According to the information I got, it is rumored that you have some kind of ancient weapon. You just have to answer yes or no. Hey, interesting. I'm even more curious about you, and if I could interview you, I'd do anything for you. 1. Morganth didn't care about asylum. He prefers to seek news than to be sheltered. Besides, what is the world government, who has the ability to catch him? I like you very much. Luo Ze likes this kind of guy who is not afraid of death. He took out a photo and a sound shell from his pocket, and threw them towards him. Morgans caught it and glanced. In the photo is a cute girl. Her name is Yuta, and she is a singer. Luo Ze said slowly, what I need you to do is very simple, use the news channels you have to spread her news to the world. Propaganda. Morganth looked up. Yes, she will hold her first concert in Sabayati Archipelago. Morganth was in a daze. What's up with this girl? Is it just like that? Morgans, who couldn't figure it out, didn't delve into it for the time being. This matter is very simple. For me, it's easy to do. As he spoke, he pressed the bezel in his hand, and Yuta's singing sounded slowly. Sounds great, your diva is going to be a hit. Morgus assured. After the concert, I will accept your interview. The premise is that you are still alive. The two quickly had a dirty deal between grown UPS, and were very happy with each other. Morgans let out a hey, and threw a business card to Luo Ze. This is my contact information, if you need anything, you can contact me anytime, as long as you have news. Hearing this, Luo Ze's heart moved, and he said with a smile that was not a smile, there will be a big news recently, the war between naval headquarters and the two pirate emperors, if you have the courage. You can even come to a live broadcast in person. War? This is really big news. Morgans immediately showed an expression of interest. For the sake of big news, he would do anything, even a little danger is nothing. He offended the world government. Then I look forward to hearing from you. Please let me know then. Be the first to die. Luo Ze slandered from the bottom of his heart, and immediately waved his hand and let Kuai Long leave without talking nonsense. Watching one person and one dragon go away, Morgans suppressed her emotions and turned back to the editorial office. Clapping his hands in fear, he said. Cheer up, now we have a job in front of us. President, where is that Shichibukai? Gone. Morgans took pictures of Yuta and the music on the table, and said loudly, I want the news about this singer to appear in future newspapers. Within the scope of our news coverage, I don't allow anyone not to listen. Over her name. Reporters. What is the president going crazy about? Sabayati Archipelago. This is the second time Luo Ze has come to this island, the last time was to buy some slaves. Flying over the island, Luo Ze looked for a suitable target. The venue for the concert, of course, the bigger the better. Because it was flying at a low altitude, it was quickly discovered by the people below, which immediately caused a little commotion. In this regard, Luo Ze had no choice but to put away the fast dragon and landed on the island quietly. I remember that in the original book, Brook also held a concert here, which means that this place has corresponding services, right? Ask a local person. Walking on the street, Luo Ze thought about whom to call. Marine? Really? Suddenly, he caught sight of a familiar figure. A ragged beggar squatted at the corner of the street with an empty bowl in front of him. 3 men came to the beggar and sneered. Found you, Mr. Kip. The beggar raised his head, his complexion changed drastically, and he knelt down and begged for mercy. Let me go, I have become like this, why are you still chasing me? Humph, if you don't have any money, I can only sell you to a slave trader. Oh, you were a slave trader before, and you are very familiar with this business, so you can value yourself. The 3 gangsters punched and kicked the beggar with a strange smile. The beggar held his head, feeling extremely sad and indignant. Blame that Shishibukai. If it weren't for that Shishibukai who robbed his slave shop, he wouldn't have been fired by the big boss behind the scenes, for which he had to bear a debt of up to 200 million. His wife ran away, his house was auctioned off, and his life was over. He was reduced to a beggar. But even so, the gang under the boss will not let him go. Damn Luo Ze! He yelled angrily. Suddenly, he felt that the 3 gangsters stopped beating him, and when he raised his head, he saw the devil's face at a glance. You're calling me? Luo Ze looked at her. I've become a beggar, how pitiful. Kip felt like falling into an ice cellar, trembling all over. The 3 gangsters beside him looked at Luo Ze awkwardly, and said, Oh, it turned out to be Lord Shishibukai. He owes you a lot of money. 200 million. One of them immediately said flatteringly, he paid back 27 million, and still owes 173 million. Master Shishibukai, do you want to help him pay back the money? There is no interest. Luo Ze was shocked, what a gangster. But paying back the money? Just kidding, he bought slaves for 0 yuan at the beginning, and the gangsters dared to ask him for money. I am useful to this person, you guys go away. Hearing this, the expressions of the 3 gang members changed slightly, but they didn't dare to talk nonsense because they were photographed under Shishabukai's name. Okay, let's get out of here. The 3 of them ran away immediately, fearing that Xiaoai would stay any longer. Seeing this scene, the former slave trader and now the beggar Kip swallowed his saliva, and said cautiously. Yes, what can I do for you? Hey! Luo Ze narrowed his eyes slightly. Kip quickly lowered his head in fright, and licked Luo Ze's boots. Please kill me. I can do anything. Kneeling on the ground, sticking up his buttocks and licking his shoes, it was too fluent. Luo Ze had to suspect that it wasn't the first time this guy had done something like this. He took a step back and said with disgust, I want to hold a concert, are you a local? Is there any good place on the island? Kip Ford raised his head immediately and said, you want to find a suitable venue? Then you can ask the right person. The Soap Bubble Dome in Area 33 is the most suitable place. I know their boss very well. Get the best price for you. He felt that his life had begun again. While it was once down to this hideous Shishibukai, the world of grown ups is just as real. Luo Ze is right. This guy's attitude is quite satisfactory, very clever. The best price. Luo Ze shook his head and looked at the other party meaningfully. Kip's face turned green. This BD Shishibukai wants to prstute again? Holding the attitude of a dead fellow Taoist, not a poor deist, Kip looked serious. I'm very sorry, Master Luo Ze, I was stupid. It's my friend's luck to lend you the venue for your concert. He should give you money. Kr. Luo Ze was speechless, he just wanted to prstute for free, this 647 guy actually wanted others to send money? Sure enough, I was still not enough in practice, and it was too embarrassing. You're not bad. Luo Ze helped him up happily, being a little slave trader really bury you. It is my honor to be able to do things for you. Specific. It's easy, you are a Shichibukai. Kip, who turned into a dog-headed army division, immediately began to make suggestions. Not long after, Luo Ze gave Kip $1 million to carry out the mission. As for himself, he found a coffee shop, ordered a cup of coffee, and quietly waited for the good news to arrive. After waiting for half an hour, Kip did not come back, but people from the government found him. Several men in white suits walked into the store, and the leader immediately shouted, "Government business, irrelevant personnel please leave." The customers in the store checked out one after another and left in a blink of an eye. Luo Ze drank his coffee quietly, observing the group of men in suits. The headed one looks somewhat familiar. Shichibukai Luo Ze, meeting for the first time, I am the chief of CP5, Spondum. A group of people came to the front, and Spondum said very politely, according to your request. We brought what you asked for. Spondum? Luo Ze was stunned, no wonder he looked familiar, this guy later became the chief of CP9, the leader of the Nice Lobby incident in the original book. What about things? Several agents behind Spondum quickly opened 10 suitcases. Inside the box are stacks of brand new banknotes, totaling 1 billion. Luo Ze nodded in satisfaction, and put the cash box into the Kamui space. The next moment, he stood up and walked to Spondum. A cold sweat streamed down Spondum's forehead. The things have been handed over to you. I am here on behalf of the government, and there is another. Luo Ze lifted his foot and put it on the opponent's lower body. Spondum screamed, pouted his butt immediately, and the words he wanted to say were stuck in his throat. Sir Spondum, the surrounding agents exclaimed. You. Spondum trembled all over, feeling something broken. Why? I hate the number 5 the most. Yes, is that so? Spondum has a black question mark on his face. This is a completely innocent disaster, damn Shichibukai. He forced a smile. 5 elders, let me tell you. 5. Luo Ze flicked his fingers. With a bang, Spondum's forehead was hit hard, and he flew upside down, crashing into several tables, and finally embedded in the wall. Sir! The rest of the agents were stunned. How arrogant and domineering, who do they think they are? They are agents of the world government. Luo Ze couldn't be bothered to deal with these scumbags, left coffee money on the table, and walked towards the door. If something happens, let those 4 old men come in person. Chapter 85. Luo Ze is not at all interested in what the 4 old stars want to convey to him. If he came to see him in person, he could sit down and listen. After leaving the coffee shop, Luo Ze walked towards Area 33 without haste. As the only way to go to the New World, this island gathers a large number of pirates all year round. Among them are many newcomers with a bounty of over 100 million. In just half an hour, Luo Ze sensed several probing gazes, somewhat malicious. When he walked out of the city limits and stepped on a wooden beam bridge, suddenly, a group of pirates with vicious faces poured out from the front and rear. Is there something wrong? Luo Ze stopped in his tracks. Ha 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 ha, Shichibukai. Directly opposite the wooden beam bridge, the pirates were led by 2 twin males, both wearing a pair of light yellow animal claw gloves. Both are one-eyed. One person was injured in the left eye, and the Japanese was injured in the right eye. We are Dikarlban brothers. We are so lucky to meet Shichibukai in this kind of place. If we kill you, we can become famous all over the world in one breath, right? Dikarl class. Luo Ze frowned slightly, feeling a little familiar. It seems to be one of the captains of the 43 pirate groups under Whitebeard, who participated in the later Summit War. Because they are 2 brothers, I have a little impression. At this point in time, are you still a newcomer? How much is the bounty? Luo Ze raised his eyebrows. Hey, our captain's total bounty is 168 million. Behind the two brothers 10 monkey-cheeked pirates sneered. On average, it's 84 million per person. Luo Ze's interest was greatly reduced. Pirates who can pass through the first half of the Grand Line and arrive here will be dubbed supernova with a bounty of more than 100 million. The two combined to pass the passing line. Not interested in entanglement with these people, Luo Ze's eyes narrowed slightly, and in an instant, a wave of conqueror's haki enveloped everyone's heads. Boom! The consciousness of this group of pirates was hit hard, and they fell down in pieces like ripe wheat in the field. In just a split second, Brother de Carl was left standing. Facing Luo Ze's conquerors, the two staggered a few steps and persisted. What happened? In their world, the earth seemed to be shaking violently, and the figure of the little boy on the wooden beam bridge was rising infinitely, like a titan. With a plop, the two brothers knelt down together, sweat stains covered their cheeks, and they put their hands on the ground, panting from mouth to mouth. Suffocation is coming. This is Shishibukai. Both brothers are unbelievable. What a powerful conquerors! A female voice came from behind. It's surprising, I didn't know from the intelligence that you still have a dominant color. Luo Ze's haki retracted and looked back. The person who came was Marine, and also Vice Admiral. Behind him was a group of sailors with guns, walking towards him heroically. Momuzagi, Jun. Hey, does Shishibukai still know me? The woman codenamed Momuzagi was tall and carried a famous sword Kinpura on her waist. On the outside of the thigh exposed to the air, there is a large black spider tattoo. Of course, it is impossible for Luo Ze not to know this woman. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, concurrently. The strength is much stronger than the General Vice Admiral. I just came to this island, and it only took about an hour. Your Marine's response is really fast. Luo Ze said lightly, with so much free time, why don't you clean up the island's pirates? Momuzagi smiled and said, I came here specially to welcome you, Shishibukai Luo Ze, please come with me to the G1 branch, if you leave now, you can still catch up with the dinner there. Luo Ze. Marine seemed very impatient, and sent Admiral's alternate to urge him, for fear that he might get lost. I still have something to do. I'd be happy to help you with that. Luo Ze rolled his eyes, turned his head and continued to walk towards Area 33, I've caught these pirates, and I'll draw the bounty later for settlement. Hearing this, Momuzagi motioned to the colonel behind him, arrest people. As he spoke, he followed Luo Ze's footsteps. She didn't urge her, just followed like a follower. In fact, there is no way, if she really wants to leave, she can't use force to stop it, not to mention whether it can be stopped, but to stop this kind of behavior itself, there is no order from the superior. She also set up a calendar to do it. Therefore, this method can only be used to pester the other party. Hard ones won't work, then come soft ones. The distance between the two was about 7 or 8 meters, and neither of them spoke, so they walked all the way and came to Area 33. Luo Ze found the soap bubble dome, but didn't go in, but found a tea house nearby and drank tea quietly. Momuzagi immediately sat across from her, and even took the initiative to treat and pay. I am a Grandmaster Geisha, if you like tea, I can show you. Momuzagi crossed her legs and propped her chin with one hand, and said with a soft smile. You used to be a geisha? Luo Ze asked in surprise. A geisha is an elegant name for a high-class prostitute. I just learned it deliberately. After all, beauty is also a weapon. When I was a rookie before, I caught many pirates by relying on this trick. Momuzagi seems to be recalling the past. Pirates are a kind of creatures that hang around the sea all the year round, and most of them have no resistance to beauty. Even if it is a simple trap, there will be unexpected gains. Could it be that he wants to use a beauty trick on him? Luo Ze secretly cursed in his heart, this woman looks very young, in her 20s, but her actual age should be more than that. Seeing that he was silent, Momuzagi took the initiative to provoke the topic, Mr. Luo Ze. No, you look too small, and I am not used to calling you in honorific language. Brother Luo Ze, what are you doing here at Sabayati Archipelago? I can help you if necessary. Yuta is going to hold a concert, and it won't be long before Marine will know about it. With this in mind, Luo Ze doesn't mind telling the other party, I have a singer. The two chatted casually, and time passed unknowingly. I see, the concert. Momuzagi thought for a while, then smiled slightly, do you need security? Compared to security, I want Yuta's posters to be posted all over the entire island in the shortest possible time. Luo Ze is also not polite, and the tool people who come to the door are not in vain. No problem, I'll let the head of the base here cooperate with you. However, it shouldn't be just for money if you spend so much time on the concert, right? Momuzagi asked tentatively. For Luo Ze, there is a problem within Marine that has always been on his mind. Why would this person take the initiative to become a Shishibukai? Everyone else has their own reasons, but Luo Ze, Marine has been unable to figure it out. Luo Ze smiled, but did not answer. Seeing this, Momuzagi changed the subject and continued to chat about other things. Not long after, Kip finally called and Luo Ze asked him to come to the tea house. Master Luo Ze. Is it done? Yes, the guy has agreed to a free loan. Luo Ze took out 100 million and handed over a whole cash box to the other party, you are in charge of preparing the concert, this is the activity fund for you. If you have any problems, you can go to Marine, they will cooperate with you. Don't let me down, let me know when you're almost ready. With that said, he got up and glanced at Momuzagi, let's go. Momuzagi showed a satisfied smile, finally got the child, it's not easy. She looked at Kip and said, this is the contact number of the Sabayati Archipelago base commander. Tell him that it is an order from Marine Vice Admiral Momuzagi to cooperate with you. Kip nodded blankly. As expected of Shishibukai, he can even mobilize Marines. His second life has begun. Isn't it more promising to be a slave trader if he enlists this thigh? As for running away with money, I dare not even think about it. Not to mention Kip's excitement, on the other side, Luo Ze followed Momuzagi and boarded the warship docked at the port. New World, the sea area near Wanguo. A marine scout ship is slowly driving above the sea. On the watchtower, several sailors held binoculars and observed the situation ahead. Suddenly, the look of the soldier in charge of the watch changed slightly, and he shouted down. Colonel Zyhoka, found an abnormal situation. What's the matter? The colonel called Shaka stood on the bow of the warship and observed with a telescope. But there was nothing above the sea. It's the sky. The watchman said anxiously, one of the big signboards of Beast's Pirates, Embers of Fire. At the same time as the voice fell, the Remai Pteranodon had already flown over the reconnaissance ship. It came so fast. Jin's eyes were cold, his wings were wrapped in flames, he fluttered slightly, and suddenly swooped towards the warship. Colonel Zyhoka raised his head, and his expression changed immediately, quick, contact G1 quickly. Confirm. Boom. Like an indestructible sharp sword, the Pteranodon pierced through the side of the ship in an instant. The flames of the wings detonated the ammunition depot, and the next moment, a huge explosion accompanied by flames, the entire scout ship was torn apart, and thick black smoke was set off in the sea. In midair, Yin flapped his wings, stared coldly for a moment, then turned his head and flew away. It is inevitable that Marine will come to the sea area to investigate. Yin's order was to sink as many warships as possible, within a few days. However, at the same time as he sank a scout ship. Cake Island, nearby Ghost Island. Standing on a cliff boulder, Kizaru said slowly to the small phone bug worn on his wrist. It's been confirmed. It's terrible. An island has been moved to such a place. If you don't know in advance, if you go to Wano Kuni, you will definitely fall into their trap. I see, be careful. On the other side of the phone bug is Akainu's voice. Click, hang up the phone. Kizaru raised his head slightly, and saw an old hag-like woman and a long-legged woman. It has been discovered, so fast. Kizaru scratched his temple with his finger. The old lair of the three emperors is really not that easy to enter. Charlotte Smoothie, one of the 4 dessert stars, has a bounty of 844.9 million. Besides Smoothie, a woman like an old witch, Charlotte Bray. We. Bree laughed strangely, facing each other, and a mirror was born in the palm. If you solve a marine admiral first, Mom will be very happy. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, several figures emerged from the mirror. Charlotte Katakuri, one of the 4 dessert generals, with a bounty of 1 billion. Charlotte Cracker, one of the 4 dessert stars, with a bounty of 779 million. Charlotte Snag, one of the 4 stars of dessert, 500 million. Charlotte Parosparrow has a bounty of 700 million. Charlotte Owen, $249 million bounty. Charlotte Deifuku, a bounty of 227 million. And, at the center of the crowd, is the head chef of the Big Mom Pirates. One of the founders of the pirate group nicknamed Gourmet Night. Long loaves. Kizaru showed a surprised expression. This is really the face of an acquaintance. Kukyaku, 4 years. Long gone, Polosolino, what are you doing here? Long Bread is a short man, who is now 80 years old. Unexpectedly, the kid back then has also become a marine admiral. But don't think that your sparkling fruit can escape from here. As soon as the words fell, Kizaru's face became serious. He looked up sharply. In the air, Charlotte Linlin, one of the 3 emperors, stepped on the black cloud, holding 2 long swords, and suddenly attacked. Emperor Sword Broken Blade. Kizaru's body began to photonize, but the next moment, the surrounding earth squirmed and turned into white glutinous rice, which was then stained with armament haki. Trap? Kizaru reacted immediately, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. He has only been admiral for a few months, facing this kind of siege, to be honest, it is really dangerous. The outside world believes that his sparkling fruit is the speed of light. But in reality, nowhere near that fast. It can be achieved in theory, but not in practice. The activation of any fruit ability depends on the physical strength of the user. If it really reaches the speed of light, then in an instant, he will die. But now, it's not a question of speed, it's that he has no chance to enter the photon movement at all. The outbreak of war was sudden, and no one could predict what form the first shot would take. Night. G1 branch. When Luo Ze got off the warship, he saw the large marine fleet ready to go. The valiant and high-spirited fleet sailed away from the port one after another. Has it already started? He asked in surprise. Beside, Momuzagi looked solemn. It seems so. Sorry, we will be late for dinner. Luo Ze saw an acquaintance at the port. Lieutenant Colonel Smoker, the warship has been assembled and ready to go at any time. A sailor at the port saluted. The man called Smoker is in his 20s, still very young. But it was clearly a smoker, with 2 cigars in his mouth. He put on the cloak of justice in his hand, and strode towards his warship. Hold the anchor and set sail. Yes. A group of sailors moved quickly. Similar scenes happened continuously in the port. More than 100 warships, with a total of more than 80,000 elite troops, are running at high speed like a clockwork machine. Phew. Suddenly, a long-lost laughter sounded, and Doflamingo walked towards Luo Ze with an arrogant step that no relatives recognized. Shishibukai, Doflamingo. Momuzagi cast his gaze away. Beside Doflamingo, is Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, another Admiral candidate, T. Dolphin. Luo Ze, I didn't expect you to come too. Doflamingo grinned and said, I thought that someone like you would never be interested. Luo Ze glanced at him indifferently, where there is excitement for you, just join in there. Hot. Phew fur, is it hilarious to you? Doflamingo kept walking, crossed Luo Ze, and walked towards the warship dedicated to picking up Shishibukai. His laughter became more and more rampant. The war has begun. Who will win? Who will lose? This is not excitement, this is history. The 5 elders who are aloof are pulled down, the naval headquarters launched a crusade at any cost, and the 2 pirate emperors joined forces. Where will the result lead? Fur, it really makes people care. Isn't it? Mr. Luo Weird. Chapter 86. Doflamingo spoke impassionedly, took 8 steps forward, and boarded the warship with his hands in his pockets. Chibukai followed him, turned around and said, Come up too, Shishibukai is just the 3 of you, it's time to go. 3? Luo Ze thinks who is the 3rd person, Moria who has a grudge against Kaido? Come with me. Led by Momuzagi, Luo Ze changed to a warship. Walking on the deck, I saw the 3rd Shishibukai. Not Moria, but Hawkeye. It's you who came here. Luo Ze asked curiously, you marine hunter will also come to participate in this kind of crusade. Luo Ze. Hawkeye stood at the bow of the ship, looking back slightly, his sharp eyes fixed on Luo Ze, it's just to pass the boring time. Hearing this, Luo Ze thought for a while and thought it was very reasonable. This man is just so boring. 10 years from now, you'll even be bored enough to hunt down a crew of Creek pirates who just broke into the Grand Line, all the way back to East Blue. I asked the kitchen to prepare dinner, so please don't mess around. With that said, Momuzagi stepped into the cabin. The T-Dolphin said with a smile, I have always felt that your Shishibukai are not good things, and they may cause side effects in the battlefield, and I don't know what the government thinks. Phew fur. Doflamingo smiled disdainfully. Seeing that no one paid attention to him, the T-Dolphin shrugged and said to the sailors on the deck, It's sailing. Yes, T-Dolphin Vice Admiral. The sailors on the deck quickly mobilized, the sails on the mast were lowered, and the warship slowly sailed out of the port. Luo Ze stood on the edge of the boat, looking at the densely packed warships around him. I thought secretly in my heart. I don't know how many ships can come back. While thinking, a system prompt came to my mind. Diva Training Task. Singer Yuta sings Target Pokémon Master, and the singing score reaches 100 points, and a random Pokémon will be rewarded. Mission completed. Congratulations on getting the Pokémon, Susanoo. At this point in time, Yuta is singing live, right? No, compared to this. Susanoo. Luo Ze was shocked. This Pokémon can be ranked among the top 10 favorite Pokémon in his heart. It's not a question of strength, it's a question of good looks. Susanoo is like a little green-haired princess in a white dress, elegant and beautiful. Because of its good looks, it is loved by players. Looking down at the Pokeball in his hand, Luo Ze immediately released it. A red light flashed. Under the night, a 637 Pokémon with a height of 1.6 meters and a humanoid shape appeared on the deck immediately. Its appearance immediately attracted the attention of everyone on the deck. What? The sailors cast their gazes one after another, staring blankly for a moment, and each one showed a picture of Brother Pig, so cute. That's... Hawkeye's sharp gaze narrowed slightly, and he felt a good aura from Susanoo's body. Susanoo didn't care about the sight of others. After it appeared, its big eyes squinted like crescent moons, and it gracefully bowed slightly to Luo Ze to salute. Luo Ze looked at it and was very satisfied, it was really cute. This kind of person sits at home, and his wife comes from heaven, he finally experienced it. Phew fur. Doflamingo, who had been paying attention to him, came with a grin, "Come out of the ball? Is this lady?" Luo Ze glanced at him, and before he could speak, Xanadu raised his hand to attack. Xanadu waved his hand casually, and a shining light bullet seemed to absorb the light of the moon, and suddenly hit Doflamingo. Sudden attack. Doflamingo's smile was suppressed, and he immediately avoided it to one side. Boom! The light bullet passed the warship, fell into the sea, and the explosion set off layers of waves. Everyone on the deck swayed with the warship. Doflamingo looked ugly. "What do you mean?" Xanadu gave a soft cry, with hostility in his eyes. Luo Ze couldn't help laughing. "She doesn't like you. Do you?" Doflamingo narrowed his eyes and moved his fingers slightly. As if sensing something, Xanadu moved extremely dexterously, as if dancing on the deck, easily avoiding the invisible silk thread. Her movements are very graceful. Taking advantage of the moment she left the ground, Doflamingo's 5 fingers grasped, and in an instant, countless silk threads strangled towards Xanadu from all directions. Not trying to kill, just trying to teach a lesson. In front of Luo Ze, he didn't dare to be ruthless, but being attacked for no reason made Doflamingo somewhat angry. However, the silk thread tightened like a spider web was about to restrain Xanadu. At this moment, the figure disappeared. What? Doflamingo's pupil shrank. It's not a matter of moving speed, his knowledge color doesn't have any feedback, it just disappears instantly. In a flash, Xanadu appeared next to Luo Ze, with a hand stretched out towards BDBD, Doflamingo. At the front of his right hand, the superpower is concentrating, as if a beam of rays is about to be shot out at any time. Stop! Luo Ze stopped. Xanadu looked back at the master with a confused expression. Doflamingo's face was solemn, and he was still thinking about the previous scene in his mind. Momentary movement. Definitely changed position instantly. Observation Haki moves in ways that cannot be caught, and without warning. Of course, this is nothing. What really shocked him was the humanoid creature in front of me, like the fast dragon, came out of the red and white ball. He thought that Luo Ze only had Kui Long, after all the title given to him by the government was Dragon Rider. But now it seems that it is far more than that. No one knows what else is hidden in that red and white ball? Not only him, Hawkeye not far away was also surprised. In the short confrontation between the two, the girl seemed to be able to predict Doflamingo's attack, and she was a high-level knowledgeable person who could predict the future. Before Doflamingo attacks, the opponent has already started to dodge in advance. What race is it? Not human. Hawkeye observed secretly. The nearby sailors didn't know the danger, so they just said in a sly way, "Don't fight, you two, we are here to participate in the war, not to mess around." Luo Ze waved his hand, turned and walked towards the cabin. "Xanadu, let's go eat." Received the master's order, Xanadu withdrew his hostile gaze from Doflamingo, and followed lightly. Watching the two disappear on the deck, Doflamingo took back all the released silk threads, grinned, and said, "Interesting ability, hey, my hawk, have you seen it too? It is definitely teleportation. A space-type ability user." Hawkeye didn't speak. He thinks that girl is not demon fruit power. All in all, very mysterious. Luo Ze is more mysterious. This man is full of unknowns. The brief farce ended quickly. Inside the restaurant, Luo Ze was eating the dinner delivered by Marine. Xanadu seemed to be a picky eater, and didn't eat meat at all. Like a girl who wanted to keep fit, she only picked nuts and fruits. Sand. She opened her eyes wide, staring at the nuts on the table, and then the nuts were torn apart by an invisible force, exposing the pulp inside. When Luo Ze saw this scene, he was quite dumbfounded. It's a bit ridiculous to eat with mind power. At this time, Li Fang walked in. "I heard Hai Bing say you, hey? That's her." Momuzagi looked at Xanadu in surprise. Nianli peeled the banana open, Shanado ate it happily, and seemed to like this fruit very much. For Momuzagi's arrival, he didn't care at all. What is she? Momuzagi sat across from him dumbfounded. Super Empress, Xanadu. Luo Ze said casually, my friend. It's not human. Although it looks quite human and cute, it's not human. Momuzagi opened her mouth and didn't ask the question of race, but said, I heard that she is quite strong? Like your fast dragon, did she come out of that kind of red and white ball? It should be quite strong. Luo Ze said perfunctorily. Unlike the 3 Pokémon in the morning, Xanadu is the final evolution type, obviously not low in level. How strong is it? Momuzagi asked concerned, she doesn't seem to be able to speak? Hey, Xanadu, how are you? Shanado ate a banana, glanced at Momuzagi, then at Luo Ze, his eyes conveyed meaning. Is this person a friend of the master? I don't know. Luo Ze shook his head, he just got Xanadu, and he didn't test it seriously. Momuzagi. She obviously didn't give up, she was just grinding here slowly, trying to get some information. Luo Ze didn't care, he answered those who could answer, and just perfunctory those who couldn't. Time passed, and the clock on the wall showed that it was 11 o'clock in the evening. The two chatted with each other. Suddenly, Xanadu, who was sitting quietly on the chair, suddenly stood up. She looked up at the ceiling, and then quickly uttered a slightly anxious cry at Luo Ze. Hey? What's the matter? Are you hungry? Momuzagi asked strangely. Tea. Luo Ze could understand the general idea, and also looked up at the ceiling. Xanadu has the power to predict the future. The meaning of the cry just now is very simple. There is danger in the sky, Master, run away quickly. At the same time, above the Marine Grand Fleet, behind the clouds thousands of meters above, an island is floating in the air under the support of the flame cloud. A green dragon perched on the island, looking indifferently through the clouds to the ocean below. I'll give you a welcome gift tonight, Marine. Kaido dissipated the flame cloud that lifted the island, and the next moment, the entire island quickly fell towards the large fleet under the action of gravity. This is not stealing Luo Ze's Tengai Shinsei, but a meeting ceremony prepared early in the morning. The whizzing down island is scarier than Tengai Shinsei's. In the big fleet, hundreds of warships braved the wind and waves, and slowly moved towards the waters of Tato land. Its central command ship, late-night conference room. Akainu stood up suddenly, his face suddenly became extremely ugly. What's wrong, because? Crane Vice Admiral frowned. There's something in the sky. Akainu snorted coldly and immediately walked out of the cabin. On the left wing of the command ship, Aokiji, who was lying on the deck basking in the moon, also suddenly took off his blindfold. He looked straight at the night sky. Under the bright moonlight, a huge black shadow is rapidly approaching the center of the fleet. Hey, are you kidding me? Aokiji was stunned, and stood up blankly. An island fell down. The rapidly falling islands did not give the fleet any room to disperse. If you leave it alone and hit the fleet, this large fleet will be overwhelmed in an instant. Kill half. Thinking of this, Aokiji jumped up. In an instant, it came to mid-air. Attention all troops, enemy attack. He yelled and clapped his hands to the sides, frozen moment. The cold air turned into a beam of frozen rays in the palm of his hand, heading towards the sea below. There was a crackling sound, and the ocean was instantly frozen. Ice wall. On the frozen sea surface, two huge water walls suddenly rose. Like a huge turtle shell, nested layer by layer, before the island fell completely, it was nested 10 layers. Its coverage covers the entire fleet. At this moment, everyone realized that something was wrong. It's Aokiji Admiral. Enemy attack? Where is the enemy attack? Where is the enemy? Heaven! Countless people raised their heads, and then saw a scene they would never forget. Boom! The outermost ice city wall was smashed through in an instant. Immediately afterwards, the second floor, the third floor. The 10 layers of tortoise shells didn't hold back for long, and they were beaten in a blink of an eye. An island, an island! Countless sailors exclaimed, finally seeing what the so-called enemy attack was. What are you panicking about? On the deck of the command ship, Akainu snorted coldly, his right arm turned into billowing lava, and suddenly punched out. Great eruption! The huge lava fist swelled rapidly after being hit, and it was comparable to a titan in a blink of an eye. With a loud bang, the night sky was illuminated for an instant. The huge magma fist hit the bottom of the fallen island, and a stalemate occurred between the two. Akainu's complexion changed slightly, and fine sweat stains appeared on his face. He shouted loudly, and the fist of lava exploded. The flames illuminated the sea area where the entire fleet was located like daytime. In the Big Bang, the falling island shattered, and countless boulders smashed down towards the fleet. Shibukai's warship. Deck. Luo Ze looked up at the sky and was amazed. Fortunately, there is only one small island. If we have another one, we can go back to dinner. A piece of the broken island fell towards their warship. Hawkeye immediately took a step forward, pulled out the black sword Yaya on his back, and swung it out violently. In an instant, a pitch-black sword energy flashed across. The boulder with a diameter of 100 meters was cut into 2 pieces with one knife. Phew furfur, what an exaggerated attack! Doflamingo stretched out his right hand toward the sky, spider's web wall. A huge spider web spread out from its palm, protecting the warship. Countless gravels were blocked by spider webs. But even so, there are still fish that slip through the net. Luo Ze glanced left and right, there were at least 7 or 8 warships nearby that were hit, and the flames were on the spot. Compared with the fragments of the island, more of it was caused by the loyal dog's magma. Momuzagi had a solemn expression, I smashed down an island. Fortunately, I responded in a timely manner and did not cause the worst result. Although it's not much better now. In the entire fleet, warships were damaged everywhere. Roar! The dragon chant resounded. The blue dragon Kaido slowly emerged from behind the clouds. Oh giggling! Are you satisfied with my gift? Marine. Chapter 87. Oh, giggling! Are you satisfied with tonight's gift? Marine. The blue dragon Kaido hovered in the night, laughing mockingly at the chaotic marine fleet. Kaido of the Beasts. A big pirate with a bounty exceeding 4 billion. Damn BD, throwing an island from the sky. On the numerous warships, the face of the colonel-level officer who was not rear admiral was extremely angry. The casualties of this wave of sneak attacks have not yet been counted, but the screams from all around all indicate that many warships have been hit. One of the worst hit ships, the hull has been greatly tilted, the fire is burning violently, and it looks like it may sink at any time. Ghost Spider Vice Admiral, the warship is irreparable. On the sloping deck, an ensign grabbed the railing and hurriedly reported the situation to his superior. Abandon the ship, send the wounded to the hospital ship behind, others are ready to meet the enemy. The Ghost Spider has no expression on his face. As Vice Admiral, he has long been used to life and death, and he will not be shaken by it at all. After finishing speaking, he jumped towards the command ship not far next door. Command ship. Chief Staff Officer Crane held his forehead with a headache, being put together, why did the whereabouts leak so quickly? Starting from G1, just a few hours later, it was attacked immediately. Although it is impossible to hide such a large-scale operation perfectly, it is too fast. She even wondered if there were undercover agents in Marine? Humph, just in time. Akainu snorted coldly, lava rolled all over his body, and suddenly jumped up. It showed a scorching arc in the air, heading straight for Kaido in the sky. Akainu Admiral. The ghost spider just arrived at the command ship, and saw that Akainu had rushed out. Crane glanced at him, and immediately said to his subordinates, "Notify the whole army, spread out. Get ready for battle, prepare anti-aircraft guns." Yes. Soon, the captains of all the ships in the army received orders one after another, and the originally shrunk-long shuttle fleet quickly spread out. At the same time, Akainu has rushed in front of Kaido. "Oh he, long time no see, Sakazuki." Kaido opened his bloody mouth wide, and the scorching flame gathered in his mouth. "Tonight is your death day, Kaido." Akainu's upper body emerged from the tumbling lava. With a sneer on his face, he threw the raised stone towards the dragon's head in panic. Dark Hound. The right arm stretched suddenly, extremely fast. Hit first while Kaido is still charging. With a boom, the dragon's head was hit hard, and the hot breath in its mouth fell towards the distant sea. A beam of blazing flame slanted towards the sea area outside the fleet, hit the ocean and caused a big explosion, and the collision of fire and water produced extremely dense steam. Accompanied by the waves, it quickly diffused. "Your magma is not bad for bath water." Kaido faced Akainu's punch, shook his head violently, and slammed the path of lava. During this period of time, he suffered various beatings, and his defense was stronger than before. The dog gnaws the red lotus. Akainu succeeded with one blow, and then immediately made the next blow. The arm of his left hand turned into a dog's head shape, and quickly became larger after the blow, becoming the size of Kaido's dragon head. The huge magma dog's head opened its mouth wide and bit down hard. Seeing this scene, the sailors below were all excited. "Akainu Admiral! Admiral is suppressing Kaido. It's just Kaido alone, don't be afraid at all." "How many did they come?" 2 admirals, counting admiral alternates, 10 vice-admirals, rear admirals, commodore more than 50, not to mention more school-level combat power, more than 100 warships, and 80,000 elite troops. And a few more Shishibukai. What to lose? Must win. Marine's momentum was high, and on the decks of warships, triple-mounted anti-aircraft guns were changing their angles, and shells were loaded one after another. "Fire!" On the command ship, Tsuru calmly issued an order, "Don't worry about Akainu, shoot Kaido down first." With one order, the cannons sounded like a symphony, and the continuous cannons sounded. Bang! 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 In just a few seconds, hundreds of thousands of shells were fired, and accompanied by the muzzle fire, these special shells poured towards Kaido like raindrops. However, under the night, a pitch-black figure flew past. Yin held a long sword in his hand and slashed out, the sword energy lifted a fiery red curtain. The flames of the Lunalia tribe detonated countless shells, as if the night of the spring festival, the sky above the fleet was extremely noisy. Boom 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 boom. 3 plagues. Hawkeye showed a little interest in Shishabukai's warship. Seeing that the opponent blocked countless artillery, he immediately swung his own slash. With a random slash, the jet-black sword energy moved towards Yin in the sky in a crescent-like shape. Yin immediately noticed Hawkeye's attack, but his eyes suddenly stopped on Luo Ze, and his heart shuddered. Is this guy participating too? No, he should have other purposes. Before he had time to think, he held up his samurai sword and swung it down against Hawkeye's slash. Boom! The black crescent was immediately blocked, and a stalemate occurred in the air. But there was only a stalemate for a few seconds, when Yin made a sudden thrust, and the slash was bounced off, instead falling to the warship below. Damn, isn't this causing trouble? On the lucky warship, the flying squirrel vice-admiral's face darkened, and he took the initiative to meet the panicked screams of his subordinates. Pulling out the saber at his waist, he tried to imitate Yin and block Hawkeye's slash. However, the moment the blade touched the slash, the mouse's expression changed slightly. His armament haki couldn't be stopped at all, the blade was cut off in an instant, and the slash fell directly on his body. Puff! The blood was flowing, and the flying squirrel was chopped back onto the warship by a sword. That idiot! On the left wing of the fleet, Aokiji only felt a pain in his head. How could the great swordsman's slash be blocked so easily? Not to mention, while deflecting Hawkeye's slash, Yin exerted a stronger force. Sighing, Aokiji looked up at Akainu and Kaido in the sky. The two are still at a stalemate. It's really troublesome to be able to fly, as expected, we still have to shoot people down first. As he spoke, his figure moved and disappeared on the deck in an instant. Marine 6 styles is just a basic skill for Admiral. Aokiji's moonwalk takes just one shot to get above Kaido. The cold air quickly condensed an ice knife in his hands, and the ice knife became bigger in an instant, becoming a huge sword with a goal of hundreds of meters. Ice sword. While Kaido was distracted from the stalemate with Akainu, the huge ice sword slashed at Kaido's neck. It's not that it can't be bigger. If you want to be bigger, Aokiji can even make hundreds of meters, thousands of meters, but it doesn't make sense. It is not the size that determines the power, but how much haki is attached. Boom! The ice sword slashed at Kaido's neck, failing to break through its defense, but the heavy impact still made Kaido unable to catch the flame cloud, and his huge body fell towards the sea. Why is this guy still so weak? The previous beating was for nothing. Luo Ze, who was watching the play, was speechless. The destructive power of the green dragon form is very strong, and the defense power is also very strong, but correspondingly, the body is too big to avoid the attacks of others. But thinking about it, facing two admirals at the same time, Kaido's behavior is normal. Unlike him, he is versatile and can handle various situations. Boom! Kaido was thrown into the sea. Naval Headquarters. Sengoku sat in the meeting room, quietly watching the live broadcast. As a marshal, of course he can't go to the front line to participate in the war, he can only sit in the headquarters and watch the live broadcast to make ends meet. There are still a few people watching the live broadcast with him. Zephyr folded his hands on his chest, and said with a calm expression, "Just bring a subordinate to attack? Is there any backhand here?" Sengoku nodded and said, "We can't take it lightly. Besides, what worries me is that there has been no news from Kizaru, and something may have happened. It's too risky for Kizaru to scout on Cake Island." Former Marine Admiral, now Chief Instructor of Marine Academy, Black Arm Zephyr. Today's three admirals, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, and many generals and officers are all his students. For Kizaru's situation, Zephyr already has a bad feeling. If sacrificed, please let me go, Sengoku. What nonsense are you talking about? Of course Sengoku couldn't possibly agree. At this time, a soldier rushed in. Sengoku frowned and said, in a panic, "Hey! No, it's not good. The big thing is not good. Marshal." Hai Bing hurriedly handed out the phone bug, and said in a terrified tone, "The deep-sea prison has been raided." "What did you say?" Both Sengoku and Zephyr turned pale. Immediately picked up the receiver, Sengoku took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, "This is Sengoku, what happened?" I am Han Yabao, Impel Down was attacked by pirates, an island flew from the sky, now." On the other end of the phone, the voice was false and weak, intermittent. Before he could finish speaking, the scream suddenly sounded. Sengoku's face changed. "Han Yabao? The deputy director of the prison who was promoted last year? Hello? Hello? What's wrong with you?" Then, the sound of the receiver falling to the ground was heard. Then, it seemed to be picked up by someone. "Tsi ha 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 ha, haven't you heard my voice in 12 years? Sengoku." There was a rampant laughter on the phone. This voice, Golden Lion. Sengoku stood up abruptly, his expression changed. "UBD, what are you trying to do?" Since becoming the first prisoner in history to escape from Impel Down 12 years ago, Golden Lion has disappeared for 12 years. I thought that there would never be any news about this person in front of me again. Ask for flowers. But Sengoku never expected that this person would appear again at this moment, at such a crucial moment, when the troops in the headquarters were the weakest. Zephyr on the side also looked ashen. Impel Down has imprisoned countless heinous criminals, Golden Lion. What are you going to do? Oh, that voice, Zephyr? So nostalgic. The phone bug imitated Golden Lion's expression, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Gee ha 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 ha, what am I going to do, can you stop me? It will take at least an hour to come from naval headquarters. Come on, if you can catch up. Gee ha ha ha. Snapped. The phone bug was crushed. Sengoku slammed his palm on the table, gritted his teeth and said, damn, this was premeditated. He knew about our crusade, so he chose this timing. Whether there is such a thing as a traitor is not worth discussing for the time being. The most urgent task is to prevent the huge riots that may erupt. Once Impel Down is captured, those monsters imprisoned in the depths of the prison will inevitably come back again. Second World. I go. Zephyr stood up, and walked out the door without hesitation. You still have to supervise the crusade, I'll be there. Hey, that sailor over there, help me prepare the warship. Yes, Zephyr Admiral. Sailor saluted respectfully. Although he has retired, his military rank is still retained, and Fa is still honored as Yin Qiang. Sengoku's complexion changed several times. Considering all kinds of possibilities, it is impossible for him to leave the headquarters. What if it is to divert the tiger away from the mountain? As soon as he walked on the front foot, something else hit Marineford on the back foot. Garp, BD, if this guy is still here, he won't have to worry about it. Sengoku thought angrily, that guy went to East Blue, and he didn't know what to do. Only Zephyr alone may not be able to stop the Golden Lion, after all the enemy's strength is unknown. Be careful with everything, contact anytime. Sengoku took a deep breath, agreeing to Fa's actions. At the same time, the world's first prison, deep sea prison, Impel Down. 1 floor from the sea. Han Yabao lay in a pool of blood, his severed head placed on his own corpse's chest. The Golden Lion stood beside the dead body and stomped the phone bug to death. To be precise, it was stabbed to death. After all, he has no feet, only 2 swords instead of his legs. Humph, don't people nowadays even know how to kill? Golden Lion looked at his subordinates, who were fighting with many jailers, and snorted coldly, I am not here to play pirate games, wash this prison with blood, a live prisoner. Don't keep your mouth shut. Oh! A large number of pirates echoed loudly. The entire first floor of the sea immediately turned into a hell like a meat grinder. The fighting with cold weapons and the shooting of guns have completely turned into a battlefield. Behind the army of jailers, a tall man with a knife came slowly. The warden. The jailers were overjoyed. The man called the warden, with a famous knife in his waist and a cigar in his mouth, walked towards the Golden Lion against the hail of bullets from the pirates. Countless bullets hit the past, but were easily blocked by Haki, who overflowed his whole body. This is really a rare visitor. Are you from your mother's house? Shiki. Jahahaha, Shiryu of the Rain, what's the fun in this kind of prison? Golden Lion put his hands on his chest and grinned, where's that poison-using brat? Why don't you join us? How about joining our Star Cross Union? Star Cross Guild? Shiryu frowned slightly, having never heard of it. What is this guild going to do? Hearing this, he became more and more rampant, stretched out his hand to Lu and said. The pirates in the past always worked on their own, that's why they were suppressed by you Marine. What kind of pirate emperor? It just sounds good. There are as many people who lost to Roger back then. The monsters in this sea need a real king. So, get it? That's what I'm here for. Ha ha ha. Boom 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 boom. Suddenly, the entire deep-sea prison was shaking. Shiryu's face changed. You want to be the king of pirates? What are you doing? This prison is too wasteful to leave to the world government, just let me take it away. The Golden Lion's words were not finished yet. With a bang, the floor shattered, and a piece of purple venom rushed up like a thick pillar. Among the poisonous pillars, Magellan, the director of the prison, walked out step by step. His complexion was extremely unfriendly, and the killing intent in his eyes was undisguised. With me here, you can't do anything. Only by you. Golden Lion looked disdainful, Lion Majesty, earth coiling. In an instant, the earth seemed to turn into a flowing liquid, and the heads of several lions protruded from the surrounding walls. The huge head, as if staring at the prey version, locked on King Magellan firmly. Chapter 88. Kaido won't fall into the sea and it will be over. Luo Ze stood at the front of the warship, looking at the distant sea, lost in thought. Those with abilities falling into the sea will be completely powerless, which is a side effect of all demon fruit powers. Even the pirate emperor cannot avoid it. Exercise can counteract this weakness, but it is impossible to swim in the sea like ordinary people. Thinking about whether to help Kaido or not. At this time, Aokiji has fallen from the sky, and before touching the sea is frozen, forming a land of ice. Akainu followed suit and landed on the ice. Don't take it lightly, this guy is not an enemy that can be easily dealt with. Ji Yan said in a deep voice. Aokiji looked up to the sky. Your captain has fallen into the sea, and you don't care at all. Yin flapped a pair of black wings on his back, hovered in mid-air, and said lightly. Instead of worrying about Kaido-sama, why don't you worry about yourselves? Worried about yourself? Both Akainu and Aokiji were taken aback. On the command ship, Crane's expression changed. On the decks of the major warships, countless sailors suddenly felt breathless, their faces turned blue, and they became dizzy. Breathe, ha 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 ha. 853. Cough. Cough cough. Poisoned. When? The poisonous gas that spread at an unknown time finally began to exert its power at this time. Crane tightly grasped the phone receiver in his hand, his eyes cast a shadow. The island that landed before, was that just a feint? Oops. Realizing that it was a bit late now, she immediately wanted to send a message to the whole army, but she opened her mouth and closed it weakly. It was too late, although I don't know what kind of means it was, but the poisonous gas has already spread. Moreover, at this moment, everyone knows what's going on, so it's meaningless for her to remind. Poison gas. On Shishibuki's warship, Doflamingo smiled happily. Phew fur, as expected of a pirate, war is immoral. It's not poisonous gas. If it was poisonous gas, we would have discovered it earlier. Luo Ze shook his head and said, it's an artificial biochemical weapon. Who made it? Probably Qin. Ahem, how despicable. Momuzagi covered her mouth and coughed twice. His throat was burning, as if he had a piece of lava in his mouth. The T-Dolphin's face was solemn, the situation is not good. If there is no antidote, a lot of people will die, a lot of people. Luo Ze rubbed his throat, of course he was caught too. It can be said that 99% of the people in the fleet have been recruited. It's just that the power of this plague is not strong, and it may kill the lives of ordinary sailors, but for officers at the general level, at most, it is because of physical discomfort, not to the point of losing combat power. Xanadu. Luo Ze gave the order, heal the wave. Xanadu, who received the order, nodded immediately, crossed his hands in front of his chest, and closed his eyes tightly. The next moment, circles of orange halos spread in all directions. People who were swept by the halo immediately felt a cool and refreshing feeling, and the dryness and heat all over their bodies disappeared in an instant. Doflamingo looked shocked. Not only him, Hawkeye, Momuzagi, T-Dolphin, the few people closest to him recovered first, and they all looked at this wonderful creature with ghostly expressions. She's a doctor. Momuzagi murmured. No. The T-Dolphin looked into the distance. Xanadu's healing wave only spread less than 50 meters away, and then disappeared quickly. He immediately said, please use this ability in the entire fleet. Unknown plague, even if there is a medical team in the rear of the fleet, it is too late to save so many people. The only thing I can count on now is Luo Ze. Small issue. The corners of Luo Ze's mouth rose slightly, revealing a kind smile. If you can save one ship at a time, one ship worth 100 million yuan, and more than 100 warships, I will give you an acquaintance's price, which will be 10 billion yuan for you. Momuzagi, T-Dolphin. Are you here for war, or for business? Vampires. Please save people first. Momuzagi gritted her teeth and stared at him, and said helplessly, I will report this to the headquarters immediately. As she spoke, she took out her phone bug and contacted Marine Ford. Luo Ze turned his head and signaled to Xanadu, thank you for your hard work. Sand. Xanadu gave a soft cry, and flew up lightly, towards the warship next door. At this time, Sengoku's voice sounded. Promise him. Hearing this, Luo Ze smiled with satisfaction. From your tone, it seems that something happened. Luo Ze, I'm begging you to deal with the plague, and save as many people as possible. Sengoku's tone was exhausted, and he paused before continuing. Impel Down was invaded by pirates. The situation over there is not good. Pirates invaded Impel Down. The T-Dolphin looked dull. How is that possible? That's calm belt, ordinary ships can't get in, and, without opening the door of justice inside, how could pirates? A nice lobby, Impel Down, Naval Headquarters, these are the three major institutions under the world government. Between each other, there is a special corner of the sea current to connect. As the number one prison in the world, Impel Down is located in the calm belt. Want to break into Impel Down? First, the ability to navigate the calm belt is required. Secondly, even if you enter the calm belt and break into the triangular current, without opening a door of justice inside the Impel Down, the ship can only circle around in the triangular current between the three major institutions, and go around forever. Finally, assuming that the door of justice is opened, the pirates broke into Impel Down, where there are also two major powers stationed all year round. Prison Director, Magellan, Paramecia Poisonous Fruit Ability User. Prison Warden, Great Swordsman, Shiryu of the Rain. It's the Golden Lion. Sengoku gritted his teeth. Leave this matter aside for now, and focus on the crusade. This time, we must not let Kaido escape. After speaking, he cut off the communication. Everyone on the deck was taken aback. Hawkeye's gaze flashed. Golden Lion. Shiki? A legend from Roger's time. I haven't heard this name for a long time. Phew furfur, the last time I heard this title was 12 years ago. Doflamingo grinned and said, when I was young, this guy's name was often used by parents to scare their children. Speaking of his parents, his eyes turned cold. On Momuzagi's face, eyebrows were slightly frowned. Golden Lion, Paramecia Lion Fruit Ability User, according to him, can indeed invade from the air. Trouble. Facing that kind of enemy, Magellan and the others are in danger. The T-Dolphin took a puff of cigarette, with a somewhat anxious expression on his face. Only Luo Ze had a strange expression on his face. Golden Lion running to attack Impel Down? Is it because of the Star Cross Guild? He thought to himself, I asked him to gather elite pirates, which refers to the sea area of New World. This old thing actually went to prison to beat people. Needless to say, there are indeed a large group of old monsters in that prison. The question is, with the Golden Lion alone, can it be suppressed? Can't hold back. Think about who they are? One Piece Roger's former crew, Devil Descendants Douglas Bullet. The most vicious female pirate in history, Waka Moon Hunter Katrin Dme. The giant battleship San Juan Wolf whose existence has been erased from history. Basque Chote nicknamed Big Barrel. Once one of the most terrifying criminals, the evil King Avaro Cicero whose history of existence was also erased. The Red Earl, Valoric Redfield, who can keep pace with Roger, Whitebeard, etc. with only one person. Commonly known as World Destroyer, the big pirate who can magnify his own speed, the speed and volume of objects he touches by 1 to 100 times, the Momo Fruit ability user, Berndy Waldo. These are only the existences that Luo Ze can name. There are more old monsters that he doesn't know, but there are definitely a lot of them. Those were the criminals captured by the world government for countless years, a group of strong men imprisoned in IV6 Eternal Hell. Anyone released at will, at least has the strength of Shishibukai level. Okay. Just as he was thinking, Luo Ze let out a light snort. At some point, thick fog appeared in this sea area. In the dense fog, figures of ships appeared one after another. At the same time, on the ice, Akainu's complexion changed slightly, and he and Aokiji bowed their heads. Boom! A huge submarine breaks through the ice. Kaido stands on top of the submarine, with a mace on his shoulders. Beside him, there are two tall figures standing on the left and right of the sun. Meeting ceremony, do you still like it? Kaido grinned. That's a cutie specially prepared for you. Qin said with a funny dance, I named it the person who inhales the hot corpse will first feel the throat is very hot, and then the body will be hot, and the nerves will be hot. Paralysis, and finally the brain, there will be a feeling of being burned alive. As he spoke, his tone became cold, and his tone was low. From mild symptoms to death, it takes about 3 hours. That is to say, you still have, it. Suddenly, he stared at the princess-like figure in the fleet. Xanadu flew over a warship, and the people on a warship returned to their original state. My. Qin was dumbfounded. Jack on the side smiled unsmilingly, it seems to have failed, tactics. He, almost succeeded. Akainu sneered, thanks to Shishibukai Luo Ze. Without this guy, I really got hit, and the situation would be extremely unfavorable to Marine. He felt sorry for doubting the other party before. Luo Ze, the example of Shishibukai, this is what an allied army should look like. Are you the only ones who came out in full force? Aokiji looked at the large fleet of beasts pirates, and the warships sailed out of the thick fog. They were all extremely large, but the flag of Big Mom was not visible. Ice Age. No nonsense, the cold air spread rapidly from Aokiji's feet. In an instant, the 10 kilometers ahead instantly turned into a body of water. All the battleships of the 100 beasts that were sailing this way were all stuck in the ice. Seeing this, Akainu turned his hands into lava and lifted them up to the sky. Meteor Volcano. Chapter 89. Meteor Volcano. Akainu's arms are like two turrets, constantly shooting huge lava fists into the sky. The fist rushed to the sky and disappeared from people's sight. The large fleet of beasts pirates sailing out of the thick fog was frozen above the sea. There are a large number of pirates gathered on the deck of every battleship. The total number of people exceeds 12,000. On the several large battleships at the forefront, there are still several huge black shadows. These black shadows were a little higher than the mast of the ship, each carrying a huge mace, jumped off the ship, and stepped on the ice to keep approaching the Marine. Come on, bully! Give Marine some color! Keep up! Keep up! Kill! Kill all Marines! Countless pirates clamored, and under the leadership of their respective captains, they jumped off the ship one after another, followed in the footsteps of the tyrants, and charged towards the Marine fleet. There are also many people who stayed behind on the battleship and set up forts. Bang bang bang! With the muzzle fire, countless shells fell on Akainu and Aokiji. Sea stone shell. Aokiji stretched out a palm, ball. A blast of cold air suddenly shot out from the palm, turning into 5 icicles, sweeping across a barrage of bullets. All the shells were frozen, lost their inertia, and fell to the ice. Humph, stupid. Akainu looked disdainful. In the next moment, the sky in the middle of the night disappeared and illuminated. The lava fist that was launched before fell rapidly from a high altitude like a swarm of meteors. They dragged their long tail flames and smashed down towards the fleet of the 100 beasts. There are so many of them that they are so densely packed that they are innumerable. Boom! Boom! Indiscriminate large-scale saturated attack. Countless pirates raised their heads, and under the light of the fire, their complexions changed drastically. Those barbarians with low intelligence also stopped, clenched the mace in their hands, and slammed the lava fist that fell on their heads away. But the battleship was not so lucky. The gunners on board were helpless in the face of such an attack. Before they fired a second round of shelling, 2 warships were hit immediately, their hulls were shattered, and the boards burned violently. Suddenly, there were screams one after another. Seeing this, Kaido on the submarine sneered and opened his mouth to roar. Hot interest. The dragon's breath in human beast form, like a jet of flame, jumped over Akainu and Aokiji in an instant, directly penetrated a warship, and killed the sailors on it instantly. After that, the castration continued unabated, and it pushed horizontally towards the center of the fleet. Searing heat to evaporate everything. On top of Shishibuyoi's warship, Momozagi moved and rushed out in a blink of an eye. She pulled out the gold vira around her waist, and the haki all over her body was condensed on the blade, splitting the hot breath with one knife. Seeing this, on the command ship, Crane Vice Admiral immediately ordered the whole army, fleets that have been cured, attack. Immediately, the major captains drew out their weapons one after another. The whole army is attacking. Whoosh! 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 Numerous shells were fired, and the flames were all in one. The war broke out completely. In the sky, Yin turned into a pteranodon, like a fighter jet, serving as the captain of the marine fleet. Double emperors in the blade. He shook his wings, and the flames behind him fired dense flame bombs, sweeping across the battlefield like a machine gun. Boom boom boom. The guns of the warships at the front were hit immediately, and with the sound of the explosion, an unknown number of people died on the spot. At the same time, Kaido grinned and swung the mace violently, King Kong lock. With one blow, the stick energy swung out, like a beam of rays, suddenly hit the 2 admirals. Jack and Quinn beside them also entered the beast form immediately. The mammoth and Brachiosaurus rushed towards the dog and pheasant at the same time. On Marine's side, Vice Admirals also took action. For a while, the scene was extremely chaotic. Furofurfur actually chose to fight at sea. Doflamingo's eyes under the magic mirror were filled with madness. With so many people, how many of them can survive? The T-dolphin took off the cigarette in its mouth, threw it on the ground, and stamped out the cigarette end. The Shishibukai are not here to watch the show. Guard here, and don't let the pirates attack the formation of the fleet. As he spoke, he jumped up and walked away. Is there any formation? Luo Ze shook his head. A wave of plague completely disrupted the rhythm. If it wasn't for him, Marine didn't know how many people would die. This 10 billion is hard money. Immediately, he summoned the Kuai Long, and quickly flew into the sky on the Kuai Long. The T-dolphin is right, he just came to watch the show. Okay. Suddenly, Luo Ze turned his eyes and looked into the distance, where an airship was slowly approaching. It came very quickly, and it really is very good at killing. At the same time, command ship. A captain rushed to report, he Vice Admiral, found something abnormal. Our video phone bug, received the live broadcast, it's more Xianxi. Hearing this, he Vice Admiral was taken aback, Morgus. The president of the world's largest news agency was hunted down by the government recently, and his whereabouts are unknown. She turned to look at the influence phone bug in the captain's hand. The images projected from the two eyes of the phone bug are reflected on the front screen. That is, the battlefield between the marine and the beasts? Impossible, how could this guy? Crane Vice Admiral raised his head abruptly, and has already judged the location of the camera from the screen. That airship is so conspicuous in the dark night. For fear that others would not know that he was coming, there was even a colorful light show around the airship. Especially the pattern of World Economic News Agency, under the reflection of neon lights, it can be clearly seen even from a long distance. Shoot him down. Crane Vice Admiral said with an ugly face, we can't let him continue the live broadcast. Yes. The captain nodded, ready to act immediately. I come. The Ghost Spider Vice Admiral on the side spoke in a deep voice. After finishing speaking, he jumped up and closed the day. Holding two swords in his hand, he walked through the air and blatantly charged towards the airship. On the airship, Morgans is giving an impassioned speech to the camera. Friends all over the world, good morning, good noon, and good evening, I am the president of Newsbird Group, Morgans. Tonight, I will live broadcast a far-reaching event for you, which can even be called changing the world pattern. A great war. On behalf of the side of justice, Naval Headquarters. As a representative of evil, Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 3 emperors of the New World, and its beasts pirates. And the other 4 emperors who haven't shown up yet, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin and the Big Mom pirates under her command. Everyone, please look at the battlefield screen below. Oh, the fight is very intense. Morgus reported the situation on the battlefield in a cheerful tone. However, at this moment, a figure flew over from below. In a blink of an eye, it was level with the airship. The double knives in Ghost Spider's hands were crossed in front of him, his face was gloomy, without any nonsense, he was about to kill Moore's Web and the large video phone bug on the spot. Morgans was taken aback, she didn't expect to be discovered so soon, and Marine didn't hesitate to kill him. Seeing that the 2 blades were about to fall on his body, at this moment. Ding! The Ghost Spider's twin knives were blocked from one side by a sharp blade. The Ghost Spider's complexion changed, and it immediately locked onto the person blocking it, Shichibukai. Why stop me? What's wrong with live broadcasting? Luo Ze sat cross-legged on Kuei Long's back, holding Regen Jaka with one hand, and smiled softly, you are a vice admiral, you don't go to fight pirates, you come here to do it some indifferent things, I doubt your identity. Hearing this, anger flashed in Ghost Spider's eyes. This is totally a slap in the face. Go on, compared to being afraid of being broadcast live, you won the battle, isn't it the Via who can promote Marine? Luo Ze retracted the blocking blade. Immediately afterwards, Kuei Long threw out its tail. With a snap, Wei Spider was sent flying on the spot. Damn, he cursed inwardly, with Shichibukai blocking him, he had no chance to stop Morgus. It's just that he couldn't figure it out. Luo Ze also asked his subordinates to heal the whole army, why did he do such a thing? Watching the Vice Admiral fall into the sky, Morgus shrugged and said, Dear Mr. Luo Ze, I remember your friendship. The live broadcast continues. At this moment, countless people around the world received the live broadcast. Newsbird Group has branches all over the world. As the largest newspaper in the world, their influence is not small, at least their ability to disseminate information is second to none in the world. East Blue, West Blue, North Blue, South Blue, Paradise Sea, New World. Countless countries and forces received the corresponding wave of thoughts in the first place. New World, the sea area ruled by Whitebeard. The Moby DK pirate ship. On the deck, a projection screen showed a picture of the battlefield. Many captains gathered around Whitebeard, watching intently. Marco said, Father, as you expected, Marine will attack Kaido, and it will use the method of expedition that outweighs the gain. Gulala. Whitebeard took a sip from the flagon and laughed twice. After all, Marine is just a police dog raised by the government. If the owner dies, even if he doesn't want to, he must take action. But, Dad, why did Big Mom team up with Kaido? Jaws said incredulously, why did the Charlotte family help him? Or is it Moore's nonsense? After all, I didn't see Big on the battlefield. People from Mom. Hearing this, Whitebeard suddenly fell into memory. He personally recruited the kid Hakinoso Kaido on Hive Island. Although under the Order of Rocks, Whitebeard himself has heard of Kaido's name. Born in the kingdom of Folka, Kaido, who is only 13 years old, is already the strongest soldier in the kingdom. But because the country can't pay the sky-high gold, the government proposes a political deal, and the king agrees, selling Kaido to the world government. Kaido, who was caught, was sent to the government's prison. Relying on his excellent force, he escapes quickly, but facing the vast sea, the hungry Kaido will take the initiative to be caught by the government, and after eating and drinking enough, he escapes from prison again. After several times, Kaido gained the reputation of being caught by Marine many times and escaping easily. 2 years later, at the age of 15, De came to Hakinosu. And just at that time, the captain of the Rocks pirates, Rocks Dzebek, took a fancy to this kid and asked Whitebeard to recruit him. Kaido agreed. But only 6 years later, the Valley of the Gods incident. The once prominent Rocks pirates fell apart. Speaking of which, his relationship with Charlotte Linlin was the best. Whitebeard gulped and drank the wine. His fish fruit was given to him by Big Mom. Listening to this 8 trigrams, the captains were dumbfounded. An ugly man with a few teeth missing when he laughed, couldn't help but said, "Haha, old man, these two have an affair, right?" "Teach, what you said is very possible, ha ha ha." Sage, the captain of the 4th team, laughed. On the deck, the atmosphere is full of joy. Made everyone's Teach laugh, touched his head, with a simple and honest expression. Just looking at the live broadcast, that kid riding a dragon. Kaido became the strongest soldier in the kingdom at the age of 13. But this Shishibukai, 12 years old, has mastered the power of Uranus. Teach stared, no one knew what he was thinking. Deep sea prison. 1 floor from the sea. There is no live broadcast here. To be precise, it is the chaotic status quo, which makes people have no time to pay attention. Poison Dragon. Behind Magellan grew 6,997 purple poisonous dragons. Surrounded by stone lions transformed from walls, 6 huge lion heads constantly attacked him. The dragon and the lion fight and bite each other. Jahahaha, resisting in the corner. Golden Lion put his hands on his chest and taunted as if he was watching a show, "How long can you hold on?" Magellan. Golden Lion, with Shiryu, and I hear, your plan will not succeed. Magellan said blankly, as long as you delay for an hour, someone from the headquarters will come. Since you are here, don't even think about leaving. Poison Giant, Hell's Judgment. The fierce poison released by the body quickly changed from purple to red. The bright red venom wrapped him layer by layer, and quickly turned into a huge evil spirit that seemed to come from hell. Shiryu, seal the exit. Magellan ordered in a deep voice. Don't order me, Magellan. Shiryu stood behind Magellan. Suddenly the sword light flashed. Puff! The poison giant was cut off with a single blow. Magellan's pupils shrank suddenly, and he looked back in disbelief. An arm, accompanied by this slash, was flying in mid-air. Blood splattered like pillars. The poison giant outside Magellan's body collapsed in an instant, unable to be fixed into shape, as if it had melted turned into dry beach venom. With a plop, Magellan dropped to his knees, clutching his severed arm with his left hand. What are you doing? Magellan was shocked. Golden Lion was also stunned, and said in amazement, Killed your boss. Holding a sword in one hand, Shiryu of the Rain lit himself a new cigar with the other, took a puff slowly, exhaled the smoke ring, and said. It seems to be more interesting over there. Sorry, Magellan, I can only ask you to die. Magellan's face was ashen, he had no defense against Shiryu, was attacked by surprise, and his arm was broken. I knew you were crazy before, but I didn't expect you to be crazy to this extent. Shiryu, UBD. Magellan clenched his broken arm tightly and shot out in a rage. Poison gas bomb. Swollen and bulging cheeks, then spit tear gas from his mouth. However, this moment, Golden Lion kicked out a slash. Whoosh! The invisible slash tore Magellan's body apart in an instant, cutting it in half. Not only him. The entire upper floor of the prison was cut into two sections by this blow. It was as if the frozen picture had been neatly torn apart, leaving a blank space in the middle. Magellan's expression froze, and his upper body was separated from his lower body. 3 seconds passed, boom! The upper floor of the prison, which was torn apart, fell heavily. Jahahaha, you are welcome to join, Shiryu of the Rain. Golden Lion laughed and said, then hurry up and take him to this prison to say hello to the hateful Marines. Boom! In the huge roar. This prison, which has been established for an unknown number of years, is pulled out of the deep sea like a carrot. It flew into the sky, unhurriedly on the battlefield. Chapter 90. Overlooking the battlefield from a height, one can clearly understand the changes in the situation. 12,000 pirates vs 80,000 marine elites. To be precise, there were not 80,000, and most of the hot corpses hit by Qin were still in a state of losing their combat power. Xanadu's healing speed is not fast, and so far, only a quarter of the fleet has been saved, because there are about 20,000 people. Dear viewers who received the live broadcast, maybe many people still don't know the reason for the outbreak of this war? Please allow me to give a brief introduction here. Morgus stood next to the large video phone bug, with his back to the direction of the battlefield, telling the cause and effect in a joking tone. About a month ago, Kaido the beasts attacked the Holy Land for unknown reasons, and one of our revered 5 elders, one of the highest powers in the world, was killed in Marie Joyce. At that time, Kaido was defeated and imprisoned, but only a few days later, he was rescued. This is where it all started. How can the evil forces in today's era be rampant to such an extent? Where is the justice? In order to comfort the spirit of the 5 elders, the world government immediately issued a crusade order against Marine, destroying the beasts' pirates at all costs, and killing the heinous criminals, Kaido of the beasts brought to justice. As for Kaido, after escaping, he obviously anticipated the possible consequences. He didn't know what price he had to pay, and formed an alliance with another pirate emperor, Big Mom. About this, I would like to interview the Lord Shishibukai who is next to me, maybe he knows something inside. Morgans commanded the phone bug to make its eyes look at Luo Ze who was riding a fast dragon. Luo Ze shook his head and said, you live broadcast honestly, don't shoot me. Seeing this, Morgus had no choice but to give up. It seems that Mr. Luo Ze doesn't like to be interviewed, it's a pity, let's go back to the battlefield below. Luo Ze was also observing the situation on the battlefield. At the forefront of the battle between the two armies, Akainu confronts Kaido alone. The One Piece Emperor and Marine Admiral are basically strong at the same level, but there are still differences in strength between them. In Luo Ze's opinion, the current Whitebeard is a bit better than the current 3 admirals. However, the strength gap between Kaido and Akainu is not that big, and the battle between the two has reached a stalemate. In the vicinity of these two people, Qin and Jack are struggling to deal with Aokiji. In a 2-on-1 situation, they still belong to the suppressed side. In the sky, Yin was still flying over the marine fleet, constantly firing fire bombs, suppressing a large number of warships. But soon they were targeted by T-dolphins, and a fight broke out between the two in the air. As for Momuzagi, he was the first to rush into the formation of the pirates, easily stopping the 4 barbarians by himself. Luo Ze has an impression of barbarians. Barbarians, also known as numberers, are huge in size and have good attack power, but their intelligence is low. There are 10 people in total. They are called 1 beauty, 2 teeth, 3 ghosts, 4 ghosts, 5 ghosts, 6 ghosts, 7 ghosts, 8 teas, 9 ninjas, and 10 ghosts. If we use the League of Legends game as an analogy, the 3 disasters are hero units, the 6 are super soldiers, and these barbarians are just sports cars. Speaking of which, I didn't see any of the 6. Luo Ze's knowledge covered the entire battlefield, and he couldn't find any of the 6 volleys. Leaving aside Runty and Peggy Wan, the pair were abducted by him. Extra Rake, the supernova 10 years later, is estimated to have just joined Marine not long ago. Foz Fa, who used to be a member of the CPO, performed the task of escorting rubber fruit, but was cut off by the red hair. He failed the task, and he should still be staying in the government prison. Aside from the above 4, the remaining 2 are Black Maria and Dimmu. These 2 didn't participate in the battle. Luo Ze shook his head, thinking, it's useless to participate in the battle, at most it is the strength of Vice Admiral, which has no effect on the battle situation. Maybe was left behind at Wano Kuni, helping Kaido run that country. The high-end combat power can't beat Marine, and the mobilized troops are 5 or 6 times worse. It's only a matter of time before they are defeated. Luo Ze looked down at Kaido. On Marine's side, Shishibukai didn't take any action, and there are many general-level officers who are busy dealing with the plague. As time goes on, the balance of victory and defeat will become more and more tilted towards Marine. This is the strongest power of the Grand Line. If you really want to fight a royal group, no royal group can stop it. Kaido is clearly aware of this, so he found Big Mom and chose the alliance. Luo Ze doesn't know what price Kaido paid, but the problem is, where are people? War is merciless and cruel. It will not be kind to you just because you are a Marine soldier with justice in your heart. And you won't be too harsh because you are a pirate and have done a lot of evil. In this crusade, apart from being overwhelmed by biochemical weapons at the beginning, Marine has always had the advantage. On both sides of the war, people die every minute and every second. Luo Ze watched calmly, waiting for another imperial group to appear. Not only he is waiting, Marine is also waiting, and the world government is also waiting in Lien. Holy Land, Marie Joyce. After the restoration of Xinpan Ancient City, in just 1 month, the castle has recovered 7 or 88. At this time, the sun is full of cozy gazebos. Surrounded by pools, birds, and flowers. The 4-5 elders were either standing or sitting, calmly watching the live broadcast. There are 2 screens, one is Marine's live broadcast, and the other is Morgan's live broadcast. It's been so long, it seems that Kizaru is in danger. It's okay, when this war is over, let's re-promote an admiral. Although sacrifice is inevitable, the loss of an admiral's combat power is also a little bit of a headache. It's just Kizaru, his fruit ability is very important. If possible, it's best to recover it. Vegapunk's plan also needs the power of this fruit. The 4 have different attitudes. Some people think it doesn't matter, just one admiral, if necessary, just promote another one. Others find it tricky, with the sparkling fruit the linchpin of a major government program. Compared to this, the BD Morgus dared to come to live broadcast this war. Afterwards, we must deal with this uncontrolled guy. If we let him broadcast the news casually, we don't know when it will cause us trouble. Wait quietly for the result, Kaido can't last long alone. The blonde 5 elders in a dark red suit watched the live broadcast silently. On screen, Akainu punched Kaido in the chest. But at the same time, Kaido hit him hard on the face with a stick. Facing the Zoan phantom beast species, the garden dog chose to fight hand to hand. But the results are obvious. Kaido just took a few steps back, while Akainu was hit by a stick and flew tens of meters away. Oh he, what are you still worried about? Admiral's strength is only at this level. Kaido mocked, it's bad for you to fight at sea, right? Your magma will melt the ice under your feet. While speaking, he reached out and wiped away a cloud of magma on his chest, and threw it on the ground casually. The hot magma fell on the ice surface, making a sound of burrowing. Akainu rolled a few times, got up immediately, he wiped a touch of bloodline from the corner of his mouth. The next moment, he suddenly rushed towards Kaido. Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido held the mace in both hands, wrapped around it with Conqueror's haki, and swung it towards the opponent. Boom! The fist collided with the mace in the air. Although he doesn't know how to entangle and doesn't have Conquerors, but relying on the huge destructive power of the fruit ability, Akainu still blocked the blow. It's just that the shock wave swept across, and a piece of broken ice under the two people's feet cracked in an instant. Humph, what is the strongest creature? It's just the flattery of some ignorant people. As long as you hold you back, what will happen to your subordinates? Kaido narrowed his eyes, and Conqueror's haki erupted immediately. Seeing this, Akainu's fist immediately swelled several times, and the magma flowed, and the haki all over his body concentrated on this punch. Are you in a hurry? Akainu sneered, don't be so arrogant, Kaido. When you fight me, you still want to use Conquerors to intimidate others. The basic ability that any Conqueror's Awakener possesses, the coercion to the weak-willed, can instantly stun people. With Kaido's Conquerors, it is enough to stun everyone below the general rank officer. 80,000 troops can lose combat history in an instant. Oh he, that's really arrogant. Kaido grinned, sensing that his subordinates were constantly dying in battle, he immediately raised his head and shouted, are you still okay? Yin! Heaven! Yin pushed back the T-Dolphin with his sword, and immediately took out a mirror from his chest. Isn't it all right? In the mirror, the face of an old witch emerged. Don't rush, we have captured an admiral here. With these words, Charlotte Te Bray emerged from the mirror. Yin grabbed her to keep the woman from falling. This person. The T-Dolphin's complexion changed, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. As she stretched her hands, the mirror expanded rapidly. The next moment, another 3 emperors, Charlotte Linlin walked out of the mirror. Seeing this scene, the dolphin's complexion changed drastically. Spatial type abilities. This guy. She was the one who rescued Kaido back then. No one expected that the reinforcements would arrive in this way. The T-Dolphin looked sternly, and suddenly accelerated, like a cannonball, rushing towards Charlotte Bray recklessly. Boom! In midair, a huge roar erupted. Countless people looked up. Charlotte Linlin stepped on a black cloud and pinched the T-Dolphin's neck with one hand. Don't get in the way! With a roar, Charlotte Linlin threw the T-Dolphin hard. Mama! I'm not late, am I? Kaido. She grinned, and the next moment, boom! The terrifying Conqueror's haki instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. At this moment, countless sea soldiers fell down one after another like wheat. Not only the sailors, but even the pirates of the 100 Beasts fell to the ground one by one, rolling their eyes under the bombardment of this indiscriminate Conquerors. Big Mom! On the command ship, Tsuru's expression was solemn. She appeared, which means Kizaru. Time on the battlefield seemed to stand still, but anyone who could maintain consciousness in front of this Conquerors looked up at each other. Behind Charlotte Linlin, in the mirror created by Charlotte Bray, figures emerged one after another. The last one to appear was Charlotte Katakuri. He carried Kizaru, and his voice spread throughout the audience, your admiral is already a prisoner. Kizaru Admiral. The expressions of the marine generals changed drastically. Li Lihao, Fu Furu, unexpectedly got caught with an admiral. Dover. Brother Ming was stunned at first, then laughed wildly, this is really interesting. Sengoku's idea. Aokiji and Akainu also stopped in unison, their faces sank. Kizaru's hands were wearing sea stone shackles, and he was in a mess. Facing the attention of countless eyes, he cocked his mouth and said, "Sorry, I got caught." Facing that kind of situation, he couldn't run away, and couldn't fight, and he felt that he had worked very hard to last so long before he was caught. Not to mention him, it would be the same result if Akainu and Aokiji were replaced. Airship. This is really an exciting and unexpected event. Morgus excited, when the beast's pirates were retreating steadily, Marine Admiral was captured by the enemy, and the situation was reversed. Luo Ze gave him a speechless look. Keep Kuai Long away a little, so as not to be hated by others. Marine sent Kizaru to Cake Island. Luo Ze thought to himself, no wonder I didn't see him join the battle. If Kizaru had joined the battle from the very beginning, he might have finished the attack. No, you can't say that either. Without Kizaru going to Cake Island, the Big Mom gang will join the battle as soon as possible. But at least it will be a little better than being captured now. It deserves it. Those who drown are generally able to swim. Kizaru relied on his own fruit ability to come and go freely, and he still had to raise the white flag when he was besieged by many people. In this situation, I'm going to take action. Luo Ze narrowed his eyes, and immediately called out to Karakura from the bottom of his heart, letting him be on standby at any time. As soon as the national treasure appears, a beam of destruction and death will be sent immediately. Chapter 91. The sudden entry of the Big Mom pirates and the capture of Marine Admiral made the heated battlefield suddenly calm. Countless people fainted in front of Charlotte Linland's conquerors. In this calm, Kaido suddenly made a move. Roar Thunder 8 trigrams. Wrapping the conquerors around the mace, holding it with both hands and swinging it, it hit Akainu hard on the chest. Akainu, who was distracted, realized that something was wrong, but avoided it. With a bang, blood spilled from his mouth, Akainu was blown away by a single blow, crossed the marine fleet in an instant, and was beaten all the way to the stern. Akainu Admiral. When several generals and officers nearby saw this scene, they all showed anger. Kaido sarcastically said, "This is a battlefield, who is to blame for my carelessness? Allah la. The situation is suddenly very unfavorable." Not far away, Aokiji's heart trembled. The development of the matter was somewhat unexpected. Kizaru was sent to Cake Island to investigate. It was Kizaru who proposed it on his own initiative, but he did not expect to be captured. At this time, in the air, Charlotte Linland's conquerors retracted, looked at the Marines, and grinned. "Mama mama! The situation has turned around, Marine. Do you want to continue? If you continue, then first cut off the admiral next to my mother, and use his head to commemorate the undead who will die later." As soon as these words came out, many people were stunned. Everyone thought that the menacing Big Mom pirate group would push the war to the next climax. But what he said at this time seemed to mean a truce. Luo Ze raised his eyebrows unexpectedly. Big Mom wanted a truce. However, if you think about it carefully, it's normal for the pirates not to want to fight, and it's no good if they win. Command ship. Crane Vice Admiral stared at the sky in silence. Kizaru's trip to Cake Island was proposed by himself and agreed after discussion at a high-level meeting. There are people who support it, and there are people who oppose it. In the end, Sengoku made the decision. This is really a big gaffe. She thought about the countermeasures in her heart. At this time, boom! In the marine fleet, Akainu stood up again, lava billowing all over his body. After taking a tyrannical stick from Kaido, he only vomited a little blood and suffered some internal injuries, far from losing 840 combat effectiveness. Ridiculous. He looked at Charlotte Linland coldly. "Just because an admiral was captured, you want us to retreat?" What do you think Marine is? As soon as this remark came out, it immediately aroused the support of some generals. War will kill people, everyone knows this, even Admiral, as long as it is for justice. Sacrifice is inevitable. It's all about justice. I'm sorry, but justice cannot back down. Although some people support it, it is clear that there are other people who have wavered. Looking at the faces of all beings, Luo Ze couldn't help shaking his head. The factions within Marine are also chaotic, with main battles, main peace, and neutrality. Shi Shibukai's warship. Doflamingo grinned and said in a joking tone, "Phew fur, it's really interesting. How far will this big show go tonight? Choose to sacrifice a Marine Admiral here, or just let it go." Marine Admiral, Marine's highest combat power. A strong man of this level has not died in battle for a long time. If you want to go back, the last Marine Admiral who died in battle must have been 200 years ago. In the battlefield. Facing the divided Marine, the young sage felt a sense of ridiculous humor in his heart. He is the Lieutenant Colonel of the headquarters, and he is only 24 years old this year. She is also a Logia smoke fruit capable user, and it can be said that she is a highly anticipated Marine supernova. But at this moment, he was very disappointed. Just a word from Big Mom, Marine's morale was shaken. The wavering people are not ordinary soldiers, those people have been stunned by the conquerors, they have received the call from the headquarters, and they have come all the way from the various branches. In the end, he fought with his life, but just because Admiral was captured, the war will stop? What is their justice? What are those dead soldiers? Suddenly, Sengoku's voice sounded. I am Sengoku, and I am conveying the supreme command of the naval headquarters to the entire army. The sound came from the receiver of the phone worm, and spread throughout the fleets through the amplified phone worm next to Crane Vice Admiral. Marshal Sengoku. The generals were shocked. Sengoku. Akainu's face was ugly. He knew Sengoku very well and had already anticipated what the other party would say. I am the one who sent Kizaru to carry out the mission, and I will bear all the consequences. In the current era of great pirates, our marine cannot afford the loss of an admiral, so, from now on, the entire army retreats. Sengoku's voice was low. Big Mom, your people should retreat at the same time. After the fighters on both sides leave, release the apes immediately. Mama, retreat is not enough. Charlotte Linlin smiled disdainfully, if you release people today, you can immediately organize a second crusade. Kaido shouldered the mace, grinned and said, I hope you continue, to be honest, you will definitely win in the end, but how many of these people can survive? It is very clear about the outcome. World government has the power to erase an island and there's no way they can win. Even if they win the group of marines in front of them, once that kind of power comes, they will still lose. It seems that we can't fight anymore. Luo Ze glanced at Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, these two are quite witty, no, it should be said that both sides are very sensible. Sengoku's sudden voice made him wonder whether it was Sengoku's scheme behind it. The two sides in this crusade, Naval Headquarters and the Double Emperor Alliance, are just pawns. Behind it is the will of him and the five elders. Naval Headquarters, or rather, Marshal Sengoku definitely doesn't want to fight, because the gain outweighs the loss, and the price of winning is too high. Pirates don't want to fight either, and there is no real benefit to winning, they are just the defensive side. In short, this is a crusade that neither the attacker nor the defender wants to happen. They are only acting under pressure from all sides. It sounds complicated, but it's actually just a moment of thinking. At this time, Sengoku's voice sounded again. As Marshal Marine, I assure you that after this retreat, no new crusade will be launched against you within 3 years. However, your two pirate groups cannot attack any member country of the world government, including hanging merchant ships of Confederate flags. Big Mom sneered and said, as expected of Marshal Marine, he is very courageous. Yes, I will trust you once. She agreed very simply, which made Luo Ze even more suspicious, whether the leaders of the thief and the army had reached some kind of agreement in private. The whole army retreats. Leaving the last sentence, Sengoku cut off the communication. At the same time, Kaido also shouted to Yin in the sky, "Jin, get people out." "Yes, Tianping." Above the black cloud, Kizaru said with his mouth twisted, "You have won, pirates." "Won? Not really, the beast's pirates lost a lot." "Airship." Morgan spread her hands, "This grand war is over like this? It's really disappointing." "You think so, Mr. Luo Ze?" If I were you, I'm ready to run away." Luo Ze shook his head. Morgus quivered, bddy, and quivered her feathers, and immediately greeted her subordinates, "Go! Go! The world government will not let me go. All parties are retreating." Luo Ze still sat cross-legged, riding Kuai Long, watching the retreat of the two parties. A lot of people died, the 100 beasts lost at least 4,000 people, and more than 30 battleships were destroyed by Akainu's meteor volcano. Before the liberation, even half of the barbarians died. Many marines died too. It's impossible for 5 elders to accept this kind of result, but can I accept it? Luo Ze looked up to the sky. Observation Haki paid close attention to the situation in the sky. If he were he would give Kaido and Big Mom a divine punishment when everyone was a little slack, and send them on their way. Now Morgus is also scared away by him, so there is no need to be afraid of exposure in the live broadcast. Just waiting left and right, not waiting at all. Is there any limit? Luo Ze had to wonder, unless there were some restrictions on the use of national treasures, why not use them? World government lost a big face once, and this time naval headquarters lost again. Can this be tolerated? Just don't call me call me Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Luo Ze was so angry that he didn't fight. It's really boring to be the king of this world. It gave him the illusion of fighting wits with the air. The other side. Big Mom and others join Kaido. Is this what Sengoku means? Kaido asked, narrowing his eyes. This guy wants to delay time, Charlotte Linlin said disdainfully. If you delay for a few more hours, Marine will be able to deal with you first, and then the army will advance towards my mother's Sea of Nations. Hearing this, Kaido immediately figured it out. Sengoku had a good plan. If Kizaru is stuck, then continue to fight, deal with him first, then deal with Big Mom, and complete the goal of 5 elders. If it cannot be delayed, use the fact that Admiral was captured to end the war and reduce casualties. As expected of the man known as the resourceful general. Kaido looked at Kizaru and sneered, no matter what kind, Marine can preserve its strength to the maximum extent. Kizaru, who is a prisoner, has nothing to say about this kind of ridicule. Although this is true, he did risk his life. The point is, this task cannot be done by others, only he can carry it out. The plan was proposed by Sengoku, and only the two of them know about it, not even Tsuru Vice Admiral. Because he is a sparkling fruit-capable user. The government has a plan and needs the help of this fruit. After more than 2 hours, Marine's major fleets withdrew from this sea area one after another. Although Akainu is unwilling, he is only admiral and cannot disobey the command of the marshal. On the pirate side, the beast's pirates also left one after another, and many corpses were directly thrown into the sea, blood staining the ocean. The armies of both sides withdrew one after another. Let him go, he said intently on the command ship. Charlotte Linlin didn't mean to go back on her word either. This was originally an agreement with Sengoku. Katakuri, let him go. Hearing this, Katakuri stretched out a finger, and a white rice cake stretched out from the finger, which was finally shaped into a key shape. Insert it into Kizaru's sea stone shackles, and it will open instantly. At this time, everyone's expressions changed slightly, and they all raised their heads. Gee ha 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 ha. An island? No, it's not an island, it's a fusiform prison. Those on Marine's side are all too familiar with it. The world's first deep-sea prison, impel down. At this moment, this huge prison descended from the sky, slowly broke through the clouds, and appeared in front of everyone. Exist. At the entrance gate of the prison, a group of pirates headed by Golden Lion were laughing loudly. Pirate and Marine shaking hands? It's funny. I haven't seen such a good show, it seems that we are one step too late. Golden Lion folded his arms and led a group of old monsters behind him. Wanton laughter. So, the first half is over, so the second half of the banquet should also start. 1. Golden Lion. Crane's face changed suddenly. Aokiji and Akainu's expressions sank. On Shishibuki's warship, Chafu, Momuzagi, Hawkeye, Doflamingo, and others have different expressions. Behind the Golden Lion, all the faces were vicious big pirates. Luo Ze looked up. Star Cross Union. Star Cross Guild? What's that? Doflamingo looked over immediately. A group of pirates even invited me to join before. Luo Ze said calmly, you weren't invited? Oh, I'm sorry, you're too weak, so you probably weren't picked. Doflamingo's face darkened. Golden Lion narrowed his eyes, quickly understood what Luo Ze meant, and immediately said loudly. That's right, we are the Star Cross Guild. From now on, this world will be ruled by us. The new era of pirates has arrived. Jahaha. Jahahaha. Wanton laughter spread everywhere, casting a shadow over the eyes of everyone in Marine. Crane looked at the vicious faces at the entrance of the prison, and his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. The rise of a new pirate force? No, this is worse than the Rocks pirates back then. Chapter 92. All are prisoners of IV6 Eternal Hell. The entire prison was taken by the Golden Lion. Magellan, what happened to Director Magellan? That's Shiryu Warden. Impossible. Impel Down has been captured, dash. On the few remaining warships that have not been evacuated, the Vice Admiral headquarters are full of disbelief expressions. Flying Squirrel, Ghost Spider, Dalmesia, John Giant, Mount Fire, Doberman, Steel Rice, Mozambique. Can't believe it. Those people standing next to Golden Lion are all big pirates who used to be famous, and the worst one had a bounty of 500 million Baileys before he was imprisoned. Hunter Ryu, Terran Daime. Giant Battleship San Juan Wolf. Big Barrel, Basque Chote. Evil King, Alvaro Pizarro. The Red Earl, Baloric Redfield. World Destroyer Berndy Waldo. Devil's Heir, Douglas Bullet. And also, the Flying Squirrel took a deep breath, and glanced across the faces. Shipbreaker, Nance Yuba. Paramecia, a person with the ability to split the fruit, once defeated Marine's Buster Call by himself, and the bounty when he was arrested was 1,227,490 square meters. The Emperor of Toys, Preziosi Bankhead, Paramecia building block fruit ability. Lion Roaring King, Dalen Banfield, a person with the ability of Union Fruit. Void Assassin, Casimir, Zoan, fruit of human being Phantom Beast Ashura form. Monster. A group of sealed old monsters. Now they appeared in front of everyone in rows and rows, and the shock of it made these vice admirals from the headquarters feel like warriors. The scene suddenly became audible. Everyone is watching the group of uninvited guests. Luo Ze is also looking at these prisoners, including Golden Lion. A total of 13 people showed up. Some he knew, some he didn't. You actually moved the entire prison. Akainu's face was extremely ugly. What do you want to do? Golden Lion Shiki. Tsi ha ha ha, don't be so nervous, lava brat. Golden Lion looked full of leisure, and said sarcastically, I just came to say hello tonight and announce the establishment of our Star Cross Union. Everyone has just come out of prison, and then we have to celebrate the joy of getting out of trouble. Prison warden, Shiryu Rain, what do you mean? Aokiji's expression was unusually serious. It's not interesting. Shiryu smiled faintly with a cigar in his mouth. Unlike that idiot Magellan, I'm so tired of the boring guard life experience. Where's Magellan? He took a deep breath, and asked this question even though he had expected it. Died. Shiryu of the Rain kicked the corpse down. It was a corpse divided into 3 pieces. Arms, upper body, lower body. The body fell into the water, causing a splash. Director Magellan, the flying squirrel yelled angrily, and immediately jumped down from the warship. Akainu couldn't take it anymore, and immediately struck. The magma on the right arm seemed to be in a state of rage at this time, and the swelling red magma was punched out by him. The fist of lava expanded rapidly, reaching a height of 100 meters in an instant. Ridiculous! Beside Golden Lion, an elderly man with a height of 1.65 meters, with a hunched back, stretched out a palm in a sneer. Boom! When the huge magma self-fist touched the withered palm, it was split into 2 pieces like tofu. The incisions are neat enough to be called an artistic finish. Shipbreaker, Nance Yuba. The ghost spider gritted its teeth and glared at him. Don't be impulsive. Crane Vice Admiral said calmly, the more this is the case, the more calm you are. This group of people just got out of trouble and don't have much physical strength to fight us. We have a chance of winning. Hearing this, Golden Lion grinned, turning to look at Kaido and Big Mom. Long time no see, Kaido, Linlin. How about it? Do you want to consider joining our Star Cross Guild? With the strength of the 2 of you, you are fully qualified. Hearing this, everyone in Marine was shocked. If 2 more pirate emperors are recruited, the world will be over. Just like what Golden Lion said, the era of real pirates is coming, and Marine will be completely unable to suppress these monsters. What kind of joke is this? Kaido dismissed Golden Lion's invitation. Charlotte Linlin snorted and said, my old lady hated you the most, Shiki. What Star Cross Guild, with you as an old BD, still want to suppress this group of people? The result will be the same as before. As she spoke, she turned and walked into Bree's mirror. Go back, you can do whatever you want to play, don't come to my old lady's world to play wild. Seeing this, everyone in the Charlotte family also followed. Let's go, Yin, Quinn, Jack. Kaido picked up the mace and walked into the mirror. After all the members of the Shuanghuang Alliance left, Kizaru moved his wrist and said with a crooked mouth, it's terrible, while we were attacking the Kaido group, we ran to Bloodbath Impel down? 17. Golden Lion pursed his lips, turned his eyes, looked at the 3 of Shishibukai, and finally settled on Luo Ze. You guys, do you want to join? I welcome it very much. Doflamingo just chuckled and didn't answer at all. Hawkeye looked as usual, as if he didn't hear. Luo Ze smiled, a group of old, weak, sick, and disabled, what strength do you have? At a glance, they were all very old, and the only one he could fancy was Douglas Bullet, Roger's former crew member. Others, what smelly fish and rotten shrimp. Even Redfield, the Scarlet Earl, has not eaten the fruit of the Phantom Beast vampire form, is his strength 1/10 of the peak period? Oh, the tone is very loud, brat. The person who spoke was about 70 or 80 years old, with his hands behind his back, and his hair was graying day by day. Who are you? The old man's name is Dalen Banfield. A kid like you must have never heard of it. The old man has been imprisoned for almost 30 years. Banfield has a skinny figure, giving people a sense of frailty that is dying, and even has many old Madaras on his face. Universal pull. Luo Ze's gaze fixed, and Rin Egan immediately appeared, and he stretched out his hand towards the opponent. In an instant, a gravitational force locked on the opponent, dragged the opponent out of Impel Down, and flew towards him rapidly. It. Banfield was stunned, and immediately opened his mouth and roared, "Zahao!" The ripples of the sound can be seen with the naked eye. After the circles of sound waves are emitted from his mouth, every time he advances, his defecation will expand by 1 point. But strangely, this attack is silent. After crossing a distance of hundreds of meters, when approaching Luo Ze, the sound wave's circle had already exceeded a radius of 100 meters. There was no need for Luo Ze to remind, the fast dragon under its feet immediately climbed to the height. The sound wave that lost its target finally fell to the surface of the sea. The entire sea seems to have sunk suddenly, creating a disc-shaped deep hole. Moreover, with the spread of sound waves, this deep hole is still sinking and expanding. But strangely, there was still no sound coming out. Interesting. Luo Ze raised his eyebrows. Banfield stepped into the void, did a backflip, and returned to the entrance of Impel Down. The sound didn't disappear, but was absorbed. So the question is, where did the attracted sound go? As soon as the words fell, a shining white spot was born on his fingertips. "Give it to you, brat," sonic boom. "Asking for flowers." Banfield flicked his fingers, and this shining white spot flew towards Luo immediately. It's not that fast. Luo Ze just watched, neither dodging nor avoiding, allowing the opponent to approach. "Be careful," came Aokiji's voice. "That's a vibration similar to Whitebeard." As soon as he finished speaking, a spot of light came to Luo Ze's chest, suddenly shining brightly. A powerful vibration force suddenly spread in all directions. The atmosphere is like a mirror, and the traces of cracks are born like spider webs. Similar to the scene where Whitebeard uses shock fruit, this is also a shocking force. This one. Luo Ze understood instantly. He held a bottle in both hands. Snap! Everything disappeared without a trace. The light particle of the sonic boom was suppressed by him at the moment of the explosion. Banfield was stunned for a moment. What's going on? Sure enough, it's a group of rotten fish and rotten shrimp. Return it. With a flick of Luo Ze's fingers, the same particle of light was born at his fingertips, and was then impelled down by everyone. Seeing this scene, the complexions of the big pirates who had just escaped changed slightly. "Jahahaha, how dare you provoke him? I admire your courage." Golden Lion laughed loudly and immediately flew up. Next moment, boom! Like a punch from shock fruit, the shock shattered the entrance of Impel Down in an instant, and the wall collapsed. Swept by the power of the shock, 5 people vomited blood on the spot. The rest of them also had to use haki to resist. Banfield was beaten to the ground by his own moves, and his whole body was embedded in the wall. "Wow, cough cough cough." He coughed violently, with blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. "Where did you get the little monster?" "Golden Lion, UBD." The person who had already put half of his foot into the coffin, now that he had eaten his own move, he was already lying in the coffin with half of his body. Everyone in Marine looked at Luo Ze in surprise. Absorbed Devil Fruit's power, then bounced back? Golden Lion stood in emptiness, sneered, and said, "I'm not even sure I can win this man, so forget it. Goodbye, everyone in Marine, we still have to recover for a while, go back and tell the 5 elders. They should sleep soundly as soon as possible, and there will be no chance in the future, jahahaha." With the Golden Lion laughing wildly, Impel Down quickly climbed to the heights and disappeared into the sky with a group of prisoners. Luo Ze raised his head and looked towards the sky. "After all this, I'm still refuses to use the national treasure? Why? What are the restrictions? Can only hit fixed targets? Do I need to recharge every time I use it? But it has been a month since the last time, so even if it needs to be recharged, it should be charged. Or, disdain at all." Luo Ze thought to himself. Im's strength, how strong it is, can actually be guessed a little bit. As the final boss, it must be stronger than 4 emperors and admiral. An immortal who has lived for at least 800 years, even if he is a pig, his strength will reach an unimaginable level. In the original book, after the Straw Hat Luffy awakens Nika, he can beat Kaido as a skipping rope, but he can't beat Im. There is a high probability that an upgrade is needed to reach Im's level, and even many sit UPS are required. Based on this judgment, Luo Ze feels that Im is a little stronger than he is now, but not much stronger. The gap between the two may be in haki. So, the king of this world thinks that a group of old, weak, sick, and rotten fish and rotten shrimps don't need to use national treasures at all. Luo Ze cursed in his heart, stretched his waist immediately, and glanced at the marines. I'm tired, goodbye. Remember to prepare 10 billion for me. After speaking, one person and one dragon disappeared into the sky in a blink of an eye. Chapter 93. Back to Allegia. It was already past 4 o'clock at night. Luo Ze took a shower and returned to his bedroom. Before he entered, he sensed two familiar auras in the room. The breath of sleep, the breathing is steady. He opened the door and walked in, and saw Yamato and Hiri sleeping on his bed. Luo Ze, don't you guys have your own beds? I'm not at home, and I came here to get under the covers. And are they still together? Sisters have a very good relationship. Cursing from the bottom of his heart, he quickly got in. As if awakened by the noise, Yamato woke up first. Luo Ze, are you back? He said in a daze, then hugged Luo Ze's arm and continued to sleep. Afterwards, Kojiki Hiri also woke up immediately, and said as if in a dream, Manager, welcome home. As he spoke, he embraced the other arm and put his head on it. Luo Ze, who was lying in the middle, sighed silently. The main reason was that it was too late to disturb Bonnie, otherwise the two of them would have to be taught a lesson. With one arm in his arms, the warm blanket urged him to fall asleep as soon as possible. The next day, when Luo Ze woke up, it was already noon. The two people around him had already left. Lifting his numb arm, Luo Shi got up and simply washed up. When passing by the living room of the castle, everyone was there. Not to mention Gordon, Brooke, and Peggy Wan. A large group of girls gathered together, chatting about something. Luo Ze glanced over and sorted by age. Pudding, 4 years old, Rebecca, 4 years old, Nami, 8 years old, Yuta, 9 years old, Nakako, 10 years old, Bonnie, 12 years old, Kojiki Hiri, 14 years old, Yamato, 16 years old, Violet, 17 years old, 18-year-old Robin, 19-year-old Garrett, 23-year-old Scarlet. Unknowingly, 303 turned out to be 12 people. Playing mahjong at night can make up 3 tombs. Oh, and Nami's adoptive mother Belle, this woman doesn't live in the castle, not here. What day is today? Z's, read today's news quickly. Yuta immediately waved to him, and the women consciously moved out of the way. Luo Ze walked over and said with a smile, what good thing. Probably because of the news about the singer, more.com has started to act. I don't think it's a good thing. Robin pushed his glasses and said softly. Luo Ze was taken aback, why are you wearing glasses? I've been reading lately recently. Robin smiled slightly, is it good looking? Master Luo Ze. 5. It's fun to tease him, isn't it? Black belly girl. He turned his gaze, and then looked at Charlotte Tagaret. Seemingly still afraid of him, the woman subconsciously took half a step back. So afraid of me? He laughed and said, it's not some monster. Yes, I'm sorry. Garrett apologized nervously. After coming here for a few days, she got acquainted with the girls, but for the owner of the castle, this Shishibukai still couldn't help being a little scared. Robin usually takes good care of her and doesn't even restrict her from using the phone bug. She wanted to get in touch with her mother, but she was afraid of angering Luo Ze, so she didn't dare to take action for the time being. Shaking his head, Luo Ze looked down at Pudding beside Garrett. Pudding, are you still used to it here? Master Luo Ze. Compared to Garrett, Pudding was obviously less afraid of him, and looked at him with a pair of big eyes blinking. No one bullied her here, even if she had a third eye on her forehead, everyone didn't dislike her, and even showed great curiosity. After all, apart from the three eyes, there are also moving skeletons here. If there is anything you are not used to, you can tell Sister Robin at any time, and you can also tell me. After stroking the little girl's head, Luo Ze greeted the others again. Gordon came over and said with a serious face, Your Majesty Luo Ze, let's read the news first, something big has happened. Big event? Yesterday's crusade? Picking up the newspaper, Luo Ze saw the headlines of the news at a glance. Neither the content of the crusade, nor the news about Yuta, but the birth of the Fourth Sea Emperor. Journalism is the book of life for Morgans. Luo Ze showed a surprised expression. Read the news carefully. The legendary great pirate, the Golden Lion, is alive again. The legend of Roger's era, the captain of the flying pirates, has now bloodbathed the world's largest prison, Impel Down, and brought all the prisoners in the prison under his command. The Star-Cross Guild under his command is undoubtedly the Fourth Sea Emperor of the Grand Line. New World is about to enter the era of 4 emperors. The content is very detailed, it doesn't look like a random fabrication. There is even a description of how the Golden Lion attacked Impel Down, and the fighting that broke out at that time. There are also all kinds of information about the death of the Director Magellan in battle, and the on-the-spot defection of the watchman Shiryu, who was stabbed with a knife. At the end of the news, there are actually specific interview content. On the side, Brookside, Golden Lion Shiki, when I was a pirate, this guy was a super rookie and attracted a lot of attention. Now he actually swallowed all the prisoners in a prison. The Star-Cross Guild has become the strongest power among the 4 emperors, so scary that the eyeballs are about to fall off. Ah, although I don't have eyeballs, yo ho 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 ho. Everyone. Peggy Wong couldn't help asking, wait a minute, Mr. Brook, how old are you this year? I'm in my 70s, probably 78. Brook recalled for a while before answering with certainty. Yuta sighed, why is this world always in constant conflict? The news also said that the war between Naval Headquarters and the Double Emperor Alliance broke out yesterday and Marine lost in the end. No win or loss, just a little trickery by Sengoku to stop it. Luo Ze thought for a while, but did not explain to Yuta. He immediately took out his phone bug and dialed a number. It's me. Oh, dear Mr. Luo Ze, it's a great honor for me to receive your call. The voice of Morgans was on the opposite side. What's up with the news? After we left last night, we found a prison flying in the air. Anyone would be curious. So I asked the airship to follow. Morgan said excitedly, have you read the news? This is more shocking content than the crusade. I even interviewed the Golden Lion and those super prisoners who escaped from prison. I will release related content in the follow-up news, so stay tuned. I'm not asking this, I'm asking, why didn't I explain the content? Luo Ze read the entire newspaper, but there was no information about the singer Yuta. Morgaz was at a loss for words, and it took him a long time to squeeze out a sentence. I'm very sorry, the newspaper is too small to write in. Please rest assured, in the next month, I will definitely make your little songstress nothing in the world. I don't know. Morgus, the news should be prioritized. Compared with something like 4 emperors, the beautiful singing that can bring peace to the world is more important. Do you understand? Luo Ze said softly. You are right, you will definitely see Miss Yuta's front page headlines tomorrow. Morgans had to reassure. He has already angered the world government, but he dare not provoke Luo Ze again. After all, this guy can really fly. And it flies fast. Click. Luo Ze cut off the communication, and immediately saw a pair of eyes looking at him in surprise. Do you even have Morgan's contact information? Bonnie said in surprise, I often hear this name from my father. Yuta grabbed Luo Ze's hand, eyes sparkling, Ze news is. You will be famous all over the world soon. Luo Ze smiled slightly, the concert is also being prepared, and it won't be long before your singing voice will spread all over the world. Awesome! Yuta raised his hands excitedly, turned around and said to his little sisters, Nami, Nakako, Runty, Bonnie, Sister Hiri, Sister Yamato, we will have a concert soon. Congratulations, Yuta! At the same time as the group of girls chattered excitedly, a system reminder also came from Luo Ze's mind. Since the concert will be held soon, as a manager, of course, I have to prepare more excellent songs for my little singer. Familiar prompt. Luo Ze turned on the system resolutely, and took a song from the music library. Congratulations on getting the score New Era. This is the 6th score to be pulled from the system. At the same time, the task of the new score also appeared at the first time. Diva Training Task. Professor Yuta's song New Era, the singing score reaches 100 points, and each time the live audience of the singing exceeds 10,000 people, a devil fruit will be randomly rewarded, all easygoing workers. This task can be done repeatedly. Seeing the words repeat and complete, Luo Ze's eyes lit up. Similar to the situation with Target Pokémon Master, this song can bring unlimited devil fruit rewards. It's just that there is one more condition. More than 10,000 listeners live? In other words, the live broadcast is not enough, it has to be a concert, and more than 10,000 fans heard it on the spot. Luo Ze fell into deep thought. It seems that there is not much difference. With Yuta's strength, 10,000 live audiences are nothing at all. It doesn't have to be at a concert, it can be performed in places where many people gather, such as towns. When Yuta is published in the newspaper tomorrow, Allegia will soon be unable to hide. In order to avoid unnecessary troubles, the Ugly Kingdom's guard team must be formed as soon as possible. At that time, form a combat force with all abilities to defend this country. As for the personal safety of the big star Yuta, Yamato alone is not enough, you have to find a bodyguard, preferably a woman. All of a sudden, Luo Ze thought of many questions. Yuta needs bodyguards. Although my own ability is the fruit of singing, it is a very buggy fruit, as long as I hear the singing, I will be dragged into the virtual world created by Yuta. The body in the real world will be completely controlled by Yuta. Not even Admiral is exempt from this ability. But the premise of all this is to hear the singing. That is to say, it is useless for the deaf, and plugging the ears can also be immune. This kind of ability belongs to the situation where one does not know the weakness, and is invincible, but once the weakness is known, it will become very weak. And Yuta himself, without the blessing of fruit power, looks like a 9-year-old girl. Therefore, bodyguards are a must. The current members of the backup dance troupe, except for Yamato, are not considered combat power. Robin can be cultivated, but it takes time. Garrett can't fully trust her yet. Therefore, the selection of bodyguards is a problem. Luo Ze thought for a while, but couldn't think of a particularly suitable target. After all, it has to be a woman. There seems to be someone under Doflamingo. Monet? A little weak. Sugar? This legal loli needs protection. BABY5? She's still a little girl. Thought. I want to put it aside for now. Luo Ze looked at the girls and said, don't get too excited about the concert. Today I will test your dance, Bonnie, turn everyone into 18 years old, I want. Test yourself the results of your time. Yuta's little face suddenly collapsed, no. Nami stared, I haven't learned it for long, devil satyr, villain. Robin smiled lightly, Lord Luo Ze, do you want to test the results, or just want to watch the dance? Have your cake and eat it too. Luo Ze said with a serious face, resistance is useless, come to the dance studio with me. By the way, Gordon, you go to contact this person, he is arranging the concert, what is the demand value? Then connect with him. After giving Gordon the contact information of the slave trader Kip, Luo Ze took a group of girls to the dance studio. As Yuda's first official concert, the performance of the backup dancers is also the top priority. Holy Land, Marie Joyce. New Pangu City. The office of the Four Old Stars. Sengoku stood in front of the huge table, looking at the four old men opposite with a blank expression. Boom! The blonde five elders slammed the newspaper on the table, angrily said, Sengoku, is this how you earn your money? I think I made a decision that best suits our interests. At that time, a truce was the best result. Sengoku said calmly. Have you ever considered the face of the government? The old man with the sword had sharp eyes, this time it is a disgrace. How many people have to be sacrificed for the so-called face? Indeed, in that situation, you can continue to fight, but Kizaru must die. In the face of the Double Emperor Alliance, even if you can win in the end, maybe one of Akainu and Aokiji will die in the battle. Sengoku was a little annoyed, but rationally pressed 0.4 down. Let's put aside the crusade for now. The old man with the goatee sighed and said, the great deep-sea prison was taken away by the Golden Lion. This is a major event that has never been heard in the past 800 years. How do you tell the world? Confession? It's not you people who insisted on arresting Kaido in a hurry to save face, which led to the emptiness of the headquarters' combat strength and gave Golden Lion an opportunity. Sengoku was so angry that he wanted to punch the old man with the goatee in the face. But can't fight. I am responsible for everything, and I am willing to accept punishment. Just accept the punishment and forget it. Mustache and bald five elders closed his eyes, and said after a long while, take a break for half a year. I'll let Kong Kong help you deal with the mess. Sengoku. The position of marshal was directly removed. It is said that it is a half-year break, but it is actually an inspection. If the half-year inspection fails, then continue the inspection. For this kind of result, Sengoku had expected it, but five elders told him that it still made him feel powerless. He thought he was right and made a decision that was in the best interests of marine and world government. But in order to explain to the whole world, one needs to take the blame. If he doesn't recite this pot, what about Hawkeye? I see. Goodbye, then. Sengoku turned and left. I can't help but feel a little dazed. Suddenly envious of that BD garb, went to East Blue for vacation, damn it, did that BD expect to become like this? Chapter 94. Sengoku walked out of the office of the Four Old Stars, and walked towards Kong Kong. When the two passed shoulder to shoulder, Chi Chi stopped. Sengoku, you did something wrong this time. Even you think so? Sengoku's tone was calm, and he couldn't help but stare sideways at Sora. Just a year ago. Kong is still Marshal Marine. And he, or Marine Admiral. Kizaru is Vice Admiral. Later, Kong was promoted to be the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, and he was also successfully promoted to the position of Marine. The Admiral position vacated was taken over by Kizaru a few months ago. Sengoku, this world is like this. Celestial dragons are gods, and the place where celestial dragons live is called Holy Land, which is the kingdom of gods. Kong shook his head, sighed and said, forget it, let's take a good rest for a while. He seemed to want to say something, to teach the younger generation, but considering that Sengoku is also 67 years old, he probably didn't want to listen to his nonsense. Sengoku stopped where he was, and watched Sora walk into the office of Si Lao Xing. After losing the position of marshal, he felt much more relaxed. In the office. You're here. The blonde five elders frowned, how's the situation? Magellan was killed in battle, the body was recovered, and the ceremony was held in Malindo 3 days later. Sora reported the situation one by one. Shiryu of the Rain defected, and none of the prison guards escaped from Impel Down. It is unknown whether the entire army has been wiped out. What about the prisoners? How many prisoners were taken? Asked 5 elders, the bald man with a mustache. The total number is about 15,000. Among them, it is worth noting that there are more than 200 IV-5 prisoners, and IV-6 prisoners. According to the registered information, before being abducted by the Golden Lion, the BG people who were still alive. 36 people. The Goatee 5 elders and 13 stars were stunned for a moment. There are so many, the ones released by Golden Lion last night are far more than that. Most of them have been imprisoned for many years, and they are already weak and decayed, not as strong as they were back then. After a pause, Kong said again, besides, before being sent to prison, all of them were famous big pirates. If Golden Lion can't suppress that group of people, maybe they are already fighting among themselves. Hearing this, 5 elders held a sword and said in a deep voice, Kong, for the next 6 months, you are required to concurrently serve as the Marshal of Naval Headquarters to deal with the mess left by that idiot. I understand. Kong nodded and said, here, I have a proposal. Facing the current situation, I think Marine needs to expand its combat power to deal with future situations. Expand your troops? What do you want to do? World conscription. East Blue. Goa Kingdom, suburbs, Corpo Mountain Jungle. Really? I think you're doing fine, Sengoku, said Garp, sitting on a tree stump, laughing. Garp, didn't I tell you this? UBD, went on vacation to East Blue by yourself. I see, I will come back as soon as possible, then, hang up first. Cutting off the communication, Garp pocketed the phone bug. He looked at the 2 grandsons who were grilling meat by the campfire in front of him. Podicus D. Ace, adopted grandson. Monkey D. Luffy, grandson. One is 10 years old and the other is a waste. Ace, Luffy. You must become the strongest Marine. Garp said with emotion. Only by becoming a Marine can I protect you. No. Grandpa, I want to become a pirate. Like Shanks, find a group of powerful partners and find the world's largest secret treasure, One Piece. Luffy said vaguely, but full of momentum, while eating barbecue. Stupid grandson, listen to Grandpa, you have to become a Marine. No, pirates. Marine. Pirates. Boom. Garp couldn't take it anymore, and punched Luffy's head. It hurts so much. Why my grandpa's fist still hurts like this when I turned into rubber? It's the iron fist of love. Garp sighed helplessly. The child didn't understand what he said, but he already hated that BD Shanks so much. After only 1 year of not coming back, my grandson was taken astray. Ace, let's not talk about Luffy, at least you must become high. Garp turned his gaze to his adopted grandson, who was a little older. Luffy is his own grandson, with his face, even if he really went to become a pirate, he can find a way to remedy it. Ace is different. As a child who inherits Roger's blood, once his identity is revealed. Garp suddenly remembered Luo Ze. At the Shishibukai meeting, that kid gave him a pinwheel. Grandfather. Unlike Luffy's rambunctious appearance, in front of Garp, Ace has been seldom talking. You become Marine, with this old man around, no one can touch you. Garp patted Ace on the head. The grievances of the previous generation should not be carried over to the next generation. Sengoku felt he was doing the right thing. Garp also felt that he was doing the right thing. Sabayati Archipelago. In one day, the posters of Diva Yuta were plastered all over the streets and alleys. Area 1 to 79. Whether it is the gate of the population auction, or the illegal area of the black market, or parks, restaurants, hotels, tourist areas, specialty shops, shipyards, coating factories, hotel streets, government buildings, marine base. Overnight, everywhere, a big poster of a lovely singer appeared. Accompanied by the appearance of the poster, there are also nice songs broadcast. Who is this little girl? It came out in a day, how much did it cost? No, it's not about the money. Even Marine's base has her poster. Is this already the result of political interference? Yuta? Diva Yuta? A name I've never heard of. The long one is quite cute, and the singing is super nice. Looks like she is 17 or 18 years old, there must be someone praising her behind her, otherwise such a big battle, just singing is not enough. Countless people are talking about Yuta's name in various parts of the island. Area 61. A boy with a snot nose, resin bubbles on his head, and a pure white robe of celestial dragons walked proudly on the street surrounded by a group of black-clothed bodyguards. Wherever they went, the common people knelt down and kowtowed tremblingly, not daring to show any disrespect. It's just that he was offended by the song broadcast from nowhere. Is it a celebration today? It's been singing. St. Charles rose, I'll investigate right away. A bodyguard in black immediately walked towards the civilian kneeling on the side of the street. Charles rose, Celestial Dragon's family, the eldest son of the Roswald family. After a while, the bodyguard in black returned with a poster in his hand. It's this woman. The bodyguard quickly said, it seems to be a singer, and now the whole island is playing her songs and posting her posters. Someone must have spent money to promote her. Seeing Yuta on the poster, Charles Rose's snot suddenly stopped. He stared blankly for a few seconds, seemingly attracted by Yuta's beauty. After a while, he said decisively, it's decided, let her be my first wife. Go and bring me over. The black-clothed bodyguard was dumbfounded. St. Charles Rose, Regiment. I'm 14, and my father won't stop me from marrying a wife. Charles Rose took out a pistol and pointed at the bodyguard's head. Do you want to disobey me? No. Yes. I'll go right away. The bodyguard shuddered and immediately knelt down. Allegia, Dance Studio. The dance of a group of 18-year-old, youthful and beautiful girls, their vitality and moving figure alone are enough to make people's eyes shine. Luo Ze sat on a chair beside and admired, completely forgetting the original purpose. To be honest, the dance is not very good, there are a lot of redundant movements, but it can't stand the person who is good-looking and has an outstanding figure. If it is paired with suitable clothing and performed at a concert, the effect should be satisfactory. The two teachers did not participate, but sat beside them. Mr. Luo Ze, what do you think? Scarlet asked with a smile. Not bad, but isn't this dance too de rice rosa? Ted rice rosa. Violet froze for a moment. It's just too sexy. It's full of passion and passion, there is no song that Yuta sings that matches this dance. Luo Ze shook his head. This kind of dance is not suitable for concert display, and 113 people secretly appreciate it. You mean, according to different songs, perform different choreography? That's what I mean. Of course I will, this dance is specially shown for you. Scarlet snickered. Is that so? Are you women doing this on purpose? Want to see me make a fool of yourself? Luo Ze gave the single mother a supercilious look. Then show another style. Just as he was talking, there was a knock on the door, and a maid's voice came from outside the door. Your Majesty, this is the contact of the Pirate Empress. Hearing this, Luo Ze got up and said, you guys rest for a while, get ready, wait for me to come back and continue. With that said, he walked out of the dance studio. As soon as he left, the dancing girls stopped one by one. It's so tiring. After a complete dance, why are you so tired? 18-year-old Rebecca said with her waist in her arms, panting. Kojiki Hiri smiled lightly and said, Rebecca-chan, you are just young and haven't gotten used to your body when you grow up. During the concert, it will test your physical strength. Do you want to continue later? 18-year-old Nami folded her hands on her chest, feeling the soreness in her shoulders. I am also very tired, and this breast is too much of a hindrance. Will it grow so big when I grow up? Several older girls laughed one after another, and then started a conversation that children can speak. Sister Yamato is the biggest. Yuta looked down at himself, then at others, feeling defeated. Yes, yes, Lord Luo Ze's eyes were fixed on His Highness Yamato's chest just now. Runti nodded in agreement. Ha 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 ha. Outside the door, Luo Ze's face turned dark, and when he was not around, the group of women became presumptuous. Your Majesty. The maid lowered her head and handed over the phone bug with both hands. Luo Ze felt that the maid also wanted to laugh, but she didn't seem to dare to. This kind of thing is out of control, so you can't blame him entirely. In the previous life, many male anchors had done the eye tracking test and wanted to overcome it, but their eyes would still subconsciously aim there. This is the influence from the genetic level. Similarly, women will subconsciously look at men's lower abdomen. Chapter 95. Is there a problem? Holding the handset of the phone bug, Luo Ze stepped into the lounge. While making himself a cup of black tea, he opened his mouth. Luo Ze, did you participate in last night's crusade? It's rare that you call me by my first name. Luo Ze raised his eyebrows unexpectedly. I made a special trip to contact you just for this? If you care, why didn't you accept the call before? The Sea of Paradise, a certain sea area. Perfume Snake pirate ship, the antique captain's room. Behind the curtain, the Empress was sitting upright, her slender legs crossed, and she was at a loss for words when she heard the voice from the phone bug. With fingers as white as jade, she lightly flipped through the newspaper in her hand. She glanced over, but she was not interested. What for emperors, what crusade, she was just looking for an excuse to contact. I hate world government. The whole world knows you hate the world government. The phone bug rolled his eyes vividly. Just tell me what you have to do. 17. Empress, actually, there is one thing I have always cared about. Let me guess. Luo Ze made the black tea, took a sip, and said jokingly, you want to ask, why did I do anything to 5 elders? The female emperor's delicate body shook, her eyes widened in disbelief. Can you read minds? It's just that you are too easy to guess. Luo Ze's proud expression popped into the Empress's mind. Very angry. How could this person guess what she was thinking through the phone bug? Forget it, you guessed it right. She said a little frustrated, then, can you tell Taishan the answer? It's okay to tell you, do me a favor. I promise you. The Empress agreed without hesitation. This question has troubled her for a long time. What she wanted to ask last time was only interrupted by the other party's sentence, we have time to sleep together. Later, I was too embarrassed to take the initiative to contact, so I kept procrastinating. It wasn't until now that the crusade broke out in the news, and she found an excuse. It's a pity that excuses are useless at all, and others will tell you right away, guessing what's on your mind. This feeling is somewhat different. Why don't you ask? It doesn't matter, the concubine can help you as much as I can. Is that so? The attitude has changed a lot. Is it because of the 5 elders' deaths? Luo Ze pondered, how many people are there in your daughter country? How many people? The Empress was obviously taken aback, but she still replied, about 500,000 people. Only 500,000? That's fine. Luo Ze immediately said, I will send you a sound shell later. You know the sound shell? The Sky Island special product that records sound. The one I sent over has recorded more than a dozen songs. I hope you can. Daughter country broadcasts nationwide. That is it. Besides, there is one more thing. What else? Forget it, tell me. It doesn't matter if it's 1 or 2, since I've said it, I'll do my best to help you. Your attitude is too good, are you really Boya Hancock? Luo Ze muttered in his heart. I need to practice Conqueror's entanglement, your ability may help. Do you want to compete with my concubine? I don't know if it's an illusion, but Luo Ze always feels that the Empress voice seems a little eager to try. I agree to you. The Empress readily agreed. The corners of her mouth curled up, revealing her inner emotions. She has always wanted to turn Luo Ze into stone, and this is the perfect opportunity. It's not that there is any grievance in it, it's just that I simply want to win once. The guy who doesn't admit defeat. Luo Ze quickly reacted, and said clearly, don't say I won't give you a chance. Humph, Iza's daughter's island is waiting for you. Then just wait, I will take someone to your place tomorrow. Luo Ze smiled and cut off Nianbo directly. Take people? Behind the curtain, the Empress looked blankly, man? Woman? Daughter's Island has an absolute norm of men's ban hundreds of years ago. Once a man enters this place, he will be wiped out. Forget about Luo Ze, if you bring a man over, the Empress will find it troublesome. She hates men. But if it's a woman? Thinking of this, the Empress was a little bit tangled, why not bring a man over? No. This stinky kid didn't answer my concubine's question. Responding suddenly, the Empress felt annoyed, forget it, I'll ask him in person tomorrow. Should I say it or not, I still have some expectations in my heart. She got up and raised the curtain and called, Mary, Sonia. Yes, my lord. Sister, what's the matter? The two younger sisters walked in quickly and looked at their eldest sister. Change the course and return to Daughter's Island. The Empress ordered decisively. Wait a minute, my lord, we've only set off for half a day, and we haven't gained anything yet. Shall we go back like this? Marigold and Sander Sonia looked dumbfounded. The Empress smiled slightly, there are guests coming, so you have to treat them well. Allegia. Luo Ze hung up the communication and returned to the dance studio. The dance show continues. Under the arrangement of the two teachers, Yuta and others danced two kinds of dances one after another. Looking at the whole process with a critical eye, Luo Ze is not too satisfied, but he can't criticize too much. After all, the practice time is short. There is still some time before the concert. During this time, you have to work hard to practice, especially Nami and Nyokijao. You two joined late, so you have to work harder. Luo Ze briefly summed it up, then waved to Yuta, Yuta, come with me. Leave with Yuta and head to the music room. Z's, is there a new song? How do you know? Luo Ze took out the blank sheet music from the drawer in surprise, and looked back at the little singer. Humph, every time you bring me here alone, it's like this. I'm not an idiot. Write it down and see. Hearing this, Luo Ze immediately sat down and began to transcribe. After only copying a few strokes, Yuta has already hugged him from behind, like a koala, with his head hanging on his shoulder, looking at the motionless quill. He urged, write quickly. You know, you're kind of heavy. Liar. I'm only 46 kg. An angry Yuta strangled his neck, so no. Come down quickly, how can I write if I don't come down? Don't want. Come down. No. Luo Ze had no choice but to endure the torture from his back and bite the bullet to write. Hey, isn't this possible? Yuta interfered with a triumphant tone. Luo Ze wrote a paragraph, and she tried to hum a paragraph. This song, New Era? A very difficult song is not a problem for you. Soon, Luo Yao finished writing the score. This song New Era itself was sung by Yuta at the beginning of the movie, and it fit perfectly. Handing the sheet music to Yuta, Luo Ze joked, try it, if you can score more than 80 within 10 times, I will take you to a fun place tomorrow. By then, Tens of thousands of people will listen to your singing. Really? Yuda's eyes lit up, he grabbed the sheet music excitedly, and hummed softly a few times. I don't know if it was an illusion, but she felt that this song was tailor-made for her. It's amazing, Long Long. After a while, Yuda exclaimed, "You are too good, I like this song very much. I will try it now." Yuda, who finally got away from his back, took a few steps back, cleared his throat, and sang quickly. The new era is the future. If you can change everything in this world. If Wo can be changed. Just the first few sentences immediately amazed Luo Ze. As expected of the original singer, even for the first time, it can reach such a high level. Especially the part where the true and false voices are converted, it shows Yuda's excellent singing voice. This is the talent. God is chasing after the woman who feeds. What gets in your way, what you hate, all dissipate. Transform with this world music. It's the magic you cast. Close your eyes and open up the future. To make the ending never come. Sing this song ho. Do.u.wanna.poly. Real game, line. Like a tightrope melody. I don't think, I can't go back, I want to forget. Let me stay in the dream. I wanna be free. Visible new era. On the other side of the world. Then let's go. New world. After a chorus, it entered the climax. The hardest part came, and Luo immediately held his breath and listened. The new era is the future. Everything in the world, change everything. Change everything. Spread more, endless music, don't dream. You once said, trust me. When the last line of the first half was sung from Yuda, Luo Ze couldn't help applauding. Awesome! Really amazing! I can only say that it is worthy of the original singer. Glance system score, 88. Passed, you won, Yuda. Hey? You won. Yuda, who was about to sing the second half of the song, was taken aback for a moment, and then his eyes sparkled. How many points? 88 points. Qian Zhao. Great. Getting such a good score for the first time. With a happy smile on his face, Yuda immediately asked, and then, Z's, where are you going to take me tomorrow? Not to play, but to sing. Luo Ze shook his head and said, do you know how many audiences there will be in the future concert? A lot of people. If the house is full, there will be nearly 20,000 people. Luo Ze stared at the little diva. In order to avoid your stage fright, I will take you to a place and rehearse in advance to get used to the feeling of singing in front of many people. I won't be stage fright. Being said so suddenly, Yuda couldn't help becoming nervous. In short, go tomorrow, you will get used to it soon, don't worry, you sing very well. After a pause, Luo Ze said again, by the way, since you are so good at this song, try to reach 100 points before tomorrow. No, I'm tired from dancing just now, I want to rest. Yuda made a pitiful expression. No. Got it. Devil's ease. Vampire manager. Devil. Pervert. Wait, forget about the first few, what does pervert mean? The little girl wants to rebel? The next day, Luo Ze took Yuda and rode Tianlong to the island. At the same time, Morgans also sent the name Yuda to Shijing. Accompanied by the entire page of reports, within a short period of time, the 3 letters of Yuda spread all over the world. Press. Chapter 96. East Blue. On the deck of a pirate ship. Bow. Navigator Snake looked back in the direction of Windmill Village. Captain, why don't you just leave like this without saying hello to Luffy? Forget it, Garp really hates me. For Luffy's sake, that guy let us go once, and staying in that village will only cause unnecessary trouble. The red hair is facing the sea breeze, looking at the boundless ocean with a blank expression. At this time, Lo hurried over. "Captain, take a look at this." He held a newspaper and quickly handed it to Shanks. "This is Yuta." Snake saw the photo in the newspaper at a glance. Even though he was 18 years old, he still recognized him. Almost the entire page of the report praised Yuta from various angles, as if to describe the singer as an angel descending from the earth. And the interview content about impel down jailbreak prisoner and new 4 Emperor's Golden Lion only occupies a small corner of the newspaper. "This is Shi Jing." Snake looked shocked. Why would Morgans do such a thing? "It's definitely Yuta, Captain," Loggy Lu said excitedly, still holding a fleshy flesh in his hand, "although I don't know why it grew so big all of a sudden, it can't be wrong." The redhead stared blankly at the news. The voice kissed by an angel, the ambassador of peace, God is willing to listen to her. The editors of the news used all kinds of unimaginable descriptions. All compliments. However, there was no detailed intelligence on Yuta in the news. Everywhere is deliberately trying to seduce readers' curiosity. After a while, Hong handed out the newspaper and said, "Can this kind of thing be done, kid?" The appearance of Luo Ze appeared in my mind. "Shi Shibukai Luo Ze." Lockie Lu suddenly said, "Really, that guy? Yuta's manager. What does he want 960 to do with such a big publicity campaign?" Snake frowned and said, "Yuta's song fruit is very tricky, if the world government knows about it. Won't let it go so easily. That child is very strong. Moreover, he also holds the power of Uranus. If it is him, he can protect Yuta." Shanks shook his head. "Compared to this, yesterday's news." After a pause, he said in a deep voice, "Golden Lion robbed the big prison, Beckman and the others are also in that prison, go and bring back our companions. Let's go, New World." Oh! The news about Yuta spread all over the world in a short time. Almost within half a day, he went from being unknown to everyone and well known in the world. The world's largest newspaper can use an entire page to report, just this unbelievable behavior has shocked countless people. Countless people are discussing, what magic power does this singer have? All this, Yuta himself does not know yet. Daughter Island, also known as Amazon Lily. Com Belt, located in the first half of the Grand Line, is a country established by the female fighting ethnic group Snake Haters. As the name suggests, this is an island where only women live. They were born to be trained as fighters, carrying all the family and labor on their shoulders. It is incredible that even after pregnancy, they only gave birth to girls. At this time, after cooling, 9 Snake Cities seemed to be holding some grand festival. The square in front of the palace was decorated with lights and festoons, and crowded with people. What holiday is today? I don't know, it's an order from Lord Snake Fairy. Hush, I heard from a friend of the Protectorate that there seems to be a visitor. Guests? This is Com Belt, ordinary boats can't get in at all. Surrounded by sea kings that could break in, what kind of BDE guest would that be? It seems to be the king of another country. So it's a diplomatic welcome? No wonder the port is temporarily blocked. The women near the square were discussing, and the surrounding tea houses, restaurants, and attics were full of spectators. Inside the palace, the mother-in-law ignored the minister's obstruction, and broke into the Empress Palace vigorously. When he opened the door and entered, he saw the 2 younger sisters surrounded by the Empress, each holding a different style of cheongsam in each hand. "My lord, you have changed more than a dozen sets. For the sake of that stinky brat, there is no need to choose the most suitable clothes. My sister is the most beautiful in the world." Standing in front of the vanity mirror and looking at herself, the Empress suddenly frowned. "Mother, who allows you to break into the concubine's boudoir?" She turned around with a cold face. The mother-in-law at the door was stunned. "What the hell happened? Snake G, you, a big iceberg, would deliberately dress yourself up. She said incredulously, is there a man? As a person who has experienced it, my mother-in-law understands it too well, she has experienced it before. Usually, she is already the most beautiful woman in the world, but she deliberately dresses up and decorates herself, that's the only possibility. Snake girl, are you going to leave the country and elope with a man? Granny Ze hurriedly said, now this country is protected by your Shishibukai name. If you run away, you won't be able to find a successor for the time being. Hearing this, the two younger sisters looked confused. The Empress frowned fiercely, who told you that the concubine is going to leave Daughter Island? Besides, you, a traitor, have no right to talk about concubine status. The previous emperor, Gloriosa. You who left the country and went to sea back then, you are the worst. You are qualified to say such a thing. What mother-in-law? When did this little girl become so sharp-tongued? Grandma Ze smiled wryly and said, you don't understand at all the curse that women born on this island have been carrying since ancient times. Forget it, from the way you look, you probably haven't been infected with that virus yet. Women of the 9 snakes who fall in love with men suffer from lovesickness because they cannot see their lovers. This virus will kill them. She was still the emperor back then, so she had to go to sea, otherwise she would die. The former emperor also ran away, and now he still opened a small bar in Sabayati archipelago, living a 2-person world with his lover. The former emperor, who did not believe in evil, died. Now, is it Snake's turn? The mother-in-law is very helpless, this is the fate of the women of the 9 snakes. Virus? What are you talking about? I'm in good health. The Empress frowned slightly. It's like this now, but once it happens, it will kill people. The mother-in-law suddenly understood, and said in shock, so, the welcoming ceremony outside is just to welcome your lover? Snake Princess, what are you messing around with? Have you forgotten the bans that have been banned in this country for hundreds of years? What lover, just a friend? That's a child. The Empress used a shameful tone to hide her guilty conscience. Humph, it has nothing to do with you, the concubine is the emperor. Shiji, UBD, you have completely forgotten who brought you back, right? Back then. Grandma said angrily. Although it was very willful and reckless before, this time it was a bit too much. Suddenly, a blonde woman quickly ran over. Master Snake Princess. What's the matter? The Empress asked. Outside, a dragon appeared in the sky. Anisita said in panic. Dragon? A flash of joy flashed in the eyes of the Empress, go and invite someone in, they are guests. No. As soon as the voice fell, the space in the boudoir set off a vortex-like ripple, and then Luo and Yuta appeared together. Everyone was taken aback. Anisita even made an offensive gesture, and the green snake wrapped around her neck immediately turned into a bow. The mother-in-law's eyes are wide open, she often reads the newspaper, naturally recognizes Shishibukai. At this time, he blurted out, it's you, is it you that Snake G's lover is? Isn't this a child? So Hancock, who hates men, actually likes little boys? There is a man she likes, which is already very attractive to her. But the object turned out to be a little boy, it was shocking. Luo Ze. What the hell? He looked at the reddish but annoyed Empress, and then at the stunned Xiaopo. Of course he knew this little old woman, the daughter of the former emperor of the country. I didn't come at the right time. Luo Ze looked away, sorry, I didn't expect you to be changing clothes. I sensed your breath, and I immediately brought someone over. Yuta stood beside him, feeling the eerie atmosphere in the boudoir. The Empress took a deep breath, calmed down, and said coldly, Anishita, throw her out. Hey? It's... Anisita was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly walked to Granny Z, smiled bitterly and said, I'm sorry, Granny Z. This is not the first time this kind of thing happened, she is already familiar with it. Hold the arm of the mother-in-law and lead the person outside. The mother-in-law shouted angrily, Snake G, UBCH. Who brought you 3 lost girls back? I have always treated you as my daughters. Now that you have a man, forget about it. Damn. Snake Princess. Luo Ze. What kind of farce is this? Did he miss a wonderful episode? Yuta opened his eyes wide and secretly looked at the Empress. The most beautiful woman in the world, she Shibukai like Z's, Boya Hancock. Cough. The Empress coughed lightly, you are here, sorry for the impoliteness, and let you see a little farce, don't worry about it. As he spoke, he looked at Yuta, who is this? I'm Yuta, how are you all? Yuta greeted with a smile. You, hello. The Empress's expression was slightly stiff. Woman. No kid. Is it her that the person to be brought here? What is the relationship? It looks so intimate. One doubt after another popped up in the Empress's mind, and she was very concerned. She is a diva. She sings all of Barry's songs. Luo Ze took out the sound shell, threw it to the Empress, and said, there are many people gathered outside, and there are colorful lights. What kind of festival is it? Yes, it is a traditional festival of our daughter country. The Empress said a little waveringly, celebrate the festival. On the side, the 2 younger sisters fell into a dazed state. Isn't it a ceremony to welcome this stinky brat? Also, when is there a celebration in Daughter Kingdom? What is my sis talking about? No, compared to this, why does Oni-sama look flustered? Luo Ze nodded and said, it seems to disturb you, but since it is a festival, let Yuta sing a few songs for you. It doesn't matter. The Empress was secretly entangled, the festival needs to be lively. Sonia, go outside and prepare, and tell the citizens that the festival banquet has begun. Can't ask. What kind of relationship do you have? I can't ask. Hearing this, the second younger sister de Sonia was speechless. Big sister, stop talking, it's too embarrassing. Chapter 97. The proud tyrant in the past, the willful and powerful elder sister. The gesture shown at this moment made the second sister feel very helpless. What kind of magic power does this stinking child have? However, my elder sister said so. From today onwards, every year in the future, this day will be Celebration Day. As a younger sister, she thinks it is necessary to help her elder sister maintain her image. Yes, get ready right away. Sander Sonia nodded and left. As soon as the people left, the Empress said again, the guests have come from afar, Mary, you should inform the dining room to prepare some delicacies. Yes, my lord. Third sister Marigold put down the cheongsam in her hand and left immediately. In the boudoir, only Luo Ze, Wu Ta and the Empress were left. Only now did Luo Ze have time to take a closer look at the Empress. Today she changed into a cheongsam, which was white with a pink 9-snake pattern on it. This is not a place to talk, please come with me. The architecture of daughter country is quite Hyuxia style. The pavilions, and corridors are full of ancient charm, and there is classical beauty everywhere. The 3 of them came to the dining room, and soon, many gourmet delicacies were brought to the table. Luo Ze was not polite at all, just like at home, he ate generously. It happened that I didn't eat lunch, thank you for the hospitality. The Empress sat opposite and said, I was fooled by you yesterday. I will help you with what you said. Correspondingly, should you tell me the answer? That's all you want to know. Luo Ze looked helpless. The reasons for this are extremely complicated and endless. What? What? Yuta sat obediently by the side, and couldn't help being curious at this moment. The concubine really wants to know, the Empress said frankly. I have been asking face to face, she must know today. She broke the centuries-old ban on Daughter Island and allowed men to land. He helped, entertained, and spent a lot of time holding a welcome ceremony. If she doesn't get an answer, she won't be able to sleep at night. Seeing this, Luo Ze had no choice but to nod and said, "Since you want to know so much, let me tell you. The reason for this is extremely complicated and it will be very long. Are you sure you want to hear it? I must listen." The Empress rested her chin on one hand, staring at her with burning eyes. Celestial dragons are called the descendants of the Creator, let alone the 5 elders, who dare to raise the butcher's knife to God. I don't even know what to do. I call you a fool, but I should admire you. God. Luo Ze chuckled twice. The story begins 900 years ago. Next, while eating delicious food, he slowly told the history of the world government. It is about 600 years from the sea circle calendar, 900 years ago. At that time, the kings of 20 countries united for some reason and challenged a huge kingdom located in today's Marie-Joyce. After that is a blank 100 years of history. Around the year 700 of the sea circle calendar, the void century ended and the great kingdom was defeated. World government established. Among them, 19 kings, leading their respective royal families, moved into the holy land of Marie-Joyce and became celestial dragons of the first generation. But this is just an appearance, the real situation is. Luo Ze said calmly, on top of all the celestial dragons, there exists a king unknown to the world, and he is the king of the void throne. Master, an existence that has lived at least 800 years. The Empress looked shocked. King of the celestial dragons. As you know, I hold Karakara, which is powerful enough to threaten the king of the world. There is an irreconcilable conflict between me and the world government, but it hasn't exploded yet. Luo Ze said indifferently, the purpose of attacking 5 elders is to force out that person. I want to see what abilities that person has so that I can collect information. Without knowing the details of the enemy, it is the behavior of a reckless person to think that he is invincible, and then rush forward with a punch. Although Luo Ze also wanted to be a reckless man, but considering the safety of Yuta and Allegia, he still chose a slightly troublesome path. In life, there is always something to care about. So that's how it is. The Empress murmured in a daze. After a while, she said again, "You want to kill the king of celestial dragons? Replace him and become a new god." Luo Ze said with a smile, "Managing the world is a very troublesome job. If you want to manage it well, it requires extremely high political wisdom. I have no interest, nor the ability, and I don't like trouble." Then why? The Empress looked radiant and became more and more curious. For safety. I can't be sure when celestial dragons will threaten me and the people I care about. So, I choose to send them to die. Luo Ze is just that pure. When he came to this world, he didn't come to be a savior, he wasn't Joey Bowie, and he wasn't a barbarian boy, he only cared about the people around him. Note. The staged goal is only to cultivate her own little singer and rebuild Allegia. The bigger goal is to kill I'm, sit on the void throne, appreciate the girls I cultivated and sing and dance for myself. After hearing his words, not only the Empress, but also Yuta beside him fell silent. It turned out that Ziz was secretly carrying these burdens. I don't know anything. Yuta thought secretly in his heart. The Empress hid her hand under the table and quietly grasped her thigh. It turned out to be like this, in the eyes of this child, there are no celestial dragons at all, and he doesn't care about the 5 elders. For him, these people are not gods, not descendants of the Creator, not the highest authority in the world. It's just a pawn for him to achieve his goal. At this time, Sander Sonia came to the dining room and said, "My lord, the celebration of the festival is ready." Looking at the Empress who seemed to be unknown, she called again in a low voice, "My lord." The concubine knows. The Empress seemed to come back to her senses, raised her head and stared blankly at Luo Ze, then turned to Yuta after a while, and said softly, "Yuta? Do you want to sing for the celebration? Yes, please let me sing. Yuta nodded. She doesn't seem to be able to help with Ze's affairs, but she can do it when it comes to singing. I want to hear your song too. The Empress got up and said to Luo Ze, I have already got the answer, thank you. Let's begin then, celebration. Luo Ze said something with a half smile. What kind of festival celebration? He is not a fool, these two sisters are acting in front of him, that is overthinking. He took Yuta's hand and led the people out. Nervous? Lots and lots of people. Don't say it, once you say it, I'm really a little nervous. We didn't bring any musical instruments when we came here, so you can use the power of the song fruit later to drag everyone into the virtual world, and in that world the accompaniment is up to you. Clear. Yuta took a deep breath and tightened Luo Ze's hand. A group of people left the palace and came to the square in front of the palace. Sander Sonia improvised the stage. Little sister Yuta, come with me. Sander Sonia said with a smile. Yuta glanced at Luo Ze, saw him nodding, and followed Bao de Sonia to the stage. Everyone be quiet. Sander Sonia looked at the square where tens of thousands of people gathered, and said loudly, before the celebration begins, please allow this little sister beside me to sing a song for everyone. After speaking, he took a few steps back to leave room for the stage. It was the first time for 9-year-old Yuta to experience this kind of thing. Tens of thousands of eyes were all focused on him, and the psychological pressure was extraordinary. Wow, cute little girl. Want to sing? Master Sonia specially asked someone to build a stage, just for this. The noisy chatter came into Yuta's ears. Yuta, you are Yuta, this is just a rehearsal for the concert, you must not be stage fright. Silently cheering himself up from the bottom of his heart, Yuta looked up and glanced at the crowd, showing a smiling face. National citizens of the daughter country, everyone, I am the singer Yuta, I am here today, please allow me to sing a few songs for you. The welcome applause sounded warmly. With a light breath, Yuta chose his favorite one among the many songs he had learned. The new era is the future. Accompanied by the a cappella singing, the ability of singing fruit is activated immediately. At this moment, the singing overwhelmed everything, and everyone who heard the singing fell into a coma and fell to the ground. Seeking flowers 00. Luo Ze immediately covered Haki's ears, trying to resist this ability. But the result is obvious. Everyone was just in a trance for a while, and then nothing changed. It is still the square of the daughter country, it is still the stage, and it is still the little singer on the stage. But at this time, the accompaniment played by someone has been passed to the master. Above Yuta's head, a stave appeared out of thin air. This is... The Empress was taken aback for a moment. This is Yuta's world of songs. Luo Ze was relieved, the little diva was quite bold, at least she didn't have stage fright. She is a song fruit capable person, you, me, everyone has entered this virtual spiritual world. As he spoke, he headed towards the forest law outside the city walls of 9 snakes. The Empress looked at the little girl on the stage in surprise, and followed after a while. The two came to the jungle one after another. Then, let's get started. Luo Ze waved provocatively at the Empress, and said, don't worry, use your fruit ability to your heart's content. Hearing this, the Empress shook her head, my concubine does not guarantee that you can learn to be domineering, after all. I can't either. It's just a try. If a redhead can master it in that situation, I think it's worth a try. Please, Mr. Hancock. Luo Ze joked. I mean, it's actually called my concubine's name. 0. The Empress blushed slightly, and after a moment of silence, she sighed and said, I also have something to tell you. Okay. The Empress began to take off her clothes. She took off her upper body clothes without any scruples, showing off her proud figure. Of course, she didn't want to use seduction. He just took off the clothes on his upper body, then turned around, brushed back a head of black hair, revealing a tattoo on his back. You, surely know what you said. Don't turn around. Compared to celestial dragon's hooves, the front looks much better. Luo Ze said helplessly, take off your clothes in broad daylight, what do you want to do? I want to compete with you, not this kind of competition. Of course, if you want to, I don't mind. This perverted child, even at this time, he is so dishonest. She rolled her eyes with anger, and the tension in her heart disappeared quietly. This is the hoof of the celestial dragons. Concubine, who was once a slave of the celestial dragons when I was a child. I know. Luo Ze put away his teasing tone and said lightly, this kind of thing doesn't matter. Do you know? The Empress was stunned for a moment, then turned to stare, you really know? I thought it was strange before I became a concubine. Luo Ze thought for a while, and found an excuse, I was investigating the matter of celestial dragons before, and I found your information by the way. Is that so? The Empress tightened her delicate 5 fingers, and said anxiously, then, will you look down on my concubine? I used to be a slave. You look down on yourself, don't you? Luo Ze said softly, people who have been living in the past will only stagnate. Everyone has some past that they don't want to face, but the past is over, I think you can be dignified, accept yourself, no one looks down on you. Beneath a haughty and indifferent appearance is a fragile personality. The Empress's tightly gripped fingers relaxed, her big eyes were streaming down with tears. Crying. Luo Ze raised his eyebrows, his mind quickly thinking, is there anything better to say? It's not just sand. I'm a little happy. With her back to Luo Ze, the Empress quickly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, covered her body with her clothes, turned around, and said with a slight smile. Conqueror's entanglement, I will do my best to help you until you fully grasp it. Z's. Chapter 98. This is the second person to call him that. Every time Luo Ze hears this kind of nickname, he will think of himself in the Earth Age. The Empress was just imitating Yuta, and she wanted to use this name when she heard Yuta call him that. Just expressing a little bit of intimacy. Forget it, the title doesn't matter. Luo Ze didn't come to visit the mountains and rivers, so he didn't bother with the title, and said bluntly, with the idea of killing me, attack. I understand. The Empress nodded and quickly put on her clothes. His eyes fell on Luo Ze, trying to bring up a killing intent. Just staring at it for a few seconds, I couldn't help but turn around. No. Let alone killing intent, just staring at it is a bit strange. Fang's heart was beating wildly, and she couldn't calm down at all. What's the matter? Hurry up, don't waste time. Luo Ze urged. The Empress patted her chest, took a few deep breaths, and barely suppressed the throbbing in her heart. When they turned around again, they didn't dare to look at each other. The concubine is about to attack. With a reminder in her mouth, she gritted her teeth and quickly moved towards Luo Diu. Her movements were nimble and extremely fast, and when she approached Luo Ze, she kicked backwards. The red high heels went straight to Luo Ze's chest. Perfume femur. Luo Ze didn't dodge, nor did Kamui hollow. Instead, fold your hands over your chest, completely covering the affected area with your own armament haki. This is an advanced armed color, known as flow connection in Wano Kuni. Transfer the haki that is not used in other places to the 970 part that needs to be defended. Haki is like a flowing sakura flower, which can strengthen any place according to the user's mind, and its defense power is 10 times that of the primary armed color. However, he was fully prepared, using his strongest armed force to resist the Queen's sweet fruit. The red high-heeled shoe stopped suddenly, and stopped 5 centimeters in front of his chest. The screen suddenly freezes. The two looked at each other for a few seconds. Luo Ze said speechlessly, "What are you doing? Can't do it." The Empress blushed slightly, and hurriedly said, "It didn't count just now, come again." She quickly withdrew her right leg, followed by a kick with her left leg, a sharp blow from left to right, aiming at Luo Ze's head. Seeing this, Luo Ze changed his defensive stance. The right hand is on the side, and the armed colors around the body are immediately transferred to the defensive position. Boom! With one blow, petrification immediately appeared on the touched part. The Empress fruit ability pierces through his haki. "Are you okay?" The Empress suddenly became nervous, even more nervous than Luo Ze herself. "I can't stop it, is it because I have too many distracting thoughts?" Luo Ze sensed that the petrified part was quickly lifted. He looked up at the female emperor, thinking secretly in his heart. He admitted that his resistance to beauty was not that high, but he was serious just now, trying his best to get rid of distracting thoughts, and his heart did not waver in the slightest. But even so, it still can't stop petrification. It's not completely unblocked, but a part of it is offset. Otherwise, the kick just now would petrify my entire arm, not a small piece. Luo Ze thought to himself. As if understanding Luo Ze's doubts, the Empress explained softly, "The sweet fruit of the concubine's body is quite special, its ability is based on the beauty of the capable person, this kind of direct physical contact, no matter whether you have evil thoughts in your heart, as long as haki can't stop him, he will be petrified. No wonder the Redhead is forced to master entanglement in combat, a tricky ability indeed, and no wonder Blackbeard wants the fruit." Thinking of this, Luo Ze nodded and said, "Continue. After that, I won't fight hard anymore, you have to try to catch my flaws and petrify me." Afterwards, the two started a long discussion. Luo Ze still didn't use Kamui's Hollow. Hollow can indeed easily avoid the Empress's fruit ability, but it has no effect of cultivation. He holds the Conqueror's haki, and the Empress is also full of 3 colors. After an afternoon of practice, Ba Chan didn't learn it for the time being, but his armed and knowledgeable skills have improved a lot. Compared with him practicing alone in Allegia, the rate is many times higher. As the sun gradually sinks to the sea level, Luo Ze shook his head and said, "Let's go here first today, and continue tomorrow." The Empress was stunned for a moment, her beautiful eyes were pleased. "Do you want to stay? It's not easy to find a suitable partner to learn from. I'll probably stay for a few days." Luo Ze felt that he had caught a little trick. He has seen Kaido and Big Mom's tyranny, and is no stranger to this ability. In essence, it is the same as the winding of the armed color, the only difference is conquerors cannot be cultivated to grow, and will be strengthened as the user's own spirit is strengthened. It's not the skill I'm missing, it's the strength of the conquerors, not strong enough to entangle. Luo Ze vaguely understood the key point. Next, the two returned to Nine Snake City. Because he is in Yuda's world of songs, in this virtual world, Yuda is almost omnipotent. Originally, it was just a celebration festival that the Empress casually said, but under the power of the god Yuda, it really has a somewhat festive atmosphere. The people of Daughter Country don't even know that they are trapped in the virtual world. For the various gifts that appeared out of thin air, he shouted excitedly, "The Minister of the Bird Tower! U T A U T A U T A." In just one afternoon, the women who listened to the music at the scene completely became fans of Yuda. Bang bang bang! Just after a song was sung, all kinds of fireworks were shot into the sky, blooming a colorful and beautiful scene. "Everyone! Are you happy?" On the stage, Yuda, who turned himself into an 18-year-old, is getting better and better, and Typhoon has a bit of a celebrity temperament. The audience responded enthusiastically. Then, the celebration of the festival has just begun. Yuda smiled happily, and as the accompaniment sounded, she danced to the music, and the singing sounded again. Off the stage, Empress Jing looked surprised. What a convenient ability. If I didn't know it in advance, it would be hard for me to realize that this is a virtual world. When she gets tired of singing and falls asleep, the ability will be released. While speaking, Luo Ze opened the system log. Yuta sang for so long, and helped him complete a few tasks by the way. Diva Yuta sings target Pokémon Master, with a singing score of 100 points, congratulations on getting a random Pokémon, Banjalas. Singer Yuta sings Rolling Dot Star with a score of 84. Congratulations on getting a random advanced kid, had Black Coffin. Bang IRAs? It's another quasi-god level Pokémon. Luo Ze's eyes lit up, and he was worried that he didn't have a bodyguard to protect Yuta, so this quasi-god could be given to Yuta. Then, he looked at the second reward. After receiving it, information about this style of hat instantly popped up in my mind. Black Coffin, it seems to be used by Aizen, the chant is too long. The high-level kid refers to those above number 90, right? Randomly reaching the lowest level of number 90 had, it can only be said to be so-so. However, this move is very powerful. In the Shinigami world, Aizen beat Komamura Seijin, who is also the captain, in one move. In addition, this trick is a master. Luo Ze is satisfied. Then look at the task after the system update. Diva Training Task. Singer Yuta sang Rolling Dot Star, the singing score reached 100 points, and the number of fans reached 100 million, rewarding agent Zanpakuta Region Jaka, Bankai. Bankai. Luo Ze's eyes narrowed slightly. Unlike Shikai's 6000 degrees Celsius, Bankai's region Jaka releases flames as hot as the sun's core. That is, 15 million degrees Celsius. Such a violent high temperature is enough to evaporate everything. With just one swing of the knife, anything in your way can be erased. Next, let Yuta focus on this song and strive to complete the task as soon as possible. 100% is not a problem, sooner or later it will be important. It is not difficult to have 100 million fans. After the concert, the number of fans will explode. Compared with the 10 billion fans of another mission, Roger's 100% swordsmanship, a mere 100 million is just a drizzle. It was said to be staying for a few days, but in fact, Luo Ze stayed in Daughter Island for a full 10 days. During the period, Yuta sang in the square every day, and tens of thousands of people came to listen to the song every day. She is completely used to the state of singing in front of many people, and enjoys it very much, and is already eager to try the upcoming concert. And thanks to her, Luo Ze can hear the voice of the system every day these days. More than 30 new Pokémon were added in one go. It's a pity that there is no better than Bang IRAs for the time being. Of course, strength is only one aspect. Flying system, electric system, ghost system, fighting system, water system, etc., cover many types. As for Luo Ze himself, he competes with the Empress every day, and Haki's level is improving rapidly. If one is practicing alone, it may take a year to achieve a similar effect. And Conqueror's Winding, on the 6th day, has been mastered. In addition, a breakthrough has also been made in the aspect of knowledge and color, and he has mastered foreseeing the future. This day, morning. The jungle outside Nine Snake City. The two who were exchanging ideas suddenly stopped. Luo Ze took out the phone bug from his pocket and connected to Nianbo. Your Majesty, preparations have been made for Kip, and the publicity for the concert has reached its climax. Can we announce the time? It's Gordon. The work efficiency is quite high. Luo Ze nodded, then it will be scheduled in 3 days. Understood. In addition, Gordon said again, Kip has prepared a professional band, and I want to ask if you want to hire it. How much? It's free. Gordon said, that band likes Yuta's songs very much, and they are her fans. Whoring for nothing, good. Luo Ze smiled and said, then stay here for now. After a brief communication, the two cut off the communication. The Empress said softly, are you leaving? In 3 days, Yuta will hold a concert at the Sabayati archipelago. I have to go back and prepare. Thank you for these days. Hearing this, the Empress felt a little bit reluctant in her heart. But as soon as I heard about Sabayati archipelago, I immediately made up my mind to take the 9 snake pirates with me to help Yuta cheer. For the little singer Yuta, the Empress also has a bit of love. The concubine understands. She smiled slightly and said, recently, my mother-in-law and the concubine are arguing every day. Of course she had heard about lovesickness, but she dismissed it as a mere virus and was not afraid of it at all. The concubine is not that kind of weak woman. Then, goodbye. If you want to find me, you can come to Allegia, welcome anytime. The concubine will go. The Empress was beaming. Soon after, Luo Ze took Yuta and rode a fast dragon to leave. Daughter Island was opened. Fans of daughter country saw each other off at the square, reluctant to part. The Empress stood in the attic of the palace, raised her head and watched the two leave. Behind her, Po Ze shook her head and said, Snake Princess. Break in again. The Empress turned and looked away, but she was not as angry as usual. About the child's 1.3 incident, I have already heard from Sonia and Mary. Granny Ze said helplessly while leaning on a cane, really, there is still such a crazy person. Son, drive the 4 emperors Kaido to attack and kill the 5 elders. You must not get involved in the vortex inside. Humph, are you teaching my concubine how to do things? The emperor said disdainfully. The mother-in-law said seriously, you like that child, I can understand, I was young too, but don't be arrogant, there is a country behind you. The Empress didn't listen to the rest of the words, only heard the first sentence I like that child. Turning his head and holding his reddish cheeks, he looked up at the direction where Kui Long disappeared. No, it's already stuck. The mother-in-law slapped her forehead and felt a headache. It was obviously a big iceberg in the past, strangers should not enter it, after it melted, it became a pure and innocent little girl. Zha's face was full of helplessness. Go back to Allegia. Luo Ze walked into the castle, and Robin found him not long after. What's wrong? Lord Luo Ze. Robin bit his lower lip and said hesitantly, I heard from Mr. Gordon that we will go to Sabayati archipelago in 3 days. Is the concert going to start? Luo Ze picked up the black tea and took a leisurely sip. What are you worried about? My identity. Do you like dancing? Do you like it here? I don't hate it. Robin was stunned for a moment, I am very happy to be with you. Why? Then don't worry, you can live freely in the sun. Luo Ze smiled lightly, you are mine, no one can do anything to you. Marines can't do it, world government can't do it. Chapter 99. Nico Robin's identity is very sensitive, at least as far as the world government is concerned. 10 years ago, the archaeological mecca of West Blue, O'Hara was destroyed by Marines' Buster Call. The reason is that the research of scholars there touches taboo areas. Namely, a blank 100 years. By the way, O'Hara's inheritance has not disappeared. Suddenly remembered something, Luo Ze said to Robin, according to the information I got, your savior, Saul Vice Admiral was still alive at that time. Hearing this, Robin was shocked. Saul, is alive. I don't know where he is, but he is alive. After being confirmed again, Robin couldn't help covering his mouth. She didn't doubt what Luo Ze said was true or false, no, to be precise, she believed Luo Ze. During this period of getting along, she already has a considerable understanding of this Shichibukai. Great, still alive. Robin murmured with tears in his eyes. Not only Saul, but a large number of O'Hara's books have also been preserved, and they should be transferred to the Kingdom of Titan, Albof. Luo Ze smiled lightly, if there is a chance, I can take you to see it. Maybe Saul is there too. Thank you for telling me this. Robin wiped away his tears and smiled happily for the first time. In short, since you have come to Allegia, you can relax, no one can touch you. The world government does not allow you to study history? It doesn't matter, I allow it. Luo Ze said decisively. Robin stared blankly at the 12-year-old boy in front of him, and was shocked by the haki in the other's words. World government not allowed? I allow it. What a manifesto of haki. But miraculously, Robin believed this sentence very much. Although this child has a bit of lewdness, he is a nice person. If it is not for the young appearance, 13 is more like an elder in getting along with each other. Yes. Robin nodded vigorously, stared at him for a moment with bright eyes, and suddenly smiled. Someone once told her, there is absolutely no one who is always alone in this world. As long as she lives strong, one day she will meet a companion who is willing to protect her. The sea is very vast, there must be such a person who is willing to protect her and accept her. Looking at Luo Ze on the throne, in a trance, Luo Bao recalled scenes from his childhood. On the burning island of O'Hara, she kept running and running, surrounded by the roar of gunfire from warships, and her world was gloomy at that moment. This kind of gloom lasted for 10 years, until this moment, she felt the warmth for the first time. Thank you, Luo Ze. Relax now. Luo Ze chuckled and said, I hope all of you can be happy. What about world government? You don't need to worry about it. It's really reliable, Master Luo Ze, Robin said with a smile. It seems that he is relieved, and he is in the mood to make fun of him. Luo Ze rolled his eyes. Go ahead, go practice dancing, there are 3 days left to perform on stage, don't embarrass me. Yes. Robin nodded and turned to leave. Nasa. Luo Ze called out. Nasha, Luo Ze's exclusive maid, walked in immediately. Your Majesty, what are your orders? Go and call Nami's mother, Belmel. Half an hour later, Belmel, led by Nasha, came in front of Luo Ze. I heard that you need me for something. Compared with before, Belmel's complexion is much better. He was too poor in Windmill Village, after all, he had to raise 2 daughters. Now I have been raised in Allegia for a while, and I have recovered. Miss Bell, are you still used to it here? Luo Ze gestured for the maid to serve tea, and then chatted with others. Coffee, please. Belmel said without any hesitation, it's pretty good here. At the beginning, I was a little nervous. But you are a good person unexpectedly. Ah, should I call you Your Majesty the King? I'm sorry. It's okay, the title is not important. Luo Ze shook his head. Allegia is about to usher in a wave of immigration, and with the increase in population, I want to form a kingdom guard. Looking for me? Belmel was taken aback. Major, I hope you can serve as the captain of the guard. Is that so? That's fine. Anyway, the orchard is busy, and I've been a little bored to do something lately. Bell agreed with a smile. Luo Ze also laughed. He knew that Belmel would definitely agree. Immediately, he took out an elf ball, threw it to the opponent, and said, press the button in the middle, and an elf will be released. The Gotha duck given to you is a child who is not very obedient. I hope you get along well. For Pokémon, Belmel has heard more than once from Nami and Nakajao. Ibrahimovic, who was given to Yuta before, is already the favorite of the dance troupe. This should be a very precious thing. Can you really give it to me? Bell looked at the red and white ball in his hand in surprise. Our Allegia's Kingdom Guard team is quite special. From now on, each person will be equipped with 6 elves as an armed force to protect the country. It's just that the number of elves is small now, and I can only give you 1 for the time being. Hearing this, Bell could not help being a little curious. Where did these creatures that Luo Ze called Pokémon come from? But obviously, she can't ask, the relationship between the two is not that familiar. Ask again when you have a chance, or ask Nami to ask him. He seems to like Nami quite a lot. I understand, I will start from scratch and help you form a guard team. She nodded heavily. Then please, Ms. Belmol. Please rest assured. The next day, under Luo Ze's instruction, Sabayati Archipelago immediately put up a poster about the specific date of the concert. This suddenly caused quite a stir. These days, the people of Sabayati Archipelago can hear Yutas singing every day, walking on the street, no matter where they go, they can see the poster of this singer. Even children know the three letters Yuta. It was suddenly announced that the concert would be held in 3 days, which immediately aroused the curiosity and discussion of countless people. Area 13. A small bar in the outskirts, called Shucky's Rip-Off Bar. At this point, the backyard. Rayleigh lay on a chair basking in the sun. A tall, thin woman with short black hair and a lady's thin cigarette in her hand came over. Real name Shay Yeo, nickname Truth. 0. The former captain of the 9 Snake Pirates, the former emperor of Daughter Country. Rayleigh. What's wrong? Just now there was a contact from Little Hancock. Shucky leaned against the door, smoking a thin cigarette, and spoke in a strange tone. Hancock. Rayleigh opened his eyes. Let's help her grab some concert tickets. Shucky's tone became more subtle. Rayleigh was stunned. A concert? Don't you know? In the past few days, Yuta, a very popular singer, announced this morning that she will hold a grand concert at the Soap Bubble Dome in Area 33 in 3 days, and the pre-sale of concerts has begun. There will be tickets. Shucky took a drag on his cigarette and exhaled the smoke ring slowly. Rayleigh had a bewildered expression on his face. The diva. Yet. Shucky shook his head and said, my mother-in-law also contacted me to ask about lovesickness. This generation of emperors, Little Hancock has already had this tendency, and thought that the child would not meet. What about this kind of question? She knew the 3 sisters' snake princess. She was the one who helped the 3 sisters escape from Li Tianlong's control. It's just that I never thought that Little Hancock, who hates men so much, would start thinking about men at such a young age. Rayleigh also found it incredible. The Hancock. Yet. I heard from my mother-in-law that I fell in love with a boy, Shichibukai you met before, Luo Ze the dragon rider. Shucky pursed his lips and said with a joking smile, so she likes younger boys? I really can't see it. Rayleigh sat up straight, took out the flagon, and took a sip of wine to suppress his shock. It's amazing. He was shocked. Then, I saw she handing him a Bailey. The store can't leave, so go buy tickets for them. Rayleigh. Was it running errands? Holy Land, Marie Joyce. The town where the celestial dragons, descendants of the Creator, live. 14-year-old Charles Rose, served by a large group of maids, enjoyed breakfast. St. Charles Rose. At this moment, a bodyguard in black came to the side, leaning over and whispering in his ear. A concert in 3 days. Charles Rose sniffed, buy a ticket. It's already gone. Charles Rose was reluctant to leave. I will tell my father now, the wedding will be held in 4 days. After speaking, he didn't eat any food and ran away. The corner of the bodyguard's mouth twitched 300 times, secretly heaving a sigh of relief. These days, he has been searching for information about the singer Yuta, but he has made no progress. If he delays for a few more days, he might be reduced to a slave by Charles Rose. Now things have finally progressed, until my life was saved. As for the diva Yuta, will she agree to Charles Saint's marriage proposal? This kind of thing is not within the scope of his consideration at all. No one can defy the celestial dragons. No. Although the diva seems to be backed by someone, and she seems to have a lot of influence, but it doesn't matter. The other side. The office of the 4 old stars. The blonde 5 elders also looked at the Yuta poster. This woman, is the one that Akina reported back then? Yuta, the name is the same, but the age is wrong. Is it a devil fruit ability user? Luo Ze went to Impel down to visit the prison before, and brought 2 women with him, one is her, and the other has been confirmed to be the daughter of 4 emperors Kaido. This breach. The current sea situation is complicated. The crack Karakurahi has is very important. He will send people to collect intelligence. If necessary, he can use 10 unconventional means. The 4 discussed briefly and agreed. This is the best opportunity so far, and it cannot be missed anyway. Let people from CP0 go. No, it's too ostentatious, and it's easy to cause unnecessary trouble. Then let the CP9 people go. The new generation of CP9, besides Rob Lucci, also has several outstanding youngsters. The blonde 5 elders, who hold the power of espionage, is the highest officer of the CP organization. Hearing several colleagues say this at this time, Dang even took out the personnel file of CP9 from the filing cabinet behind him. After simply flipping through one side, the most suitable 3 were finally selected. In this case, just the 3 of them. The 3 people in the file are named Rob Lucci, known as CP9's most talented person in the past 800 years. Bluno, every door has experienced 2. Khalifa, a 15-year-old female, conveniently approached the target. No problem, it's a good fit. The other 3 simply looked at the file and immediately agreed. Chapter 100. 3 days passed in a flash. On the day of the concert, early in the morning. After breakfast, everyone gathered in the music room, even Nami and Nyoki-jeo, who lived outside the castle, rushed over immediately. Everyone sits in rows. Luo Ze stood beside a piano and said slowly. It's 7 o'clock in the morning, and we will leave for Sabayati Archipelago later, and we will arrive in about 3 hours. As he spoke, his eyes swept across the crowd. Gordon, Brooke, Peggy Wan, Yuta, Kojiki Hiri, Yamato, Junti, Rebecca, Scarlet, Violet, Robin, Nami, Nakako, Bonnie, Garrett, Pudding. A total of 15 men and women, only skeletons. What's the problem? No. All the girls answered with a smile. Yuta said excitedly, hurry up, Z's, everyone has been waiting for this day for a long time. The little singer was in a hurry. Luo Ze said with a smile, before setting off, I will give these to you. As he said that, his eyes turned into Mangeki, and then the space vortex was born, and a total of 31 elf balls appeared on the desk immediately. A lot. Yamato said with wide eyes. These are for you, everyone can choose 2. Luo Ze explained softly, however, Yuta, you already have Ibrahimovic, this time Song will give you 1. As he spoke, he picked out Bang Eras from a pile of Pokeballs and handed it to Yuta. The one given to you is called Bang Iras. It is very powerful. If it is in danger, it will protect you instead of me. Luo is very concerned about Yuta's safety. If possible, he even wanted to match the little songstress with 6 divine beasts. Hey hey! Thank you Z's. Yuta smiled. Luo Ze rubbed her head, turned around and said to everyone, as for you, when you enter the Kamui space, you can freely distribute them. There is no favoritism. Although she doesn't trust Charlotte Garrett very much at the moment, she is not short of what other members of the dance troupe should have. A bowl of water is level. All the girls looked at the pile of elf balls with twinkling eyes. Brooke raised his hand and said helplessly, that, Mr. Luo Ze, am I okay? Last time I already scared Eevee and Frog Seed. No problem, among the elves this time, there are ghost-type ghosts and Mini-Q, so they should like you quite a bit. Luo Ze smiled, showing some sympathy for Brooke. Anyway, let's go first. With that said, Luo Ze activated Kamui, ready to send everyone into a different space. Wait a minute. Yuta said coquettishly, it will take several hours to arrive. Z's, why don't you bring some mahjong tables in later? Luo Ze. You really like mahjong? Understood. He said something angrily, and the next moment, everyone was transferred away. After finishing this, Luo Ze went to the mahjong room again, and brought in the mahjong table that these women play every day. After that, he walked out of the castle and called for Kui Long. Take the fast dragon and fly away from Allegia. When passing by the coastal port, I happened to see Belle Mel training with the Gotha duck. Sensing Kui Long's approach, they all raised their heads. Miss Belle, Allegia is temporarily entrusting you to you. Luo Ze sat cross-legged on Kui Long's back and said. Leave it to me. Belle put his hands on his hips and said with a slight smile, Bon voyage, take care of Nami and Nyoki Jo. Rest assured. After a simple farewell, Kui Long quickly disappeared into the sky. Sabayati Archipelago, Area 33, Soap Bubble Dome. This disc-shaped building had already been closed more than 10 days ago. At this point, backstage preparation room. Kip, a former slave trader and now Shishibukai's henchman, quickly reported. Lord Luo Ze, this is the boss of the dome, Makia. Luo Ze looked at the man next to Kip. A fat man in his 40s, with a wig on his head, was looking flattering at this moment. Dear Shishibukai-sama, it's an honor to meet you. Luo Ze nodded, I'm sorry to bother you this time, I borrowed your venue to hold a concert. It's my blessing to let your singer hold a concert here. Makiya said with a serious face, if there are such activities in the future, please feel free to contact me. Although it is borrowed for free, as a businessman, how can it be possible to lose money? Luo Ze didn't know where his interests were, but he didn't care. At this time, Kip immediately said, Master Luo Ze, the activity funds have been exhausted, and there are only 13 million left, this is the account details. He handed over the account. Luo Ze tossed the ledger aside first, he was not interested in reading this kind of thing, so he would let Vaden read it. After half a month of publicity in the Sabayati archipelago, the 100 million yuan was not spent, which is already unexpected. What about the tickets? Tickets were sold out yesterday, with a total of 25,714 tickets and a total revenue of about 760 million baileys. The specific details are recorded in the account book. After a simple calculation in my heart, the average ticket for a concert is around 30,000 baileys. Grab money. Luo Ze secretly sighed, what kind of money does being a pirate have? Being a big singer is stealing money. I see, you go down first. After the two left, Luo Ze immediately released everyone in the Kamui space. Are you here? Yuta looked around, Sabayati archipelago, this is my first time here, Hiri-san, Yamato-san, everyone, let's go shopping. Luo Ze flicked the little singer's forehead with his fingers. It hurts. Z's, what are you doing? The concert is going to be tonight, you guys go to rehearse first. Things to play, wait until tomorrow. Got it. Yuta covered his forehead and muttered angrily, Devil. Smelly Z's. Devil's manager. Asking people to take the girls to rehearse, Luo Ze turned around and handed over the ledger to Gordon. Gordon flipped through it at once. If you want to sort out the accounts, it cannot be completed in a short time. No hurry. Luo Ze immediately said, go and communicate with Kip, the costumes, makeup artist, and band are all arranged. Understood, rest assured. Gordon put away the ledger and nodded solemnly. This is Yuta's first concert and there is no room for error. This is related to rebuilding Allegia. Rebuilding a country requires an astronomical amount of money. And the stable source of funds, of course, is fans. Thinking of this, Gordon said again, Brooke, come with me, the band needs to be tested. The two left and got busy. Peggy Wan said blankly, Master Luo Ze, Can I help you? You. Luo Ze pondered, when the entrance starts at night, you will be responsible for maintaining order. This job is very important, you have to work hard. Yes. Peggy Wan nodded immediately, full of enthusiasm. After a while, Markia came back again. Lord Luo Ze, a few people came outside, claiming to be your friends. Who? Morgans. How did this guy come here? He really knows how to die. Sabayati Archipelago is an hour's flight from naval headquarters. Luo Ze thought for a while and said, bring him to see me. Not long after, Morgus took her two right-hand men into the backstage lounge. Dear Mr. Luo Ze, we meet again. Morgan still looked like that, often maintaining her human form. After seeing Luo Ze, he took off his hat to pay tribute, acting very gentlemanly. What are you doing here? Interview. Morgus grinned, of course, after the concert is over. Before that, maybe you need a grand live broadcast? I have brought the equipment, your Diva's concert should not be limited to a small in the building, more people should enjoy music. Where there is news, there is you. Luo Ze couldn't help complaining. As expected of being a journalist, he danced so happily that he didn't pay attention to world government at all. However, Morgans was quite right. Of course the concert needs to be broadcast live, and he originally planned to do so. After all, there are not too many leaks. Those are walking wallets. Okay, let your people prepare. As for the interview, what I promised you, I will naturally abide by the agreement. Compared with doing live broadcasts by himself, Morgans is obviously more professional, and the media channels he masters are not at the same level at all. Time passed slowly, and in a blink of an eye, it was more than 6 o'clock in the evening. Soap Bubble Dome in Area 33. Countless people held concert tickets and formed a long queue in front of the gate. Some are couples, some are abandoned by a family of 3. There are also many lawbreakers and people from the slave group. There are even more pirates, and there are quite a few pirates who happen to be staying in the Sabayati archipelago. All kinds of people. Opposite the Soap Bubble Dome, the daytime tea house. Before, Luo Ze and Momuzagi drank tea here. At this time, in the corner of the tea house, near the window, 2 men and a woman were sitting quietly, but their eyes were looking at the situation outside from time to time. The leader, wearing a black tall hat and a pigeon on his shoulder, has a cold face and a serious expression. One of the members of CP9, Rob Lucci, is 18 years old. It's really welcome. He leaned back on the chair and looked at Erlang's legs. I heard that it was promoted for half a month in advance, and that woman's song has been playing these days. It is natural that there will be such a grand occasion. Another CP9 member, Bluno, has a thick face. He was wearing a black suit and had a pair of horn-like hairstyles. This person is 20 years old. On the opposite side of the two, the only female member was holding black tea and tasting it lightly. Khalifa, 15 years old, wears a tight hip skirt, black knee-high boots, long blonde hair, and a pair of tinted glasses on her delicate face. We came late, and we barely made it now. The tickets have already been sold out. How can we get in now? She shook her head. Use my ability to sneak in. Bluno said in a low voice, the concert will only enter at 7 o'clock, start at 8 o'clock, and end at 10 o'clock. If you act later, no one will notice. Or, take the opportunity to grab a few tickets. Try to be low-key and don't cause a commotion. Khalifa pushed his glasses and said softly, behind that diva is Shishibukai Luo Ze. 5 Elders' direct order is, to investigate all information about these 2 people, if not necessary, try not to cause conflict. As she was speaking, she glanced out of the window and was suddenly taken aback. That is. The other 2 also looked together. Rob Lucci narrowed his eyes. At 6:53 in the evening, when the concert was about to enter, Charles Rose appeared arrogantly with a dozen bodyguards in black. Day, celestial dragons. At the end of the long dragon in front of the door, a man was the first to spot it. He immediately looked terrified and trembled all over his body. Sabayati Archipelago, a short distance from the Holy Land. Close. Because of this place is like the back garden of celestial dragons, and celestial dragons can often be seen playing in the lower realm. But every time it appears, it is a disaster for the residents of the island. Any disrespect will be punished with death. Idiot! Don't stare! The man's friend immediately pressed his shoulders, and the two immediately knelt down and kowtowed to the ground. With their actions, more people turned their heads. Immediately afterwards, like a Boni no Mi card, the long queue started from the end and knelt down in unison. Even the pirates and outlaws who sneaked in, faced this situation, and knelt down tactfully. So many people, a group of common people. Charles Rose stared straight ahead, not paying attention to the kneeling crowd, and walked straight to the entrance of the concert. The door was closed. There is a notice on the sign next to it. Admission at 1900 hours. From 2000 hours to 2200 hours is the concert. Are you early? Charles Rose glanced at the announcement. The bodyguard behind him immediately stepped forward and knocked heavily on the door. Bang bang bang! This is St. Charles Rose, hurry up and open the door. The captain of the bodyguard shouted, let the singer Yuta come out to greet him. The people around were silent, not even daring to raise their heads. The mere act of looking God in the eye is blasphemy. If you are unlucky and anger the celestial dragons, they will be killed. At this time, the time and space in front of the door rolled up a vortex. Luo Ze's figure slowly emerged. Celestial dragons. He looked at Charles Rose. After time travel, not counting the 5 elders and the red-haired Shanks, and Doflamingo, he sees the celestial dragons for the first time. Obviously, this one in front of him is what celestial dragons should look like. Arrogant, domineering, supercilious, and pretends to be the queen of the creator. Who are you? Charles Rose widened his eyes, why don't you kneel? You don't even know me. Luo Ze was surprised. Charles Rose did not know. But the bodyguard beside him knew him. 7. Shi Shibukai. The head of the bodyguard was taken aback, and then said sternly, even if you are a Shi Shibukai, you should kneel down, this is St. Charles Rose. Dogs play against others. Luo Ze looked calm, stretched out his hand at that time, and grasped it in the void. Universal pull. In an instant, Charlos's body was out of control, and he flew towards Luo Ze suddenly. With a snap, the neck was strangled. Everyone was shocked. The people took a sneak peek, shocked. The bodyguard gasped, and immediately shouted, you are crazy. Let go of St. Charles Rose. In the tea house not far away, the clusters of 3 CP9s looked dull. Luo Ze slowly tightened his 5 fingers. Charlos was having difficulty breathing, and his face turned a liver-colored color. 5 elders wouldn't dare talk to me like that. What are you doing? Celestial dragons. With both feet off the ground, Charles Rose grabbed Luo Ze's wrist, struggling like a pig about to be slaughtered. His eyeballs were bloodshot, startled and angry. Ever since he was a child, even his father never beat him. It's a pity that he was strangled by the neck and couldn't speak half a word. The bodyguard hurriedly said, let go, Dragon Rider Luo Ze. St. Charles is just here to marry Diva Yuta, and the wedding ceremony is already ready at the Holy Land. It's okay if he didn't say anything, but when he did, Luo Ze burst out with killing intent instantly. It's like the little cabbage that I planted hard in the field. Before it grows up, a wild boar from nowhere is staring at it. Is that so? Yes, that's it. Behind that singer, are you supporting her? The bodyguard said calmly, don't worry, let her go first, you can also attend the wedding, Charles Rose. Saint does not count the offense. Even, it will give you unimaginable benefits later. He made a casual promise, without any sincerity of course, just for the safety of the celestial dragons. Luo Ze's gaze was calm, looking at char rose in his hand, as if looking at a corpse. Few people can irritate me, you succeeded. See. Chapter 101. Luo Ze looked at char rose in his hand, his gaze was very indifferent. As if sensing his killing intent, the captain of the bodyguard said in horror. Are you crazy? Luo Ze. Do you really understand what the consequences will be if you attack the celestial dragons? Admiral of Headquarters will come as soon as possible. Even if you are Shishibukai, you will lose your title and become a bounty criminal. Let go of Lord Charles Ross now, there is still room for maneuver. Please. Don't be impulsive. The captain of the bodyguard panicked. Everything he said seemed to be unable to shake the other party in the slightest. Luo Ze was really thinking about whether to kill this celestial dragons on the spot. But he thought for a moment, but he didn't think of any reason to let the other party go. This guy is after Yuta. Let the other side go, just asking for trouble. He is no stranger to the name Charles Rose, and 10 years later, he was severely punched by Luffy the Straw Hat. At this time, it looks like it is only 14 or 15 years old, but it has grown into a giant baby perfectly. The giant baby action will not consider the consequences. Even if the other party knows that he is not easy to provoke in the future, there is still a great possibility to provoke him. It's just today, bad luck. Everyone focused their eyes on him, their eyes full of dullness and disbelief. Celestial dragons, nobles of the world, descendants of the Creator. There are still people who dare to face the warning and remain indifferent. Even the ordinary people kneeling on the ground could clearly feel that kind of substantial killing intent. Precisely because of the awareness of what can happen. Celestial dragons may be killed by this Shishibukai. Realizing this, everyone finds it hard to believe. Outside the gate of the concert, the atmosphere was dignified like lead. Everyone is waiting for the judgment to come. A needle can be heard, and there is silence. At this time, the sound of opening the door sounded very suddenly. Brooke and Peggy Wonkakai came out. Mr. Luo Ze, is this? Brooke saw the 400 celestial dragons in Luo Ze's hands, and was startled. I heard a heavy knock on the door just now. The time is up. Luo Ze glanced at the two. Since the time is up, let the audience enter. No one dared to get up. In front of celestial dragons, no one wants to be this early bird. Luo Ze narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at the few people at the front of the long queue, and said, go to check the tickets. Let me go, Lord Shishibukai. The people who were named swallowed their saliva. Sorry to surprise you. Today is my singer's concert. She has been looking forward to it for a long time. Does she sing well? Very, nice to hear. Then go in, I hope you can enjoy tonight's music. Luo Ze said lightly, don't worry, nothing will happen, no one can disturb tonight's grand event. The calm tone is chilling. It seems that if you don't do it, you will suffer a catastrophe in the next second. The few people at the front of the line groaned secretly. They came to line up at 2 p.m., and they didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Get up and offend the celestial dragons. Don't get up and offend Shishibukai. However, compared to celestial dragons, Luo Ze, the Shishibukai, is more acceptable to them, at least speaking with an equal tone. I see. The person at the front stood up bravely, and he handed the concert ticket to Brooke. Although he didn't know what happened, Brooke realized that Luo Ze's tone was very wrong. The usual Luo Ze is always gentle, and he has never seen such an indifferent voice. A person with a good temper, when he loses his temper, is often terrifying. There is no problem with the ticket, please come in. Brooke tore off a corner of the ticket, and said to the people behind, please take the tickets, line up, and come in one by one. With the first bird, the rest of the people will not be so afraid. People were following the herd, and soon the queue started moving. The people in front walked into the venue one after another. Opposite the tea house. Good hacky guy. Khalifa said softly, you dare to attack the celestial dragons, the killing intent can be felt even here. What to do? Bluno felt troubled. It has nothing to do with us. Rob Lucci's face was cold, and he didn't pay any attention to the scene in front of him. We have our mission. Let's go, now is a good opportunity to sneak in. Said, has got up. In a blink of an eye, there were only 3 cups of steaming black tea left on the tea table. At the same time, the bodyguards had no idea what to do. Team leader. Call the higher UPS. The captain of the bodyguard gritted his teeth and took out the phone bug. The so-called higher UPS, of course, are not Charles Rose's father, nor the 5 elders, nor the world government. If he contacts them, he will be in trouble. Therefore, the number dialed is Naval Headquarters. Marine Ford. Marshal's office. Kong is dealing with the latest mess. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang. After he connected with a frown, his face changed after listening to what the other party said. What did you say? Celestial dragons were attacked and almost died. Yes. Send Admiral over here quickly. As fast as possible. Who is it? Kong suppressed his anger. Shichibukai, Luo Ze. Kong was doused with cold water in an instant. Of the 7 people in Shichibukai, why is it the most troublesome one? But it is impossible for him to ignore the matter of celestial dragons. I see. Hanging up the communication, Kong immediately shouted to the sailors outside, let Akainu come to see me. Yes. The sailors led the way, and after a while, Akainu walked into the marshal's office. Sabayati Archipelago, Area 33, Celestial Dragons. Charlos Saint was attacked by Shichibukai Luo Ze, you go and solve it immediately. Kong quickly ordered. Hearing this, the garden dog froze for a moment. Luo Ze? Why? You don't need to ask too much, go right now, at the fastest speed. Akainu was silent for a moment, then turned and left immediately. Based on his understanding of Luo Ze during this period of time, he is definitely not the one who took the initiative to provoke trouble. 9 times out of 10, it's the celestial dragons looking for trouble. Damn, it's really tricky. Akainu snorted coldly, why do these celestial dragons have nothing to provoke him? But the reasons are already, BDFJ, unimportant. As Marine Admiral, his position must allow him to figure things out. Sabayati Archipelago, Area 33. Soap Bubble Dome, in front of the door. The long queue has disappeared, and those who hold tickets have already entered the venue. The captain of the bodyguard stared at Luo Ze, and Char rose in the opponent's hand. Marine Admiral will arrive in a few minutes, let go of Lord Charles Rose now, everything can be saved. Luo Ze. If I were you, I would have run away. Luo Ze said softly, what is the duty of a bodyguard? To protect the employer. If it is an ordinary person, the dereliction of duty is just dismissed, but celestial dragons, you will be killed. The bodyguards were all in shock. They are not hired bodyguards, they are servants of the celestial dragon's family. Please, let go of St. Charles Rose, the bodyguard captain begged. Hearing this, Luo Ze exerted a little force with his 5 fingers, and with a click, Charlo's cervical vertebra was broken. The celestial dragons, who had been pinched and fell into a coma, were like a puddle of mud at the moment. Luo Ze threw the body in front of the bodyguards like throwing away a piece of rag. People can't return you, the corpses can return you. The bodyguards were devastated, and they all knelt down with a plop. It's over. Dead. The celestial dragons are dead, killed in front of their faces. No matter what the reason, once Charles Rose's father knows, everyone present will die. The cause of the incident is no longer important. Anticipating what would happen in the future, the bodyguards were not even in the mood to get angry. They were like walking dead, kneeling on the ground blankly. For these people, Luo Ze has no sympathy at all. He used to eat and drink hot food with celestial dragons, but now it's time to pay off his debts. As for the consequences of killing a celestial dragons? What are the consequences? Luo Ze didn't care at all. Okay. Suddenly, he raised his head slightly, and a scorching flame fell from the sky. With a bang, the magma rolled and gradually took shape. Are you coming? Quite soon. Luo Ze calculated the time, and it took about half an hour to arrive. The magma wriggled and took the shape of Akainu. He glanced at Luo Ze first, then at the bodyguards who had lost their souls, and the corpses of celestial dragons whose heads had been twisted off. His complexion changed suddenly. You already killed? Akainu said in disbelief. You are late. Luo Ze said calmly, don't blame yourself, even if you arrive, he will still die. Even the gods can't save Charlos unless M comes in person. Akainu took a deep breath, stared at Luo Ze sharply, and gritted his teeth. I can guess that you will not take the initiative to provoke celestial dragons. If he provokes you, you can teach him a lesson, but why kill people? He was very angry. On the way here, he had already thought about it. If Luo Ze just beat up the celestial dragons, this kind of thing is completely acceptable. He just needs to put on a show, fight with Luo Ze a little, and let the opponent leave. Afterwards, what to do or what to do, just pretend that this incident never happened. But, not now. People are dead. It's not pleasing to see him. Luo Ze answered perfunctorily. Boom. Haki overflowed from Akainu's body, his arms instantly turned into magma, and the high temperature of Zaire made the atmosphere seem to be burning. It's impossible for me to let you go. Only you. Luo Ze chuckled, his eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly, a wave of conquerors' haki swept towards Akainu. Boom. Intense conquerors, even produced physical coercion. The earth is shaking. My diva is having a concert. Luo Ze's tone was ice cold, and the sword came out. A deep gully was cut into the ground immediately. This ravine appeared 10 meters in front of Akainu. Those who cross the line, die. Chapter 102. Boom. Intense conquerors haki, hanging over Akainu's head. This is the superior conquerors, which can already cause coercion on the physical level, and it is the power that only a true overlord with both mind and body skills can possess. This kid in front of me. Akainu's pupils constrict suddenly. He doesn't have conquerors, he doesn't have the aptitude of such a king. But as an admiral, he is no stranger to Lu Zhuang's elementary level, awakened by some violent emotional fluctuations, but cannot control this power, and can only use it unconsciously. Intermediate level, with the growth of their own strength and vigor, can control them as they like. Conquerors at this stage already possess considerable power, and the average number of people is meaningless in front of this kind of overlord. The superior, the overlord at this stage, can be said to be in the state of emitting haki anytime and anywhere, unless he intentionally restrains himself. Even a seasoned general will find it extremely difficult to maintain himself in front of this kind of haki. No doubt. Akainu is convinced that the opponent's conquerors has reached the upper level. Even, it's a bit more marinated than 4 Emperors Kaido. Kaido is also a superior, but he still can't do the scene in front of him. Under the cover of Luo Ze's conquerors, the pebbles on the ground even escaped the shackles of gravity and floated in the air with slight vibrations. Only 12 or 13 years old, why is there such a level of haki? What has this kid been through in the past? Akainu thought in disbelief. The next moment, the haki declaration around him skyrocketed. Even so, I have to make a move. Do you understand? Idiot. As soon as the words fell, his figure jumped suddenly, crossing the sword mark drawn by Luo Ze. With the raised right fist, magma surged and fell towards Luo Ze's head in panic. "You are forcing me to kill you." Luo Ze's gaze was slightly fixed, and he clenched his left hand to meet him. Two fists, one big and one small, created a child in the air. Boom! Amidst the roar, under Haki's confrontation, the black electric lights flickered and scattered in the air like a snake. Conqueror's entanglement. Akainu looked shocked. This is even more exaggerated than the superior conquerors. Superior conquerors don't make a substantial difference in this level of combat. But tyranny is different. There was an immediate stalemate between the fists of the two. Akainu's charged blow was blocked by Luo Ze's defensive punch. The next moment, all the conquerors on Luo Ze's body were retracted, and all of them were wrapped around the blade of his right hand. God avoids. This time, it was a real escape from the gods. It's not the fake one in the past, just an imitation skill entwined with armed colors. Akainu's pupils shrank again. The moment the black crescent slash landed on his abdomen, he concentrated all his haki in one point. However, the sharp sword light even penetrated his luck defense. In an instant, Akainu's whole body was like a stone ejected by a slingshot, flying backwards at a speed exceeding the naked eye of ordinary people. Boom boom boom. I don't know how many buildings were smashed through, and flew straight out of the B3 area. Kilometers, 10,000 meters. It's careless, I look down on me a little bit. Luo Ze slightly raised his eyebrows, took out Kui Long's elf ball from his pocket, and released it from his chest. Hold here, no matter who it is not allowed to cross this boundary. Leaving a sentence, Luo Ze's body immediately set off a vortex of time and space, and disappeared in an instant. Concert venue. An unremarkable area on the second floor. The three of CP9 suddenly turned their heads, their eyes seemed to pass through the wall, looking towards the direction of the battle outside the door. There seems to be a fight outside. Bluno said naively. Don't worry about it. The pigeon on Luki's shoulder opened its beak and seemed to be talking. Its name is Hidori. Now sneak into the venue, next. Khalifa pushed the tinted glasses, I'll go backstage to investigate. As he spoke, he got up. The lights of the concert were very dim, and only the light from the direction of the stage could be seen in the huge venue, because the picture of singer Yuta was playing on the screen. There are still 20 minutes before the concert starts. Khalifa sneaked all the way, avoiding many eyes and ears, and no one noticed a little girl in the dark. Opening the door leading to the backstage, the line of sight suddenly became much clearer. There happened to be a staff member passing by with a fruit platter. He saw Khalifa at the corner and was stunned for a moment. Hey, why did you come in? You're not a staff member, you can't shave. With a movement of Khalifa's figure, she instantly disappeared in place. At the moment when the staff was stunned, they had already come behind her. Boom! Lightly hitting the back of the opponent's neck with the knife in his hand, the woman fell unconscious to the ground immediately. Khalifa supported the other party with one hand, and caught the fruit platter with the other. After looking around for a while, he dragged him into a warehouse next to him. After a while, Khalifa changed into the clothes of the staff and walked out of the house. She carried a fruit platter and walked in the corridor openly. Not long after, I saw a house number, a dressing room. Knocking lightly on the door, Khalifa lowered his head and pushed the door open. What catches the eye is a group of beautiful girls. Among them is the protagonist of this time, Yuta. Sitting in front of the makeup mirror, with the help of two slightly older women, they are doing stage makeup touch ups. Noticing Khalifa coming in, Kojiki Hiri immediately said, "Put it on the table." Yes. Khalifa nodded, watching each other secretly. First impression, so beautiful. No, it's not just Kojiki Hiri, the dozen or so women present are all so beautiful. Are they the backup dancers of the diva? Suddenly, Khalifa's pupils shrank slightly. Among the many women, she saw a familiar face. Orphaned of O'Hara, son of the devil, Nico Robin. After joining CP9, a cipher Paul, as a newcomer, she saw Nico Robin's file when she inquired about intelligence. Over the years, the world government has been on the trail of this woman. Didn't expect to see it here. Khalifa was extremely shocked, but her outstanding quality allowed her to hide her emotions. At this time, Yuta sat in front of the makeup mirror and said with a worried tone. There seemed to be a loud noise just now. Did something happen? Robin smiled and said, Don't worry, Yuta, Lord Luo Ze will take care of everything, just trust him. Sister Robin, go ask Brooke what happened. Yuta said beseechingly. Okay. Robin nodded, and said to the girls, there are still 20 minutes to start, and it's time for us to change our clothes. A group of girls followed her out of the dressing room. Khalifa lowered his head and put the fruit platter on the table. Confirmed, it is indeed Nico Robin. Miss Yuta. While thinking, Khalifa whispered, your singing voice is so beautiful, I am your fan. Thank you, do you want an autograph? Yuta smiled softly. Is it possible? Khalifa said in surprise, however, will it make Master Luo Ze unhappy? It's okay, Z's won't mind. Then please. You have a very good relationship with Master Luo Ze. Hey, he's my manager. Broker? It's not just this relationship. Khalifa secretly complained, that celestial dragons just coveted you a little bit, and Luo Yi burst out with such lightness. I don't know what's going on now. How do you think it's an intimate relationship like a couple, or siblings? In short, it cannot be a purely working relationship between a manager and a diva. Thinking of this, Khalifa continued the routine. Area 14. A figure traveled a distance of tens of thousands of meters, and finally crashed into the huge trunk of the Alchemon mangrove with a boom. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of Akainu's mouth. Cough, it's because of intention. You actually have Shuangtang in your hands. He was like a puddle of mud, sliding down the tree trunk from a high place, where the hot magma burned the bark black, and even the word 14gr was much blurred. Ask for flowers. Akainu was shocked and angry inside. If this guy becomes a pirate, he might become another 4 emperors, no, 5 emperors? Just as he was thinking, the space in front of him twisted for a while, and Luo Ze's figure appeared right after him. As expected of Admiral, he ate my sword forcefully, but suffered a slight injury. Luo Ze couldn't help feeling that people in this world are physical monsters. Don't get carried away. Akainu said coldly, have you considered the consequences of killing a celestial dragons? What are the consequences? Luo Ze dismissed it, and said lightly, instead of worrying about me, worry about yourself. I said that those who cross the line will die. It seems that you don't take it seriously at all. Maybe it's because I have too much temper. Well, I've given you some fantastic illusions. As soon as the voice fell, a phantom of a half-length warrior immediately appeared around him. Susanoo. Akainu's eyes froze, and he cursed inwardly. You have a good temper, you killed a celestial dragons at the slightest disagreement, you have caused such a big disaster, and you don't know how to end it. No matter what, Akainu must be here and catch someone on the spot. As for how to deal with it, that was not his consideration. Dark Hound. Suddenly, Akainu turned into lava and catapulted towards him. After getting close to Luo Ze, half of the body was condensed at the mouth of the long lava passage. Akainu in the magma state, the sun fist blasted towards Luo Ze who was wrapped by Susanoo. 0. His attacks are extremely fast. However, in front of Luo Ze's high-level knowledge, it is still clearly visible. See the future. Immediately, Susanoo's left hand transformed into a shield with armed colors wrapped around it. With a bang, Akainu's blow was blocked. It's so hard. Akainu's heart was shocked. This kind of wonderful ability has many changes. It is not a pure space-type ability user, no, maybe it is not an ability user at all. The power of those eyes. At the moment when he was distracted, Susanoo raised his other hand, as if hitting a gopher, and the wolf smashed it down. Akainu's sense of knowledge is also very strong, and at the moment Luo Ze counterattacked, he immediately raised his left hand. Boom! There was another burst of violent noise, and he also resisted this heavy blow. But the ground under his feet cracked in an instant. Damn, tougher than Kaido. Akainu immediately understood that the marine in the past was really too small for the opponent. What the opponent relied on was not the green dragon, Karakura. Its own combat power is the real terror. This guy is only 12 or 13 years old. Are you at this level? In Susanoo's body, Luo Ze provoked in a calm tone, to be honest, among the three of your generation, in terms of attack power, you are the strongest, but it's only to this extent. To this extent. Akainu suddenly exerted force. With a flick of one arm, the fist on the top of the head was bounced away. Stop looking down on people, the old man just doesn't want to destroy this island. With a sound of anger, in an instant, lava erupted all over Akainu's body. As if growing rapidly, in the blink of an eye, a lava titan with a height of more than 30 meters appeared in front of Luo Ze's eyes. Is this Logia's awakening? Luo Ze frowned. The next moment, the lava titan punched brazenly. The gigantic fist can be called terrifying. Susanoo raised the big shield, but only resisted it for a few seconds before being completely suppressed and the shield cracked. Seeing this, Luo Ze looked surprised. Being able to break through his half-body Susanoo, the attack power has indeed increased a lot. The result of developing the fruit ability to ultimate. Immediately afterwards, boom! Susanoo was completely broken. The huge punch of the lava shattered the earth. The ground instantly turned into a sea of magma, and Luo Ze's figure had disappeared within the affected area. Hey! On the head of the lava titan, the face of the garden dog emerged. J. Suddenly, his complexion changed. Behind him, behind the lava titan's feet, Luo Ze appeared in the space-time vortex. Gently raised his left hand, a black light flickered between the palms. Farewell. Had no 90 black coffin ding. 0. Chapter 103. Had no 90 black coffin. The dark lightning in Luo Ze's palm disappeared in a flash. At the foot of the lava titan, on the surface that turned into magma, a shadow force appeared. It is like a pool of stains, quickly extending and turning into a square piece. Then, a pitch-black coffin was born slowly. The coffin is extremely high and completely seals off the lava titan. Being in the darkness, the sleepy mind was shocked. What is this? He could clearly feel that the center of this huge black coffin seemed to be the core of endless gravitational force, binding him and making it difficult to break free. The gravity here is twisted, like a torrent. In this terrifying torrent of gravity, the lava titan transformed by Akainu seems to be fixed by space. It is also like a traveler swallowed by a swamp, the more he struggles, the deeper he sinks. The next moment, countless spears of darkness pierced through Akainu's body from all directions. The moment he was pierced, Akainu spat out blood and his expression changed. At the same time, beyond black coffin, Luo Ze stood quietly in front of the black coffin, which quickly dissipated from the top. The lava titan is gone. Instead, Zhishan was covered in blood. His body was riddled with holes, and the blood stained his justice cloak red. Impossible, without Haki's attack, that can hurt the soul. With a sound of wow, Akainu spit out blood, like a free red liquid, which was sprinkled in the magma under his feet because of the 943 amine. Make a sizzling sound. With a plop, Akainu grabbed the ground with his head and fell into the magma sea he created. As if returning to his mother's arms, Magma opened his arms and accepted him. Looking at Akainu slowly disappearing into the magma, Luo Ze couldn't help shaking his head. For a celestial dragons, why bother? The black coffin he used was just chanting abandonment, so the power was naturally not 1/5 of the full chanting. However, even so, Akainu couldn't bear it. This is a killer move at the soul level. I still have a breath, escape into the magma and want to run. Luo Ze drew out Regen Jaka, and prepared to send Akainu on the real road, although he felt that if left alone, this guy would probably not live long. This world does not have the technology to repair soul wounds. With that kind of injury, Shendo will have to recuperate for a long time. Shockwave. However, at this moment, a golden Buddha's light flashed in the sky. Luo Ze looked up, only to see a huge Buddha's palm coming towards him. Boom! The golden bergamot was shot out, and an invisible mask covering a radius of 100 meters was born in its palm. A violent shock wave was generated inside the cover, instantly boiling the magma sea under the Luo monster's feet. The terrifying magma exploded and scattered like a volcanic eruption. Black smoke billowed. After a long time, Rish subsided. Luo Ze stood there intact, not even moving a step. Marine Marshal, no, the former Marine Marshal, Sengoku of the Buddha. Luo Ze spoke softly, looking at the golden Buddha not far away, just killed a celestial dragons, and even the former Marshal went out. Dragon Rider, Luo Ze. Sengoku's face was livid. As soon as the words fell, a golden light flashed behind Luo Ze. I'm sorry, I also have my position. Kizaru raised his right leg, shining golden light. Have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? No. Luo Ze, who has penetrated into the future, is not surprised by the appearance of Kizaru. The photonized kick swept across Luo Ze's head, and then passed through the past. Boom! The laser light from this kick pierced through the distant Alkaiman mangrove tree. In the big explosion, this rare giant tree burned and collapsed. Seeing this, the corner of Kizaru's mouth twitched, and before Luo Ze counterattacked, he quickly escaped, and opened a distance of hundreds of meters. Luo Ze. It's terrible, I didn't hit it. Don't call me mean, we know a little bit about your ability. Kizaru said with no shame, with a slick face, at this distance, your kind the ability to distort space is not so easy to lock, is it? Really? Left eye Kamui, the farther the distance, the slower the activation. This slowness may be only a few tenths of a second, but it is enough for a master of Kizaru's level. Sengoku, the big Buddha not far away, has a heavy face. Luo Ze spoke softly, not knowing whether it was a compliment or a sarcasm. The marshal launched a surprise attack to attract my attention, and you waited for the opportunity. The strategy is great, but it's useless. His hollow lasts 5 minutes. You can't get away, Luo Ze. Sengoku took a deep breath and said in a serious voice, give up resistance. As soon as the words fell, Kizaru launched another attack. He jumped up and turned into a huge golden cross star in mid-air. 8-foot Kyanguyu. Tens of thousands of bullets were fired in just 10 seconds. Like a missile washing the ground, it enveloped an area of tens of meters around Luo Ze. Boom 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 boom. Next door, Area 13. A bar in the suburbs. Shuki, the proprietress of the bar, was standing behind the bar counter, lighting a woman's thin cigarette in her hand, and puffing out smoke rings lightly. He looked at the 3 guests tonight delicately. Aren't you going? Little Hancock, it's 8 o'clock in 10 minutes, and the concert is about to start. The Empress sat in front of the bar, staring blankly at the red wine in the forest. Doesn't seem to be listening at all. Shuki's expression became more and more amused, she was too familiar with this state. I also had it when I was young, thinking about my lover all day long. Little Hancock, you really like that kid Luo Ze? She joked. Like. As if the word Luo Ze had activated her, The Empress raised her head, her cheeks flushed slightly. I don't know, but I often miss him involuntarily. Generally speaking, this is called liking. Shuki shook his head helplessly, not even being able to confirm his own feelings. Is this kid really okay? Like a blank sheet of paper. Will the two have a result? No, before that, the kid was too young, 12 years old, right? Shuki, what should I do as a concubine? The Empress clutched her heart. Recently, it's been hard to fall asleep at night, and I'm often awakened by nightmares. Nightmare? Shuki froze for a moment. The Empress bit her cuff, and said with a troubled face, I dreamed that I was abandoned by Z's, and he likes that child Yuta. Beside the bar, Rayleigh was lying on a chair, speechless. The two sisters looked at each other and sighed in the same way. Shuki said angrily, you are just unrequited love now, and you haven't started at all. How can you say you were abandoned? However, the concubine knows that every time he sees the concubine, he will stare at the concubine with lustful eyes. The Empress said seriously. In this regard, Shuki rolled his eyes, men are all this kind of virtue. When they are young, they like beautiful women, just like a dog. Only when they are hungry and tired from running wild outside, they will know to go home. Rayleigh. Connotation, is this connotation for him? Yes, is that so? The Empress blinked. If you like it, you can take the initiative. With your appearance, little Hancock, you won't lose to anyone. Shuki shrugged. She wasn't coming up with bad ideas, it was for the Empress's life. Daughter Island's lovesickness is not unsolvable. In fact, there is a very simple way to lift, or say, to suppress. That is, sleep. Get a good night's sleep, and the disease will basically be cured. If there are signs of relapse, sleep a few more times. That's what she did back then. But, take the initiative, how to do it? The Empress asked very concerned. At this time, Rayleigh, Truth, and the Empress all changed face. Boom! There was a roar in the distance. This breath! The Empress stood up suddenly, her expression changed from an innocent little girl to a frosty pirate empress. Suddenly, she rushed out the door and disappeared into the night. It's Luo Ze's breath. Rayleigh put down the newspaper in his hand, frowned slightly, and Sengoku. As an old rival of the Roger Pirates, he knows Sengoku's aura very well. It seems to be fighting. Shuki said softly, how did Shishibukai fight Sengoku? Judging from the movement transmitted here, the fight was very intense and it was not a joke. I gonna go see. Rayleigh picked up the jug on the table and immediately chased it out. Boom boom boom. Kizaru's carpet bombing continues. Countless light bullets poured down at a speed of thousands of bullets per second. The vast majority landed elsewhere. Less than 1% of them can really hit Luo Ze. No, to be precise, it wasn't a hit. Those light bullets aimed at Luo Ze passed through his body the moment they touched Luo Ze. This went on for 3 minutes. Suddenly, the golden light converged. The golden cross star in midair suddenly shrank into Kizaru's appearance. It's strange, it's been so long, can't you hit you? Kizaru murmured in disbelief. The more powerful the ability, the more energy it takes to activate and maintain it. Of course, the ability of this type of space cannot escape this iron rule. Compared with the general devil fruit ability, it consumes more and far more. You almost succeeded. Luo Ze swung the knife, and in an instant, flames wrapped around the blade, everything is ashes. Regen Jaka. Liar, you obviously look very friendly. Kizaru's figure flashed and disappeared as photons. When it reappeared, it was already behind Luo Ze, holding a lightsaber in both hands, and slashed towards Luo Ze fiercely. Amazon Cloud Sword. Luo Ze slashed back and blocked the next blow, and at the same time, the explosive flames instantly engulfed Kizaru. Kizaru seemed to know that this flame could hurt him, or, he was cautious. If one hit is missed, the photon should escape far away. Before Luo Ze could make any further moves, Sengoku, who was at the side, had already made a bold move. The right fist of the Golden Buddha suddenly fell towards Luo Ze. Seeing this, Luo Ze wrapped his left fist around Conqueror's, and went to meet the Buddha's right fist. Euro 2.5. The collision of the two Conquerors, in an instant, tore the sky apart. Conqueror's winding. A trace of surprise flashed in Luo Ze's eyes. It's me who should be surprised, you can master this move at such a young age. Sengoku gritted his teeth, give up. You can't get away. There is a flaw. At this time, Kizaru, who was running away with light, suddenly appeared behind Luo Ze, and the golden lightsaber suddenly touched Luo Ze's chest. But Kizaru didn't show any happy expression, the result is obvious. However, boom! Another burst of Conqueror's haki. Kizaru froze for a moment, then glanced not far away. The Empress was as cold as ice, her killing intent was undisguised. Unforgivable. What did you do to the person I love in heart and soul? She came in a hurry, so fast that even Kizaru showed a startled expression. Pirate Empress! Great perfume femur! The Empress, who was in a rage, had been swallowed up by killing intent, and her only thought was to kill Kizaru. At this moment, the kick she kicked even had a bit of domineering power. Kizaru immediately wanted to dodge with photons, but he was not as fast as the queen's attack. Boom! One foot landed on Kizaru's arm, and Kizaru could even feel the bending of the arm. This foot's penetrating power was extremely strong, and it easily broke through his hastily condensed armed collar. With a whoosh, Kizaru was kicked into a sky full of photons. Chapter 104. Sengoku was stunned for a moment by the intrusion of the Empress. The power of that kick even kicked Kizaru into a sky full of photons. Boya Hancock! Sengoku's face was extremely ugly. Unforgivable. The concubine will definitely kill him. The Empress' eyes were clouded, her tone was cold and biting, and everyone could feel a deep chill from her voice. Seeing Luo Ze being pierced through the body by Kizaru's sword, at that moment, her brain went blank. That feeling of heartache turned into an unparalleled killing intent, even her conquerors subconsciously emanated, and even faintly touched the threshold of domineering. Who are you going to kill? The Pirate Empress. The photons all over the sky suddenly gathered, and Kizaru appeared behind the Empress, slashing down with the golden lightsaber in his hand. The Empress seemed to have never expected that Kizaru not only took down her petrification power, but even launched a counterattack immediately. But Luo Ze saw it. In front of the knowledgeable and foresight future, before the Empress launched an attack, he had already seen the future a few seconds later. Torch. At this time, Luo Ze carried Sengoku's attack with his left fist, and the Rijinjaka held by his right hand suddenly drew an arc outward. In an instant, a ring-shaped wall of flames formed around him and the Empress. The wall of fire detonated all surrounding objects, and the terrifying explosion was enough to instantly burn a person's soul to ashes. Seeing this scene, Sengoku's face changed, and he retreated quickly before the flames engulfed him. Kizaru's slash landed in a jerk, and the hot flame blocked his attack. The Tiankanjiun sword in his hand was burned to death the moment it touched the flame. The energy levels of the two are not at the same level. Sure enough, this kind of fire. Kizaru felt a sharp pain coming from his hands. Before he had time to think about it, he decisively elementalized and opened the distance. Within the firewall, the Empress stared blankly at 13 Luo Ze. Are you okay, Z's? What can I do? Luo Ze was speechless. It's not like you don't know my abilities. The two had been exchanging ideas on Daughter's Island for 10 days before, so they knew each other well. But what? The IQ of a woman in love is 0. The Empress, who was in a rage, didn't expect this at all, and was completely swallowed by the holy garden. Hearing what Luo Ze said at this time, the Empress immediately reacted, and her nervous expression melted away. Scared to death. I thought, you. Thank you. Luo Ze smiled slightly, I'm very happy that you can come to help, Hank. Although he doesn't need help. Although the Empress came over, it might be a burden, after all, he was distracted to protect this woman. But this intention, he can still accept. With this kick, the Empress' position is different. It can be said that in the situation just now, the Empress forgot about the country and her mother-in-law's advice, and only wanted to help him wholeheartedly. Faced with such ardent affection, Luo Ze couldn't say anything hurtful. Hearing this, a blush appeared on the Empress' delicate face. Luo Ze's smile, in her eyes, was automatically beautified again. It was obviously a young face, but at this moment it was like a gentle gentleman. I'm very happy that you can come to help the battle. Hancock also automatically heard your love, I have already felt it. Hancock, I love you too. Yeah, this is a marriage proposal. Thinking like a deer bumping in her heart, the Empress shyly covered her face and turned around abruptly. Luo Ze. He is a god, and he can't guess what the woman opposite is thinking at this moment. Outside the torch, Sengoku pulled away a full 100 meters away. He changed from a golden Buddha back to a human form. However, even if it is so far away, the scorching high temperature can still be transmitted. With a flash of golden light, Kizaru appeared beside him, and said with his mouth crooked. Troublesome woman, things are getting troublesome. Are these two lovers? Sengoku said solemnly, I knew they knew each other before, but this relationship is unexpected. The pirate empress who hates men actually has a lover. They heard the sentence, what did you do to my concubine's beloved just now? Just one Luo Ze is already unexpectedly difficult to deal with, and now there is another pirate empress. Indeed, as Kizaru said, things are getting trickier. What should we do? Mr. Sengoku, I think it's better to let them go. Kizaru spoke with a bit of yin and yang. This kind of flame, you have seen it, it is a special flame that directly acts on the soul level. Sengoku stared intently, glanced at his hands. You are hurt. Small injury. Kizaru looked at his hands, a piece of skin was burned off, and even the elementalization couldn't recover. Sengoku was silent. At this time, the phone bug rang suddenly. Kizaru raised his left hand, and a small phone bug was worn on his wrist like a wristwatch. Hello, this is Kizaru. Kizaru Admiral. We surrounded the concert site, but there is Luo Ze's fast dragon blocking the door. Once we cross the line, we will be attacked, what should we do? On the other end of the phone bug, a vice admiral said in a deep voice, that dragon is very strong. To be honest, I am no match. Sengoku frowned, what exactly happened? Sengoku Yuan, Mr. Vice Admiral recognized Sengoku's voice and explained it immediately. After listening, both Sengoku and Kizaru were speechless. After a long time, the celestial dragons wanted to capture the singer Yuta, and then angered Luo Ze, who was killed by the other party. Damn celestial dragons! Even though Sengoku has a good self-cultivation, he couldn't help cursing from the bottom of his heart at this moment. These bastards who have done more than succeed in their affairs have more than ruined their affairs, are doing their best to cause trouble for others. Mr. Sengoku, please give me your order. I'm no longer the marshal. Sengoku did not convey any instructions, his current position should be Sengoku Vice Admiral. Kizaru immediately ordered, don't cross the line, retreat 500 meters. After speaking, he cut off the contact. Akainu just didn't listen to the warning, he was a complete idiot, and now he doesn't know if he is dead or not. The witty Kizaru doesn't want his subordinates to die. So, what to do, Mr. Sengoku? We can't let them go. Sengoku gritted his teeth and said, in any case, there must be an explanation. Before he finished speaking, suddenly, Luo Ze's voice came. Sengoku, have you misunderstood something? The wall of fire in the distance suddenly retracted and disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared before. The figures of Luo Ze and the Empress reappeared. When did I say that I'm leaving? Luo Ze looked indifferent, pointing at the two of them. You can let your horses come here and send away a few more admiral forces, I don't mind. Sengoku looked livid, and said annoyedly. You are very strong. At such a young age, I have never seen or heard of your current strength. To be honest, even if the two of us work together, we still don't have enough confidence to beat you. However, Luo Ze, no matter how strong you are, what about the people around you? How about the singer Jin? She is the root of everything. And you, Pirate Empress Boya Hancock. Your actions are enough to deprive Shichibukai of the title, and the daughter country behind you will become a pirate country. Give up, there is still room for maneuver, come with us to see the 5 elders. Boom! A heavy conqueror's haki interrupted Sengoku's speech again. Crack Karakura! Luo Ze spoke in a cold voice, and the next moment, the sky of Sabayati archipelago was shrouded in dark clouds. Sengoku and Kizaru's expressions changed drastically. Luo Ze said calmly, it's just to deal with me, I'd be happy to play with you, but if you attack the people around me, it's not a matter of killing 1 or 2 celestial dragons. After a pause, his voice was indifferent, as if he had no emotion. Sengoku, say it again. Sengoku stared in shock, he didn't have the guts to say it a second time. At the moment when the words Karakura and Karakura came out, his heart sank to the bottom. Almost forgot. This man holds the power of Uranus. The reason why it is not used is not that it cannot be used, but that it is not shoulderable. In the other party's eyes, it was just him and Kizaru who didn't need the power of the green dragon at all. His own strength is the few people standing at the top of this world. Sengoku was too shocked to speak. Kizaru raised his head, and in observation Haki's perception, he could vaguely see a terrifying aura behind the dark clouds. It's terrible. With a rare serious face, he immediately raised his hands. Surrender, the old man surrendered. He used to go across thousands of mountains and rivers to find Karakura. In that New World Black Sky event, he was severely beaten by Karakura and fled. No one knows the power of Karakura better than he. Just a roar can erase the power zone of an island. If this kid goes crazy, naval headquarters will sink tonight. Even, if one shot at Marie Joyce, the celestial dragons would all die. Zee. The Empress stood behind Luo Ze, looking at his back with vigor. Too hacky. As expected of the person I love. One sentence can make an admiral surrender, and make the former marshal dare not speak. The scene was silent for a long time. More than a minute passed. Sengoku took a deep breath, and 167 tried to show a gentle expression. Don't be impulsive, just now I was just joking, sorry, I was speechless. He verbally confessed and offered an apology. Can a joke be enough? Luo Ze narrowed his eyes. Kaido killed 5 elders, but I haven't seen you doing anything. It seems that you can't understand if you don't kill some people. Hearing this, Sengoku's eyes cast shadows. Miscalculated. Can the green dragon be summoned anytime and anywhere? There are no restrictions. With such power, who would dare to touch him? He said that he was not allowed to cross the line, but Akainu refused to listen, and now he does not know whether he will live or die. Now that it can't be done like this, Sengoku certainly understands. I don't understand, it's the next Akainu. No, maybe it's more serious, much more serious. This guy is very confident in his own strength, he doesn't even bother to use crack Karakura to deal with them, but he doesn't know what to do if he threatens the people around him. Damn celestial dragons! Sengoku felt bitter in his heart, he didn't really want to be so king when he said that just now. However, people are responsible for what they say. I see. Sengoku gritted his teeth, grabbed his left arm with his right hand, and yanked it violently. Laugh. One arm was torn apart abruptly by him. At the same time as the severe pain came, the blood was like a pillar. Kizaru was stunned and gasped, "Mr. Sengoku." The Empress looked surprised. Can one of the old man's arms let the others go? Sengoku turned pale, and threw the torn arm in front of Luo Ze. "What I said just now was just my momentary aphasia, if you are still not satisfied." As expected of the marshal, Luo Ze raised his eyebrows lightly. One person is responsible for the work, and he is responsible for what he says. Although the positions are different, he still somewhat appreciates Sengoku's demeanor. He did this, perhaps not for himself, nor for celestial dragons, for fear that he would vent the fire to naval headquarters. There is not only the headquarters, but in addition to the fortress itself, there is also a town on the island, and the people living there are all military families. Forget it this time. For the sake of this attitude of admitting mistakes, but I don't want to have a next time. Luo Ze swung his knife. The flames that erupted from Rijinjaka instantly consumed Sengoku's severed arm. Tonight, my diva is having a concert, and I don't want anyone to disturb. Hurry up and get out. Chapter 105. The instant Karakura was summoned, the battle was over. Luo Ze told them to leave, and Sengoku and Kizaru left without saying a word, not staying for a second at all. The only difference from when he came was that he left an arm behind. Luo Ze burned the severed arm as a warning. It seems that I don't need to make a move. At this time, Rayleigh was drinking a little wine and walked over. Meet you again, Luo Ze. Pluton Rayleigh. Luo Ze slowly sheathed Zanpakut. It's called Rayleigh uncle, you kid is afraid of strangers. Rayleigh smiled. Luo Ze was speechless. This kind of unilateral misunderstanding cannot be overcome, right? Like I said, I have nothing to do with Roger. His son's name is Podicus d'Ace. If there is no accident, he is now in a place called Windmill Village in East Blue. Don't mess with him. Listening to this calm tone, Rayleigh couldn't help but startled. Isn't it? You really don't look the same, but where did you learn your sword skills? Nothing to do with you. Luo Ze didn't bother to explain. You are little Luo Ze. Under the moonlight, another tall and thin woman walked out, followed by the two younger sisters of the Empress. Shuki looked at it with great interest, and said, "No wonder little Hancock likes you very much." "My lord, are you all right?" the third sister Marigold called out worriedly. She wanted to get closer, but the feet of Luo Ze and the Empress were full of magma, so her haki didn't dare to set foot there. "I'm fine, don't worry." The Empress came back to her senses and comforted the two younger sisters. Shuki looked at the girl and sighed helplessly. "Little Hancock, you shot Admiral just now, what will happen after that, have you considered it? I'll be deprived of the title of Shishibukai. Now, in order not to hurt the country, the concubine can only hide from Allegia." Although she tried to speak in a regretful tone, the Empress's face was faintly happy. "Shuki. The two sisters. Obviously you want to go, you just have an excuse." Rayleigh laughed and said, "What the hell happened? As a Shishibukai, you actually clashed with Marine. Killed the blind celestial dragons." After saying something casually, Luo Ze took out a pocket watch from his pocket and looked at the time. "There are still a few minutes, the concert will start, goodbye." "Wait a minute. Take little Hancock away, she is very dangerous now, you won't leave it alone, will you? If it's this kind of ungrateful person, it can only be said that she misjudged the person." Shuki said immediately. These words are more or less helping Hancock, at least solve the problem of lovesickness first, otherwise people will really die. Anyway, she has already created the opportunity, whether she can solve the lovesickness depends on Hancock himself. As for the 9 snake pirates and the daughter country, she will solve it when the time comes. "I see. She will be fine, please rest assured." Luo Ze nodded. with the thought, time and space rolled up into a vortex, and Lu took them away together. My lord! The two younger sisters looked sad. Don't worry, that child is very strong, it's no problem to protect little Hancock. Shuki smiled softly, I hope it goes well, hey. Suddenly, she felt something was wrong. Luo Ze's child looks only 11 or 12 years old. Even if such a young child sleeps together, can they solve the problem from the root? Well, at least staying together can suppress lovesickness and prevent it from breaking out. On the side, Rayleigh sipped the spirits, thinking about what Luo Ze said earlier. East Blue, Windmill Village, Port Ocasd Ace. The location and name are there, it doesn't look fake. Take a chance and take a look. Retreat W. On the other hand, Kizaru contacted his subordinates to evacuate Marine who surrounded the concert. Vice Admiral, who received the order, was stunned. Retreat. Leave 2 people to monitor, and everyone else will withdraw. With a simple order, Kizaru hung up the communication. Looking at the pale Sengoku, he couldn't help but say, Mr. Sengoku, is it necessary to do this? Sengoku held his broken arm and said seriously, if you don't do this, it will cause bigger problems, and then it will be difficult to end. One of my arms is also a kind of confession. Give the explanation above. Kizaru was silent. This kind of confession requires a lot of sacrifice. Akainu's life and death are unknown, and the former marshal lost another arm. It's all because of the ridiculous reason that a celestial dragon fell in love with a diva. It's not without gains. Sengoku calmly analyzed, at least he knows the bottom line of that person. As long as he doesn't attack people around him, he won't use that power easily. 1. The higher UPS may not stop there. Kizaru shook his head, I'll go find Akainu's corpse, I hope it's not a corpse. With a flash of golden light, the figure disappeared instantly. Sengoku paused and stood there for 3 minutes before taking out the phone bug with a sigh. He is no longer a marshal, but he still considers the issues that Yuan should consider. The lack of an arm didn't do much for him, but he was mentally exhausted. After a while, Nianbo connected. It's me, Sengoku. 5 elders on the other end of the phone bug didn't speak, just quietly waiting for the next one. Sengoku reported in a calm tone, what happened tonight? Holy Land, Marie Joyce. New Pangu City, the office of the 4 old stars. The blonde 5 elders put down the receiver in disbelief. Did you hear Sengoku's words? He turned to look at the 3 colleagues. All 3 were furious. Luo Ze killed the celestial dragons. Charles Ross, it's that brat from the Roswald family. That idiot, what did he do? Anger, mostly directed at Charles Rose. If this idiot hadn't provoked that person without authorization, this kind of thing would never have happened tonight. However, this is just rational thinking. Because of their position, they were also extremely angry with Luo Ze. Sengoku lost an arm, Akainu's life and death are unknown. The loss of 2 admiral-level battle strength, how should we deal with this kind of thing? Damn it, that brat Luo Ze. As expected, the power of Karakura cannot be left outside. The Lord's order at the beginning was to woo, but now that he finally found the opportunity, it turned out like this. The faces of the 4-5 elders were extremely ugly. The problem in front of them is much more difficult than the pirate 4 emperors. At this time, a man and a woman broke in from the door, both wearing celestial dragons' costumes. The patriarch of the Roswald family, Roswald, broke in angrily. I just heard a report from the people below that my son was killed in Sabayati archipelago. Behind him, the eldest daughter Xiaolulia also had an angry expression on her face. We need an explanation. That Shishibukai is just a lackey of the government, and dared to kill his master. This kind of thing is absolutely unforgivable. It must be punished. Public execution. 5 elders. Roswald roared angrily, where is the murderer? He waited for an answer. But I saw 4 pairs of cold eyes. What a good job your son has done. 5 elders, holding a sword, looked gloomy. Guards, take the man out. Yes. 2 soldiers in silver armor walked in from outside the door, came to the side of the celestial dragon's father and daughter, and said softly, Saint Roswald, Shalalia Palace, please leave with us. Hearing this, Roswald said in disbelief, what does this mean? You are just a Shishibukai, what do you want to do? The guard took another step closer. Roswald's face turned cold, and he angrily said, haven't you even caught the murderer yet? What about Marine Admiral? The 5 elders looked at each other coldly. Under the oppression of the powerful aura, Roswald stopped talking nonsense, snorted angrily, turned and left with his daughter. As soon as the person left, the door of the office closed again. The old man with a goatee covered his forehead with a headache, with a sad face. What should we do now? Report to that lord, it's not something we can decide. I hope that the lord will not be angered, otherwise. Let's go, solve it as soon as possible, before dawn. The 4 got up in silence and left the office. They didn't go to Hwajian, that room had already been destroyed, and the rebuilding of Xin Pangu city only completed the shell part, and there were still many places that hadn't been restored. They walked all the way to the depths of the castle. After going through one strict seal after another, they finally came to a tall metal gate. Accompanied by the heavy sound of opening the door, the scenery behind the door came into view. It was a stairway to the throne. Under the throne, there are 20 weapons of the creator of the first generation, and they are equally inserted in a row, symbolizing absolute equality. And the throne representing the supreme status is vacant. This empty throne, which no one sits on and no one can sit on, itself represents the concept of world government. Equality. Master I'm. The 4-5 elders knelt down on one knee, facing the deserted void throne. There is something important to report. The blonde-haired 5 elders looked up, and a slender figure had already appeared on the throne that had been vacant. What's the matter? I didn't know when he appeared, his voice was calm and elegant. A huge question about a little thing. The blonde 5 elders came slowly, and told the ins and outs of what he knew so far. Your order at the time was to woo, but the current situation has already affected the face of the government. We request you to issue a new order. Zhao Hozeo, who is tall and tall, is sitting upright. There was no respite of anger on his expression. A celestial dragon's dead? Good thing, he said softly. Good thing? The 5 elders were all taken aback. Then, I heard continue to say, deprive him of the title of Shishibukai, and deprive the title of Shishibukai of Pirate Queen Boya Hancock, and issue a reward to the outside world. Will it really be like this? It seems that Lord has changed his strategy. 5 elders bow their heads, about crack karakara. Bounty, 5 billion, 2 billion. Ignoring the doubts of the 4, got up from the throne, dragging his long cloak on the floor, and walked down from the throne step by step. Past the 5 elders, from outside the ancient gate. As for the boy, I'll go and see him myself. After saying this sentence, there is no more text. Yes. 5 elders was shocked. Lord actually did it himself? When was the last time they made a move? I don't remember, they are not immortals, at least when they were alive, they never saw this lord make a move. Maybe 200 years ago, maybe 300 years ago. Even, 800 years ago. Chapter 106. Sabayati Archipelago, Area 33, Soap Bubble Dome. Backstage Studio. Gordon, Brooke, Peggy Wan, and Morgus are either standing or sitting. The video phone bug on the side projected live images of the concert. At this time, vortex-like space-time ripples appeared in the room, and Luo Ze and the Empress appeared together. Mr. Luo Ze. Brooke greeted, and then he saw the Empress. Yo ho 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 ho. Long time no see, Pirate Empress. Of course he knew the Empress, having seen her in the Devil's Triangle before. Boya Hancock, one of the Shishibukai, it's amazing. Morgus sat on the side of the corner sofa in front of the screen, looking at the Empress with a look of astonishment. Luo Ze glanced at the live broadcast, which was a front view of the concert stage. At this time, the stage was dimmed, and a beam of lights came down, and the singer Yuta made her debut. Just started. Said softly, Luo Dingbei corner sofa. Brook immediately moved his hips to get out of the middle. The Empress followed and walked over, staring straight at Brook without saying a word. Please sit down. Facing the Empress aura, Brook stood up very tactfully. Luo Ze, I heard from Brook that something bad happened before. At this moment, Gordon came over with 2 cups of black tea. The tone was a little worried. No need to worry, it has been resolved. Luo Ze comforted him softly. That's what I said, but I didn't think so in my heart. Marine has indeed retreated, but the attitude of the world government is still unknown. It's different from when Kaido killed the 5 elders. Although the celestial dragons he killed this time were far inferior to the 5 elders, the Karakura he had mastered was an irreversible threat to the world government. So, the king of the world, what will I do? Luo Ze thought secretly. Observation Haki continued to unfold, covering the entire dome, always paying attention to possible situations. Z's, the concubine will stand by your side. The Empress spoke softly as if sensing her lover's thoughts. Don't talk about standing on the side, I'm happier if you say sleeping on the side. Luo Ze thought with a sigh, he was not doing this for himself, but for the life of the Empress. Shuki entrusted people to him. Could it be that 937 is to deal with the threat from the world government? With Rayleigh and Shuki, and Calm Belt in the way, Daughter's Island will be fine for a while. As long as the Empress hides in the daughter country, she is not the one who killed the celestial dragons, she just kicked Kizaru, and the world government is not interested in doing anything to her for the time being. So, it must be for lovesickness. Anyway, let's watch the concert first. Immediately, everyone fell silent, looking at the projected screen. On screen, Diva Yuta made her debut, and under the spotlight, she put on a dancing pose with a side face. Behind him, in the dimly lit place, all the dancers in the accompanying dance troupe are in the same posture. Without any prologue, the singing of a cappella has already resounded. The new era is the future in front of you. If you can change everything in the world, if you can change. Accompanied by the ending sound, dynamic music accompaniment sounded. Along with the accompaniment, there were amazing cheers from the scene. These cheers didn't even need to be transferred by video phone bugs, they directly penetrated the wall and appeared in the ears of Luo Ze and others. Trademark Yuta, Yuta, Yuta. The audience seemed to have forgotten the commotion outside the door not long ago, and were completely immersed in the warm atmosphere. On the stage, listening to the cheers of more than 20,000 people, Yuta smiled happily. She began to twist her waist along with the music, and stretched out her right index finger, sweeping across the audience imposingly. A more outstanding singing voice than ever before, slowly spreading from his voice throughout the audience. And through live broadcast, delivered to every corner of the world. What gets in your way, what you hate, all dissipate. Transform with this world music. It's the magic you cast. Close your eyes and open up the future. To make the ending never come. Sing this song ho. Do.u.wanna.poly. Real game, life hangs by a thread. Like the melody of tightrope walking, daff. I don't think, I can't go back, I want to forget. Let me stay in the dream. I wanna be free. Visible new era. On the other side of the world. Then let's go. New world. After the chorus, comes the climax. The shouts of countless audiences sounded, and even overwhelmed Yuda's singing for a time. Yuda! We love you! Yuda, you are the best! The #1 singer in the world. The loudest ones were all female audiences, and some women even shouted to marry Yuda. In the studio, Gordon had a gratified smile on his face, as if looking at his daughter, very popular. I'm so envious. Brooke held a fluorescent stick in his hand and waved it to the rhythm of the music. It's great to be able to hold a concert in front of so many people. Bird Tower is very happy now. Yo ho 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 ho. Singing better than before, full score. Luo Ze glanced at the system score. 100. But the song is not over yet, it depends on whether it will be maintained in the future, and the score may be lowered. The Empress sitting next to him was completely dumbfounded at this moment. Her gaze did not focus on Yuda, but on the group of backup dancers behind Yuda. She had heard about the backup dance troupe from Yuda. But it was the first time I saw it, and I immediately felt threat. So many, all beautiful girls. One or two even rival her. No, concubine can't lose. Ze seems to like dancing very much, Minza wants to learn how to dance. The Empress struggled secretly, clenched her fists, and tried her best to be strong. The concert site, the corner of the second floor. Liu Qi and Brooke looked at the returning Khalifa. How's it going? Khalifa was still wearing the camouflaged staff uniform, and shook his head when he heard the words, I got a lot of information, some very surprising information. Liu Qi frowned, what? But not deep enough, I need to lurk inside. After a pause, Khalifa said softly, the backup dance troupe under Luo Ze, I will try to join it as a Yuda fan. Both of them looked at the stage together. Behind the singer Yuda, a dozen young women danced to the song. Needless to say, one is prettier than the other. So that's how you like S**X. Liu Qi nodded calmly and said, you can sneak in, for safety's sake, we won't take the initiative to contact you, if there is important information, take the opportunity to pass it on yourself. Yes, that's what I intend to do. Khalifa nodded, but felt a little unsure. The group of backup dancers was so beautiful, it was obvious that the lecherous kid had high requirements for appearance. But she is not without advantages. She is only 15 years old, younger than everyone on stage. As a spy member of CP9, she not only needs to master all 6 styles, but also a compulsory course on how to use beauty. Just when several people were discussing the next potential plan, the opening song New Era of the concert was finally sung. The audience broke out into more fervent cheers and screams. Yuda! 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 We love you! Looking at the light sticks waving all over the sky, Yuda smiled in all directions. Everyone, good evening, I'm Yuda. I'm super happy that everyone can come to my concert tonight. This is the first official concert in my life. I want to say here, in front of everyone, to my manager who has been helping me, thank you. Without him supporting me, maybe I would have died. Z's, Yuda likes you the most. Yuda shocked the fans by laughing and saying scary words. So, the next song, I want to give to my favorite manager, the name of the song is, Where the Wind Goes. Unlike the previous song, which was full of movement and rhythm, this second song is much more soothing. With the accompaniment of the piano, the singing sounded slowly. Where does this wind come from? Ask questions to the sky, but get no response. Where can this song go? I want to find the answer that only belongs to me. Yuda sang softly, but there was another voice in her heart, the answer had been found. Studio. Luo Ze said blankly, wait a minute, is this different from the scheduled track? Isn't the second track the target Pokémon Master? It seems that Yuda changed it without authorization. Gordon was equally astonished and murmured, and he kept it from us. Yo ho 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 ho. I put it on the second song specially, she wants to thank you specially, Mr. Luo Ze, don't be angry. Brooke seemed to know, and quickly smoothed things over for Yuta. Angry, not really, just hope that there will be no trouble in the future. Luo Ze shook his head and turned on the system. Song, New Era. Singer, Yuta. Singing score, 100. Mission completed. Congratulations on getting a random devil fruit, Paramecia Yang fruit. Not anyone Luo Ze knows. In the original work of One Piece, there are about 140 devil fruits with names and surnames. But this one is clearly not. Xiang fruit? The name sounds a bit like the Queen's sweet fruit. This is completely subconscious thinking. Suddenly, his complexion changed slightly. Observation Haki, which has been covering the entire concert site, suddenly disappeared at this moment. No, it's not exactly that Haki disappeared. Instead, his knowledge color can't feel anything. He could not hear any breath, as if he was in the void. Knowledge. Luo Ze immediately thought of this ability. An extended skill of the superior conqueror's Haki. Similar to Tyrant, it is called the derivative ability of Knowledge Kill. It can temporarily prevent the opponent from activating the color of knowledge. No. It's not that I can't activate it, it's just that I can't feel anything anymore. Thinking of this, he immediately got up and said to everyone, "You guys check the situation first, I'll leave for a while." With that said, he walked out of the studio. He came straight to the concert site and walked out from the side door on the second floor. As soon as the door was opened, Yuta's singing came to my ears. He subconsciously looked in the direction of the stage. After seeing it, Yishi's heart trembled. In front of Yuta, there is a person standing. A woman in a snow-white floor-length gown. Age looks to be in his 20s. She just stood on the stage majestically like that, it seemed that no one could see her. Luo Ze narrowed his eyes, and immediately thought of a name. Immediately, with the thought, his eyes turned into eternal Mangeki Sharingan. The stage for the concert. I'm stood quietly 5 meters away, looking at the singer named Yuta in front of her. She thinks she sings very well and looks very cute. Suddenly, in front of her, in the vortex of time and space, Luo Ze's figure suddenly appeared. However, the weird thing is, whether it's Luo Ze or I'm, they clearly appeared on the stage, but no one at the scene seemed to be able to see them. I'm looked at it lightly, and said in a cold voice. "Nice meeting, Luo Ze. You're M." Hearing the word I'm suddenly, a hint of surprise appeared on her face. After that, there was a moment of silence. Those red pupils stared at Luo Ze. After a long while, she asked in a slightly puzzled tone. "Who are you? Which one from back then?" Chapter 107. Who are you? Which one from back then? After the silence, I'm asked a question that surprised Luo Ze. For a mere celestial dragons, I'm will appear in person, which in itself makes Luo Ze a little surprised. But this question is even stranger than I'm showing up. Because the premise of this sentence is that someone from back then can live to the present. This year may refer to 800 years ago. Long time no see, M. No. You're not. I'm was not fooled at all, and said calmly, if someone is alive, it's not in your state. Not my state? Luo Ze was frightened, is there really a second immortal? No, not right. I'm himself can't be sure whether a person, or some people, is alive. It is a situation where it is logically dead, but it is also possible to be alive. That's the only way for her to say that. How are you sure it's not? Luo Ze mocked. No need to try. I'm seemed not interested in arguing at this place, and she said in a commanding tone, it doesn't matter where you learned about my existence. I came to see you in person, just to give you a choice. Luo Ze hated this superior posture. It's not the same as the high coldness of the Empress. The Queen's high coldness is to erect a hard shell to protect her inner fragility. Completely puts himself in the place of God. A choice. Luo Ze smiled. You killed the celestial dragons, and that was a very bad thing. Im's eyes were sharp, and he said with a sense of oppression, the number of celestial dragons in the Holy Land has always been small, and some families are no longer there. But there are still some women of the right age, and you can choose one at will. What the hell? Luo Ze didn't understand for a while. Looked behind Luo Ze, all the girls were singing and dancing, and the atmosphere of the concert was lively. But the space where the two of them lived seemed like another world, separated from this excitement. She said lightly, after you get married, you will replace the dead one and become the new 5 elders. Marriage? Luo Ze slightly raised his eyebrows. Did he come to recruit him? If you think about it carefully, there is reason everywhere in the unreasonable. With his mastery of crack karakara, I'm impossible to ignore. As bad as killing a celestial dragons is, it's fine to just be one of your own. This is a battle within the celestial dragons to save the government's face. Good idea, but I refuse. Luo Ze pouted, dismissively. Looks like sugar-coated cannonballs. But peel off the icing, and who knows what's inside. Only a fool would agree. Was not angry, and there was no emotion on his face. After another moment of silence, she turned to ask, what is crack karakara? Your Kuailong, Xanadu, and crack karakara should be a kind of creature. At first, she thought it was devil fruit's calendar area. But when Xanadu appeared, she knew she was wrong. This is not devil fruit. In intelligence, Xanadu possesses multiple abilities, such as teleporting the calendar of healing and so on. Kuailong controls the power of elements such as fire and lightning. They're Pokémon, or Pokémon. Luo Ze generously announced the name, and then asked back, you asked me a few questions, now it's my turn to ask you. Narrowed her eyes slightly. Outside the blood-colored pupils, circles of thin rings shone with strange colors. Excuse me. After you appeared, my observation haki couldn't perceive other people's aura. Is this your knowledge killing? No. It's just that the haki I radiate unconsciously is too big. Simple answer. But the answer is creepy. Luo Ze understood instantly. In short, with I'm as the center, within a radius of about 500 meters, she is filled with her unconscious qi. And Luo Ze's sense of knowledge is suppressed by this kind of haki, and it is difficult to feel the breath of others. So, here comes the problem. Is this Conqueror's knowledge color? Armed color? Seemingly seeing his doubts, even kindly explained. In the beginning, there was no color of knowledge and color of arms, they were just a poor imitation of the overlord by the incompetent. Conqueror's haki, the essence is a person's potential power, they are the embodiment of willpower. My haki is neither conqueror's, nor armed, nor knowledgeable, it's just haki. There is no mystery, the answer is clearly visible. Conqueror's haki is an offshoot of the same power. On the other hand, has reached the point where the Conqueror's haki is integrated. For this situation, Luo Ze just wants to say. Mr. Im's class has started, and he has been shown away all at once. Thank you, I can't tell, you are quite kind. Luo Ze said appreciatively, in that case, why don't you explain your ability? It seems that no one has talked to her on an equal footing for a long time, and really showed Shikai her abilities. Fruit ability? I have forgotten the name, you can call it space fruit. I cut the space of the concert, you and they are not in the same space, so they can't see us. It really is a space-related ability. Luo Ze secretly thought. The original judgment was correct. The national treasure did appear suddenly in the sky. Under normal circumstances, it may be hidden by Im's ability. Last question. Luo Ze's eyes became sharp, and his tone also became cold. What are you doing here? Seeking flowers 0. Don't be so hostile, I won't attack those around you. I have fully understood your bottom line. I'm said lightly. Now, let me tell you my bottom line. Don't kill celestial dragons anymore. Luo Ze focused. That group of people, are they important to you? He doesn't quite understand this point. With Im's strength, is there any point in the existence of celestial dragons? It can't be said that those celestial dragons are all her descendants, right? Although the woman in front of her looks like she is only in her 20s, she is actually at least 800 or 900 years old. A bunch of offspring were born, which also seems possible. I'm obviously not interested in answering this kind of question, or in other words, this kind of question cannot be answered. She turned and walked down the stage. I've already let someone deprive you of your Shishibukai title. From now on, as long as you abide by the bottom line. Needless to say, Luo Ze also understands the latter words. Everyone does not offend the river water. I can't do anything about you for the time being, so don't provoke me either. At least on the surface. The fight in the dark, of course, will not be brought to the surface. That's it. Luo Ze drew out Zanpakut and pointed his sword at Im's back. It's all here, let's try each other's depth, so as to avoid conflicts when we get along in the future. Hearing this, Im's footsteps stopped. Slightly turned sideways, watching coldly from the corner of his eyes. With your current dagger, you still have 500 years to go to test my depth. This old hag is quite good at playing, and the wheels of the wheel are on his face. Then you are wrong, people can't be judged by appearance. When my sword is unsheathed, blood seals my throat. She stood on the edge of the stage and turned around. With a wave of hands, the two of them disappeared from the concert scene in an instant. Luo Ze only felt the change of time and space, and after a slight dizziness, he appeared in Area 44 of Sabayati Archipelago. I'm standing more than 10 meters away, said lightly, since you are oversatisfied, I will satisfy you. This is the space I created. No matter how intense it is, it will not affect the outside world at all. You can release it to your heart's content. I'm afraid you won't be able to bear it. Luo Ze held the sword in both hands, and haki immediately wrapped around the blade. Next, armament haki. Finally, knowledgeable color. Attempts to melt Conqueror's haki into one sword. At this time, the sword body exudes black and red light. God hunting. Roger's sword technique. Regent Jaka swung a sword suddenly, and the black and red crescent tore the space. Boom! There seemed to be a crack in the sky, and black lightning frantically overflowed. Im's bloody pupils shrank suddenly. Suddenly, the spaces like a fragile mirror, shattered under Luo Ze's sword. Chapter 108. The man-made space that blocked the four directions, under Luo Ze's sword, shattered like a broken mirror. There was a touch of shock in Im's eyes. Not because the space I created was torn apart, but because of his previous words, Luo quickly mastered the ability to combine Conqueror's haki into one blow. At this time, under the broken space scene, I couldn't help but feel a killing intent. Haki's genius? It seems that your space ability is not very good, and you can be easily crushed. Luo Ze's gaze froze, and Kamui in his right eye immediately rolled up the vortex of time and space, swallowing him whole. In the next second, he appeared behind Im. The Regent Jaka in his hand slashed at the opponent's neck without mercy. Jianmang flashed. The moment the blade passed by, Im disappeared in place, and while avoiding the blow, he had already appeared tens of meters away. Luo Ze's blow, after losing the target, suddenly released explosive flames. The fiery flames swept towards Im in the distance like the monster's bloody mouth. Boom! In the area 100 meters ahead, the flames shot up into the sky in an instant, the earth was burned, and the high temperature and heat evaporated the moisture in the atmosphere. Don't dodge! Luo Ze analyzed Im's ability, just now it was teleportation, but this time you don't dodge 883? Is there a cooldown every time you use it? Under the night, the light is extinguished. Was trapped in the flames, but strangely, the flames couldn't touch her body. She took the initiative to reach out and put an index finger into the flames. At this moment, severe pain from the soul level came. Withdrew his index finger, looked at the burning part, and whispered to himself, "So that's it, this is the flame reported by Sengoku." Luo Ze was testing her abilities, and she was naturally analyzing the power Luo Ze possessed. Although the ability is very strange, Qi can defend. It just needs a very strong haki, at least at the admiral level, the general marine vice admiral can't resist it at all. Suddenly, looked up. In the flames in front of her eyes, a sharp knife pierced her heart. Puff! A sword pierces the heart. Stretched out his right hand and patted Luo Ze's head with his palm. Boom! A wave of haki turned into a violent impact, driving Luo Ze back in an instant. Even the flames in front were extinguished by this blow. Space ability is indeed a bit troublesome. Forced to retreat 100 meters, Luo Ze moved and landed firmly on the roof of a building. Looking up at in the distance, he was pierced through the heart with a sword, and he was still safe and sound. To be precise, it didn't hit at all. There is a distorted space around the flames of Regen Jaka cannot burn her, and of course the knife in his hand cannot stab her. How to kill her? While thinking, Luo Ze sheathed Zanpakut, and Kamui with the left eye immediately focused on Im's heart. In an instant, Kamui's power penetrated the opponent's distorted time and space, and the sun-headed vortex was born in Im's heart. However, at a distance of hundreds of meters, Kamui's launch is delayed. At the moment when the space-time vortex was born, immediately broke free and disappeared in place. In the next second, it appeared behind Luo. Your ability is not that of devil fruit, haki can't stop it. At the same time as the voice came from behind, stretched out a finger and pointed it at the back of Luo Ze's head sharply. This isn't the finger pistol from Marine 6 styles, it's just a simple finger poked down. With a haughty gesture of crushing an ant to death, the attack launched, and the moment it touched Luo Ze's head, it also passed through. Luo Ze punched back. A domineering blow. Boom! Im's chest was hit hard, and he flew upside down immediately. Hey! When attacking, her space ability will be effective. Luo Ze's eyes narrowed slightly. This is not necessarily true, maybe it is a trap deliberately created by After all, he wanted to kill and of course wanted to kill him too. Although it is said to test each other's depth, but if given the opportunity, neither of them will show mercy. Kamui can attack her, and when she attacks, there will be flaws, there is a chance. Thinking of this, Luo Xi's eyes froze. In an instant, a huge blue skeleton appeared all over his body. After the skeleton was born, a package of flesh and blood quickly appeared, followed by the outer armor and a pair of huge wings. Full body Susanoo. Its height is 200 meters, just like the height of a mountain peak. Who was knocked into the air, paused and stood directly in the air like that. This is... Her heart froze, the ability in the information is in the form of a half-body, is this a complete body? A giant of 200 meters. The general height of the Titan tribe is more than 10 meters, and this huge warrior in front of me is more than 10 times taller than the Titan tribe. Kamui Shuriken. Luo Ze has a cold complexion, and is located on the forehead of the complete body Susanoo. At this moment, she controls Susanoo, and immediately transforms into two huge shurikens, throwing them towards Whoosh! The two shurikens drew arcs in the air, circled one left and one right, and attacked from both left and right directions at the same time. Its speed is much faster than that of Kamui. Seeing this scene, who was standing in the void, immediately stretched out his hands to both sides. Haki was entangled between her palms, and the shuriken failed to touch her palm, and was blocked by a distance of 5 centimeters. However, The next second, the two rapidly spinning shuriken immediately triggered a vortex in time and space. Quick! Get out of the way! Im's pupil shrank, and he immediately realized the threat. The figure disappeared instantly. And with her disappearance, the time-space distortion caused by the two Kamui shurikens calmed down. In the next second, Im appeared 100 meters away. It's just that the moment she appeared, what caught her eyes was a giant blade. Luo Ze seemed to predict her position, and the huge Susanoo turned into a huge sword with a height of 100 meters, and slammed it fiercely. Was it a feint just now? Im crossed his hands in front of his chest, and Haki formed a shield outside his body. Boom! Heavy power came from the giant sword. Im's whole body was blown away by a knife, and with a whoosh, he flew out of Area 44 in an instant. After that, it went straight through the number 48 area. In the end, Sabayati Archipelago was shot directly. So heavy! What brute force! Im was shocked. This blow sent her flying for more than 10 kilometers. It wasn't until the impact force began to fade that Im changed his inverted flying posture, and his feet landed in the void, as if stepping on the ground, and quickly relieved the force. After dragging hundreds of meters in the air, Im finally stabilized his posture. Look up to the direction of the Sabayati Archipelago, at least tens of thousands of meters away. Immediately after, Im suddenly raised his head, only to see the gigantic phantom of the Valkyrie in the sky, slashing down with swords in both hands. What will happen if a person with abilities like you falls into the sea? Luo Ze, who was on the forehead of the Valkyrie, sneered a little. The giant sword fell. Im didn't dodge or avoid, and looked at each other coldly. Boom! The great sword passed through Im's body, and fell to the ocean below. In an instant, a huge wave rolled up, and the torn ocean was exposed by this blow, an endless gully hundreds of meters deep. Its sprawling length, even beyond 10,000 meters, stretches all the way to the Sabayati Archipelago. Under this huge commotion, Im said calmly. You are very strong, your abilities are also very strange, and your offense and defense are outstanding, but it is 100 years too early to kill me. Has it changed from 500 years to 100 years? Luo Ze chuckled and said, then I will work harder, maybe I can send you to hell tonight. As soon as the words fell, Susanoo threw the Kamui shuriken again. This time, there are 4. Im narrowed his eyes, wanting to do the same move a second time. The moment just now was indeed a little bit dangerous. Shield empty. Accompanied by Im's whispers, invisible shields with 4 square sides appeared around him. When the Kamui shuriken touched the shield wall of the space, it was immediately blocked. Your moves are very exhausting, right? Im said indifferently, with a gesture full of leisure, how long can you last? Indeed, the full-body Susanoo and Kamui shuriken are all very energy-consuming moves, even if I do them a few times, I will feel a little tired. Luo Ze spoke calmly. He generally wouldn't use this kind of costly move. It seems that you will reach your limit soon. I'm high above, telling the objective facts, even if you find the weakness of my ability, it is meaningless, the gap between us. Limit. Luo Ze looked disdainful, and he took out a pokeball. Xanadu, heal the wave. With a flash of red light, Xanadu appeared beside Elrond. 3.2 Then an orange light wave enveloped Luo Ze's body. The physical strength consumed by using the perfect body Susanoo was restored in a blink of an eye. Xanadu called out affectionately, and then precessed back into the elf ball. Then, let's continue. Luo Ze's gaze narrowed slightly, and Sharingan immediately turned into Rinnegan. Im's eyes froze for a moment. Stamina, recovered? You can still do such a thing? She murmured incredulously. You can't say I'm despicable. It's unfair for you, an old lady who is at least 800 or 900 years old, to fight with me, a 12-year-old child. Don't worry, Xanadu's recovery ability can only be used a few times in a short time. 10 times, if you persist for a while, you may still win. Luo Ze made a playful sarcasm, then stretched out his right hand and held it every other day. Planetary devastation. Boom boom boom. The endless sea broke free from gravity and was held up by an invisible force. At this moment, it was as if the sea rolled backwards, and the terrifying sea water turned into 9 long dragons, sweeping towards him. This is sea water. There is an absolute restraint relationship with capable people. So, can you be immune to devil fruit's weakness? Luo Ze said indifferently, if you can't, then please die. Chapter 109. Under the night. I'm stood in the void, looking at the revolving ocean below, with no fluctuation in his expression. 9 long dragons condensed with sea water, in a spiraling posture, constantly rising in height, blocking her in the center. The pattern of the eyes has changed. I'm noticed Luo Ze's eyes, and while she was thinking, the endless sea water had enveloped her. She held out her right hand, palm outward. A gigantic haki erupted suddenly, and with Luo Ze's Shen Luo Tianzheng. This haki blows the surrounding sea water away. It's just that the scattered sea water quickly gathered again and continued to engulf him. This woman's haki is really outrageous. It can explode in all directions without dead ends, and can directly produce physical effects. While Luo Ze observed silently, he clapped his hands and clasped his fingers together. In the case of two-handed control, the power of the planetary devastation is multiplied. Below the battle between the two, more sea water was lifted up, as if a god stretched out a hand and took a scoop from the ocean. It's just that this scoop of sea water formed a water ball with a diameter exceeding 300 meters. Tricky ability. I'm looked at the sea water that was reunited, and immediately cast teleportation. Appeared above Gogon. However, as soon as she lowered her head, the originally endless sea water, like a long water dragon with eyes, immediately galloped towards her. Is locked? Don't use space ability. Luo Ze said leisurely, you can completely form a space around your body that isolates the inside and outside. In the words, the 9 water dragons had already caught up with him. They spiraled and quickly formed a huge water ball. Endless sea water, along the body of the water dragon, is continuously poured into the water polo. 13 is a little underestimating you. Im's expression remained the same. Her spatial ability is very convenient, but there are also flaws. This defect has obviously been discovered by the other party. The power of her space can only act on herself, or outside herself. Both cannot be done at the same time. This means that once she uses the ability of the space fruit to block the surrounding sea water, then her body will be exposed to the opponent's blade. And obviously, the other party was waiting for that moment. Looking at the water polo surrounding him, the sea water is gradually getting closer to his body. I'm sighed, you can push me to this extent, amazing guy. It's been a long time since she played a real fight, and she forgot when was the last time she had a serious fight with someone. God hidden. With a whisper, Im's figure gradually faded, and finally disappeared completely. The next moment, the sea water poured backwards, forming a huge shimmering sphere. Disappeared. Luo Ze slightly raised his eyebrows. Im's breath really disappeared in this space. This is the ability I used at the concert just now. She has escaped into her own space, and people outside can't see her. Luo Ze thought secretly. A tough enemy indeed. It's not just a matter of fruit ability. If it is just the fruit ability, it is not difficult for him to kill him. The real trouble is haki, this woman is too angry. It is completely impregnable. I ate a sword from the full-body Susanoo, as if nothing happened. Of course, this is also what he expected. As the king of the world, without this level of strength, he would not be able to sit firmly on the void throne. Thinking of this, Luo Ze released the power of planetary devastation. The huge water ball suspended in the sky disintegrated in an instant, and hundreds of millions of tons of seawater returned to the sea. The old woman runs really fast. He said towards the empty sky, what's the point of hiding? Do you think I can't open your tortoise shell? Isn't it a different space? Who wouldn't seem like that? As soon as the words fell, Im's figure reappeared. With your ability, you can indeed do it. You can even pour seawater into my hidden space. That's right, I will also predict my methods. But it doesn't make sense. Im said flatly, it's not easy for us to decide the winner. Not always. Luo Ze narrowed his eyes slightly, and Rinnegan radiated light, "You Kagura." The moment the voice fell, the ultimate move that has been waiting for is finally revealed. For the first time, Im's expression changed drastically, her pupils suddenly narrowed, showing confusion and disbelief. Jingle. First, the sound of a bell came to the ear. The next moment, a black spear appeared out of nowhere in front of him. The tip of the spear stabbed at her Adam's apple. Ding! Under the extreme reaction force, Im gathered Haki at Adam's apple. The fair skin was stained with a layer of black. The black spear drill hit Haki, making a sound like metal colliding. But the huge impact violently pushed Im, and kept receding towards the distance. It was as if a beam of black light traversed Yeji tonight. Almost instantly, Im was sent flying tens of thousands of meters away by the black spear. Blocked. Luo Ze frowned unexpectedly. Im, who was flying upside down, suddenly raised his hand and grabbed the black spear in front of him. Her eyes widen, trying to stop it with all her strength, but the terrifying power seems to be enough to penetrate all things in the world, and it is difficult for her Haki to completely resist this penetration. A drop of blood spilled from the knot. Can't stop. Im understood that he couldn't stop this black spear. It appeared suddenly, without any warning at all. The two sides were in a stalemate for several seconds, and flew tens of thousands of meters. The moment the spear was about to penetrate her Adam's apple, Im's blood-colored pupils froze suddenly. The next moment, teleportation. The black spear that had lost its target was still flying across the sky at a terrifying speed. It flew over the Grand Line from the sea near the Sabayati archipelago, crossed the calm belt, and flew towards the east blue. The scene where the black light pierced through the sky was watched by countless people along the way. What is that? Countless people questioned. The waters near the Sabayati archipelago. In a flash, Im appeared again. She raised her hand and touched the Adam's apple with her index finger, and the warm blood soaked her fingers. In the distance, Luo Ze drives Susanoo to fly. He crossed his arms and couldn't help admiring in an astonishing tone. You are not dead yet, I would like to call you the strongest in the world. This trick Royal Kagura is the unique skill of his Rinnegan. Different from the Tian Marsh spear, the power that constitutes the black spear is essentially the power of time and space, and only at the moment of launching an attack will it really show its posture. Before that, no one could see it unless they had the same Rinnegan. Neither can Im. What's more, even if Im activates Shinayan, this black spear will go through the space to kill her. Nearly died. Im's eyes were cold, obviously angry. You are very capable, Luo Ze. From the initial 500 years difference, it gradually became 100 years difference to the current. It's hard for you to drive. Im had to admit that the brat in front of him did have the power to threaten her. If the black spear just now was a little careless, she would be dead now. It had been 800 or 900 years, and after such a long time, she once again experienced the feeling that her life was threatened. At this time, the killing intent was not concealed. Finally angry, Luo Ze focused his eyes on the other party. Im raised his right hand, with a cold gaze, God. Suddenly, the sound of a phone bug rang, interrupting the chilling atmosphere. Puff 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 puff. Im was silent for a moment, and took out the phone bug from his underwear. An elderly female voice came from the receiver. Master Im, the time is up. Time is up. Luo Ze raised his eyebrows. Im frowned and cut off the communication, and when he looked at Luo Ze again, he had regained his composure. I recognize your strength, remember tonight's agreement. As he spoke, the figure slowly disappeared in front of Luo Ze's eyes. He disappeared again. Luo Ze did not stop her from leaving. Instead, ponder what it means to time's up. However, there is too little information to make a more accurate judgment. Yu Kagura couldn't kill her. At that time, I should have used 2 black spears. Unfortunately, I can't use 2 now. Luo Ze felt somewhat regretful, but also tired. 040. Been battling people tonight. First Akainu, then Kizaru and Sengoku, then I'm. Like fighting monsters and upgrading, the opponent is getting stronger and stronger, and he has no rest time. Fortunately, there is a Nani Xanadu in hand. The strength of this old woman is far beyond the admiral level, so it's not easy to deal with. Luo Ze relieved Susanoo, and Rinnegan turned back into Sharingan. In the vortex of time and space, his figure quickly disappeared. It's time, what the hell do you mean? Still thinking about this question in his heart, Luo Ze felt that this might be some kind of weakness of I'm. Holy Land, Marie Joyce. New Pangu City. Master I'm, are you injured? The sword-wielding old man in 5 elders had a shocked expression on his face. Im's face was indifferent, and he went straight to a huge iron gate. The iron gate was closed tightly, and she just walked through it. This is the end of this incident. Tell celestial dragons, don't mess with that person is strong. Inside the door, Im's slightly tired voice came out. Hearing this, the 4-5 elders looked at each other, feeling extremely palpitated. Lord I'm personally made a move, but, lost? No, impossible. How could Lord I'm lose? It just didn't solve the other party's point, there is no doubt about it. Moreover, it was injured. The 5 elders were terrified, but none of them dared to say anything more. Yes, I will follow your orders. The 4 bowed their heads and left. Inside the iron gate. It is a bright world of singing birds and flowers. They are covered by a transparent cover, isolating the inside and outside. I'm stepped forward, her face was rapidly aging, from an age in her 20s to 8 or 9 years old in a blink of an eye. But as she stepped into the hood, her dry and withered skin quickly regained its moisture. Become young in a blink of an eye. Troublesome guy. Nam stretched out his index finger towards a butterfly. Butterflies fluttered and landed between her fingers. But the weakness is obvious. Woman. Chapter 110. The concert site, in front of the gate. Luo Ze appeared in the vortex of time and space, and reached out to touch Kui Long's head. Thank you for your hard work, let's go back to the Pokeball first. Kui Long nodded obediently, turned into a beam of red light, and was included in the red and white balls. After doing this, Luo Ze looked towards the dark corner in the distance, and said calmly, go farther away, if you want to monitor, get out at least 500 meters. After speaking, the figure disappeared again. Opposite the soap bubble dome, the alley next to the tea house. The 2 sailors looked at each other and said frightenedly. What to do? You are warning us. This kid killed a celestial dragons, and he is still alive and kicking, even Admiral and the others can't do anything to him, let's be honest. For the sake of their lives, the 2 quickly withdrew a distance of 500 meters. While withdrawing, they were still talking in a low voice. To be honest, I admire him very much. He has done things that most people dare not do. Celestial dragons do evil, sometimes worse than pirates. Hush! Are you crazy? Don't mention these words. It doesn't matter if you seek death yourself, don't implicate your family. My family is dead. I was born in South Blue, the country is very poor, the king sent troops everywhere to collect the people's money in order to pay the heavenly gold, my parents were killed by the army when I was 10 years old. Feel sorry. I was raised in an orphanage in Marine, and I would risk my life for justice, but not for the celestial dragons. The older sea soldier immediately covered the guy's mouth, and said helplessly. I know, everyone knows, but this world is like this, don't mention those 3 words again. The young sea soldier took away his colleague's hand and said with a slight smile, I have decided that from now on, Mr. Luo Rong will be my idol. Elderly Marine. How do you work with a fool like you? We are here to monitor, not to chase idols. Backstage studio of a concert. Along with the space-time vortex, Luo Ze appeared on the sofa. Mr. Luo Ze. Morgus greeted immediately. Luo Ze nodded, picked up the cold black tea, took a sip calmly and said, how is the live broadcast going? Very well, at least 500,000 video phone bugs have received Nianbo, and the estimated number of viewers will exceed 500 million. 500 million people? Luo Ze immediately turned on the system. The number of fans of Yuta is increasing like crazy. Before the concert started, there were more than 300,000 fans, and now it has exceeded 900,000, and the number of 10,000 is still changing. Luo Ze stared at it for a few seconds. The system prompt will sound. Singer Yuta's fans break through 1 million, rewarding 10% of Roger's sword skills during his lifetime, and the current cumulative is 60%. In an instant, false memories emerged. Leaning back on the sofa, closing your eyes and resting your mind, after digesting the memory of this practice. Another half hour passed. Singer Yuta's fans break through 10 million, rewarding 10% of Roger's sword skills during his lifetime, and the current cumulative 70%. Not only did the growth rate of fans not slow down, it even became faster. There is still an hour before the end of the concert, can it break through 100 million? Luo Ze stared at the 8-figure follower count. New World, Cake Island, Cake Castle. In a huge room. Big Mom sat on the Queen's seat, grinning at the live broadcast in front of him. Beside him, one of the tall dessert stars, Charlotte Tesmaji folded her arms and said. Mom, is that Garrett and Pudding? Mama. Has the age changed? Big Mom snorted, the kid caught my daughter's daughter just to let them dance. You danced well, Garrett's guy. Charlotte Perospero stuck out her long tongue and said with a strange smile, Kukiku, she was trained to be honest. Seeing her appearance, she also it doesn't look like you have been threatened, but you didn't take the initiative to contact us. Katakuri said in a deep voice, Mom, do you need me to bring him back? No, since that brat likes my daughter so much. Big Mom squinted his eyes and let out a hey, he is an unknown race, the Xia clan. Katakuri, go and contact Garrett, let her find a way to conceive the kid's child, and then bring back the blood. After a pause, he continued, as for Pudding, let her stay there first. Boro? The members of the Charlotte family all showed a dazed look. As expected of a mother, this method does not need to turn against the other party, but can still get what you want. That man's eyes are a very powerful force. If it can be passed on to the children, it will make a huge contribution to the family. Clear. Katakuri nodded and left. If you want to borrow seeds, why don't you just send a few more? Perospero suggested, there are many younger sisters who are not married yet, and it doesn't matter even if they get married. Mom, what do you think? Mom, don't worry about this. Big Mom did not agree. It's not that she is reluctant to part with her daughter, she doesn't care about things like meat buns beating dogs. The children are all the props of her marriage, except for a few with outstanding combat power, they are no different in her eyes. It's just that brat only took Garrett and Pudding away, so maybe he didn't like the others. If she sent it over and was returned, where would she save her face? Wano Kuni, Ghost Island. The island has been relocated back to its original Wano Kuni site. At this time, in the depths of the skeleton fortress, Kaido and his group are also watching the live broadcast. After this guy Yamato followed Luo Ze, did he go to learn to dance? Qin complained, smoking a cigar, I didn't learn at all, it's not as good as mine. Yin narrowed his eyes and said, Master Kaido, the woman next to Yamato, is runty. It is easily recognizable because of the horns on its head. The lights on the stage of the concert will sweep over the dancers from time to time. A dozen or so women with outstanding looks are even more eye-catching than Yuta. It's hard not to pay attention. That child. Kaido squinted drunkenly while drinking. Runty and Peggywan are just small characters of the 100 Beasts, completely inconspicuous existences. If Yin hadn't mentioned it, Kaido would have forgotten the name. At this time, the subordinate's report sounded outside the door. Master Kaido, Shishibukai Don Quixote da Flamingo is here, and he said he wants to discuss a big deal with you. Hey! Kaido frowned, let someone come in. A moment later, Da Flamingo walked in with his hands in his pockets, taking 8 aggressive steps outside. Phew fur, 4 emperors Kaido, meet again. Kaido tilted his head up and poured the wine, gulping and gulping. Da Flamingo immediately said, I'm looking for you to discuss a big business, about artificial Zoan devil fruit. I wonder if you're interested. Boom. Kaido crushed the flagon and stared at him sharply. Artificial Zoan, Vegapunk research. No, the other, his colleague. Somewhere in New World, there is a group of sky islands. On its stunning main island. Huge banquet hall. A group of prison escapees from Impel Down sat on both sides of the long table. And above the main seat is the Golden Lion. Among the crowd, Ben Beckman held a toothpick in his mouth and looked at the big live screen in front of the banquet table. Yuta. He looked at the singer in the picture and showed a gratified smile. That kid is doing well now, and has already given a concert, all thanks to that Shishibukai. Compared to becoming pirates with their red-haired group, Luo Ze's side is a better home. Hey, you gathered us here just to sing for this little girl. At this moment, Catherine Daime, a long-nosed woman with heavy makeup, sneered and said, I might dance better than her, do you want me to show it off? Everyone looked at her, and then at the group of beautiful women on the big screen. Tisk tisk, do you know that there is a thing in the world called a mirror? To be honest, forget about the singer, and the backup dancers are all prettier than the other. It's not easy to collect so many beauties. Just go and grab it back. After staying in prison for so long, I haven't touched a woman for a long time. You are almost buried, how can you still have such thoughts? Shiryu of the Rain exhaled smoke rings and said, I advise you not to die, behind those women is Shishibukai Luo Ze. As soon as the name was mentioned, Banfield's face sank. He remembered the scene of being beaten up that night. Gee ha ha ha. Golden Lion laughed twice, our star-cross union can provoke anyone, but don't provoke that person. Forget about the concert, Golden Lion, what are you going to do when you gather us all together? Someone said impatiently. You've almost recovered, right? Golden Lion narrowed his eyes and said, then, it's time to see you, the President. President. Everyone's expressions changed slightly. Isn't Golden Lion the boss? There's another person on top of the Golden Lion? The aged lonely Redfield said intently, Rox DZ, is he not dead? No. You will know who the president is soon. I just want to let you know first. Sabayati Archipelago. The concert scene. Happy time is always short, the 2-hour concert soon came to an end. The number of fans of the singer Yuta has exceeded 100 million, and the agent will be rewarded with 10% of Roger's swordsmanship during his lifetime, and the current cumulative 80%. At the last moment, Luo Ze finally saw the number of fans change from 8 figures to 9 figures. The small goal of 100 million has been achieved. On the stage. When the last, money, song was sung, Yuta panted lightly, smiled and said to everyone. Everyone, this is the end of tonight's concert. Are you happy? Happy? Yuta-chan. One more song. Don't go. Countless audiences responded eagerly and asked to return. Yuta shook his head, it's very late, everyone in the dance troupe and I are also very tired, and we need to have a good rest. So. Just as he was speaking, a vortex appeared in the space of the stage. Luo Ze suddenly showed his figure. Shichibukai. Dragon Master, Luo Long. There was commotion in the auditorium, and I immediately recalled the scene before the concert. Celestial dragons, I don't know what's going on? With such a big event, they'll be fine, right? The hundreds of millions of viewers who watched the live broadcast were also surprised. Is Shichibukai behind this diva? Luo Ze glanced at Yuta, took the microphone and said. Friends of the audience at the scene, friends of the audience watching the live broadcast, good evening everyone, thank you very much for coming to Yuta's concert, I am her manager, Luo Ze. At the same time, I am also the king of Allegia. Z's. Yuta shouted happily, ran over with small steps, and hugged him into his arms. Luo Ze. Something important to say is interrupted. Because it is the form of the big Yuta, he felt a pair of suffocating headlights. At this moment, Luo Ze could even hear the heartbreaking voices of countless men. This is not a joke, is it going to lose fans? Chapter 111. Under the gaze of countless spectators, Yuta held Luo Ze in his arms. The predictable heartbreak was not limited to the male audience at the scene. Among the hundreds of millions of people watching the live broadcast, I don't know how many of them fell in love with the singer Yuta tonight. Luo Ze broke free from his embrace and subconsciously glanced at the fans prompted by the system. It has fallen from 9 figures to 8 figures. In such an instant, a simple hug lost 8 million fans. Don't mess around, he said helplessly. Yuta showed a puzzled little expression. It will lose fans. Why? Luo Ze wanted to explain, but after thinking about it, he forgot. It's just fans, it doesn't matter what they think. In short, pay attention to your image, after today you will be a big singer. I don't understand it, but I understand it. Yuta nodded obediently, and didn't make any extravagant moves. Although in her eyes, just hugging Z's is completely a normal action. The audience in the audience watched the two whispering, and they were also whispering. Especially some female audiences began to talk about 8 trigrams with glowing eyes. You guys step down and rest first. After saying something to the girls, Luo Ze took the microphone and spoke to everyone, saying, continuing what I just said, I am the king of Allegia, and many of you may know that Allegia died a few months ago, experienced a major disaster. Only halfway through his words, there was a shout from the audience. Allegia is not important. Shichibukai Luo Ze, what is your relationship with Yuta? Lover? Tell me. Yuta is for everyone. Big news. A group of people started booing, and the atmosphere suddenly became weird. Luo Ze was speechless. Facing this kind of gossip, oh, it's not really a gossip, it's true. In short, it is most appropriate to ignore him. He continued. Today, Allegia has begun to rebuild with the efforts of all of us. As the ancient capital of music, she will not disappear. Now I will use this concert to announce to the whole world. Allegia still exists, and the city of music will not disappear. We welcome anyone who likes music to come to Allegia for tourism, study, settlement, life, and communication. This is the world of music, without the disturbance of the outside world. Allegia will be an ideal country in this chaotic world. Finally, the concert about Yuta will be held in other countries in the future, bringing the beauty of music to fans all over the world. For specific arrangements, please keep an eye on the news announcement. Then, this is the end of tonight's concert. Fans who came from afar, thank you very much for your support, goodbye. After speaking, Luo Ze turned and left. A group of fans at the scene were stunned for a moment. Qin Shi Shibukai, totally missed what everyone wanted to hear. Do we want to hear this? We want to hear 8 trigrams, gossip about big stars. Backstage. Luo Ze walked into the studio and said to Yuta, let's take a rest at Sabayati Archipelago today, and I will accompany you to play for a day tomorrow. After all, Uncle Shu, I am not a devil. After the concert is over, it is also very appropriate to accompany everyone to play for a day. It's great, I love you, Z's. Yuta raised his hands excitedly, turned around and chatted with his little sisters. Nami, I heard that there is an amusement park here, let's go together tomorrow. 11. An amusement park? I've never been. Nami's eyes sparkled. As a child of a poor family, I have lived in Kakosha village since I was a child. I have only seen such mysterious places as amusement parks in books. Kojiki Hiri said with a light smile, I'm looking forward to it, let's go together. Will it cause a commotion? Luo, a reliable adult woman, is concerned about safety issues. Let's talk about tomorrow. Luo Ze waved his hand and said, now, you all go to the hotel to take a shower and rest early. A group of girls left one after another. I sang and danced for 2 hours, after a concert, I was really exhausted. Quick, in the studio, 3 people. Luo Ze looked at Morgus and said, thanks to your assistance in this matter, as agreed, I will accept your interview, and you have 10 hours now. While speaking, he sat on the sofa, raised his legs, and waited quietly for the other party to ask questions. It's a great honor to interview you, Mr. Luo Ze. Morgans immediately got into work, and the first question was the one he was most concerned about. According to my information, Mr. Luo Ze, you possess an ancient weapon called Crack Karakara. Is this true? That's right. After thinking for a while, Luo Ze chuckled and said, please don't worry, our Allegia is a country that advocates peace and loves music. We will not use such a destructive calendar area against other forces at will. Morgan's mouth twitched. The world government allowed you to be a Shishibukai, and that's why. There is a certain relationship, and the reason for it is more of Fukin. As far as I know, Karakara is a green dragon, can you explain it specifically? Hearing this, Luo Ze pondered for a while before saying, you know my title, right? Dragon Rider? You also have a dragon named Quick Dragon. They are called Pokémon, a mysterious creature from an unknown fantasy island. Luo Ze casually made up an island that doesn't exist. Does such an island really exist? Morgus said in shock, those creatures called Pokémon have some incredible powers. At first, I thought they were animals that ate devil fruit. That's a good question. Luo Ze said appreciatively, do you know the origin of devil fruit? Morgus stared wide-eyed, waiting for the next sentence. This is my personal opinion. The so-called devil fruit is the possibility of human evolution expected by human beings. The direction of this evolution is ability. Because of this unnaturalness, that's why I'm hated by the sea, the mother of nature. Luo Ze smiled and explained, as long as people expect them, they will not disappear. People who feel hungry will hope for a breadfruit. If they eat it, they can turn everything they touch into energy. Bread that fills your stomach. This is the origin of devil fruit. BDBC, Morgan was too shocked to speak. Should this kind of thing be released through the news? He murmured subconsciously. What's wrong? Luo Ze asked back, it's the same with Pokémon. People expect such and such magical creatures to exist, so they were born on that dreamy island. Morgus came back to her senses, is that why Karakara was born? No, it's different, it's a beast, the god of the sky, a cornerstone of world peace. Hearing this, Morgans was silent for a moment, as if digesting this amazing content. After a while, he said, putting aside the shocking news, what I want to ask now must be something that the outside world is very concerned about. Mr. Luo Ze, what is your relationship with Yuta? It's not a question of a manager or a singer. Luo Ze rolled his eyes. Next question. After a pause, he said again, I warn you, don't make up things. Morgans laughed dryly. Okay, let's change the question. About the destruction of Allegia. Next, the two asked and answered questions, which lasted for an hour. Morgans received a large amount of news materials with satisfaction, many of which were even too scary, and he was a little afraid to pass them on to the outside world. Even, there are black materials about world government. It's finally over. When Morgans left, Love also breathed a sigh of relief. Got up and walked out of the studio, and saw the Empress standing outside the door. Hey? Don't you want to go to the hotel to rest? Concubine went to prepare supper. You have been tired all day, are you hungry? The Empress said shyly. She holds food in her hand. Reliable. Luo Ze said appreciatively, come in, let's eat. Bring people in. The two sat on the sofa, eating a simple supper. The Empress didn't do anything, just watched him eat with a happy expression on her face. You know how to cook. Luo Ze ate for a while, then suddenly realized. It was my concubine who asked me to do it. The Empress said in a natural tone, of course she doesn't know how to cook, she was an emperor before. After a pause, he said in an anxious tone, Z's, what is your relationship with you and Yuta? You come too. There is no end, do you care so much about each one? Luo Ze said frankly, you will come back to Allegia with me in the future, you can get to know everyone slowly. I just want to give everyone a warm home. He just wants to give some poor girls a warm home, what's wrong with him? Shuki asked you to take refuge with me because of your lovesickness. He changed the subject. The concubine is fine now. The Empress blinked. Strange to say, the previous few days were still very uncomfortable, I couldn't sleep at night, and I often had nightmares. But now I feel surprisingly relieved. Luo Ze gave her a blank stare, that's now, I don't know much about the lovesickness in Daughter's Island, and I'm not sure whether it can be cured. Is it a cure? You'll know as soon as you sleep. Sleep, sleep. The Empress blushed and covered her face with shame, not daring to look at anyone. What should I do, concubine? This time, the Empress did not refuse, but asked nervously. I will teach you next time. Luo Ze couldn't help laughing, go back to Allegia and talk about it, it's not convenient now. Bonnie had gone to bed, and it was inappropriate to disturb the little girl. And unlike Kojiki Hiri's situation, the Empress doesn't seem to understand anything. The next day, Luo Ze opened his eyes and found that there was another person beside him. When I lifted the quilt, it turned out to be Kojiki Hiri. Manager, is it morning? Kojiki Hiri muttered in a daze, feeling the air conditioning hit. When did you get in? How are you so skilled? Luo Ze was speechless and thought, it's morning. He was just about to wake up when there were footsteps outside the door. Immediately got out of bed, pulled up the quilt for Hiri, and wrapped it up completely. Then, there was a knock on the door. Lord Luo Ze, something is wrong. It was Peggy Wan's voice. Luo Ze put on a coat for himself, and walked to the door. What's up? After opening the door, she saw Peggy Wan holding a newspaper. Lord Luo Ze, the government has stripped you of your Shishibukai title, and offered a reward of 5 billion. Peggy Wan said nervously. As expected. Luo Ze didn't care, took the newspaper and glanced at it. After seeing it, he immediately raised his eyebrows. The fifth Emperor of the Sea. The original 7 warlords of the sea, 1 against 1, Dragon Zhe Luo Peng. Chapter 112. Journalism is the book of life for Morgans. The headline on the front page reads The Fifth Sea Emperor. The subtitle is 1 against 1 in the original 7 warlords of the sea, Dragon Rider Luo Ze. Just being deprived of the title of Shishibukai and immediately labeled as a pirate, did I do something bad? Killing a celestial dragons is acting on behalf of the heavens, not a bad thing. Luo Ze laughed disdainfully. Does this kind of reward order have any actual lethality? No. It is impossible for any bounty hunter who does not have eyesight to want to deal with a 5 billion bounty criminal. What's more, it's a kind of propaganda offensive in public opinion, labeling those who resist the government as black and evil forces. Compared to this, it is Morgus who actually helps the world government to publish news. What happened to him after he left last night? Peace talks with the world government? Speaking of which, yesterday he told Morgus a lot of secrets, such as the huge kingdom in the blank 100 years, such as the historical text, such as the existence of a real owner of the Void Throne. Almost all the sensitive points of the world government were shaken out. Morgans, who got this kind of black material, might use it to threaten the world government, thus achieving a certain degree of balance. Lord Luo Ze, if we lose our title, will we be targeted? Peggy Wan said worriedly. Don't worry, practice hard, and when you become stronger in the future, you can help me. Luo Ze shook his head. Simply read the news content. The news described in detail the cause of the alleged abolition. Now, the whole world knows he killed a celestial dragons, and it was all because of Diva Yuta. At the back of the newspaper, there are 2 brand new wanted warrants. Dragon Master Luo Ze. Atrocious. Life or death. Bounty, 5,000,000,000 feet. The reward for the first time is 5 billion. Under his reward order, there is another one. One Piece Boya Hancock. Atrocious. Life or death. Bounty, 2 billion feet. The Queen's bounty jumped from the original 80 million to 2 billion. 20/Z. Luo Ze feels that this bounty is inflated, and the current Empress does not have the matching combat power. She is at most equivalent to about 1 billion pirates. Most of the combat power depends on the ability of that fruit. The reason why it is so high is probably because it took up his light. Probably in the eyes of the world government, the Empress belongs to him, the 5th Emperor, right? Well, so to speak, there seems to be no problem. Tell everyone, don't worry, it's business as usual. Luo Ze returned the newspaper to Peggy Wan and said with a smile, with me here, the sky won't fall down. Yes. Peggy Wan heaved a sigh of relief, since Master Luo Ze said so, it must be all right. When the people left, Luo Ze looked back into the room. Kojiki Hiri was still sleeping, probably tired from yesterday's Madara. Without disturbing her, she turned around and went into the bathroom to wash up. After getting dressed, I went downstairs to the restaurant of the hotel. The entire hotel was booked by him, and there were no outsiders. After coming to the restaurant, I heard the conversation of Yuta and others. Do you want to join our dance troupe? Yes, Miss Yuta, please allow me to join, I have also learned dance before. Of course I welcome it, but this requires Z's consent. Master Luo Ze? Can I meet? Listening to the conversation between the two, Luo Mai stepped over. His eyes fell on the dining table. Besides the familiar members of the dance troupe, there were additional unfamiliar faces. He has long blonde hair, wears tinted glasses, and has a slender figure, standing 1.8 meters tall. She stood at the table and asked in a tone of sincerity. Seemingly noticing his arrival, Yuta's eyes lit up, and he beckoned. Here, Z's. Morning. Luo Ze greeted, and looked at the strange girl, feeling a little familiar. Z's, she was a staff member at the concert yesterday, she came to see us this morning, and she wants to join the dance troupe. Yes. Luo Ze sized it up. Appearance, figure, temperament, are quite good. What's your name? It was the first time someone actively wanted to join, So Fei asked in a friendly tone. Master Luo Ze, my name is Khalifa. Khalifa stood with his legs straight, his arms hanging down in front of him, a pair of white hands clasped together, his fingers pinching each other nervously. She bowed slightly and lowered her head, completely the attitude of a newcomer when applying for a job. Khalifa. Luo Ze slightly raised his eyebrows. No wonder it looks familiar, isn't this a series of spies from CPP? Did you come undercover? With the thought in his mind, Luo Ze suddenly had a good idea. Immediately smiled and said, if you want to join the dance troupe, we welcome it. But it needs to be assessed. I'm willing to do anything. Khalifa expressed her drive immediately. That's good. Luo Ze smiled, turned to the girls at the table and said, Violet, Pudding, you two come with me. With that said, he took the three girls and left. Yuta whispered, Z's smile is so weird. Yeah. Bonnie nodded again and again, it's definitely a bad idea. That woman is not simple, Robin said with a slight smile, her walking steps are professionally trained. When the forefoot hits the ground, there will be a momentary stagnation, which is very short, and you can't notice it if you don't pay attention. Is there any problem? Miss Robin? Runty asked curiously. I've dealt with people like this for a long time. Robin smiled into Crescent's, don't worry, Master Luo Ze will take care of it. If it was before, seeing such a person appear, Robin would be so nervous that he would run away. But now I feel very at ease, it feels so good to be protected by others. Forget about her, hurry up and finish breakfast, we're going to the amusement park. Yuta didn't bother to think about it, anyway, Z's was there. The other side. Luo Ze walked into an empty room in the hotel with his three daughters. He sat on the single sofa in the room, crossed his legs, and looked at the three women who came in after him. Miss Khalifa, this is the dance teacher of the dance company, her name is Violet. Khalifa glanced at Violet, and immediately said, excuse me, what is the assessment like? Miss Violet, she is Paramecia, a woman with the ability to stare at the fruit, with sharp eyesight, who can see through all lies. Luo Ze teased playfully. Hearing this, Khalifa's complexion changed slightly, but her outstanding quality made her hide it quickly. Don't worry, it will be over soon. Luo Ze said in a gentle tone, just look, who sent you here, you will soon forget this, the other lady next to you is Pudding, Paramecia those with memory fruit ability. Big Pudding blinked her eyes. She is only 4 years old in mental age, and she still hasn't realized what to do. After hearing this, Khalifa already fully understood. Her face was pale, and she felt a little scared in her heart. Why? Exposed so soon? Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. Hospital, Single Ward. Marshal Kong Kong looked at the man on the bed with a serious face. What's the result? The doctor of the medical team shook his head and said, Akainu Admiral's injury is very serious. There are more than 100 puncture wounds all over his body. The most serious one is that the left chest was pierced and almost hurt his heart. After a pause, he said again, it should be at a critical juncture, Akainu Admiral himself avoided fatal injuries. Averted fatal injuries, why didn't he wake up? It will take at least half a year to recover from such a serious injury. Asking for flowers. The doctor frowned and said, however, the key issue is not the physical injury. According to Sengoku Yuan, Vice Admiral, Akainu's injury is in the soul. I'm sorry, Marshal, I can't do anything. Hearing this, Sora fell silent. When the situation in New World became more and more chaotic, Naval Headquarters lost an admiral combat power. Now there are 5 emperors of the sea. It seems that the matter of conscription in the world can no longer be delayed, it must be done as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Kong said calmly, treat him well, when he wakes up, tell me as soon as possible. After speaking, he turned and left the ward. The doctor shook his head, afraid he wouldn't be able to wake up, and he didn't know how to heal the wound on his soul. If it is delayed, Akainu will die on the hospital bed sooner or later, maybe half a month, maybe a month. He was helpless. At this time, Sengoku and Toku came in. Mr. Sengoku, Kizaru Admiral. The doctor saluted immediately. Is the situation okay? Sengoku frowned and asked, I just saw Sora's expression was very bad. The doctor simply repeated it. Kizaru cocked his mouth and said, sure enough, when we found him yesterday, he was just breathless. This is the fate of the fool. For a celestial dragons, what's the deal? 0. Sengoku took a deep breath and said, it can't be cured in marine ford, so send it to Vegapunk. He might have a solution. Mr. Vegapunk. The doctor was stunned for a moment, nodded and said, indeed, if it is him, with the technological power that is 500 years ahead of the world, maybe there is a way. Kizaru. Sengoku turned to look at Kizaru, please, don't let him die. Although Akainu belongs to the Hawks in the marine system, he is not the same as Sengoku. But in the end, they are all marines, and Sengoku doesn't want to see his juniors die because of this kind of thunder. It's scary, that kid Luo Ze. Next time you see him, you have to pay extra attention to that move called Black Coffin. North Blue. The news about Luo Ze becoming the 5th emperor spread all over the world in the morning. Countless people panicked. In a short period of time, the evil forces expanded from the original 3 emperors to the 5 tombs. Ah, what will happen to this world? Is it going to end? The original Shishibukai, who was stripped of his title for killing the celestial dragons. This is completely driving people into pirates. Celestial dragons are gods, and this is what happens when you rebel against gods. Because a singer, celestial dragons wants it, why not just give it to him? Why resist? A whole, I won't allow you to insult Yuta. Luo Ze is here to protect Yuta, he is not a pirate. The people are divided. Fear, chaos, disputes, fights, riots all over the world because of the news. And over the ocean. In a country where North Blue is deeply feared, Germa 66. A military organization called War Specialists and Evil Army. A sea kingdom without land. Its rulers are the family of Vince Mok. At this time, in the depths of the palace castle, Vince Mok judge sat on the throne, concentrating on the newspaper. Ancient weapon, Karakura? Did that child hold this power? Suddenly, a man in a black suit walked in. His Majesty. Notify the entire army, set sail, and go to Allegia. Judge ordered in a deep voice. His eyes fell on the newspaper again, and a huge ambition was born in his heart. Daughter Reiju is 12 years old this year, the same age as the child. If we can use the way of marriage to obtain that power, the resurrection of the former Germa Empire will not be an unattainable dream. For father's ideal, for Germa's past glory, daughter, your sacrifice is necessary. Chapter 113. Sabayati Archipelago. The hotel where Luo Ze and others stayed. In a room on the 2nd floor. Khalifa, who was lying on the bed, woke up faintly, and messy memories emerged, causing her to frown slightly. In memory, Rob Lucci, Bluno and others accepted the direct order of 5 elders to investigate information about Shishibukai Luo Ze. But 5 elders never imagined that she was Master Luo Ze's undercover agent who broke into the world government. Her father is an intelligence officer of CP9, and she herself showed outstanding potential when she was young. Relying on the assiduous practice when she was young, she mastered the 6 moves that surpassed the limit of the human body, and successfully joined CP9. However, her father is actually a fake, that is not her real father. Riki was arranged by Mr. Luo Ze. You're awake. Suddenly, a gentle voice sounded in the room. Khalifa stood up and got out of bed immediately. Lord Luo Long. I've worked hard on you for being an undercover agent all these years. Luo Ze said softly, since 5 elders sent you here, please stay here for now. Yes. Khalifa knows he is a double agent. I will help you obtain merit and send you into CP0. After that, you have only one task, to investigate all the information about the King of Celestial Dragons. Luo Ze explained the concept of Yumu. Khalifa was shocked. Clear. She never expected that there is still a world king in the world government. So the equality they preach is not a hypocritical joke? Okay, you go down first, and meet Yuta and her 163. Luo Ze waved his hand to make people leave. In front of the staring fruit and memory fruit, Khalifa has no secrets at all. Luo Ze knows everything about her from birth to 15 years old today. Even the fact that she has a beauty mole on her buttocks is very clear. Since 5 elders sent people to be undercover agents, Luo Ze simply modified his memory and turned people into double agents. The phrase "it's time last night" really made people concerned. I was still having a headache about how to investigate, but this was brought to my door. He and I informed each other of the bottom line. But this does not mean that the two sides can coexist peacefully. This kind of thing is impossible, just from the battle on the bright side, put it on the dark side. Sending undercover agents to each other is just a routine operation. This time it's Khalifa, I just met, next time I don't know who it is, and I have to pay attention to everyone who comes close. And Lu Qi and Bluno, try to change the memory of these two people. Thinking of this, Luo Ze got up and left. Go back to your own room first, Chu Yuri and the little girl are still sleeping. He walked over and patted his face. Hey? Manager. He opened his eyes in a daze, looking sleepy. Wake up, Yuta and the others are ready to go to the amusement park, don't you want to go? Ah, yes, the amusement park. Kojiki Hiri suddenly woke up a lot, just got out of the bed, and shyly hid back. The manager, can you turn around? It's not like I haven't seen it. Luo Ze said amusedly. Your whole body, where have I not touched it? When you get into bed at night, I don't see you shy. Hurry up, I missed this time, I want to visit Sabayati Archipelago next time, but I don't know when I will have to wait. Left a sentence, Luo Ze did not compete with her. Seeing him leave the room, Kojiki Hiri smiled lightly. Of course she is not shy, but if she does this, it will probably arouse the interest of men. After all, men like this feeling of refusal and welcome. Unfortunately, Mr. Luo Ze is not fooled at all. Kojiki Hiri sighed. This time of monopolizing Master Luo Ze will soon be over. She thought of the Empress she saw last night, whose beauty was not inferior to hers, and even more outstanding in some aspects. Looking at Master Luo Ze's eyes, he was full of admiration. That idiot Yuta, don't be in a hurry. Kojiki Hiri felt that as a good sister, should she remind that stupid sister? After thinking about it, I gave up again. This kind of small trouble is not important. She is very satisfied with her life now. Compared to this, I'm going to an amusement park today. Hotel, restaurant. Luo Ze enjoyed his breakfast quietly. Gordon Hui reported, Yuta and the others have already gone to the amusement park. A little disguise, it should not cause a commotion. Why don't you just book out the amusement park? Luo Ze suggested. It is possible, but then there will be no atmosphere for playing, right? 2. Luo Ze nodded. The trouble of becoming a big star is that it is easy to be recognized when going out. Not only Yuta, but the members of the dance troupe also became very famous all of a sudden. By the way, where is Hancock? Did he go with him? Luo Ze didn't see the Empress. No, the Empress left early in the morning. She said she was going to find Shuki and her sisters, and she would come back later. When addressing the Empress, Gordon also used the honorific title of an adult. Luo Ze nodded knowingly, then turned to look at the door of the restaurant. Brooke just walked in. Mr. Luo Ze, people have already brought. Behind Brooke, followed a group of musicians, a total of 8 people, 5 men and 3 women, all in their 20s and 30s. These 8 people are the band members of last night's concert. Lord Luo Ze, we are the sensitive nervous band. The leader was a woman in her 30s, probably playing rock and roll, with heavy makeup and a unique look. I am the bass player of the band, Angeli. I heard you want to go to Allegia. Luo Ze nodded with a smile. Yes, we are all Miss Yuda's fans. Her singing voice is the best in the world. Angeli said seriously, her eyes full of admiration, I've always wanted to go to the legendary music capital. When I leave, I can take you with me, give you a house, and send you settlement expenses. But there is a condition. Luo Ze gestured to Gordon. Immediately, Gordon took out a sheet of music and handed it to everyone. Luo Ze went on to say, I see that you have mastered many styles, rock, punk, jazz, all of them are very good. Angeli looked down at the score, is this, jazz-style light music? That's right. The name of the song is Guns Roses. If you can play it to my satisfaction within today, then I will allow you to join Allegia. As for what is satisfaction, Luo Ze does not pursue 100 points, as long as it can reach 80 points or more. The reward of 100 points is wine of eternal life. Luo Ze was not in such a hurry. It is also a good thing to have one more band, anyway, there are not too many, Allegia is very empty, and as of now, the population is only more than 500. We understand. Shall we start now? Angeli said confidently as he distributed the score to the band members. Brooke, go get your instruments ready. Yes, Mr. Luo Ze. Soon, saxophones, trombones, cornets, drums, electronic pianos, etc., were all moved to the restaurant. After everything was ready, everyone in the sensitive nervous band began to play according to the score. As a professional band, the level is of course different. Although it was the first time, it also reached the passing quota. After that, Luo Ze asked people to practice many times, and the performance score quickly exceeded 80 points. Not bad, you are all very good. Luo Ze praised. I think it can be better. This song is very interesting, but the actual difficulty is not too high. Angeli smiled and said, if you want to achieve the perfect score in your mind, maybe you can do it. Go ahead and try. Luo Ze is very patient. Then, throughout the day, he listened to the band practicing the song on repeat. In the evening, it actually reached 100 points. This shocked Luo Ze for a while, this band is a bit powerful, it is indeed a professional. Mission completed. Congratulations on getting a bottle of wine of eternal life. After receiving the reward, what appeared in front of Luo Ze was an oak wine barrel, filled with the wine of immortality that can make people immortal with just one sip. You call this a bottle? Luo Ze whispered blankly. An oak barrel, converted into bottles, should be 300 bottles of ordinary wine bottles. Go back in time a little. Morning, Area 13, Shuki's Rip-Off Bar. The Empress sat in front of the bar and asked nervously. Shuki, what should I do? Z's wants to sleep with my concubine, what should I pay attention to? You ran back early in the morning just for this. Shuki has a speechless expression on his face. However, this is the first time this concubine sleeps with a man, and I don't know what to do. Will it make him unhappy? Because of this incident last night, this concubine has been unable to sleep. Maki. She stroked her forehead, put out the cigarette butt, and said helplessly, I really can't do anything about you, little Hancock, put your ears here, I'll teach you a little trick, so you can eat him to death. That little Hancock babe, have you seen it? The Empress immediately leaned over her ear, listening to Shuki whispering in her ear. His face quickly turned rosy. Yuan, so it's going to be like this, is there still that? It's so complicated. Don't worry, this kind of thing needs to be practiced. Shuki said in the tone of someone who has experienced it, but you should also pay attention, don't let people get away easily, men are creatures who love the new and hate the old. At the same time as Shuki was teaching the female emperor to kill the male technique. Area 34, Soap Bubble Park. Yuta and his gang in disguise are happily playing in the amusement park. A Ferris wheel for a while, a carousel for a while, and a group of girls had a great time. Khalifa is like a bodyguard, accompanying him at the same time, keeping an eye out for suspicious persons who may approach. But her worries are unnecessary. The members of these dance troupes are not considered weak, most of them are capable, and among them there is an outstanding battle record like Yamato. In addition, everyone has 2 Pokémon, and Yuta has a quasi-god. At this time, the girls got off the Ferris wheel. Yuta immediately yelled, "Let's do it again, Min who wants to participate?" "I'm going." Rebecca immediately raised her hand in response. "Little girl too." Durunti also excitedly joined in, even her mouth habit changed. "I wanted to." Nami turned her head and took her sister's hand, "Nyoki Jao, let's play again." In the end it was pudding. The little girl said a little timidly, Can I join you too? Sister Garrett." She turned to look at her sister. Garrett said softly, "Be careful." Yes, Pudding immediately joined the childish 6. Big Bonnie crossed his arms and complained, "What's so interesting about the Ferris wheel? We should go on the roller coaster." "Ah, I really like pirate ships. It looks scary over there. Maybe there are really pirate corpses inside." Robin said the dark words with a serious face. Violet couldn't laugh or cry, "There is no such corpse, Miss Robin." I'm going to the bathroom, Pudding is up to you." At this time, Garrett spoke to the girls, and quickly walked towards the sanitation facilities of the amusement park. "I drank too much in the morning and felt a little urgent to urinate." Walking into the women's bathroom, before releasing the demon in the body, 3.7 faces of an old witch suddenly appeared in the mirror. "Ah!" Garrett was startled. "What a disgrace, Garrett!" Bree said angrily, "I haven't seen you for a while, don't you know me?" Blee. Garrett looked around, and was relieved when she saw no one was there. She hurried to the bathroom mirror, "Why are you here?" As soon as the words fell, a man appeared behind Bulletin Lei. "Katakuri Big Brother." "Garrett, I'm here to convey Mother's order." Katakuri said with a serious face, "No matter what method you use, try to conceive Luo Ze's child and bring back his pulse." Conceive that person's child? Garrett was stunned, his cheeks were blood red. That person is a child himself. How can she get pregnant? No, that's not the problem, Mother wants her to do this. Katakuri continued, the man's eyes should be the blood power of the race, similar to Kaido's yin, so, do you understand? Can't fail. I see. Garrett's eyes dimmed. She and Pudding were taken away, and my mother never paid attention to it, and now she came to the door, just for this kind of thing. However, I couldn't resist my mother's decision. Katakuri Big Brother, please don't contact me casually in the future, I'm afraid that Master Luo Ze will misunderstand. Chapter 114. Hostile. Luo Ze stayed in his room, looking at the oak barrels in front of him, wondering whether the system might have misunderstood the unit of bottle. One oak barrel is equivalent to 300 bottles, and 5 glasses of wine can be poured out of one bottle, that is 1,500 glasses. Can create 1,500 immortals. The existence of immortality. The state of the body will be frozen at the moment of drinking, and no matter what kind of injury is suffered afterwards, it will be restored to its original state in a back-in-time way. Anyway, it's a lot, so let's try it out. This kind of immortality is immortality at the cell level. If the cells are also killed, will they die? Thinking of this, Luo Ze immediately walked out of the room and asked the hotel staff for a live chicken. Afterwards, he returned to the room, took out a wine bottle, and poured out a small half cup of the wine of eternal life from the barrel. The chicken was force-fed. The chicken is struggling, but in the face of an irresistible force, it can only swallow a mouthful of hatred. After drinking the wine of immortality, the chicken did not see any change. The next moment, the knife flashed. The body of the live chicken was cut in two, and the warm blood was spilled on the floor. Luo Ze stopped and stared. After about a second, the flesh and blood of the chicken that was cut into two pieces was rapidly merging, as if going back in time, and it returned to this state in a blink of an eye. The blood spilled on the floor also returned to the chicken, and the floor became clean again. As if nothing happened. The living chicken clucked and flapped its wings, trying to escape the demon in front of it. Return. Luo Ze stretched out his hand and caught it back. Then he liberated Rijinjaka, controlled the range of the flame, and roasted the chicken at a high temperature of 6,000 degrees. Feathers were burned, and the whole body became scorched black. However, even so, after a few short seconds, everything was recovering again. The scorched black on the body surface is fading, and the feathers have grown back. This can also be restored. Luo Ze's eyes lit up. Then, without further ado, I burned the chicken that had just recovered. This time, he continued to output high-temperature flames and burned the whole chicken inside and out. In the end, only a palm-sized piece of Kurozumi remained. However, the piece of Kurozumi squirms and gradually transforms back into a whole chicken. Only this time, the chicken seemed to have lost its soul and turned into a salted fish chicken, lying motionless on the ground. Died. Luo Ze was stunned. The flame of Rijinjaka can kill the soul, so this kind of immortality is only on the material level? The soul will still die. As soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't help frowning. He poked the chicken on the floor with a knife, and the chicken's eyes moved as if in a stress response. Not dead. Luo Ze muttered in surprise, even the soul is immortal. The chicken was just tortured insane, so it lay motionless on the ground. Make Luo Ze think it is dead. If you cook it and eat it, will it recover? For example, if you feed the head and body to two different sea kings, what will happen? Luo Ze thought, without experimenting, he can probably guess what will happen. Cannot be digested. However, due to physical obstacles, it cannot be completely resurrected. The head and body can only exist separately, which is equivalent to a state of being sealed. Thank you. Luo Ze patted the chicken's head, I'll call you Kun from now on. As he said that, the Kamui in the left eye activated and sent the immortal chicken and the oak barrel into the Kamui space. After finishing these, he went to the window and looked at the colorful clouds in the evening, thoughtfully. The immortality brought by the wine of eternal life has some flaws, but the immortality itself is real. There is a lot of wine, and of course Luo Ze will share it with the members of the dance troupe. So I subconsciously thought of a question. What would happen if a young girl with yellow flowers drank it? It's a bit pervert to think so. He shook his head to dismiss such trivial matters. Compared to immortality, immortality is extremely outstanding. The body will always be frozen in the moment of drinking, eternal youth. In addition to being young, he also possesses unlimited physical strength. But the mental exhaustion will not disappear. I burned this chicken twice, so I don't want to move it anymore. But everything is not perfect. The immortal who drinks the wine of eternal life is not completely invincible. The easiest way to kill is for another immortal to put his hand on the opponent's head and say devour silently in his heart to kill the opponent. This method of killing can not only kill the immortal, but also devour the opponent's experience, memory, knowledge, skills, etc. It is a complete robbery. If I give a demon fruit power in advance, feed the wine of immortality, and then devour him, will I get the devil fruit ability? If possible, repeat the above operations. Can you obtain multiple devil fruit abilities? If even this is okay. Besides devil fruit, what about luck? What about swordsmanship? Luo Ze immediately thought of the Star-Cross Union. That group of escaped prisoners might be a group of excellent experimental materials. It's time to meet that group of people. In the evening, I played Yuta all day and came back with my own dance troupe. In the restaurant, the little singer was lying on the dining table, murmuring feebly, "Z's, feed me. Hey your head. Did you have fun?" Luo Ze chuckled. "It's super fun, why don't you go together tomorrow?" Yuta began to act like a baby. "Go back to Allegia tonight?" No, let's play for a few more days. Do you want to stay in Sabayati archipelago forever? Do you want to go to other countries for concerts?" Luo Ze touched the little singer's head, smiled slightly and said, "When I get back, I have prepared a surprise for everyone." Bonnie ate the delicious food with big mouthfuls, and muttered boldly, "Jing. Pay attention to your image, when your father sees me raising you up like this." Luo Ze said helplessly. "Is that so?" Bonnie immediately changed his posture, and began to take small bites with a ladle-like gesture. "I'm so tired." It lasted only a few seconds, then gave up. Ha 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 ha! A group of girls laughed. Amidst the laughter, everyone finished their dinner. After that, Luo Ze sent everyone into the Kamui space. And he himself, released the fast dragon Chenglong left Sabayati archipelago. Under the night, one person and one dragon headed towards Allegia in New World. Okay. Not long after flying out of the Sabayati archipelago, Luo Ze suddenly found a pirate ship rushing out of the water above the sparkling sea. "That's a murloc." Luo Ze narrowed his eyes, quietly following the others' movements. On the deck of the pirate ship, several fishermen shouted angrily. "Mr. Arlong, this guy Jinbei has fallen." "Yeah, what did you become Shishibukai? Just forget about Big Brother Tiger's grudge, flirt with human beings, and go lick the government's stinky feet." "We can't stay with them, Mr. Arlong, we choose to follow you." Arlong, surrounded by a crowd of murlocs, snorted coldly and said, "Humans are just an inferior race. That idiot Jinbei, since he chose to deport me to East Blue, then start from East Blue. Build an empire belonging to murlocs from scratch. We must never forget the hatred of Big Brother Tiger." "Oh!" All the younger brothers responded one after another. "Revenge on the Marine, revenge on the world government, revenge on people." Arlong held up his right arm and announced to the murlocs, "We are split from the Sun Pirates, and from now on, we are the Dragon Pirates." "Oh oh oh!" The loud voice suddenly stagnated. Many murlocs raised their heads and looked behind Arlong. Under the bright moonlight, a dragon flying in the air appeared in front of their eyes. The man on the dragon's back was staring at himself with a cold gaze. "I'm sorry to disturb you when the atmosphere is so lively." Hearing this suddenly, Arlong turned around abruptly. Immediately the pupils shrank suddenly. Luo Ze. He knew Luo Ze. When he came out of the deep-sea prison, he had a relationship with him at gate 500 of Impel Down. Luo Ze said lightly, "You just said, where are you going?" "Murloc Arlong." "Scary ha ha ha." Arlong laughed loudly, "Does it have anything to do with you? You, like Jinbei, are the lackeys of the government, Shishibukai. It seems that you murlocs are not very well informed after staying underwater for a long time." Luo Ze slowly pulled out the Zanpakut from his waist, and said softly, "Although the future has been changed by me, since you hit the gun, I will send you to die by the way. Do you want to fight?" Arlong's face was ugly. Although he is arrogant, he does not dare to take it lightly when facing a Shishibukai. Mere human beings, our murlocs rule the sea. Little ones, get ready to fight. He had just finished roaring when he saw a flash of the silver sword light. Zanpakut has been slowly sheathed. Luo Ze's tone was indifferent. Fighting? It's all finished. All the murlocs on the deck suddenly found that their field of vision split into left and right. The lightning-like swordsmanship, they didn't even see clearly the moment the sword was drawn. They didn't even know they were hacked. It wasn't until the pirate ship under their feet split into two pieces suddenly and started to sink that these fish only belatedly realized. There is no pain of death. Arlong's eyes widened, and from the center of his eyebrows down, a line of blood passed through his nose, mouth, chest, and finally disappeared into his lower body. His body split into two and fell to the left and right sides. You are dead. As soon as the voice fell, poof. Everyone spilled a column of blood. With the sinking pirate ship, the deck was dyed red, and then the sky and sea were dyed. Amidst the ups and downs of the sea, Luo Ze rides the dragon away. It's like crushing an ant to death, just stepping on it along the way. Speaking of which, Marine still owes me more than 10 billion yuan. After depriving me of my title, don't you want to renege on the debt? Luo Ze was even thinking about other issues. He patted Kui Long on the head. Go to naval headquarters, collect debts. Chapter 115. At night. Naval headquarters, Marine Ford. Conference room in the headquarters building. Marine Marshal Kong Kong, Marine Vice Admiral Sengoku, and Marine Chief Staff Officer Tsuru gathered together to discuss. The current new world is completely out of control. In order to cope with the rapidly expanding pirate forces, we must recruit troops. Sora said in a deep tone. 5 elders have agreed to this matter. As a full-time army that only spends money and does not make money, Marine wants to recruit troops and expand its combat power. Of course it depends on the wishes of the benefactor's father. The current situation is really bad, but how many people will be recruited? He clasped his hands together. The goal this time is folk masters and what we need is a combat power above Vice Admiral. Sora looked at Sengoku who said nothing, and said, Sengoku, what suggestion do you have? And after conscription? Sengoku didn't have much interest in meddling. Now there are 5 pirate kings in the new world, who do you want to attack? Kaido and Big Mom have formed an alliance, and they can be seen as a force. Luo Ze owns Crack Karakura. Golden Lion of the Star Cross Guild, set their base camp in the sky. So, you're going to deal with Whitebeard. As soon as these words came out, Kong He fell silent. Look at these sea emperors. No one is easy to deal with. Can conscription alone solve the problem? Not. Crane thought for a while and said, in addition to conscription, there are 2 more Shishibukai missing now. Do you have any goals for new Shishibukai candidates? She changed the subject and really didn't want to talk about the 5 emperors. Known as the strongest man in the world, the shock fruit-capable person with the power to destroy the world, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, one of the 5 emperors Whitebeard, Edward Nuga. This one seems to be the best to deal with. This shows how far the current situation has come. Shishibukai. Sora mused, regarding this matter, the higher UPS have made new plans. In terms of candidates. Suddenly, on the conference table in front of the 3 of them, a vortex appeared in the space. Luo Ze's figure slowly emerged. The complexions of the 3 of them changed drastically, and each of them put on a guarded posture. Luo Ze. UBD, what are you doing here? It was invaded into this kind of place without a sound. Crane's face turned black. So nervous? I'm alone. With a sound, he picked up the apple on the table, took a bite, and said in a relaxed tone, sit down, I'm just here to collect debts. After a pause, he said again, I just heard something interesting. Who are you going to find to replace Hancock and me? This matter has nothing to do with you. Sora said coldly, you are no longer Shishibukai, you broke into Marine Ford casually, and you want to start a war. For this kind of threat, Luo Ze just smiled lightly, don't bluff, Marshal Kong, that will only reveal your inexperience at this time. Blue veins burst out on the empty forehead. He was still unable to refute being ridiculed in person. He sighed and said, "Are you here to collect debts? Don't forget, the total is 10.168 billion pelas." Sengoku's mouth twitched. Instantly thought of accounts. 10 billion, from the crusade, Luo Ze dispelled the hot corpse virus released by Qin, saving at least 70,000 lives. 168 million, reported by Momuzagi, a bounty for a group of pirates named Dikarl brothers. Looking at the expressions of the three, Luo Ze slightly raised his eyebrows. "Don't tell me, you don't have any money. Your marine's annual military expenditure exceeds 1 trillion yuan, just 10 billion yuan, which is just a fraction." Crane's expression was not very good. In fact, Marine's military expenditure is far more than 1 trillion. There are so many marine bases in the world, and the annual military allowance alone is more than 1 trillion yuan. But these funds are all budgeted, and suddenly asking them to spend 10 billion is not a simple matter. "The money will be given to you, but it will take time," Kong said in a deep voice. "How long?" "Within a month, I will send someone to Allegia." Empty gnashing of teeth. What a shame. Being blocked to collect debts, this kind of thing can't happen to him. Too long, Tiantianei. Luo Ze shook his head. He pondered for a moment, nodded and said, "Yes, within 10 days, the money will be sent to you, but please leave now." "Fresh, that's what I like about you, you are rich and powerful," Luo Ze said appreciatively. "This money is part of the heavenly gold that Hawkeye joined the country to pay tribute to. Speaking of which, Allegia is also one of the joining countries of the government." Luo Ze smiled softly, "Tell the world government that I am withdrawing on behalf of Allegia." Hearing this, Sengoku frowned. Based on his understanding of Luo Ze during this period of time, I'm afraid it's not that simple. Sure enough, in the next second, Luo Ze continued to say. "When Allegia was destroyed, you Marines were late. At that time, you didn't even set foot on the island. So, until now, you didn't know that I came from the kingdom of Allegia. The money I have paid to you for so many years is considered to be in vain, right? In the past 5 years, the former King Gordon handed over the heavenly gold to the world government, an average of 20 billion per year. I don't want too much, tell the 5 elders to compensate Allegia for 100 billion. Boom. As soon as Luo Ze finished speaking, Kong couldn't help but slap the table and got up angrily. Enough is enough. Do you have any opinion? Luo Ze narrowed his eyes. Instantly, boom. A wave of conquerors' haki enveloped the entire fortress. Boom boom boom. The whole building was shaking slightly, and the porcelain utensils on the table were shaking, making crisp sounds. It seems that even God is angry for Luo Ze. The sky over Marineford was covered with dark clouds. Countless sailors on duty raised their heads in panic. Even though this haki wasn't directed at them, just being swept by this level of conquerors made it hard to breathe. Superior conquerors. Sora's face darkened. Looking at Luo Ze's indifferent gaze, I felt a heavy sense of oppression. He is very clear that this is a psychological effect. It was the boldness of the overlord that suppressed him. Enough. At this time, Sengoku took a deep breath and said, "It's meaningless to discuss this kind of thing with our marine, we can't make a decision. I will convey it to the higher authorities for you, and we don't guarantee the result." After a pause, he said again, "I can understand your anger, but the amount involved is so huge, even if you make a big fuss here, it won't solve the problem. But I can deal with people who provoke me." Haki of Luo Ze held back, looked at Kong Kong with disdain, turned to Jean himself and said, "It's much more interesting for you to be the marshal." As he spoke, he raised his hand to erase his own existence. It disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye, as if it had never been there before. "Tell the 5 elders that it's reparation." If there's no reply, next time, I'll meet them a few oldies in person. The sound gradually faded, and finally disappeared completely. It wasn't until this moment that Crane held his forehead wearily. This child is not bound by the title of Shishibukai, so he acts even more recklessly. He has unbridled capital. Sengoku thought in his heart, but said in his mouth, as long as you don't take the initiative to provoke him, he is the most peaceful of the 5 emperors, and there is no threat to the common people. Kong's face was ashen, and he said nothing. When I returned to Allegia, it was already past 12 o'clock at night. In front of the castle, Luo Ze released everyone. He said to Gordon, "You arrange the band members, and the others rest early." Surprise, Z's. Yuta pressed. "It's late, let's talk about it tomorrow." After giving the order, Luo Ze walked into the castle first. He went to the castle's underground wine cellar and asked the maids to bring hundreds of empty wine bottles. Then personally pour the wine of immortality in the oak barrel into the wine bottle. After working hard for more than an hour, 300 bottles of wine of eternal life were finally finished. "So you're busy with this kind of thing?" Behind him, the voice of the Empress came. Luo Ze turned around and said, "Aren't you going to rest?" The Empress blushed slightly. I have been waiting for you in the room for a long time." She thinks of Shuki teaching her beheading technique during the day. The body of the concubine is ready. Luo Ze was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly realized, "You said sleep, I understand, you go back to the room and wait for me for a while." He has been obsessed with the Empress for a long time, and the joy of a small horse and cart is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Although due to physical reasons, the secretion of hormones is not so strong. But this kind of gluttony is psychological gluttony. Now that I can finally get my wish, I am a little excited when I think about it. Go back to my room. Thinking of the experience taught by Shuki, the Empress no longer dared to look at Luo Ze, and turned her back completely, holding her hot face in both hands, making a sound like a mosquito. "Go to my bedroom." Luo Ze chuckled, and stored all the wine of immortality in the Kamui space. Afterwards, he knocked on Bonnie's door, saw no answer, opened the door and walked in. "Wake up! Wow! Night attack!" Bonnie opened his eyes and exclaimed, "I didn't expect you to be this kind of person, I misread you." After finishing speaking, she closed her eyes and lay down. "Come on, I can't resist anyway." "Luo Ze, you stinky girl is so precocious. Help me grow bigger." Luo Ze said angrily. "Didn't you come to attack me at night?" Bonnie blinked and heaved a sigh of relief. "Say it earlier, you scared me." Reached out from under the quilt to touch Luo Ze's arm, activated the ability to change his age. She panted lightly, "Every time I use an ability on you, the consumption is extremely high." As she said that, she rolled her eyes. "Are you going to sleep with Sister Raihi again tonight?" "How do you know?" Luo Ze asked in surprise. "One time I was hungry and went downstairs to the kitchen to find something to eat, just in time to see Raihi sneaking into your room." Bonnie showed a smirk. "After that, I secretly listened to it for a while. Raihi yelled so badly." "What did you do to her?" "The little kid is just half knowledgeable." Luo Ze rolled his eyes at her. "You will know when you grow up." After speaking, he turned and left. Bonnie made a face at his back, and muttered to himself, "Humph, I'll ask Hiri tomorrow." The other side. Luo Ze returned to his bedroom. When he was standing at the door, he sensed the presence of the Empress in Wuyan. After thinking for a while, he took out a bottle of wine of immortality from the Kamui space, and then filled the goblet. After that, he walked in with red wine. Z's. Sensing Luo Ze's arrival, the Empress sat nervously on the edge of the bed. After a glance, his face was startled. Compared with the previous Luo Ze, the one in front of me seems to have grown up a bit, and the height has also become taller. Many. He looked about 14 or 15 years old. It's called the wine of eternal life, and after drinking it, one can remain young forever, never grow old or die. Luo Ze sat next to the Empress, handed the wine glass to her, and said with a slight smile, "Drink it, even if your daughter's island's lovesickness breaks out, you will be fine." The Empress opened her beautiful eyes wide, looking at the fine wine in the glass in disbelief. She wouldn't doubt Luo Ze's words at all, she believed what Luo Ze said 100%. "Such a precious thing, should I give it to my concubine?" she said softly, feeling very moved in her heart. "Drink and celebrate tonight." Holding the wine glass, Luo Ze offered to feed the Empress. The Empress didn't resist either, and was swallowed in a daze. Afterwards, Luo Ze got up and turned off the lights in the room. Soon after, Kojiki Hiri tiptoed to the king's bedroom, thinking about throwing himself into the warm bed as usual. Just as he arrived at the door, he faintly heard some familiar voices. Immediately his face was flushed, he turned around and left Li quietly. Sigh inwardly. The good times of monopolizing Master Luo Ze are gone forever. Chapter 116. The next day, when Luo Ze woke up, the Empress was still lying beside her. Gently pulling his arm out of her embrace, Luo Ze got up lightly, without waking up the sleeping woman. Every woman is like a cup of tea with different flavors, each has its own advantages. However, what made him slander was that the strength was obviously different from that of Kojiki Hiri, but in terms of combat effectiveness in this aspect, the two were reversed. Perhaps because she felt relieved, there was a faint smile on the corner of the queen's mouth in her sleep. Luo Ze didn't disturb her, and after getting dressed, he walked out of the room. Outside the door, Nasha, the personal maid, just came over, holding a basket of clothes in her hand. His Majesty. After seeing Luo Ze, Nasha saluted immediately. "Don't wake her up, come clean later." 1. With a casual order, Luo Ze closed the door, turned around and went downstairs. After a brief wash, he came to the restaurant. There is no troublesome rule with him that he must wait for his king to dine. Therefore, there were only 3 people in the restaurant. Others are either still resting or have already eaten. "Sister Rai, tell me, what did you do when you went to Master Luo Ze's room at night?" Bonnie asked curiously. Kojiki Hiri stopped drinking milk and almost spit it out. "Ahem. Bonnie, when did you find out?" she said in a low voice. "I found out a long time ago." Bonnie muttered. "At night, he would come to me from time to time, asking me to help him change his age. It was the same last night." "Sister Rai, tell me, what did you do at night?" Eyes sparkling, voice full of 8 trigrams. Kojiki Hiri was at a loss for words and didn't know how to explain it to 12-year-old Bonnie. Although she is only 14 years old, she grew up in a different environment. She was raised as an Waran. Beside 277, Yamato ate meat boldly, and said vaguely, "What else can we do to sleep together?" "Just sleep." "Sister Yamato, are you too?" Bonnie's eyes widened, and then he said strangely, "But, Sister Rai will cry, I heard it at the door once." "Does Master Luo Ze hit people while sleeping?" Hiri, are you still crying?" Yamato looked surprised. Kojiki Hiri. "Stop it, you 2 idiots." Bonnie still wanted to get to the bottom of it. She wasn't very curious, it was just that she was attacked by Luo Ze last night, unconvinced, she had to know today. At this time, Luo Ze came in and interrupted her spell casting. Yamato stupidly asked directly, "Luo Ze, you will call at night, hey?" Before he could finish speaking, Kojiki Hiri covered his mouth. If it was her, she was so ashamed by these 2 sisters that her face flushed. "Hit what?" Luo Ze rolled his eyes, and after sitting down, the maid immediately served the food. Of course he overheard this private conversation between girls. "I understand." Yamato broke Kojiki Hiri's hand, fisted and said in a dazed tone, "You are helping Hiri to practice? She is really weak, she is neither capable. I don't know taijutsu, haki either. Kojiki Hiri can't laugh or cry. I can help you too." Luo Ze pinched Yamato's face with his hand, and said angrily, "Just be honest when you eat. It hurts so much." "It's too much, you still pinch me with haki." Yamato cried out in pain. The four of them finished their breakfast noisily. Bonnie rolled his eyes, looked at Kojiki Hiri's shy red face, and then at Luo Ze. She is smart and knows that there must be some secrets that she doesn't know. Soon, Kojiki Hiri and Yamato, BDCB, finished eating, and they got up and left. Seeing this, Bonnie wanted to follow immediately, regardless of whether he was full or not. "You stay." Luo Ze grabbed the little girl. What? Bonnie said fearfully, "I won't tell anyone else, keep it secret, I know." "That's not it." Luo Ze patted the stinky girl on the head, "I'm going to do an experiment with me, didn't I promise you a surprise last night?" "What's the surprise?" Bonnie asked curiously. "Follow me." Luo Ze simply ate some, and then left the palace with Bonnie. The two came to a dairy farm. Luo Ze pointed to one of the little cows and said, "Use your ability to make it bigger." The experiment he was going to do was simple. First change the age of the target, then feed the wine of immortality, and then let Bonnie remove the ability. In this way, it can be observed whether the effect of the wine of immortality can solidify the age of the target. "That is it." Bonnie tilted his head, but didn't ask any further questions, and did as he pleased. Under her fruit power, the little cow immediately turned into a mature big cow. Luo Ze took out a bottle of immortal wine from the Kamui space and fed a glass to the cow. After that, let Bonnie divide by 5. Then, a strange scene happened before his eyes. Although the cow is immortal, it is still changing back to its original form at this time. "Hey? It's not the fixed appearance when you grow up." Luo Ze was apprehensive, this is not going to work. He originally planned to let the girls choose their age freely, and then share the wine of eternal life with everyone. But now it seems that Bonnie's fruit is too overbearing, even if he lives forever, once the ability is removed, it will still return to its original appearance. Bonnie on the side was puzzled. From her point of view, just make a cow bigger, then feed Luo Ze red wine, and then turn the cow back. What is this for? She couldn't help asking. "It's all right, you can go back." Luo Ze waved his hand and said, "I'll leave for a while to prepare gifts for everyone. Study hard and don't be lazy." After speaking, he released Kuai Long and disappeared into the sky in a blink of an eye. "Take me back by the way." Bonnie was akimbo. She took out a poke ball, and after pressing the button, a red light flashed, and a puppy-shaped Pokémon with black stripes suddenly appeared. "Katy dog, you can carry me back." Bonnie's ability is not good. But Luo Ze doesn't care, he still has alternatives. Wano Kuni has a female ninja named Ninja, her ability is ripe fruit. On the way to Wano Kuni, Luo Ze thought about how to find someone. The ability to ripen fruit is defective. It can make people mature, but things affected by the fruit ability cannot be reversed. Simply put, if an 8-year-old child is turned into 28 years old, then he will really lose 20 years of life. Unlike Bonnie's fruit, it's only a temporary change with no side effects. But this kind of problem is not worth mentioning in front of the wine of eternal life. On the contrary, because it matures in an instant, the body will also have a corresponding growth. There are many advantages, and the disadvantages can be ignored for the time being. In short, find the person first. Allegia is not far from Wano Kuni, the straight line distance is only more than 500 kilometers. In less than half an hour, Luo Ze made a big destination. This is his second visit to Wano Kuni. Wano Kuni, both. General City. The former General Kurozumi Orakai is dead. There was confusion for a day or two at first, but Du quickly dispatched his troops. It is not to rule directly as a general, but as a substituting general. As for the real heir to the general, Kurozumi Orakai has no offspring. Therefore, the open and secret struggle for the position of general is still going on. At this time, General City, cause after cause. The acting general sat cross-legged, holding a newspaper in his hand. Has the fifth emperor been born? Because of Wanakuni's geographical location, newsbirds hardly come here. It is not only troublesome to get outside newspapers, but the time will be a day or two late. Luo Ze, the dragon rider, was offered a reward of 5 billion in one breath, surpassing Lord Kaido. What a terrible child! The acting general is a woman. She is more than 8 meters tall and dressed very sexy, like Yuan in a brothel. The look is charming and seductive, with a variety of styles. Katsuyama bun with long golden hair. While sitting cross-legged and reading the newspaper, a pipe was held in his white right hand. Her name is Black Maria, one of the 6 volleys. No, there is no 6 sons yet, she is just one of the real hits of Beast's pirates, and she belongs to the outstanding ones among the real hits. Entrusted by Kaido to manage Wano Kuni affairs temporarily. Am I scary? Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind. The pipe in Black Maria's hand trembled slightly, and she turned around with a startled expression. Luo Ze. The face in the newspaper suddenly appeared in front of him, looking very horrifying. Kaido would actually send a woman to act as an acting general. Luo Ze took a good look at the other party. Because I am a woman, I am me. Black Maria replied softly, if you send men over, it will arouse great resistance. Hearing this, Luo Han lightly raised his eyebrows. Should I say, this is true, Kaido's political wisdom? If a man is sent over, it will definitely attract resistance. Others will wonder whether this acting general will finally remove the word agent and become a real general? Absolutely not. Wano Kuni is a patriarchal, and blood-focused country. The position of general must be a man, and he must be born in 5 famous families. Namely, Tenzuki, Fuzuki, Duzuki, Shimatsuki, and Kurozumi. These 5 families, together with the Kojiki family who ruled Wano Kuni since ancient times, make up a total of 6 surnames, which are the real nobles of this country. Kaido is certainly not afraid to fight back, but he doesn't want to ask for trouble either. Sending a woman can solve the problem, why send a man to stimulate others? On the contrary, because of competing for the position of general, Black Maria can control the country very well. I can't tell, that brat has a lot of brains. Luo Ze quickly understood the twists and turns, and couldn't help but praise him. That brat! Black Maria pretended not to hear it, and there were not many in the whole world who dared to say that, Mr. Kaido. This one is one. Excuse me, what's the matter with you coming to Wano Kuni? Do you need me to contact Master Kaido for you? She said calmly. Help me find someone before dark. Luo Ze said straight to the point, a female ninja named Erin who used to be a member of the royal court Fanshong. Chapter 117. A female ninja? Black Maria muttered secretly in her heart. Is there anything special about this female ninja? To be remembered by a pirate emperor, is it because of his dance troupe? If it's just a name, I want to find it within a few days. It's too hard for someone. She used to be a member of the imperial court who served the Kojiki family. Information about her will be included. Do you still need me to teach you? Understood, please wait a moment. Black Maria stood up, bowed slightly and walked out of the room. Half an hour later, she returned with a photo. Is it this woman? Luo Ze sat where Black Maria was originally sitting, took the photo from the other party, and took a closer look. In the photo, Shinobi is still very young, with a slender and hot body, wearing a simple ninja suit, with red-brown double ponytails. Is this a photo from before? Luo Ze returned the photo to the other party and said, she doesn't necessarily look like this now. It was a photo taken when she was 17 years old. Now, this woman should be 37 years old. Once a woman turns 30, it is true that even her husband will not recognize her. Black Maria spoke playfully. It's not the change in age, the change in body shape may be even greater. In short, even if you are short and fat, as long as you are called ninja, as long as you are a female ninja, you can bring them to see me. Luo Ze was talking when he suddenly looked out the window. A green dragon hovered over and quickly turned into a human form. Go find it. Kaido stepped in and ordered neatly, use all the power you can, and find someone. Yes, Master Kaido. Black Maria nodded, and immediately led away. Luo Ze chuckled lightly, you actually offered to help me, did you drink too much? Kaido grinned, just looking for someone. You killed the celestial dragons, and now you're a pirate like me, right? The phrase like me does not just refer to the identity of a pirate, but experience. Once, when I was still young, I was also forced to become a pirate by the world government. Speak, I don't want to waste my tongue. Luo Ze shook his head. Luo Ze, do you know? If you want to reach the final island of Roughdale, you need to have 4 red stone tablets. They are called road sign history text, which record 4 coordinates. The way will be opened. While talking, Kaido sat down opposite Luo Ze. This harmonious scene made Luo Ze feel weird. Speaking of which, he has dealt with Kaido several times, and every time, he beat Kaido violently. It is the first time that we can have a peaceful dialogue like today. So what? Luo Ze asked casually. He already guessed what Kaido would say next. I watched your concert live. In your dance troupe, there is a woman named Nico Robin, right? It seems you also know about O'Hara. Luo Ze nodded and said, you need her knowledge to help you translate the historical text. That's right. I have a red stone in my hand. To be precise, I know where one of them is. Kaido didn't beat around the bush. He knew that communicating with this person directly stated the purpose is the best. If you can talk, talk, if you can't talk, pull it down. He thinks of other ways by himself. Luo Ze thought about whether to do this little favor. When someone asked him to help him find someone, he refused directly, which seemed immoral. As for the historical text of the red road sign, he was somewhat curious. If he can find Redhead, he really wants to see what's on that island? Yes. He nodded and said, send the rubbings to Allegia, and I will ask Robin to translate for you. As for whether you believe it or not, it's up to you. Hearing this, Kaido was silent for a moment, then nodded immediately, I will have someone send the rubbings to you as soon as possible. Nico Robin is under the protection of this man, and even the world government can't touch her. Of course he didn't dare to touch the tiger's butt. Thinking of this, Kaido got up and left. When he got to the window, he turned around and said, you don't want to be the One Piece to eat Roger's exhaust. Luo Ze dismissively said, I have no interest in One Piece. Yes. Kaido didn't say much, and immediately turned into a dragon and flew out of the window. Interested in baths? Kaido narrowed his eyes and headed towards Onijima. He doesn't believe it. Luo Ze raised his head and watched the other party leave, thinking secretly in his heart. This guy and the Big Mom Alliance, the price he paid, is a road sign historical text. As for the red stone tablet that Kaido found, Luo Ze knew it very well. Right at Wano Kuni. To be precise, in Tung Wano Kuni. The present Wano Kuni was built later, and the inland sea that surrounds the country today did not exist in the distant past. 800 years ago, in order to avoid disasters, the people of ancient Wano Kuni built a high wall around the island. Later, the rains flooded the whole country. Therefore, the people of Wano Kuni, under the leadership of the Kojiki family, re-established the current Wano Kuni on the original mountainside. Forget it, the matter of Redhead is not important now. Shaking his head, Luo Ze put aside the matter of the main text of the history for now. Black Maria's movements were quick. In the afternoon, 3 female ninjas named Eren were brought in front of him. They are all named Ren, and they are all over 30 years old. This is what I have found so far, if it is not the person you are looking for. Black Maria stood aside, holding a pipe in her hand, expressing that she tried her best up. Luo Ze looked at the 3 of them, and quickly locked on the one in the middle. Short in stature and fatter in stature, she is completely different from the Renan in the photo. The 3 of them didn't know Luo Ze, but they were forcibly arrested at this time, with fear on their faces. My lord, I don't know what you want from me. One of them asked cautiously. Not you. Luo Ze ignored her, and kept looking at the one in the middle. Is it you? Do you know the ninjutsu of mature woman coquettish technique? Eren was stunned for a moment. You are. She stared blankly at Luo Ze's face, and said after a while, you are the hero who killed the Kurozumi snake. When she first learned that Kurozumi Orokai had died, she immediately launched an investigation. Finally, the owner of the brothel, Guangxi Lang, was found. From Guangxi Lang, she got about Luo Ze. It really is you, come with me. Luo Ze stared slightly, and immediately dragged him into the Kamui space, and then said to Black Maria, thank you for your hard work. After speaking, he raised his hand to erase his own existence. Black Maria took a puff of her pipe, thinking in her heart, is there anything special about this woman? I heard that this person likes beautiful women, but he doesn't like such an old woman. She licked her tongue, showing great interest. It was afternoon when we returned to Allegia. All the girls in the dance troupe are in class. Luo Ze didn't bother them, he came to the restroom and let Eren out. Suddenly came to an unfamiliar environment, Ren seemed very alert and nervous. Until the maid brings refreshments. Then Luo Ze said, don't worry, I can take you back later. I just need a small favor from you. What do you want me to do? Your mature woman coquettish technique is actually the power of some kind of devil fruit. Eren didn't know devil fruit, Luo explained it to her. After listening, she asked suspiciously, how many people's ages do you want me to help you change? That's right, it's very simple for you. Of course, I won't let you help in vain. You can put forward your request, and I will satisfy you within the scope of my ability. Luo Ze is not some kind of demon, if he catches people and asks them to help, of course he will pay them. Shinobi said, you killed Kurozumi Orokai, Kaido didn't do anything to you? He even offered to help you? Are you from Kaido? Did he tell you to kill Kurozumi Orokai? Asked a lot of doubts in one breath. No, my name is Luo Ze. I'm the king of Allegia. As for why you killed Kurozumi Orokai, he bullied one of my women, so I just sent him on his way. He is very calm, and there is nothing embarrassing about it, although he killed Kurozumi Orokai before, it was just a matter of convenience. But getting along with Kojiki Hiri during this time, I really regard her as one of my own. Yes, is that so? As for Kaido, well, he can't beat me. I have a complicated relationship with him, you don't need to know. Asking for flowers. Hearing this, a ray of hope arose in Eren's heart. Lord Luo Ze, can you please drive Kaido and his beasts pirates out of Wano Kuni? Those pirates are entrenched in my country. Not enough. Luo Ze interrupted the other party, you do me a small favor, and I will naturally repay you accordingly. Eren's eyes dimmed. Then I remembered the prophecy of Madame Shi, and regained my spirit. So, I want food. She said seriously, under the rule of the Kurozumi Orokai, the people lived very badly, and many people starved to death. I want food, a lot of food. Will you give it? How much is a lot? Luo Ze chuckled. I have no idea. How about this, I'll give you 1,000 tons of grain. Luo Ze thought for a while and said, it happens that Allegia has excess production capacity, and many things can't be consumed. Allegia used to have a population of hundreds of thousands. The food consumed every year is produced domestically, and there are many kinds of it. In addition to vegetables and rice, the output of meat, eggs and milk is large enough to be exported. But now there are only more than 150 people, and the production capacity is seriously excess. Thank you. I thank you for your generosity on behalf of those starving people. Aren bowed and thanked excitedly. Don't thank me in a hurry, you may have no idea about 1,000 tons, this amount of food is only enough to feed thousands of people for a year. Can it be eaten for a year? Aren opened his eyes wide, and a picture of food piled up like a mountain appeared in his mind. Shaking his head, he said, in short, the food will be given to you, and you are free to deal with it. Whether you distribute it to others for free or keep it for yourself, I don't care, but remember to protect yourself. Clear. Aren knelt down on one knee, and said in a respectful tone, I will remember your great kindness and virtue in my heart. Luo Ze waved his hand and said, just do me a favor. Your ability has no side effects, right? Once mature, there is no way to change back. She answered honestly. Besides this, regarding the safety of all the girls, Luo Ze dare not be careless, so he must ask clearly. It's just becoming mature physically, and the mental age will not change. This kind of maturity is at the expense of lifespan. Are you sure you want me to do this for you? Ren asked with concern. Next, Luo Ze asked several times. He even took Aaron to the cow pasture for a test. After confirming that there are no other side effects, I am completely relieved. Then, in the evening, the dining room of the castle. Everyone gathered together and looked at Luo Ze in unison. And, Aaron next to Luo Ze. His eyes showed curiosity. First of all, Aaron's figure and appearance can't be a new member of the dance troupe, so Yin's family is very curious about who this person is. Before, I promised you that I would give you a surprise. Luo Ze snapped his fingers. Immediately, the maid in the Japanese row came in with a glass of red wine. This wine is called the wine of eternal life. After drinking it, you will never grow old and die, and you will remain young forever. Hearing this, except for the Empress, everyone showed expressions of astonishment. They didn't doubt the truth of Luo Ze's words. But such a thing as eternal life is too inconceivable. Looking across the crowd of girls, big and small, Luo Ze explained with a smile. The youngest of you is only 4 years old, and the oldest is 23 years old. Considering that after drinking this kind of wine, the body will remain in that moment forever, so I specially found this one. Her name is Ninja, and she is a person with the ability to ripen fruits. She can make you mature in an instant and become adults. Because she has limited control over abilities now, she can only make you 20 years older. So, within this range, you can freely choose which year you will use to live in the future. Of course, it's up to you to choose whether to drink or not, and how old you want to be. 17. With that said, Luo Ze picked up a glass of red wine in front of him, smiled lightly and said, Anyway, this is the surprise I prepared for you all. Cheers to immortality!